As Yan Luqing sat aboard the airplane, she found herself engrossed in a heart-wrenching annual novel. The character who captured the most attention was not the male or female lead, but rather the antagonist, Gu Xi, who had suffered relentless persecution at the hands of countless madmen. In his youth, Gu Xi was the epitome of brilliance, but after his family's downfall, he became the target of vengeance from his parents' enemies. His striking obsidian-like eyes were poisoned and rendered blind, and ultimately, he was hidden away by a deranged woman who harbored an obsessive crush on him. After enduring such tribulations, the once bright and clear-headed youth was completely consumed by darkness. Who could fail to feel sympathy for such a tragic and powerful figure? Yan Luqing certainly did, expressing her ire towards the deranged woman. However, in a twist of fate, an aircraft disaster caused her to transmigrate into the very character she had just condemned a supporting role intent on monopolizing Gu Xi. The timing coincided perfectly with the fateful first day of Hiding the Words. Reflecting on the dismal fate that awaited the supporting character in the original narrative, Yan Luqing thought to herself, "Oh no." The supporting character's demise was well-deserved, and she was determined not to follow in those footsteps. From day one, she lavished care and attention upon the formidable Gu Xi, calling it Hiding the Words, while in truth, she was merely adoring him. She sought remedies for his eyesight, purchased every delicacy he desired, plucked stars from the sky at his request, and gathered flowers to fashion wreaths for him, leaving her home's garden barren. 2 months passed in this manner, and according to the original story's plot, the day arrived when Gu Xi was meant to escape. Yan Luqing breathed a sigh of relief, preparing to open the door wide for him, saying, "Congratulations, you are free." Gu Xi regarded her for a moment, his beautiful dark eyes deepening with contemplation, before breaking into a smile and saying, "What if I told you I do not desire freedom?" Yan Luqing was taken aback. "What? Your commercial empire? Your ambitions for revenge? This is not how the script goes." Chapter 1. Miss Yan, please answer me. Are you aware that this is yet another new personality? Upon regaining consciousness, Yan Luqing heard this inquiry echoing around her, the voice gradually becoming clearer as if parting the mists of confusion. She opened her eyes to behold a stark white wall before her gaze landed on the source of the voice, a woman clad in a white coat. Yan Luqing realized she was seated comfortably in a chair, facing the woman, who was presenting her with a sheet resembling a test paper. Upon closer inspection, it read, "Personality Split Test. Yan Luqing, what is happening?" This was decidedly peculiar. Just before closing her eyes, she had been caught in the throes of an airplane disaster, and now she found herself in a psychologist's office? Before she could ponder further, the woman spoke again. "Another new personality has emerged." The white coat figure smiled, suppressing her incredulity. "Miss Yan, had I not seen your pathological psychiatric reports, I would have assumed you were merely playing games with me this past year." "What?" Yan Luqing was bewildered. "Who has split personalities?" "I am not mentally ill." The woman, however, regarded her with an expression that suggested she was beyond help and stated, "The medication remains the same as before. Regular checkups are necessary. If stability is not achieved, we will change the medication." Yan Luqing internally scoffed at the absurdity of it all and decided to make her escape. She hastily approached the nearest door, only to falter as the scene beyond startled her. A lengthy corridor stretched out before her, occupied by a row of tall men in black suits who resembled the criminals from action films, all wearing sunglasses indoors. Quite an odd sight. Momentarily stunned, she quickly grasped the situation and glanced at her own reflection. Her pallid skin and slender limbs suggested she was trapped in a body far removed from her own. Instinctively, she turned to the nearest imposing figure and inquired, "Excuse me, what world is this? What era are we in? This is still modernity, right? What is the historical context?" Her words tumbled out in a rapid-fire barrage of questions, her anxiety mounting. "Brother, what's the code? Odd changes remain unchanged?" The ingrained phrase prompted the tall man to respond. "Symbols indicate quadrants." Yan Luqing exhaled in relief, reassured that despite her apparent transition, the world retained a semblance of normalcy, given the universal education system she had experienced. With a small smile, she said, "Thank you, brother." To her surprise, her gratitude elicited a look of terror and confusion from the tall man. "Miss Yan?" he asked, bewildered, before turning to the woman behind him, raising his voice. "Dr. Zhao, has Our Lady's condition worsened?" "Yan Luqing, what do you mean, Our Lady?" Was this man one of her subordinates? The doctor's voice came from within. "Your lady's condition has always been quite severe. You need not be overly alarmed. This time, her personality does not exhibit aggression. Just take good care of her." Yan Luqing thought to herself, "You are the one with a severe condition," while the tall man thanked the doctor and leaned closer to her. "Miss Yan, the person has been delivered. Half an hour ago." "Who?" Yan Luqing, still perplexed, asked. The tall man hesitated before revealing. It is Gu Ci. You instructed young Master Jean to have Gu Ci delivered to your villa today. Have you forgotten about Gu Ci? Gu, Yan Luqing stammered, as if struck by a hammer, repeating in disbelief. Gu Ci. Suddenly, she comprehended the gravity of her situation. She hadn't merely traveled through time, she had transmigrated into a novel, embodying a character who shared her namia supporting female role, reviled by many. Before losing consciousness in the airplane, she had been reading a novel titled Heartfelt Limits. This literary work had recently gained significant traction, cloaked in the guise of romance while presenting a rich ensemble of characters. The portrayal of the antagonist, Gu Ci, was particularly striking. Having suffered deeply, he maintained a moral code, never harming the innocent, even in his quest for vengeance. Yan Luqing had been so moved by Gu Ci's plight that she had passionately defended him in the comment section. His name was indeed Gu Ci, as she recalled. The only other character sharing her surname in Heartfelt Limits was the detestable supporting female Rolian, insufferable antagonist. In his youth, Gu Ci had been the epitome of privilege, radiating brilliance, a paragon of beauty, and the object of affection for countless young women, including the supporting character. At that time, she had shown no other redeeming qualities. The Gu family, having migrated from afar, quickly rose to prominence, only to fall victim to the schemes of local rivals. Shortly after Gu Ci embarked on his university journey, his parents were betrayed by a trusted confidant, leading to the family's ruin and their untimely demise in a tragic accident. Following their deaths, Gu Ci vanished from public view, only to be captured by the most debauched offspring of his enemies, who had long harbored a grudge against him, subjecting him to unspeakable torment, stripping him of his freedom, and inflicting cruelty that left his once beautiful eyes forever marred. Yan Luqing found herself overwhelmed by the scene. Before her fists clenched with a mix of disbelief and anger. What truly intensified her frustration, however, was the intervention of the female antagonist, a character of considerable privilege and wealth, who had been a classmate of Gu Ci. Since middle school, she harbored an infatuation for Gu Ci that spanned 6 years, albeit in secret. While this may seem like a tale of innocent affection, the reality was far more sinister. This heiress, whose thoughts had long diverged from the norm, had become obsessively fixated on Gu Ci, to the point of developing an unhealthy obsession. When Gu Ci's well-being deteriorated due to the torment inflicted by any irritable, the female antagonist seized the opportunity to rescue him, albeit through coercive means, claiming she would grant him freedom and restore his vision. Yet, her promises were hollow. She had imprisoned him instead. Consequently, Gu Ci found himself in a hell of her making, a stark contrast to the one he had previously endured. Yan Luqing felt nauseated by the unfolding tragedy. To chastise her felt akin to berating herself, and with each passing moment, her anger only intensified. She wished for legal repercussions for her actions, rather than witnessing this character, bearing her name, torment the one she cherished most. Despite the overwhelming evidence, Yan Luqing struggled to accept that she had somehow been thrust into the role of the very villain she had condemned. Miss Yan? The sound of her name pierced through her thoughts, igniting a throbbing headache. She closed her eyes in an attempt to regain composure, but Dahe, seemingly oblivious to her distress, leaned in and whispered, Gu Ci arrived half an hour ago and has been secured. As per your instructions. Yan Luqing felt a surge of frustration. In the quiet corridor, Dahe's words about securing Gu Ci lacked any discretion. Her scalp prickled at the implications, yet the other guards maintained an unwavering composure, save for one young man whose shock was painfully evident. Hey, yes, you. Yan Luqing managed to raise her trembling hand, pointing at the bewildered youth. What on earth is that expression? The young man, nudged by his companions, broke into a cold sweat, realizing he had made a grave mistake. It was common knowledge that the Yan family's mistress was notoriously capricious. His only recourse was to bow his head in apology. I am sorry, miss. I just started today, and am not yet familiar with your ways. It's my fault. Yan Luqing interrupted his floundering. You just started? Yes, do you know who I am? Yes, then tell us, loudly. Who am I? The young man, clearly bewildered, mistook this for a test and recited loudly. Miss Yan, full name Yan Luqing, daughter of Yan Guanglin and Shen Xian, the sole heiress of the Yan family, raised with utmost affection, diagnosed 2 years ago with a mental disorder including but not limited to schizophrenia. She has been infatuated with Gu Ci for 6 years and has finally succeeded today. Congratulations to the miss. Yan Luqing felt as if she had been struck. The headache that had been brewing escalated, and she fainted. When she regained consciousness, the surroundings had transformed dramatically. The ornate, vintage ceiling and opulent European wall art revealed that she was in the original owner's bedroom. The previous occupant had been a fragile individual prone to fits of madness, necessitating constant medical care. After a thorough examination, Yan Luqing, though still reeling from the shock, accepted the truth of her situation. She had indeed become the obsessive antagonist from Heart's Limit, the very character she had scorned. The first order of business upon awakening was to have Gu Xi unbound. The second was to meet him. After completing the medical assessments, Yan Luqing descended the stairs, guided by Dahe, with the intention of reaching Gu Si's room. The villa was uniformly decorated, with a vintage spiral staircase. As she observed the silent, imposing bodyguards flanking her, she couldn't help but think that wearing sunglasses indoors during the day seemed rather theatrical. Unable to contain her curiosity, she inquired of Dahe, "Why are you wearing sunglasses inside?" Trying to look cool, Dahe glanced at her, momentarily perplexed by her oddity, then recalled her condition. "Because you mentioned that we are unsightly and requested that we wear sunglasses that obscure half our faces when in your presence." Yan Luqing smirked. Now that's a truly delusional rationale. Upon reaching the door to Gu Si's room, she paused to catch her breath. The original occupant's fragile state had rendered her susceptible to fainting spells, compounded by the physical toll of the body she now inhabited. It was a mere trip down the stairs, yet it left her breathless and disoriented. After several minutes, she finally stood before the door. Thanks to her familiarity with the text, she remembered this was Chapter 54, the day Gu Xi vanished from the clutches of his tormentor, the obsessive antagonist. According to the narrative, Gu Xi would indeed rise to prominence, but not without succumbing to darkness. After escaping the clutches of the deranged female antagonist, he would lie low for years, exacting revenge on those who had wronged him, ultimately leading to his tragic demise at a young age. Reflecting on the narrative, Yan Luqing recalled her outrage while reading on the plane, lamenting with her friends about the antagonist's cruelty and her desire for greater retribution. How infuriating. The antagonist ultimately faced a grim fate, imprisoned and then abandoned, a fitting end for her actions. Yet why had she been forced into this role? It felt as though she were destined to bear the burden of another's sins. "Miss?" Dahe's voice broke her reverie. Regaining her composure, she nodded impassively to the guards, who silently opened the door for her. The room was laid bare before her, mirroring the previous room's decor, save for a large bed occupying the space. The windows were shut tight, yet sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a warm glow that danced upon the vintage wallpaper. Lying on the bed was a figure with an exquisitely striking visage, both beautiful and serene. Though it was an incongruous sight, Yan Luqing couldn't help but think the scene resembled a fusion of Snow White and Sleeping Beauty. Alas, her role was not that of a gallant prince, but rather the wicked witch offering a poisoned apple. As she approached the bedside, she instinctively held her breath, her heart racing as she realized this was Gu Xi. Indeed, this is the very individual described in the book within. Abundance of exquisite vocabulary, the one who drives the female antagonist to the brink of madness. Though markedly emaciated, he remains strikingly handsome, almost ethereal. It is as if prolonged confinement within four walls has rendered his skin as pale as snow. His hair, slightly overlong, cascades in delicate strands beside his neck, and beneath his slender eyelids lie densely curled lashes. The stark contrast between the inky black of his lashes and hair against his alabaster skin creates a profoundly captivating aesthetic. He appears to have shut himself off from the cacophony of the world, lying there with a breath so faint it is almost imperceptible. He resembles a corpse. The thought emerged abruptly, yet the current appearance of Gu Xi indeed resembled a beautiful ice sculpture encased within a crystal coffin. Since Dahe had reported her arrival at the villa, it had been several hours at the very least. Why was he still in a state of unconsciousness? As this notion flickered through her mind, a sharp pain suddenly throbbed at Yan Luqing's temples. She abruptly shut her eyes, only to find unfamiliar scenes materializing in her mind. The imagery depicted a man and a woman. One was her own body, and the other was Dahe. She heard herself instruct, administer the injection, secure him, and confine him to the room on the first floor. This must have been a fragment of the original owner's memories. However, the crucial name of the injection that followed her command eluded her ears, as if her brain had automatically censored it. How extraordinary that the memories of this body could still be obscured. Yan Luqing mused. How sophisticated. What, then, had the original owner injected him with? Was this the reason for his prolonged unconsciousness? The bodyguards, led by Dahe, awaited outside the door. Yan Luqing leaned out, intending to summon someone to inquire, when a few distinctly cool coughs reached her ears. Startled, she turned her head toward the source, her gaze colliding directly with Gu Xi's, whose eyes had just fluttered open. The book had elaborately described Gu Xi's eyes on numerous occasions, noting their breathtaking beauty, deep and lustrous. No exquisite obsidian could compare. Yan Luqing had not anticipated his sudden awakening, leaving her momentarily frozen in place. The book's descriptions rang true. Previously, when her eyes were closed, the contours were indistinct. But upon opening, they were strikingly clear. Gu Si's eyes were shaped like standard peach blossom petals at the inner corners, yet possessed the allure of phoenix eyes at the outer edges, with double eyelids that were narrow and delicate at the start, flaring outwards at the ends. Yan Luqing had never encountered such mesmerizing eyes. When closed, they resembled a painting, and when opened, the figure stepped forth from the canvas. Alas, despite their enchanting appearance, his irises were shrouded in a mist, lacking focus. Reflecting on this, she realized that the frequent depictions in the original text of his eyes were likely intended to evoke a poignant contrast, the beauty of their former state and the tragedy of their subsequent ruin. After all, in the narrative, Gu Si's eyes had not regained their former brilliance until his death, with the optimal healing period commencing now. Having been delayed by the original owner, the thought hardened her resolve. In the mere seconds of their gaze, a torrent of thoughts surged through Yan Luqing's mind until she once again heard Gu Si's voice. Yan Luqing. As he half-bowed, propping himself up, he pronounced her name with clarity. Yan Luqing felt like a student caught using her phone during class, inexplicably tense and holding her breath. She observed Gu Si as he gradually sat upright. This motion was likely not particularly effortless for him at the moment, yet he appeared calm, even managing a smile, as he said, "We meet again." Yan Luqing nodded in response, indeed. Then, recalling that the narrative depicted them as high school classmates, with a timeline suggesting roughly 6 months since graduation, she added politely, "It's been a while." As soon as the words left her lips, Gu Si's languid movements came to an abrupt halt, and he raised his gaze to her once more. In that fleeting moment, Yan Luqing felt an abrupt chill enveloping him, as if he was perceiving an exceedingly frigid disdain emanating from Gu Si. His gaze faltered, and that sensation, akin to being ensconced in an ice cellar, dissipated instantaneously, as though it had merely been a figment of her imagination. Gu Si reclined against the headboard, her demeanor undeniably gentle, her tone perfectly normal, even graced with a hint of a smile. It hadn't been long at all. Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. Surely, it was correct to say long time no see? Wasn't he that a universal expression? Moreover, Gu Si harbored no animosity towards her at this juncture. So where could such disdain arise from? "Thank you," he expressed, perhaps fearing she might not comprehend, adding, "for helping me escape from the Jean family." He was indeed thanking her. That was the expected reaction. Clearly, her earlier tension had been unwarranted. For reasons unknown, a mere glance from someone devoid of any ability to act had exerted such overwhelming pressure upon her. This must be a talent innate to formidable individuals. Yan Luqing tucked away his confusion, simultaneously releasing a deep breath. After all, they had known each other for quite some time and were friends. This was to be expected. Wasn't he it? Wealthy individuals typically knew one another, and the narrative had established that their parents were acquaintances. Regrettably, fate had dealt an unkind hand. While the original character's parents had intended to assist the Gu couple, it was too late, and when they wished to aid Gu Si, they were again delayed, leading to an utter lack of information regarding her. A silence enveloped the room for several seconds. Suddenly, Yan Luqing sensed something amiss and turned to Gu Si. "Your eyes, they are unclear, only vaguely outlined." Gu Si responded, her tone surprisingly nonchalant despite the gravity of the subject. However, Yan Luqing was further perplexed. "Earlier, when I was silent, you called my name, because I heard your bodyguard and Jean Qian introduce themselves." Jean Qian? As Yan Luqing recalled the name from the text, he remembered only the surname of the individual who had taken Gu Si away. It dawned on him that Jean Qian was undoubtedly the full name of that debauched scion. "Are you feeling unwell in any way?" he inquired. "Yes." "Where?" "Everywhere." Gu Si delicately rotated her slender wrist, her frowning expression still enchanting. "I believe I may have been administered some drug." Like a bucket of cold water dousing his head, Yan Luqing suddenly recalled the scenes replaying in his mind. A thunderous realization striking him. He felt an overwhelming guilt. "Of course, you were drugged. That was the directive given by my body." The young master of the Jean family was truly spoiled, engaging in every form of misconduct. After a moment's contemplation, Yan Luqing deftly shifted the blame for the drugging onto Jean Qian, then pivoted the conversation with earnest concern for Gu Si. "I shall summon a doctor immediately to conduct an examination. She is a professional, and you need not worry. All will be well." Not only did he extricate himself from the situation, but he also emerged as a remarkably trustworthy friend. Upon hearing Yan Luqing's heartfelt assurances, Gu Xi seemed to pause for a moment before smiling and expressing her gratitude. All right, thank you. Yan Luqing smiled in return. In this moment, she felt as if she were suspended in the atmosphere. However, before she could revel in this sensation for long, Yan Luqing heard Gu Xi speak once more, casually inquiring. By the way, she looked up, puzzled. Gu Xi, reclining against the pristine white pillow, appeared even paler than it, remarking nonchalantly. There's something I'd like to confirm with you. Go ahead, she replied. His gaze was calm as it met hers, reassuring her that he meant no harm. It was merely a sudden thought that crossed his mind. Yan Luqing found herself momentarily taken aback. His last statement conjured a vivid scene from a book that had deeply resonated with her. He was typically reticent, yet his demeanor was gentle, having found the quirky heroine. He spoke to her with an almost tender assurance. Do not worry, I have no ulterior motives. I am merely here to guide you. And then the quirky heroine met her demise, prompting Yan Luqing, in a moment of excitement, to flood the comments section with celebratory torpedoes. How strikingly similar his tone was to that moment now. Yet here I am, an utterly innocent scapegoat, still a devoted fan. My comments were solely to denounce those scoundrels. Even sharing the same name as the quirky heroine, I bore no ill will, chastising her with fervor, and despite my frugality, I did not hesitate to spend hundreds of dollars on your behalf. Yan Luqing felt as though she could weep without tears. The original character had indeed commanded a kidnapping. But the order was to administer the drug first, and then restrain logically. Gu Xi should not have retained consciousness. He vaguely recalled something, but it was uncertain. Regardless, this matter could not be acknowledged. Yan Luqing shifted to a more relaxed tone, stating, My bodyguards are quite burly. Just look at their imposing stature. Perhaps they inadvertently bumped you while escorting you to the car. Gu Xi gazed at her intently for a while, his expression inscrutable. Just as Yan Luqing began to feel a creeping unease, he suddenly smiled. That must have been my misperception. I apologize. The waning sunlight crept along the windowsill, filtering through the half-drawn curtains and illuminating Gu Xi. He was undeniably slender, yet his features were strikingly perfect, with a grace that seemed untouched by his frail condition. Bathed in this beam of light, he resembled a magnificent oil painting animated with life. Yan Luqing's emotions mirrored a roller coaster. One moment she was filled with trepidation, and the next, gazing upon him, she felt an overwhelming pang of sorrow. Before encountering Gu Xi, he had merely been a beloved fictional character to her. But now he was a living, breathing individual. He could move, could speak. He had just escaped the clutches of malevolence, only to find himself plunging into another abyss. Having traversed this reality for only a few hours, the experiences were surreal and bewildering, leaving her unwell. For the first time, she perceived her embodiment of the quirky heroine as a blessing. She could save him. She had the power to alter the course of his future. Yan Luqing focused intently on his eyes, hesitantly calling his name for the first time. Gu Xi. He did not respond. Only vague outlines were discernible. Yet the uniquely youthful voice still reached his ears with each word. You will recover, trust me. Yan Luqing departed with her bodyguard. The door creaked open and shut, and the footsteps outside gradually faded away. In the vast room, only one person remained. However, it wasn't long before another group entered. Led by an unusually tall female doctor clad in a loose-fitting white coat, her hair cropped remarkably short. Behind her trailed a few nurses, swiftly maneuvering equipment into place within the room. The doctor approached the bedside and stated succinctly, Mr. Gu, good day. Miss Yen has sent me. She mentioned that an unknown substance was injected into you, and I kindly request your cooperation for a blood test. Gu Xi remained silent, extending his hand to the nurses. With his head slightly bowed, no one noticed the faint arc of derision that curled at the corner of his lips. Yan Luqing had previously cursed Jin Qianan in his presence, oblivious to the fact that Gu Xi was well aware of everything Jin Qianan had administered to him. He was intimately familiar with the side effects, symptoms, durations, and the means to alleviate them to the greatest extent. Yet, the substance administered today was none of those. He also knew distinctly that he had not misremembered. He had been forcibly confined in a vehicle. Doctors and nurses moved about the room, well aware of the young lady's temperament, none daring to engage the strikingly handsome stranger on the bed. Gu Xi, too, was disinclined to speak. His gaze wandered aimlessly, unexpectedly recalling Yan Luqing's first words upon seeing him this time. Long time no see? The expressions on Gu Xi's face gradually faded, the warmth in his brows and eyes cooling progressively, presenting a demeanor starkly different from the weak and gentle persona he had just exhibited. He lowered his lashes and curled his pale, slender fingers slightly. Indeed, The last time they met formally, he had encountered her in a state utterly transformed, resembling a grotesque specter. She had been startled, only to realize upon closer inspection that it was not a person, but rather a machine. More accurately, it was a robot that bore little resemblance to a human. Its head was flat, its limbs metallic, and its torso akin to a computer mainframe, gliding rather than walking, reminiscent of a robotic vacuum affixed to a computer unit. This unidentifiable entity glided before Yen Luqing, and then a mechanical female voice emanated from its flat head. "Master, the bath water is ready for you." Yen Luqing, though repulsed by its appearance, acknowledged the prowess of artificial intelligence. Yet, being addressed as master felt rather awkward. She was a hands-on individual, promptly tinkering with the mainframe, discovering a coded system where the master designation appeared to be the default, never set by the original owner, and could now be amended at will. After a moment's contemplation, she changed it to Maria. She resolved to use this designation as a constant reminder to herself, to remain calm in the face of adversity, to avoid unwarranted anger, and to learn from the true Virgin Mary in her quest for redemption. Thus, for the first time in her life, Yen Luqing indulged in the services of artificial intelligence, luxuriating in an exquisite massage bathtub, her battered body finally experiencing a semblance of comfort. After her bath, she stood before the full-length mirror in the bathroom, examining the reflection of her face. Yen Luqing had never experienced love before, yet throughout her school years, she was renowned as the most prominent figure on the school's confession wall. Whenever beauty was mentioned, her name was invariably the first to spring to mind. Apart from having significantly lighter hair, the reflection in the mirror revealed that her features, eyes, nose, and lips were nearly identical to her former self. However, when brought together, they evoked a strikingly different sensation. Her face, now too slender, accentuated her large eyes. Despite their alluring shape, her irises lacked vitality. Coupled with an exceedingly pale complexion, her expressionless visage took on an ominous gloom, rendering her capable of effortlessly portraying a ghost with merely a tousle of her hair and a touch of makeup. She appeared alarmingly emaciated. Previously, Yen Luqing had been slender, her waist was narrow, and her legs long, a physique that aligned with conventional aesthetics. Yet she believed that her former figure radiated health, starkly contrasting with her current, almost pathological state, where her limbs and waist seemed fragile enough to snap like twigs, resembling a lifelike paper doll that had stepped out from a two-dimensional realm. In an oddly inappropriate moment, she recalled how early novels often described heroines as tattered rag dolls, a description that seemed unsettlingly apt for her present condition. After hastily drying her hair with a hairdryer and carelessly running her fingers through it, she cast a sideways glance downwards, only to be struck by the sight of a small tuft of hair at her feet, freshly shed, just fallen. The realization left her utterly dumbfounded. Why was she losing so much hair? What kind of wretched body had she been bestowed? Was she not meant to be in her right mind? Why did she feel as though she had been thrust into the body of a terminally ill patient? Yen Luqing gazed speechlessly at her reflection in the mirror. I have become bald, yet I have not grown stronger. That night, she hardly slept, plagued by dreams of her hair falling out in increasing quantities until naught remained, leaving her completely bald. The following morning, upon awakening, she was greeted by a mechanical female voice. Maria, good morning. Listening to the name Maria, Yen Luqing thought to herself, to hell with this world, lamenting her baldness, which was unbearable. Even the name Maria proved ineffective in alleviating her distress. Thus, her first act upon opening her eyes was to command the robot, bring me a bottle of hair growth serum. The robot, unable to comprehend her request, filtered her words and ultimately presented her with a glass of pure water, inquiring, Maria, what would you like for breakfast? Suddenly regretting her choice of code name, she felt as if she had unwittingly been transported into a Western fantasy novel. After rising and completing her morning routine, she felt dizzy, leaning back against the headboard as she struggled to sip a bowl of plain congee, taking considerable time to finally emerge from her bedroom. Outside her door stood a bodyguard clad in black, who, upon seeing her, abruptly bowed at a 90-degree angle, exclaiming, Good morning, Miss Yen. Yen Luqing replied, Speak properly. Lift your head. The bodyguard straightened, and only then did Yen Luqing recognize him as the previous youth who had loudly recounted the original owner's life story. Originally, the bodyguard who had confronted her the day before was supposed to have been dismissed, but fortunately, Yen Luqing had recalled this youth in time, preventing the situation from escalating. He was likely there to address this matter. Indeed, the youth solemnly expressed his gratitude, saying, Thank you, Miss Yen, for sparing my life. Thank you for affording me the opportunity to err. No, thank you for your forgiveness. Thus, The two foolish individuals must have secured their positions solely due to their formidable strength. Yan Luqing could no longer tolerate this and gently interrupted. Perhaps you should consult your mouth before speaking? The brash youth, his dark complexion flushed with embarrassment, finally fell silent and turned to leave. Dahe, noticing the young bodyguard's crimson face, paused for a moment before pulling him aside. What did you say to Miss Yan? Did you provoke her? The brash youth replied, no. In fact, I find Miss Yan is not as fearsome as rumored. She is genuinely quite pleasant. Dahe, with a grave tone yet resolute, countered. She is merely putting on a fade. Unbeknownst to Yan Luqing, her bodyguard had misrepresented her. She sat in the living room, cradling a cup of health tea brewed with goji berries, red dates, and chrysanthemums, struggling to sip it slowly. Before her transmigration, the 18-year-old Yan Luqing had been a paragon of health consciousness among her peers. However, her robust constitution allowed her to adhere to the philosophy of though I indulge in drinking, late nights, and gaming, I am still a good girl. Now, having transmigrated into the body of a frail individual with potential baldness and mental illness, she realized it was time to take her health seriously. Despite possessing the frail body of a terminally ill patient and grappling with mental health issues, she aspired to maintain her health. Yan Luqing was currently beset by questions. Since her arrival, where had the original owner gone? What would occur if she deviated from the original narrative? Unlike others who transmigrated with golden fingers or systems, did she truly possess nothing? As she pondered, she continued sipping her health tea. Midway through, the sound of a lock clicking open from the bathroom startled her, and she turned her gaze. The figure emerging was one she could never have anticipated. He moved slowly, as the lavishly adorned house was both expansive and filled with decor, rendering navigation quite challenging. Based on Gu Si's description from yesterday, he could only cautiously tread. Yan Luqing was filled with confusion. When she visited Gu Si's room the previous day, it was evident that it had an ensuite bathroom. Why, then, would Gu Si, who is nearly blind, choose to bathe in the common area? As she pondered this, Gu Si nearly stumbled over a low vase stand. Yan Luqing quickly called out, "Wait a moment." Gu Si halted in place. She approached him and explained, "I stopped you because there's a vase stand here that you seem to have overlooked." As she spoke, she grasped his wrist, guiding him in the direction of the obstacle. "It's right here." Gu Si's wrist was cool and slender, and Yan Luqing's own hands were remarkably thin as well. Upon making contact, she suddenly felt a profound sense of empathy for Gu Si, so much so that she scarcely noticed the stiffness and low pressure emanating from him. After a brief pause, she heard him say, I found it." The corridor was extraordinarily lengthy, and upon reaching the door, Yan Luqing could not restrain her curiosity. "Gu Si, why don't you use the ensuite bathroom for your bath? With such a large house and numerous servants, surely the facilities are not faulty?" Upon hearing this, Gu Si turned to face her. His strikingly dark and beautiful eyes met hers, and for a fleeting moment, she felt as if his gaze had locked onto her, piercing her with substance, only to dissipate in the next instant. "There is," he replied. His voice remained calm, tinged with a hint of morning hoarseness, carrying an indescribable nuance. He turned slightly and asked, "Would you mind stepping in for a moment?" Thus, Yan Luqing, cradling a cup of herbal tea, entered the room for the second time. Following Gu Si, she observed as he pushed open the bathroom door within. He leisurely turned on the faucet, only to be met with a disappointing lack of water. He then switched on the shower, but again no water flowed. After completing these actions, Gu Si leaned against the sink, silently gazing in Yan Luqing's direction, his demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. This particular countenance often gave the impression that he possessed profound knowledge of all matters. "How unfortunate," Yan Luqing remarked, clicking her tongue. "Please step outside for a moment. I will find someone to assist you." Gu Si smiled faintly in response. "All right, thank you. Why is there no water?" "You should have someone take a look," she added, displaying a considerate instinct as she lamented Gu Si's inconvenience, acknowledging that his mobility was already limited, and this predicament was quite vexing. However, Dahe's expression appeared somewhat constipated. "Miss Yan, are you performing for Mr. Gu or for me?" His tone was urgent. "If you do not communicate with me beforehand, I am at a loss regarding your intentions." Dahe regarded her as if she were a fool. Moments later, he made a phone call. "Dr. Chu, Miss Yan may genuinely be experiencing a split personality or some other symptoms. I find it quite severe. Could you please examine her again?" Yan Luqing. She suddenly grasped something. The original owner's memories did not surface spontaneously. They required conscious effort to be recalled. Given the current confusion, Yan Luqing began to search her mind, much like she had the previous day. Indeed, She uncovered the memory of the original owner instructing Dahe to sabotage the bathroom in Gu Si's room. The fool was, in fact, myself. How infuriating, Yan Luqing thought. A profound doubt loomed in her mind. Was she here to inhabit a story, or was she merely a scapegoat? The burden she bore could surely open a restaurant. Just then, as if to amplify the awkwardness of the moment, Gu Si's voice echoed from outside, his tone seemingly filled with concern. Is the toilet very difficult to repair? Yan Luqing. There was nothing inherently wrong with the statement, yet in this context, it took on a sarcastic tone. But this was Gu Si who, at present, had not been pushed into a dark transformation. How could such a kind-hearted individual ever speak with sarcasm? Never mind. Once Dahe concluded his call, Yan Luqing made a gesture of zipping her mouth and then turned to open the bathroom door. Gu Si was seated on the edge of the bed. More accurately, he was reclining against the plush headboard, appearing exceedingly comfortable and relaxed. Yan Luqing forced a smile. The toilet is not difficult to repair. The sudden door closure was due to an urgent call I received. Oh, Gu Si nodded in agreement. Yan Luqing exchanged a knowing glance with Dahe as she began to move toward the door, saying, well, I shall take my leave. Yet before she could finish, Gu Si interrupted her, sitting up slowly and asking an utterly unrelated question. Will you be attending today, Yan Luqing? Yan Luqing suddenly halted her steps. I am attending. Attending what? Before Gu Si could respond, Dahe cleared his throat and reminded her, Miss Yan, young Master Jin's birthday banquet is being held this afternoon. Your mother has arranged for your stylist to arrive shortly. Young Master Jin, referring to Jin Qian's birthday celebration? Perhaps due to its detachment from the main narrative, this was an uncharted plot point that had not been addressed in the original text. However, Yan Luqing's initial curiosity was not about that. She stepped closer to Gu Si, intrigued. Why are you interested in Jin Qian's birthday banquet? Yan Luqing grew even more curious. Is that event truly significant? A mobile phone. Oh, this device is indeed the lifeblood of contemporary humanity. It holds immense importance. Just as Yan Luqing was about to acquiesce, a peculiar thought suddenly crossed her mind. She opened her mouth, Gu Si. Yes. A surge of excitement welled up within Yan Luqing at her proposal. Would you like to accompany me? This was a plot twist not explored in the original narrative. The original character had likely attended, as Jin Qian had previously shown her favor by transferring Gu Si into her care, and with only 2 days until Jin Qian's birthday, it would be unreasonable for her not to attend. At that moment in the story, Gu Si must have been confined within that villa. Having borne so much blame under the guise of the original character, she felt it was only right to exploit that identity to its fullest. Why should that insufferable person revel in a grand birthday celebration while Gu Si endured such torment? Yan Luqing was determined to take Gu Si along. She was intent on creating discomfort for him, on ensuring that his birthday was far from enjoyable. After posing that question, Yan Luqing witnessed the most pronounced expression of surprise ever to grace Gu Si's face since her arrival in this world. Though it was fleeting, it was unmistakably a moment of astonishment. Gu Si had always maintained an air of calm composure, as if orchestrating events from behind the scenes. Although she could not fathom why, witnessing such a person display surprise due to her actions was rather gratifying. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Si had merely grown somewhat bored. The physical discomfort he felt mattered little to him. He was far more intrigued to observe how this woman, whom he regarded as mentally unstable, would act so differently this time, and what her true intentions were. He was eager to discover how long she could maintain her facade. Thus, he began to probe. He speculated various outcomes, yet he never anticipated the current scenario, that he and this woman would find themselves together in the makeup room, preparing to attend Jin Qian's birthday banquet. What are you laughing at? As Yan Luqing completed her eye makeup and opened her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Gu Si's smiling face reflected in the mirror, his eyelashes lowered and his lips curved upward, as if he had encountered something amusing. Gu Si lifted his gaze, his dark eyes seemingly piercing through her. I am laughing because, indeed, different species are incapable of mutual understanding. Indeed, for instance, Yan Luqing could not comprehend his statement. However, her attention was soon captivated by another sensation. Hey, let us communicate properly. Do not tug at my hair. Yan Luqing promptly halted the stylist's hand as it reached for her hair. The stylist was a tall, slender man with blonde hair, dressed simply yet elegantly. At this moment, he appeared to be startled by Yan Luqing's actions, stammering, Miss Yan, this hairstyle is merely a simple updo. It will be ready in no time. Yan Luqing, fiercely protective of her hair, politely declined, saying no, just a few curls will suffice. My hair is thinning and cannot withstand much more styling. The stylist, taken aback by this rationale, hesitated for a moment before acquiescing. Once the hair was styled, what was initially thought to be a mere formality led to an astonishing transformation that left Yen Luqing in awe. The reflection she had previously criticized in the mirror now appeared tenfold more agreeable. The dark circles under her eyes had vanished, and her pallid complexion, under the enhancement of makeup, no longer bore an oddity. Her features were exquisitely beautiful, her hair slightly curled and voluminous, lending her a pleasing fullness at the crown and a delightful abundance of locks. It was as if she were gazing upon a past version of herself. Gu Xi had changed into his outfit even earlier than Yen Luqing, and the mere presence of his face left the stylist's assistant at a loss for how to proceed. The assistant, a young girl, blushed as she glanced left and right, eventually approaching the stylist in a hushed tone. "I don't think this gentleman requires any styling." Given that men's styling options are inherently fewer than those for women, Gu Xi merely changed his clothes and then sat down on a nearby chair to rest his eyes. While Yen Luqing followed the young assistant to the dressing room to adjust her gown, only the stylist, Dehe, and Gu Xi remained in the makeup room. Styling such a renowned figure as Yen Luqing was akin to completing a marathon. After finishing the entire process, the stylist was exhausted, beads of sweat dotting his brow. He was relatively familiar with Dehe and discreetly inquired, "What has prompted such a change in Miss Yan's demeanor recently? She was not like this the last time I saw her. Has she recovered her wits?" Dehe, standing by the door, unaware that Gu Xi was merely feigning rest, replied directly, "No, she has fallen ill again, and this time it is quite serious." After considering Yen Luqing's past, he added, however, "It remains uncertain whether she is truly unwell or merely pretending." Gu Xi sighed, "That is rather unfortunate." The stylist lamented, "I actually find her illness endearing compared to before." Finally, Gu Xi opened his eyes and slowly rose from the chair. He casually adjusted his attire, standing tall and upright like a slender bamboo. Both Dehe and the stylist were taken aback. As Gu Xi passed by them, he offered a slight nod, conveying to Yen Luqing, "I will wait in the car." Dehe paused. "Why?" Gu Xi replied, "To avoid contamination." At 11 o'clock in the morning, Yen Luqing encountered a minor issue with her outfit, having lost weight again. Her waist needed to be altered, causing a slight delay. Upon emerging from the dressing room, she found Dehe waiting at the door. "Miss Yen, we are ready to depart. What about Gu Xi? He is already in the car." As they exited the villa, Yen Luqing felt it inappropriate to keep calling Dehe by his assigned number and deemed it quite impolite to nickname him in her mind. Thus, she inquired, "By the way, what is your name?" Dehe swiftly adapted to her amnesiac condition, responding, "Miss Yen, we are all identified by numbers. Until yesterday, you referred to us by those designations. And what is your number?" 007. You don't seem to quite fit that designation." Yen Luqing hesitated, struggling to articulate the agent's code, ultimately deciding to designate him as Big Black from that day forward. Although Big Black found the name peculiar, upon reflection, it was not particularly strange. He inquired, "How many people do you intend to bring along?" "Just two. You and Little Black," Yen Luqing replied, gesturing towards him and then towards the dim-witted youth at the door, who seemed to possess little more than a mouth. "This is the name I have just assigned him. Be sure to inform him later, so you both can get accustomed to it." Big Black was calm and astute, while Little Black was brash and foolish. She truly had a talent for naming. Yen Luqing continued to outline her prearranged plan. "This time, we shall proceed as I discussed with you this morning. Even if Jean Qianan discovers my involvement, he will have no choice but to swallow it. You will provide behavioral guidance, and Little Black will give movement instructions. Our objective is to incapacitate one of his legs, so make sure to clarify this with Little Black." "Understood." As Yen Luqing observed the robust, dark-skinned youth sprinting toward her, she could no longer suppress her curiosity. "By the way, is Little Black here because he is exceptionally skilled in combat?" Big Black nodded. "After all, you have witnessed his intelligence." Once they boarded the car, which was a stretch model, Yen Luqing and Gu Xi sat facing each other. Gu Xi wore a plain black suit, devoid of any patterns, yet its simple tailoring elevated his attractiveness to another level. In the quiet interior of the vehicle, the one with the least intelligence was the first to speak. Little Black, unable to contain his questions, and having never faced punishment for his previous indiscretions, asked, "Miss Yen, why does Mr. Gu also wear sunglasses like us?" Indeed, Gu Xi sported a pair of sunglasses, a decision made in agreement with Yen Luqing. Given that Gu Xi had been out of the public eye for 2 months, his sudden blindness would be challenging to explain. In gatherings like birthday parties, affluent heirs often don sunglasses to project an air of superiority. Furthermore, if anyone inquired, Yan Luqing could easily explain that he had suffered an eye injury while skiing. Upon hearing this explanation, Little Black grasped the reasoning. However, noticing that Gu Si's attire mirrored his and Big Black's, a complete ensemble of black suits and now identical sunglasses, he could not help but ask, what if Mr. Gu is mistaken for a bodyguard due to our similar appearances? Yan Luqing answered matter-of-factly, you need not worry about that. He clearly looks like a young master. Little Black retorted, that is not very intimidating, yet quite insulting. The villa was situated in the suburbs, requiring a journey of at least 40 to 50 minutes. Yan Luqing scanned the car's interior and noticed the television. After obtaining Gu Si's consent, she, lacking experience in the ways of the wealthy, directed Big Black to turn it on. Initially, Yan Luqing merely sought to alleviate the awkwardness of the ride. But she was taken aback when the drama playing turned out to be utterly captivating. The leading female character was reborn, while the second female character, also reborn, was infatuated with the male lead who was not. This resulted in a scenario where two women, both aware of the entire plot and enamored with the same man, engaged in mutual sabotage. Currently, the malicious second female character had the upper hand, being both a schemer and a saintly fade, leaving the protagonist utterly outmatched. In her rebirth, the malevolent female supporting character manages to bewilder the male protagonist, yet her affections are not genuine. Rather, she seeks to cling to the powerful after suffering a tragic demise in her previous life. The narrative unfolds with palpable tension, as the virtuous maiden is left in sorrow while the wicked woman revels in her triumph. During an interlude filled with advertisements, Yan Luqing expresses her surprise at the intriguing nature of this reincarnation drama. Xiao He cannot help but voice his disdain. This woman is truly wicked. Having suffered so painfully in her past life, she now pretends to be virtuous, and the male lead is completely ensnared by her manipulations. Yan Luqing retorts, isn't that quite evident? Soon, Dehe joins the conversation, and Yan Luqing feels their discussion lacks depth, prompting her to initiate a topic with Gu Si. Gu Si, have you watched this drama before? Gu Si replies, I have. Yan Luqing's eyes light up. What do you think of it? Gu Si gazes in her direction, his eyes deep yet soft, remarking, I believe the performance of this reincarnated female antagonist, who met a gruesome end, is quite commendable. Yan Luqing claps her thigh in agreement, exclaiming, haha, I think so too. At the entrance of the lavishly adorned hotel for Jean Qian'an's birthday banquet, the ostentatious golden characters of his name greet guests, exuding an eccentric charm that might mislead one to think it is a wedding ceremony where the bride's name has been hastily erased. This marks the first occasion for Yan Luqing to step beyond the villa's threshold and inhale the fresh air outside. She clutches the fabric of Gu Si's sleeve, anxious about him straying, yet to the casual observer, they appear as an ordinary couple, among the sea of unfamiliar faces. Yan Luqing inexplicably feels a shared sense of animosity and empathy with Gu Si. This gathering, hosted by the affluent elite, starkly contrasts with the sophisticated soirees of high society. Despite the attendees' glamorous appearances, the atmosphere is quite boisterous. It is easy to blend into the background. One merely needs to skirt the outer circle where the crowd is thinner, avoiding the central gaming hub. However, the perimeter is fraught with challenges, as cleaning staff and servers replenishing food abound, requiring Yan Luqing to deftly guide Gu Si to prevent collisions. Suddenly, Dehe remarks from behind, the girl to your right seems poised to greet you. Yan Luqing had anticipated this, recognizing that her prestigious lineage would entail such pleasantries. She inquires of Dehe, does this person know I have a mental illness? Her question renders the three surrounding individuals momentarily speechless, the air thick with tension. Yan Luqing urges quickly, does she know or not? Dehe responds, most people are likely aware of it, but rest assured, they would never dare to address it directly. Yan Luqing waves her hand dismissively, I am not concerned about that. If they all know, it simplifies matters. None understood her cryptic statement until the girl approached, flashing a forced smile as she greeted Yan Luqing. Ching, it's been ages since I've seen you at such gatherings. Jin Xiao truly commands a significant presence. Indeed, it has been a while. Yan Luqing's smile exudes more sincerity than hers. It's primarily because my condition has been relatively stable of late. The impact of a statement made by someone with a mental illness can be quite profound. The girl's smile first froze, and within mere seconds, it transformed into a visage of anguish, prompting her to hurriedly seek an excuse to depart. Xiaohong stifled a laugh, unable to contain himself, emitting sounds akin to a muffled giggle from behind. Soon after, Dahong began to announce, "There's someone you know over there, a girl in a white dress." With Yellow, another young lady, caught off guard by her words, foolishly inquired, How does one stabilize your condition? Yan Luqing pondered for a moment before responding. Perhaps by consistently exhibiting erratic behavior? In any case, each dialogue was confined to no more than 30 seconds, hastily concluded amidst the backdrop of someone as stifled laughter. Predictably, these fleeting moments of anguish would soon spread, and Jin Xian would soon learn of her presence. This was indeed an ingenious method, requiring neither the burden of formalities to enter the inner circle nor the effort of crafting polite exchanges. Yan Luqing, adorned with numerous embellishments, stood alongside 3 men for 10 minutes, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the celebrant, Jin Xiao. With his golden hair and a casual swagger, multiple piercings adorning his ears, he presented a rather unconventional appearance, exuding an air of debauchery. Internally, Yan Luqing had already expressed her disdain for him countless times. Yet she maintained an outward demeanor of composure. The guest of honor has arrived? Jin Xian's expression stiffened. Moments earlier, he had overheard several younger women mention a madwoman arriving, and he thought to himself that it was improbable she had just departed from his side. However, the tone of the conversation now suggested an ominous turn of events.
How could that be?
Miss Yan has arrived. I must certainly go out to greet her. As Jin Xian prepared to engage in further pleasantries, his gaze shifted to the man beside her. His eyebrows shot up in surprise. Gu Xi? He quickly turned his attention back to Yan Luqing, questioning her decision to bring him along. If not for him, why would I attend your birthday banquet? Yan Luqing restrained the urge to roll her eyes. Jin Xian was taken aback. What? Frustrated by his appearance, Yan Luqing crossed her arms and asserted, Do you have anything you owe that remains unpaid? Decide now. Either summon someone to bring it, or deliver it personally. Yan Luqing was uncertain how the original owner of her body had interacted with Jin Xian, but she felt confident in maintaining an air of authority, regarding him with a stoic expression. Anyone would feel uncomfortable under the gaze of someone deemed mentally unstable. Throughout that exchange, or rather, since she had entered the venue, Yan Luqing had felt akin to an actor upon a stage. Not because she was aware of her performance, but because a scrutinizing gaze had persistently rested upon her, as if observing her closely. Who could it be? Might it be Gu Xi? Yan Luqing dismissed her wandering thoughts and the pretense of acting, focusing instead on Jin Xian's retreating figure. She touched her face, pondering, Is my makeup really that frightening today? I haven't even made a specific expression. Xiaohong, speaking candidly from behind, remarked, It must be your reputation that is intimidating. Before I arrived, my friends advised me against coming, claiming that working for you is akin to risking one's life. He quickly amended, but I've clearly managed to survive a day and a half. Yan Luqing, you might as well not have changed. A few moments after standing, someone claiming to represent young Master Jin arrived to deliver something. Yan Luqing signaled Dahe to accept the items, fully aware that every action of hers would reach Jin Xian's ears. She then assumed an aloof demeanor, crossing her arms and articulating distinctly, Tisich, lacking sincerity. The errand runner departed, and Dahe handed the items to Gu Xi. Yan Luqing leaned in closer, pulling Gu Xi to the nearest table and urging him, Aren't you going to open it and take a look? At that moment, Dahe suddenly grabbed Xiaohe, lowering his voice to say, Let me go over the process we discussed this morning once more. They moved to a spot 10 meters away from Gu Xi and Yan Luqing. Gu Xi then remarked, Thank you for the phone. His words came out rather stiffly. Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback, lifting her gaze to observe Gu Xi's profile, half obscured by sunglasses, revealing only his sharply defined chin and elegant jawline. It became apparent that when his eyes were completely covered, his silhouette transformed into a striking beauty, emanating an air of aloofness that rendered him seemingly unapproachable. After a brief silence, Yan Luqing softly murmured, Your thank you feels rather insincere. Gu Xi heard her, abruptly turning his head towards her, removing his sunglasses to reveal the entirety of his upper face. His eyelashes, resembling raven feathers, hung low as he gazed in her direction, uttering, Thank you. At the moment he tilted his head while taking off the sunglasses, a fleeting glimmer seemed to traverse his eyes. Yan Luqing felt his demeanor vividly, embodying cold cruelty. As if entirely oblivious to her emotional shifts, Gu Xi, now donning his sunglasses again, resumed his probing interrogation. You received it, so, what are you still doing here? Yan Luqing inhaled deeply, exhaling slowly, waiting. Everyone was aware that young Master Jin must cut the cake precisely at the hour of his birth every year, without a second to spare. Even in broad daylight, there had to be a ceremony of lighting candles in darkness and singing the birthday song, which must be completed in its entirety. This year was no exception. As the lights dimmed and the candles flickered to life, the crowd closed their eyes to sing. Suddenly, A loud explosion erupted from beneath the small table holding the cake, startling everyone into a frenzy. Amidst the chaos, someone inadvertently pushed the table towards the birthday boy, resulting in an enormous cake landing squarely on young Master Jean, covering him from head to toe, candles included. Moreover, in his furious attempt to descend the stage and seek the culprit, he collided with someone. The slippery cream on the floor caused him to fall, resulting in a broken leg, his screams echoing for 3 days. Fortunately, a kind-hearted individual promptly called for an ambulance, as if anticipating someone would suffer a broken leg. Nearby, a compassionate onlooker silently observed the disaster, now covered in white cream, being lifted onto a stretcher, giving a thumbs up to the young man beside him. Xiaohe is impressive. Yan Luqing poked Gu Xi, her excitement still palpable. Hey, do you know what just happened? Even if you didn't see it, it's fine, I'll tell you. On his birthday, young Master Jean. Gu Xi seemed to have an inkling, responding in kind. Thus, we have arrived at this moment. A pause lingering in the air as he seemed at a loss for words to aptly describe this action. Finally, he settled upon a rather juvenile yet precise expression. Avenge me. In truth, Yan Luqing had contemplated this matter for quite some time. As a reader of the original text, she had witnessed Jean Qianan's ashes being disparaged in the comments section countless times, and naturally, the original protagonist had faced even greater scorn. Now that she had traversed into this realm, it was only fitting for her to teach a lesson to the character she had admired for so long. Upon hearing Gu Xi's words, Yan Luqing instantly felt a wave of discontent. This was not merely vengeance on your behalf, it was the release of pent-up frustration. Whose frustration? You ask?
Mine.
Gu Xi paused for a considerable moment, amidst an uproar that rivaled a bustling marketplace, suddenly struck by a sense of absurdity that nearly provoked laughter. What grievance do you bear? Who allowed him to bully you? The girl spoke with a feigned ferocity, declaring that he deserved to be punished for his actions. The birthday banquet venue lay in disarray, and eventually, the hotel security began to restore order, ushering guests out one by one. Unless something more scandalous transpired, this birthday celebration would inevitably become the subject of amusement for the next 6 months. Before departing, Yan Luqing made a brief visit to the restroom. The hotel's facilities, situated in the rear garden, were surprisingly creative, enabling one to enjoy the scenery after attending to nature's call. In the blink of an eye, she felt a sudden dizziness as her forehead collided with a hard object, producing a dull thud, followed by the warm trickle of liquid cascading down from the impact. Who the hell is this? Yan Luqing found herself at a disadvantage, her fragile doll-like form rendered nearly immobile. A woman's voice suddenly rang out from behind her. Cousin, Gu Xi is with you, right? Cousin?
Gucci?
Yan Luqing's mind raced. The original protagonist's cousin, Gu Xi, was the character Jean Qianan was infatuated with. If memory served her correctly, this character was named Yuxi, Yan Luqing's distant cousin, who was adored by Jean Qianan, while she harbored unrequited feelings for Gu Xi. In the original narrative, Yuxi embodied the archetypal innocent flower, perhaps even a touch naïve in her daily life, which should have rendered her less popular. However, as the character most vocally critical of Yan Luqing and genuinely enamored with Gu Xi, she had garnered a significant following among readers. Ironically, Yan Luqing had once expressed admiration for Yuxi's disparagement of her, only to find herself now in the position of the one being plotted against. Were it not for the blood streaming from her wound and the inability to voice her thoughts, she would have shouted, "I am your ally, for heaven's sake. Yan Luqing, when would you comprehend that you are the true lunatic?" Thus commenced the tirade, starting with the assertion that she was indeed a lunatic, proceeding to the notion that she had no right to harbor feelings for him, and culminating in a heartfelt plea for her to depart this world. This trifecta constituted the essential elements of Yuxi's vitriol directed at Yan Luqing, whom she likely knew better than Yuxi herself. One thing Yan Luqing recognized with clarity was that she would not internalize this evident animosity toward the original protagonist. Yet, without hesitation, she struck back. For the pain of her injury was hers alone to bear. Yuxi, being a girl, found her strength waning as her insults became less impactful. Distracted by the very act of hurling them, Yan Lu cleared her throat and resolutely articulated a complete sentence. Yes, Gu Xi is currently at my house. I have made it abundantly clear that we are now under the same roof. What can you possibly do about it? Yuxi abruptly halted all her movements. And in that fleeting moment, Yan Lu seized the opportunity, catching her off guard to viciously tug at her hair from the roots. After Yan Lu had been absent for over 10 minutes, Gu Xi suddenly addressed Dahe and Xiaohe. You may go check the back garden now. Dahe, perplexed, inquired, why? The two insisted on accompanying Gu Xi, fearing she might miss something if left alone. Thus, upon their arrival at the back garden, Dahe and Xiaohe witnessed the shocking scene of Miss Yen, bloodied, pulling at her cousin's hair. The spectacle was indeed staggering. Although Yanlu's blood did not flow continuously and she experienced a slight dizziness, it did not hinder her ability to walk. Once they reached the car, Dahe administered a rudimentary treatment to the blood on Yanlu's face from his medical kit, all the while reflecting, "You haven't seen your cousin in ages. And each time you meet, you can't win or scold her. Perhaps it would be best to." Yanlu interjected emphatically, "No, this time I emerged victorious." Xiaohe, lacking in perceptiveness, murmured from the side, "But you bled and she didn't. Clearly, she won." At this juncture, the previously silent Gu Ci spoke up. "What did your young lady do?" Xiaohe replied, "She has pulled Yuxi's hair out from the roots." Yanlu chuckled. "You wouldn't comprehend even if I explained. You men will never understand the pain of losing even a small handful of hair from the scalp for a girl." This birthday celebration was initially meant to be a perfect journey, fulfilling Yanlu's dream of becoming a reader. However, this unfortunate encounter resulted in an unexpected calamity. Although it was not a severe injury, the doctor advised that she must remain in bed for a few days. Upon receiving a sleek, latest model black smartphone, Yanlu experienced an inexplicable jolt of electricity, startling her momentarily. Yet, upon realizing that her fingers felt no shock, she quickly calmed down. Once powered on, her foremost desire was to check WeChat. However, a glance revealed the absence of the familiar green icon. The phone's screen bore only a limited number of applications, spanning just 2 pages. Yanlu scrutinized each app, ultimately fixating on the first icon of the third row, a vivid red one. "Goodness!" Yanlu exclaimed, unable to suppress her curse. "Xiaohe, why is my WeChat icon like this?" Dahe had been summoned back to the Yan family home for some matters, leaving Xiaohe, who was slightly more familiar with Yanlu, to keep watch. Xiaohe hastily approached her bedside, eyes wide with curiosity. "What's wrong?" Yanlu, momentarily taken aback, abruptly raised her head. "Can't you see that my icon is red? Has the WeChat icon in this world been changed to red?" Just as this hypothesis formed in her mind, Xiaohe, frowning, dialed a number.
Hello, docteur. Que?
"We were instructed to closely monitor Miss Yen, and today we discovered she has developed a new symptom, color blindness." Yanlu muttered. "I can't believe." She pinched her nose bridge, while the incessant chatter of Xiaohe continued in the background. With a steely resolve, Luqing opened the glaringly red WeChat notification that was almost blinding. To her astonishment, the interface appeared entirely normal, identical to the WeChat she was accustomed to. Could it be that she had truly become red-green colorblind? As she scrolled through the conversation list, she came across the names of 2 acquaintances, Jin Qianan and Yuxi. She first clicked into the chat with Jin Qianan, only to find that all previous messages had been deleted, leaving the conversation utterly blank. The profile picture of this person, it displayed a remarkably lifelike dynamic effect, complete with bubbling blue orbs. Surely, she wasn't hallucinating? Luqing recited the core socialist values in her mind 10 times, followed by a silent affirmation of belief in science. Finally, with a tentative touch, she tapped one of the bubbles. Suddenly, a large blue box popped up on the screen, containing a framed line of text. "Why is Yuxi asking about Gu Ci again? What does that pretty boy have that I don't? Damn it." Luqing nearly rolled her eyes in disbelief. He was so ordinary, yet so confidently brash. Was this truly a reflection of Jin Qianan's inner thoughts? In real time? She boldly typed a message to him. "Is your leg better?" Then she waited. After approximately 30 seconds, the message status surprisingly indicated read. Luqing thought to herself, wasn't this a feature that had long been abandoned? Once the message was marked as read, a flurry of vivid red bubbles began to emerge on his end. As if eager and impatient, she tapped twice more, and the screen displayed 2 bright red boxes. "Damn, is this crazy woman really a lunatic? Your leg is definitely your doing, isn't it? Damn you." Wow, this was indeed real time. This meant she could discern what the other person was thinking without sending a message? Incredible. Luqing felt exhilarated, her only regret being that she hadn't acquired the phone sooner. But what did the colors of these bubbles signify? She exited the conversation with Jin Qianan and entered Yuxi's chat. Much like her previous conversation, this one was also entirely blank. After a brief wait, she noticed that Yuxi's profile picture was adorned with 2 colors of bubbles, blue and pink, intertwining beautifully. Luqing eagerly tapped 3 times on the pink bubbles, revealing 3 pink boxes. "I want to see Gu Ci. I want to see Gu Ci. I want to see Gu Ci." She then tapped 3 times on the blue bubbles, which displayed 3 blue boxes. Yen Luqing, go die.
Yan Luqing, go die. Yan Luqing, go die.
Yen Luqing chuckled to herself, marveling at the authenticity of it all. The more she observed, the more her excitement grew. With no other familiar names in her contact list, she beckoned to Xiaohei, who stood by the window. Xiaohei, come here. Xiaohei approached with a few strides. Miss Yen. Yen Luqing presented her QR code, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Come, add me on WeChat. Xiaohei widened his eyes in disbelief. No, that's not possible. My contract states that since I am not yet a personal bodyguard, I cannot have any private contact with Miss Yen. I am unworthy.
What a peculiar contract.
Yen Luqing waved her hand dismissively. You are of noble stature. If I say you are worthy, then you are. Hurry, skim my code. After adding the despondent Xiaohei, she noticed that his profile displayed a plethora of emoticons, divided into shades of gray and blue. She first tapped on the gray ones 3 times. Miss Yen has lost her mind. Miss Yen has lost her mind. Miss Yen has lost her mind. Then, she pressed the blue ones 3 times. Please release my salary. I cannot hold on any longer. Please release my salary. I cannot hold on any longer. Please release my salary. I cannot hold on any longer. Quite unsurprisingly, in the following hour, Yen Luqing conducted numerous experiments with Xiaohei. She uttered various provoking remarks and discovered that each bubble color represented a different emotion. Presently, the most frequent colors on Xiaohei were blue and gray. Whenever she spoke nervously, his expression turned to one of terror, eliciting gray bubbles that read, How severe is Miss Yan's illness? Is Miss Yan a cannibal? Does she seem intent on devouring me? The blue bubbles emerged later, revealing his inner monologue. I probably want to live much longer. I wish to see my mother one last time, and so forth. Analyzing the context, gray signified fear. Blue conveyed sorrow, while the bright red from Jin Qianan likely indicated anger. But what did Yuxi's pink signify? Yen Luqing couldn't quite decipher it yet. Searching through her WeChat contacts, she found no trace of Gu Ci, none at all. Frantically, she scoured her list, but he was nowhere to be found. She had to locate Gu Ci. She needed to add him as a friend. She yearned to see his bubbles. Immediately. Thus, she leapt from her bed. And in the midst of Xiaohei's alarmed stare, she said, I have something to attend to. You can do as you please. Remembering his pitiful inner turmoil, she hinted, If you miss home, you can always video call your family. Then Yen Luqing caught sight of his bubbles again. Gray indicating fear. Is she asking me to prepare for my last rites? Blue indicating sadness. Is she finally going to dispose of me? Yen Luqing thought. This child has a limited capacity for thought, yet his imagination runs wild. As she dashed downstairs, she lamented not having checked her phone sooner. Such a vital tool for her plans was only now within her grasp. Since inhabiting this body, this was undoubtedly her swiftest moment, for she was eager to uncover Gu Ci's thoughts. No longer would she need to guess the mind of a powerful figure. After being transported into this narrative, she realized that being a eunuch in ancient times was no small feat. Constantly deciphering the thoughts of others was truly not a task for the faint-hearted. Arriving at Gu Ci's door, she knocked 3 times. A voice from within called, Come in. Yen Luqing pushed the door open, intending to get straight to the point, only to find Gu Ci reclining on the bed, one hand playing with his phone while the other was connected to N4.
Yan Luqing approached Gu Ci's bedside.
What brings you here for an intravenous drip this time? She inquired. Because I am unable to eat, he replied. Yen Luqing had previously observed that he could rise from bed, bathe, and accompany her to social gatherings, leading her to believe he was nearly recovered and merely needed some time for recuperation. Since she had traversed into the original owner's body, she assumed that the injuries inflicted upon him would no longer persist, and thus Gu Ci should be fine. However, during these past few days of her transmigration, she had become acutely aware of her own frail condition. The body she possessed prior to her journey felt as light as a feather, whereas now it felt as though she were encumbered by heavy sandbags. Regardless of what she consumed, a wave of nausea would accompany it. Yet she could still eat normally. The fact that Gu Ci was in such a dire state as to require intravenous therapy was truly disconcerting. How uncomfortable must that be? Damn it. To lose a leg was still too lenient for Jin Qianan. As she mentally criticized him, Gu Ci suddenly lifted his gaze towards her, his expression reminiscent of the cold demeanor he had exhibited upon her arrival. However, a closer look revealed a gentler warmth in his eyes. You came to see me. Is there something you need? He asked. In that moment, Yen Luqing recalled her purpose, her eyes brightening with excitement. If Gu Ci could see clearly, he would notice her eyes sparkling like two glowing bulbs fixated upon him. Her approach was undeniably clever, akin to a white lotus, but given the peculiar circumstances, Yen Luqing felt inclined to reward her own cleverness with a piece titled On the Love of Lotuses. Indeed, Gu Xi paused his phone play, offering a slight smile before unlocking the screen and handing the device to her. Add yourself, he instructed. Yen Luqing cradled his phone as if it were her future. She scanned her QR code using Gu Xi's phone, successfully adding herself as a friend. His WeChat profile picture was in monochrome, with the simple moniker CI. I've added you and noted my name, she said, returning the phone to him. Her gaze remained fixed on her screen, mirroring the chat interface she had shared with Jean Qianan and Yuxi earlier. Although he had not sent any messages, his avatar lingered in the upper left corner. 1 second. 2 seconds. As she silently counted to 5, at last, Gu Xi's monochrome avatar emitted a notification. What could Gu Xi be thinking? What lay within the depths of his mind? How did he perceive her now? Did he consider her to be mentally unbalanced? All these questions would soon be answered. Yen Luqing struggled to contain her inner joy, biting her lip to steady her breath as she scrutinized the notification bubbles. They were devoid of color. The bubbles were transparent. Perhaps it signified a new emotion? She examined it closely and saw a white box emerge with a solitary period inside. Upon tapping again, still, only a lonely period appeared. Yen Luqing wondered, is my golden opportunity already malfunctioning? She switched to Jean Qianan's chat, where vibrant crimson bubbles erupted, cursing, grass mud horse, and you have no horse. If that was functioning, then what was the meaning of Gu Xi's bubbles? No matter how she poked, it remained simply a solitary period. To her astonishment, after an entire day of anticipation, she could only decipher a period from the esteemed individual. Yen Luqing's spirits plummeted from the heights of hope to the depths of despair. In that moment, she forgot whose room she was in and let out a heavy sigh. Gu Xi's voice followed. What's wrong? Yen Luqing, feeling frustrated internally, thought to herself, what else could it be? I merely wished to discern your thoughts, yet all you offered was a period? However, she articulated a different sentiment aloud. I was just wondering when you might recover. Truly, the paper figure she admired was strikingly beautiful. Yen Luqing pressed on. How are you feeling now? Is it any better than when you first arrived here? Each word was imbued with genuine concern. Yet Gu Xi suddenly chuckled. The youth's pale lips curved into a charming arc as he replied gently, how could you ask such a thing? Of course, I feel much better. And I owe it to you. That's wonderful. Yen Luqing breathed a sigh of relief, then recalled the task she had assigned to Dahe earlier that day.
Her tone lightening.
By the way, I asked Dahe to reach out to a renowned ophthalmologist from another province. He should be arriving in the next couple of days. The implication was clear. His eyesight was salvageable. From the moment Yen Luqing recognized her identity upon her arrival, her intentions had been set. She would diverge from the original's path. She would treat Gu Xi with kindness and save his life. The care he received was a significant indication that their relationship had progressed. Yen Luqing felt profoundly moved. Initially thinking her journey would yield no benefits, she unexpectedly reaped joy. Thus, she departed with a light heart. As the door clicked shut, Gu Xi gradually set his phone aside, palm facing upwards. From his forearm to his wrist, and down to his fingers, his entire arm was caught in a mild, involuntary muscle spasm, a result of pain. Gu Xi was well acquainted with this sensation. It was not his first encounter. The agony, akin to sharp blades slicing through vessels and tearing flesh, originated from the addictive hallucinogenic substance he had been injected with on the first day he arrived at the villa. Each episode's duration and location were unpredictable. Therefore, when Yen Luqing inquired about his current state compared to his arrival, Gu Xi couldn't suppress a laugh. With his gaze lowered, he emotionlessly endured the slight spasms in his hand while his mind rapidly traversed the events of the past few days that Yen Luqing had orchestrated, finding a doctor for him, taking him to a banquet, requesting his phone, and severing Jean Qianan's leg. Throughout these instances, she frequently and openly endeavored to win his favor, all following her administration of that substance. Perhaps her bodyguard was right. Yen Luqing's affliction this time was particularly fragmented, or perhaps she was merely too deeply immersed in her role. Regardless, it mattered little. If this bout of madness sought to manifest in a novel form, he too could orchestrate a fitting end for her. The doctor who treated Yen Luqing on her first day of unconsciousness was the same one who treated Gu Xi. This female physician possessed a distinct professional demeanor, appearing exceedingly trustworthy. During the dressing change, she casually inquired about Gu Xi's current condition. However, the outcome diverged significantly from what Gu Xi had indicated. The physician remarked that the duration of intravenous therapy depended on the specific recovery of his stomach. The myriad of medications administered had numerous side effects that were challenging to ascertain, necessitating a gradual process of elimination and recuperation. Subsequently, the doctor addressed his eyes, noting that they were injured and fell outside my realm of treatment. I had conducted an examination, revealing it to be recent human-inflicted damage. But I could not ascertain the precise cause or condition. It would be prudent for you to consult a specialist in this field at your earliest convenience. I was nearly transformed into a devoted fan of his plight. How could this individual endure such misfortune? Maria, who is Gu Ci? Is he a new guest in the household? Perhaps the frequency of the term Gu Ci being uttered triggered an inquiry from the nearby artificial intelligence. Yan Luqing contemplated for a moment. One could say so. He is not merely a guest, but one I wish to cherish. The robot then stated, "My system has not detected any relevant information regarding Gu Ci. Shall I assign a new codename for him?"
Certainly.
Yan Luqing, uncertain of her own sentiments, found herself pondering a nickname for Gu Ci, her mind awash with images of beautiful yet tragic fairy tale princesses, and blurted out, "Princess Ci. Sleeping Beauty Ci, Grey Gu Ci, Ocean Ci. Choose any you like." Then she opened WeChat, accessed Gu Ci's personal information, and casually modified his nickname to the Escaped Princess. This title struck her as particularly pleasing. Yan Luqing was also dissatisfied with her WeChat name. One might mistakenly assume it to be an abbreviation from the entertainment industry. After some thought, she altered it to something complimentary to Gu Ci, the Escaped Saint. In the following 2 days, Yan Luqing, in an effort to test her newfound abilities, added many individuals from the villa on WeChat, creating an atmosphere of unease among the residents. By observing a sufficient number of instances, aside from blue, gray, and red, she identified 2 additional colors, yellow and pink. Yellow represented feelings akin to joy, while pink was more intricate. Initially, Yan Luqing perceived it as affection, but later discerned that it manifested when one harbored hope regarding a particular matter. It could signify fondness or merely a simple wish. However, despite adding so many people, only 5 colors had appeared, with Gu Ci being the sole exception. He exhibited no color whatsoever, even if Yan Luqing stared from dawn until dusk. Opening the chat with Gu Ci at every opportunity, the bubble above his head remained devoid of color, and the content was perpetually unvaried, consisting solely of an unyielding full stop. Until 2 days later, the day the ophthalmologist was scheduled to arrive. The mention of family made Yan Luqing raise an eyebrow. The original inhabitant lived alone, and had it not been for De Hai's comment, she might have completely forgotten that the original owner had family. This new arrival was slimmer and more handsome than De Hai, presenting a rather refined appearance. Once De Hai departed with the newcomer, Xiao Hai approached Yan Luqing to gossip. "I've heard that this new gentleman is quite renowned." Since Xiao Hai discovered that Yan Luqing had no intention of disposing of him, he began to radiate exuberance once more. Yan Luqing inquired, "What is he famous for?" Xiao Hai replied, "They say he has an exceptionally good temper." "How is that a noteworthy attribute?" Yan Luqing, intrigued, asked, "Just how good is it?" "They say this gentleman never gets angry while playing Honor of Kings. That hardly qualifies as having a good temper." Yan Luqing felt an immediate sense of reverence for this elder brother, realizing that someone who could play Honor of Kings without losing their temper was indeed a living Buddha. As they engaged in lighthearted banter, the out-of-province ophthalmologist, whom Yan Luqing had booked at a considerable expense, finally arrived at the villa. A group of individuals entered, led by a doctor clad in a white coat, who approached Yan Luqing first. He was a kindly-looking middle-aged man with a receding hairline, squinting slightly as he inquired, "Miss Yan, I presume? My surname is Liu. You may call me Dr. Liu." He examined Yan Luqing for a moment, noting that her most striking feature was her eyes, clear, luminous, and imbued with a spirited glimmer. "Your eyes appear remarkably healthy. What seems to be the issue?" Yan Luqing quickly waved her hands, saying, "Dr. Liu, it is my friend who requires treatment. Allow me to lead you to him." With that, she guided him and his assistant to the door of Gu Ci's room. The prospect of treating Gu Ci's eyes had been on Yan Luqing's mind since her days of studying, and her anticipation had mounted to the point where she forgot to knock. She pushed open the door, and the first sight that greeted her was a bare back. Gu Ci stood at the edge of the bed, his clothing only half changed, hanging just above his elegantly shaped shoulder blades, glistening in the morning light, revealing a slender, youthful physique. Since Yan Luqing was ahead of Dr. Liu and his team, she realized that this moment had been witnessed solely by her. Before she could voice her astonishment, the door swung open again from within. Gu Ci's face appeared, his eyes slightly downcast, as if he had just washed his face, his eyelashes still glistening with moisture, aligning perfectly with Yan Luqing's gaze. Although she was aware that he could not see clearly at the moment, she felt an overwhelming embarrassment and averted her eyes. "Good morning," Gu Xi greeted. As if nothing had transpired, his tone laced with a smile. "What brings you here?" Yan Luqing slightly shifted her posture, responding, "This is the ophthalmologist I mentioned to you." She settled onto the single sofa nearby, her thoughts still preoccupied with the matter that had consumed her for days, Gu Xi's WeChat messages. Regrettably, amidst this significant event concerning his eyesight, her emotions remained disturbingly calm. An hour later, while Dr. Lu's assistant was documenting the medical history, Yan Luqing leaned over to glimpse the diagnosis, only to find a puzzling array of knowledge. The diagnosis report was obscured by a mosaic, aside from the patient's name. The rest was indecipherable. Although the doctor was speaking coherently and the surrounding individuals exhibited no unusual reactions, Yan Luqing found herself unable to grasp the specific content. Dr. Lu's mouth moved like a telegraph machine. Yan Luqing thought, "Am I to don the mask of suffering? Is it possible to engage in such a bizarre spectacle?" Completely unaware of the peculiar scene Yan Luqing was experiencing, the doctor, noticing her look of horror, assumed she was overly anxious and reassured her, "Do not worry, I have handled such cases before. Within 2 to 3 months, 90 vision can be restored. And with proper treatment, the results may be even better." At least this was a statement Yan Luqing could comprehend. Only the parts concerning the illness are redacted. Previously, the medication in the original owner's memories was also obscured. The original author never specified which particular drug had blinded Gu Xi, nor did they mention the name of the administered medication within the text. Does this mean that anything not explicitly detailed will be treated in such a manner? The unscrupulous author, prioritizing their own convenience, failed to consider the feelings of those traversing the narrative. Upon grasping this notion, the atmosphere remained decidedly peculiar. After all, aside from the scientific terms related to Gu Xi's ocular condition, Yan Luqing could still hear their exchanges. The scene transformed into one where the doctor addressed Gu Xi. "This condition may not sound as terrifying as it seems. Its essence is due to, well, something specific, which falls under. Fortunately, you are still young, with robust recuperative abilities, so there will likely be no lasting repercussions." What a magnificent tableau. Gu Xi nodded in acknowledgement to the doctor, saying, "All right, thank you." Dr. Lu, smiling broadly, gestured towards Yan Luqing. "The young lady over there called me over. You should express your gratitude to her." Gu Xi glanced towards the other side of the bed, where Yan Luqing stood. His features softened, a languid smile gracing his lips. "Yes, I shall thank her properly." Dr. Lu, accompanied by an assistant, began formulating a treatment plan. Seizing the opportunity, Yan Luqing settled into a small space beside Gu Xi's bed, still clutching her phone, which displayed their chat interface. The two sat in a brief silence. And then Yan Luqing, mustering her courage, called out, "Gu Xi. Did you not just say you wanted to thank me properly?" Yan Luqing, suppressing her embarrassment, inquired, "How do you intend to express your gratitude?" Upon finishing her sentence, she immediately averted her gaze to her phone. Indeed, bubbles began to appear over the escaped princess avatar. Yan Luqing promptly tapped on it. In the dialogue box, a series of ellipses slowly materialized. Has he fallen silent? Although it was no longer a period. Yan Luqing felt no joy. It was still a punctuation mark. She was determined to challenge him, unwavering in her conviction. She insisted on provoking this esteemed individual into expressing a complete thought. "Actually, I don't want you to thank me." She cleared her throat. "I simply wish to hear you say something." "What sort of thing?" "Just say a single sentence to me." Yan Luqing leaned closer, merely inches from Gu Xi. Her lips directed towards his left ear as she whispered, "Kong. I can't see." Upon uttering this line, she noticeably sensed a momentary pause in Gu Xi's breath. Simultaneously, the bubbles in the escaped princess dialogue box finally changed color, turning white. Overjoyed, Yan Luqing instantly tapped it. In the expansive dialogue box was a large. Yan Luqing stood there, momentarily stunned. She had anticipated that with a change in color, words would finally emerge, but was instead met with a capital question mark. Gu Xi, however, did not echo her words. His actions were entirely unrelated to their previous exchange. He unlocked his phone and presented it to her. "Do me a favor.
Download an audiobook app. Oh, alright.
Yan Luqing took the device, casually searched for a download in the software store, and inquired, "What book would you like to listen to?" "I can add it to your library for future convenience." "I appreciate your help," Gu Xi articulated clearly, abnormal psychology. Yan Luqing paused, taken aback. "Goodness, are you studying me?" She felt profoundly insinuated. The burgeoning camaraderie and Yan Luqing's unreciprocated affection were ruthlessly shattered by Gu Xi's mention of abnormal psychology. Consequently, Yan Luqing resolved to unilaterally declare a temporary rupture in their friendship. However, this temporality lasted merely a day and a half before reverting to the status of Yan Luqing frequently visiting Gu Xi's room. The new bodyguard, known for his amiable disposition, startled Yan Luqing upon entering the villa for the first time. At that moment, she had just removed her bandages and was engrossed in her phone, occasionally glancing at the vivid red bubbles of the incompetent and enraged Jean, while also perusing her contacts to observe the bubbles of familiar original book characters. Aside from Gu Xi's irksome exception, this golden finger was utterly fascinating. It possessed a function akin to emotional summarization and categorization, leading Yan Luqing to believe it surpassed mind reading. When the new bodyguard knocked and entered, Yan Luqing glanced at him and immediately recalled what Xiaohe had said about this gentleman never losing his temper while playing Honor of Kings. "Ah, you are that living bodhisattva," the new bodyguard replied. "What?" "No particular reason," Yan Luqing waved her hand dismissively. "What brings you here? If there's something, just inform Dahe or Xiaohe directly." The bodhisattva reiterated the accusations against Yan Luqing from Dahe regarding her division and from Xiaohe regarding her color blindness, taking a full 3 minutes before concluding. "In summary, starting today, you should resume your medication." Upon hearing this, Yan Luqing's first reaction was, "Damn. This person talks just like Tang Sung." His tone was slow and measured, reminiscent of Tang Seng's seemingly persuasive yet maddening style upon closer inspection. Her second reaction was, "Wait. Psychiatric medication? It's one thing to treat physical ailments, but such substances should not be taken lightly." Internally, Yan Luqing was tumultuous. Yet she maintained an outwardly composed demeanor and instructed, "Just place the medication over there. I will take it shortly." The bodhisattva complied. However, after placing it aside, he did not make a move to leave. "What are you doing standing in my room? I will wait until you finish taking it before I leave," Yan Luqing remarked. "I can't eat with someone watching." In response to her childlike refusal, the bodhisattva remained unfazed, maintaining a cheerful expression as he stated, "Your parents sent me. They are quite worried about your mental state, so please." Yan Luqing interrupted, "If they are concerned, let them watch me eat." Ultimately, the bodhisattva was rendered speechless and departed. Yan Luqing promptly rose, packed the colorful array of medications, and dashed into the bathroom. Despite the diagnosis of her ailment being serious, she found herself perplexed by a particular matter. In recent days, she had not perceived any abnormalities in her mind or intellect. Despite having traversed realms and witnessed numerous astonishing scenes, she never doubted the authenticity of it all. Yan Luqing understood that her primary objective was to survive, indeed, to live consciously. Thus, consuming those medications was out of the question. However, she pondered, if she were to remain in the body of someone with mental illness for an extended period, would she be influenced in some manner? Such inquiries were impossible to resolve through online searches. As for consulting Gu Xi, they were currently in a state of Cold War, and approaching Dahe for answers was equally futile, as they would merely report her concerns to her psychiatrist. Consequently, Yan Luqing stumbled upon a forum reputed to be the most active in the country, selecting the Life Encyclopedia section, where she nervously posted as a guest. The title read, "Li Tao, a rational individual has crossed into the body of someone with mental illness. Thus, the soul residing within must not be mentally ill, correct?" Li Tao was an abbreviation for rational discussion. After posting, she confidently refreshed the page. 1. Please, mentally ill patients, refrain from browsing the internet. Thank you.
2.
Director of Psychiatry at the Municipal Mental Health Control Center. 3. Don't tell me you think you are? If you believe so, perhaps you should look up the definition of delusion. It seems quite fitting. Yan Luqing felt a wave of disappointment wash over her in response to the world's harshness. Indeed, the internet proved to be unreliable. Resigned, she decided to lower her noble head and reconcile with Gu Xi. 5 minutes later, she descended the stairs, traversing the lengthy corridor until she stood before Gu Xi's door. She raised her hand and knocked thrice, yet there was no response from within. Gu Xi should be in his room, diligently applying eye treatments. How could he be silent? Unless he was unwilling to reconcile. Just then, the door unexpectedly opened. Gu Xi appeared, his hair tousled, revealing a smooth forehead. The skin around his eyes bore a slight redness, lending him a uniquely striking allure. After observing her for a few moments, he stepped aside. "Come in." Although he did not verbally respond, he had personally risen from his bed to open the door for her. Yan Luqing forgave him entirely, internally resolving that her unilateral Cold War due to their previous discord would cease here. Despite the day and a half of silence, Yan Luqing had kept both Dahe and Xiaohe updated on Gu Xi's latest condition, and now she was witnessing the entire process of his eye treatment firsthand. Gu Xi's naturally fair skin made any flush particularly pronounced. After soaking his eyes with a special tool, he placed them under a device. Upon removal, the skin around his eyes was notably inflamed, marked by numerous blood vessels. To any observer, it appeared quite painful, however. Neither his expression nor demeanor revealed the slightest indication of discomfort. He remained composed, exuding an air of effortless grace. Suddenly, Yan Luqing recalled an unsettling realization. Whenever she sensed something amiss, her instinct was to seek help from Gu Xi before considering Dahe or Xiaohe. She found it rather perplexing that since her arrival in this novel world, Gu Xi had seemingly made no efforts to protect her. The role of her protector was clearly fulfilled by the ever-loyal Xiaohe, so why did Gu Xi's name first spring to her mind? It was as if this unique aura, which seemed to possess the ability to command everything, stirred within her an irresistible desire to rely on him. Could this be the allure of an escaping princess? Subsequently, Yan Luqing observed Gu Xi, who, with the assistance of a nurse, completed a series of treatments and donned a pair of special glasses. These glasses, crafted by Dr. Liu, were indeed fortuitous in their application. The principle behind the glasses remained a mystery to Yan Luqing. She merely knew that this therapeutic pair boasted a golden frame, thin lenses, and a strikingly sharp edge, rendering them extraordinarily beautiful. Once Gu Xi perched them upon her nose, her demeanor underwent a subtle transformation, exuding an ineffable chill coupled with an air of scholarly refinement. "I wish to pose a question to you," Yan Luqing said, seated beside her. "I chanced upon a post while browsing a forum." She then recounted the content of her post to Gu Xi. "Do you think, in this situation, it constitutes insanity?" Gu Xi's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds before she countered. "Do you consider yourself so?" Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback.
What?
The premise was that she had traversed into the realm of madness, questioning whether she was indeed insane. Gu Xi patiently reiterated, locking eyes with her through the lenses. "It's quite simple. The crux lies in whether you perceive yourself as such." Yan Luqing replied, "No." Gu Xi regarded her intently. "Then it is not, Master. I have attained enlightenment," Yan Luqing thought, as the knot of anxiety that had just formed within her dissipated in an instant. Although she was aware that her musings were merely whimsical and that she would likely forget them in a few days, never genuinely suspecting herself to be unwell, she still felt compelled to say, "Princess Ci, forever a deity." In the following days, Gu Xi's eyes showed remarkable improvement. While wearing the glasses, her vision reached nearly 40% of normal, akin to the world viewed by someone with severe myopia and astigmatism. This weekend marked Xiaohe's birthday, and Gu Xi, who had progressed from being unable to receive infusions to consuming only liquid food, finally received the doctor's approval to begin eating normally on the day of Xiaohe's celebration. "I just consulted Dr. Su. She mentioned you can eat anything except overly greasy foods now," Yan Luqing excitedly relayed to Gu Xi as she descended the stairs. "Is there anything you wish to eat? The kitchen and can prepare it." Gu Xi appeared indifferent to the culinary options, languidly reclining on the sofa as she replied, "Anything is fine." Standing beside them, Xiaohe interjected loudly, repeatedly emphasizing, "Miss Yan, it is my birthday." Yan Luqing picked up the conversation. "Indeed. Did you not expect it? That I would celebrate your birthday?" After her remark, Xiaohe fell silent. Glancing at WeChat, Yan Luqing noted that Xiaohe's head was filled with blue bubbles. "Miss Yan is so biased, so biased, so biased, so biased. Why didn't you ask me? I wish to eat kung pao chicken, spicy crayfish, mapo tofu, and braised lion's head." Yan Luqing gazed at the little black figure as it lamented over the 20 dishes ordered. She selected 10 for the kitchen to prepare. When evening arrived, the sight of the table laden with dishes left Little Black astounded. Today marked Little Black's birthday, and it was also the first occasion of celebratory significance for Yan Luqing since her arrival in this world a little over 10 days ago, so naturally, there had to be wine. Yan Luqing was an ardent lover of fine spirits. In her healthier days, her classmates, who had dined with her, knew well that she could consume countless cups without ever succumbing to inebriation. Although she had never actually drunk 1,000 cups, she had indeed never been drunk. This villa possessed a basement wine cellar replete with exquisite bottles, yet they had merely served as decorative objects. Upon discovering this, Yan Luqing felt a pang of sorrow and promptly instructed Dahe to open several fine wines. Little Black succumbed to intoxication first. Whether due to the age of the wine or some other reason, it was not long before the entire table was awash in varying degrees of drunkenness. Yan Luqing and Gu Xi, the two individuals with the most fragile constitutions among them, had been forbidden by the doctor from drinking. However, seizing the opportunity while everyone else was inebriated, she discreetly sampled a few sips. A few sips were insufficient, so she indulged in a few more. After enduring a night of raucous revelry, Gu Xi stood to take a shower when he suddenly felt a warm presence pressing against his side. He glanced down to find Yan Luqing resting half her face against his arm, her expression obscured. He only heard her murmur, "Ah, this feels so good. It's so refreshing." Gu Xi's brow twitched slightly, yet he ultimately lifted her from her chair. "How much have you drunk?" Yan Luqing indicated with her fingers.
Just a little bit.
Gu Xi scoffed lightly. Just a little bit, indeed." Yan Luqing's consciousness ebbed and flowed. She sensed Gu Xi guiding her towards the bathroom, turning on the tap, and placing her hands in the basin. It seemed he intended for her to sober up. While she wished to comply, she genuinely felt rather unwell. "Damn, my head hurts like hell," she exclaimed. After washing her face, she felt somewhat revived and rubbed her temples. "Gu Xi, could you fetch me some hangover medicine?" Under the dim lights, Yan Luqing observed Gu Xi extending his hand, a few pills resting in his palm. Were it anyone else, she would never have made such a request. However, when Gu Xi presented them, she didn't even discern their color. Nor did she inquire where he had procured the hangover remedy, and without a moment's hesitation, she snatched them and swallowed them whole. To her surprise, just as the pills brushed her tongue, her chin was suddenly seized. Gu Xi held her face firmly, while pressing her back down. "Spit it out." Dazed, Yan Luqing realized the pills had barely entered her mouth before she lowered her head, and they slipped into the sink, disappearing with the flowing water. Gu Xi's grip remained firm on her chin. His fingers were cold and insistent, while her face burned from the alcohol, creating a disorienting sensation of heat and cold that made her shudder uncontrollably. Forced to look up once more, with her back against the wall, she beheld Gu Xi's face drawing closer, his eyes appearing even more profound behind his glasses. "Who gave you those pills that you dare to consume?" He smirked, an expression that carried a tone of gentle admonition laced with an inexplicable fierceness. "How have you managed to survive until now?" In the past week, since Yan Luqing had inquired about the peculiar notion of a sane individual traversing into madness, she began to report to the room occupied by Gu Xi punctually each day. She likely believed she was concealing her actions adeptly, convinced that she remained undetected, and that Gu Xi, being somewhat visually impaired, would not notice her clandestine disposal of medication in his bathroom. Gu Xi had often overheard his bodyguards expressing their suspicions regarding Miss Yan's sudden cessation of her medication. Yet they were powerless to intervene. He had also repeatedly heard the young man, referred to as Xiaohe, remarking that although Miss Yan was indeed unwell, she possessed a certain charm, only to be reminded by Dahe that while she was currently stable, one could not expect her to remain so indefinitely. A drastic shift in temperament could be feigned, but what consequences might arise for severe mental illness when medication is neglected? The outcomes varied by individual. Yet none could align with Yan Luqing's current state, leading a seemingly normal life, maintaining routine, engaging in banter with others, and jesting about her mental health. Her vigilance was formidable, so much so that she would not venture into her own room to retrieve drugs, yet she unwittingly ingested the pills he provided. At that moment, Gu Xi found himself unable to characterize her behavior as mere performance. Previously, due to her physical constitution, Yan Luqing had never truly experienced the sensation of intoxication. Consequently, everything she was now experiencing felt utterly foreign to her. She struggled to concentrate, with her subconscious dominating her thoughts. Intriguingly, she felt no qualms regarding her recent actions. Her face felt excessively warm, and the touch of Gu Xi's hand against her skin was surprisingly pleasant. She perceived his nearness as strikingly attractive, as befitting the figure of her affections, and mused that his glasses ought not to be mere therapeutic eyewear but rather should debut as fashionable spectacles, with Gu Xi as the model to endorse them, sure to be a sensation. Her thoughts flitted about chaotically, and she even felt that Gu Xi's earlier admonitions resembled a father earnestly educating his daughter about the dangers of naively trusting strangers, albeit with a notably unpaternal intensity that was both assertive and disarming. "Hey, why are you pinching my face so tightly?" Perhaps due to her half-drunken state, her words, though composed of ordinary phrases, surprisingly conveyed a sense of playful endearment. The youthful lilt of her voice, tinged with the essence of alcohol, softened as she spoke, her breath mingling with the warmth of Gu Xi's fingers. The heat was minimal, yet it felt inexplicably intense. Gu Xi loosened his grip slightly. allowing Yan Luqing to flex her facial muscles, presenting a smile akin to that of a blooming flower.
Gucci.
Did you know you just resembled a father chastising his daughter for naively believing in bad people? Let me ask you again, Gu Xi responded. Entirely unfazed by her teasing, his earlier warmth replaced by a cool detachment as he regarded her. Whose medication are you so carelessly consuming? Certainly not. Yan Luqing replied instantaneously. It was Dahe, Xiaohe, and He Pusa who gave it to me, but I haven't taken any. She had whimsically assigned the moniker He Pusa to the new, talkative bodyguard. Yan Luqing was perplexed. Just moments ago, they hadn't forced her to take the medicine. Wasn't it the one you provided? Gu Xi regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool.
Trust.
What manner of individual would utter the word trust with such casualness? Although Yan Luqing's mind was not particularly clear, she sensed the meaning behind Gu Xi's gaze. Are we that familiar? Indeed, they were not, yet there was an undeniable semblance of trust. Observing his silence, Yan Luqing began to jest. What's the matter? Are you so troubled by this? Were you planning to poison me just now? Gu Xi continued to gaze at her with a calmness that belied the earlier moment when he had pressed her to regurgitate the medicine. He curled the corners of his lips, a semblance of a smile playing on his face. Then why do you think I asked you to expel it? She spoke of something entirely unrelated. I may not appear particularly intelligent or shrewd, but ever since I grew up and became more perceptive, I have never misjudged anyone. Gu Xi raised an eyebrow. So? Therefore, would you care to wager with me? Wager on what? Reflecting on her first day here, Yan Luqing recalled how cautiously she had approached him, even in her attempts to be amiable. How much time had passed?
Now.
She was engaging Gu Xi with a tone of provocation. Was this not akin to stirring up trouble in the presence of a powerful figure? I wager with you on the black and white stones, Yan Luqing declared, her gaze fixed on Gu Xi's increasingly captivating visage and his gradually recovering eyes. I bet that the medicine you brought over for me to take and then forced me to spit out is one that would have no effect on me, whether I ingested it or not. As her words hung in the air, the corner of the bathroom fell into a prolonged silence. Gu Xi smiled slightly as he opened the adjacent door, his words tinged with the gentle sarcasm he mastered. As for those two individuals, you might want to handle them yourself. He took her arm with one hand and escorted her upstairs, effectively delivering her to her doorstep. As Gu Xi turned to depart, Yan Luqing could no longer restrain herself and called out to him.
Gu Xi.
He halted, turning to regard her. Yan Luqing leaned against the doorframe, her previous playfulness replaced by a more serious demeanor. You might find this hard to believe or perhaps even strange, but she inhaled deeply, as if releasing a long-held breath.
I still feel compelled to say it.
Her eyes glistened, and when she engaged in earnest eye contact, they conveyed a sense of a vibrant soul yearning to break free from its corporeal confines. Gu Xi observed her with intensity as she stated, each word deliberate. If I cannot trust you, then my current existence holds little significance. After saying this, she smiled once more. Gu Xi, good night. The following morning, Yan Luqing awoke to the mechanical voice that seemed to summon her spirit. Maria, 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 rise and shine. Maria, data indicates that in half an hour, you will miss the optimal dining window post-intoxication. There is a 90% chance your gastric condition will relapse today. Yan Luqing was exasperated beyond measure. Sitting up abruptly, she addressed the robot. If it weren't for the name Maria reminding me to be virtuous, you would be nothing more than a heap of scrap metal. Do you understand? Though it vexed her, there was undeniable truth in its words. Yan Luqing now suffered not only from a throbbing headache, but also an upset stomach. In her healthier days, a mere drink would not have brought such torment. As she grumbled, she supported her head and rose from the bed. After freshening up, she promptly summoned someone to bring her soothing porridge and a hangover remedy. While sipping her concoction, her mind drifted back to the events of the previous night, each scene replaying vividly. When she reached the moment at the door, recalling her words to Gu Xi, she could no longer bear it and slammed the spoon into the bowl. Why must a woman, intoxicated, be so sentimental? Why? Her words had sounded almost like a confession. Yan Luqing felt utterly mortified. There was no need for Gu Xi to pry. She had already embarrassed herself enough to unearth the terracotta army and a Barbie dream house with her own toes. She could scarcely imagine Gu Xi's reaction upon hearing those words. As Yan Luqing rolled about on the bed, a sudden crackling sound, akin to intermittent electricity, startled her. Yet, when she focused her gaze, tranquility enveloped the room once more. Just as she contemplated summoning Dahe to investigate, a gentle knock on the door announced his arrival. He approached her bedside with urgency, saying, Miss Yan, Mr. Yan Fuming's car is waiting in the courtyard. He wishes to take you home for a meal. After a brief pause, perhaps recalling her current state, Dehe added, Yan Fengming is your elder brother, the eldest son of the Yan family. Yan Fengming? This name had not appeared in the original narrative. After all this time in this new world, she finally had a family member reaching out to her. It was quite a feat to be so universally disliked. Reflecting on this, Yan Luqing rose from the bed to prepare herself. Given that someone awaited her outside, refusal was not an option. Moreover, she found herself at a loss on how to confront Gu Xi, making the arrival of this elder brother quite fortuitous. She then turned and made her way toward the sleek white sports car parked in the courtyard. Behind her, Dehe and Xiaohe stood frozen. As they watched the car speed away, Xiaohe, his voice trembling, asked, Brother, when did Miss Yan acquire a robot in her room? Dehe's tone was slightly more resolute, though only by a fraction. Don't overthink it, it might just be a toy. Yet, he could not help but pull out his phone, scrolling to the number of a psychologist. Yan Luqing remained oblivious to how her offhand remark had alarmed the two boys at home. Her mind was filled with questions. This elder brother, Yan Fengming, seemed to possess a rather taciturn demeanor. It was unclear whether to label him as aloof or simply to acknowledge the strained sibling relationship. Throughout the journey, Yan Luqing attempted to engage him in conversation, casually inquiring about the new bodyguard who had come from the family estate to her villa, or sharing that she had recently hired a remarkably skilled young bodyguard. Such topics formed the basis of what she considered familial discourse. However, Yan Fengming abruptly shifted the conversation, asking, I heard from you that Gu Xi is with you? Yan Luqing hesitated for a moment before nodding in affirmation. The original protagonist concealed her intentions from everyone because of her twisted nature. She sought to confine Gu Xi. However, Yan Luqing had no such need for deceit. Yan Fengming appeared somewhat surprised by her candidness. He turned to glance at her before returning his gaze to the front, his tone shifting to one of suppressed anger. Very well, you can explain everything to Mom and Dad later. Yan Luqing thought to herself, this man is inscrutable. The city's traffic lights seemed interminable. Upon encountering a red light lasting 300 seconds, the sports car came to a gradual stop, providing Yan Luqing with the opportunity she had been waiting for. She deftly retrieved her phone and opened her QR code. Big brother, I just realized I don't have your WeChat. And thus, she added Yan Fengming. Quickly entering their chat, she focused on his avatar, and after 5 seconds, she witnessed a cascade of blue bubbles emerging from it. Goodness, quite a few bubbles. It seemed that a person with a seemingly indifferent exterior harbored thoughts within. Adding him on WeChat was indeed a wise decision. Yan Luqing began to tap on the blue bubbles, eager to discern what sentiments occupied her elder brother's mind at that moment. She is unusually cheerful today. When Yan Luqing is in high spirits, it surely bodes ill. What has she done? Could it be that she has already dealt with Gu Xi? Yan Luqing pondered. What? And then, are you so silent because you are contemplating this? Just as she was profoundly astonished by her brother's inner world, they passed through the traffic light and entered a sparsely populated villa district, where the sports car gradually came to a halt. Yan Luqing beheld the so-called Yan family estate, a pristine white standalone villa, its grounds estimated to be 2 or 3 times the size of her own. The villa's courtyard featured an artificial mountain, a faux spring, and a garden that surprisingly contained a swing and various other facilities suitable for children. Yan Fengming, without uttering a word, dropped her off before heading to park the car. Yan Luqing approached the entrance, where a figure resembling a butler bowed slightly and escorted her inside. The sir is waiting for you in the study upstairs. The sir must refer to the original protagonist's father, she thought. Nodding, she replied, I understand. Thank you. As the butler retreated to the side. Standing still, Yan Luqing found herself locked in a mutual gaze with the butler, who silently questioned her. Yan Luqing speculated that if she were to add him on WeChat, she would undoubtedly witness the myriad of bubbles reflecting the antics of the young lady. A testament to her erratic nature. Surveying the entirely unfamiliar surroundings and faces, a wave of melancholy washed over Yan Luqing. It had only been a short time since she left, yet she found herself longing for the company of those familiar faces back at the villa. Although overly straightforward, there was the dependable Dehe and Xiaohe, whose mind seemed to wander but was unwavering in his focus. Even the cacophony of the Black Bodhisattva could be tolerated in reminiscence. And then there was Gu Xi, whose mere presence made her feel at ease. A princess with experiences and looks to match, yet possessing an intriguingly mysterious character. Yan Luqing followed the butler upstairs, reminiscing about the inhabitants of the villa as she approached the study. The intricately carved wooden door stood ajar, revealing a middle-aged man seated within, accompanied by a beautiful woman. This scene could succinctly be described as that of a wealthy patriarch and his lovely wife. Yan Luqing had anticipated that such a family would be presided over by a figure of great authority. However, upon seeing her, the patriarch greeted her with a warm smile and gestured for her to sit beside his enchanting spouse. "Your elder brother has informed you why you are here, has he not?" he inquired in a rather affable tone. Yan Luqing took a seat and pondered before responding. "He merely asked me to clarify matters concerning Gu Xi." Subsequently, she recalled her elder brother's disdainful thoughts, apprehensive that this father might share his son's vivid imagination. Thus, she decided to be forthright, stating, "Gu Xi is indeed with me. In any case, if your concern pertains to him, you need not worry. We are currently very good friends." The expression on Yan's father's face softened as he smiled, saying, "Before your brother arrived home, your mother and I had already inquired with your contacts regarding this matter." At that moment, Yan Luqing comprehended the situation. No wonder her brother had appeared sullen, while their parents were so amiable. Yan's father continued, "The reason for your visit is that I have made progress in my investigation into Gu Xi's parents. We must refrain from contacting Gu Xi for the time being, as we fear he may be implicated." Yan Luqing understood. Firstly, the original parents were indeed as the story had written. They were close friends with Gu Xi's parents. Secondly, Gu Xi's current presence with her was, in fact, safer. Once the conversation concluded, both husband and wife fell into a silence, their focus subtly shifting towards her. From the beginning, Yan Luqing had sensed their scrutinizing and probing gazes, which were perhaps the most intense she had experienced since her arrival in this world. They were concerned for their daughter, observing her demeanor and mental state as they conversed. Yan's mother, with her striking eyes filled with worry, remarked, "By the way, Qing, I have heard that you have not been taking your medication regularly. You must not jest about your health, even during disagreements." Hearing the name Qing momentarily took Yan Luqing aback. She had never encountered family in the true sense of blood relations. Her earliest memories were of an orphanage, where the closest individuals to her were the headmaster and his wife. Her nickname, lightly translated as Qing, was given due to her plumpness as a child, being the heaviest among her peers. The headmaster had humorously assigned her a name that sounded like light in hopes she would not gain more weight. Although she recognized the difference in characters, she inexplicably felt a pang of nostalgia in that moment. "Who told you I haven't been taking my medication? I've been taking it. Who else would have been taking it for me?" Yan Luqing smiled, attempting to reassure her concerned mother. "And am I not in better condition now than before?" Having observed her for a considerable time, Yan's mother noted that her daughter indeed appeared well, almost devoid of the previous gloominess that had characterized her. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, and she looked remarkably more appealing. She ceased her words, gently patting Yan Luqing's hand, saying, "You must remember to visit the doctor regularly." In the ensuing moments, Yan's parents continued to gaze at Yan Luqing with expressions rife with unspoken concern, their brows furrowed, as if they feared to provoke her in any way. Their conversations were invariably truncated, leaving Yan Luqing feeling utterly drained. After enduring a prolonged period of silence in the study, the long-awaited hour for lunch finally arrived. Seated at the dining table, Yan's mother informed Yan Luqing, "Your second brother has stepped out. It will be just the three of us today." Though she nodded with a semblance of composure, she mused inwardly, "Ah, I do have a second brother." Having consumed alcohol the previous night, Yan Luqing's appetite was rather lackluster. Moreover, facing three individuals at the table, all of whom wore expressions that screamed their desire to speak yet remained mute, further diminished her appetite. After eating to the point of moderate fullness, she set down her chopsticks and tapped gently on the cup beside her, the slight sound drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Yan Luqing announced, "I suddenly have a small wish. I wonder if it can be fulfilled today." Her elder brother wore a frigid, speechless demeanor, while her mother's gaze shifted subtly. And it was the ever-earnest Yan father who inquired, "What is your wish?" Yan Luqing replied, "How about we establish a family group chat? Otherwise, navigating this familial labyrinth is far too exhausting." After lunch, Yan Luqing departed from the Yan residence. At her parents' insistence, the one to escort her was not a driver, but rather Yan Fengming, despite his evident reluctance. Yan Luqing resolved to disregard his unwillingness and refrained from expending energy to engage him in conversation. Instead, she began to observe the bubbles next to her parents' avatars on her phone. She felt rather ingenious, realizing the convenience of a family group chat, allowing her to see the bubbles without needing to have friends. However, the bubbles were either blue or gray. Yan father's gray bubble read, "Why is she behaving so normally today? It contradicts everything her psychologist said. I must make another call." Yan Luqing, Yen Mother's Blue Bubble expressed, how can we encourage Qing Qing to attend school? Having just completed her college entrance examinations, Yen Luqing, that is utterly unnecessary. Elder Brother's red bubble stated, are our parents really so easily deceived? Elder Brother's second red bubble added, I refuse to believe nothing transpired between her and Gu Xi. Yen Luqing. After a while, she ceased checking her phone. In just half a day, she found these two entities significantly more endearing than when she departed in the daylight. Yet, the charm of these two delightful figures did not bring her any favorable news. As soon as she arrived home and changed her shoes, she heard the mature and composed Dahe beside her say, Miss Yen, would you like to meet Dr. Chu this afternoon? The two brothers exchanged glances, and then Xiaohe stammered, We searched your room thoroughly and truly found no robots. Yen Luqing locked her bedroom door. Sitting on the floor and gazing at the artificial intelligence that usually referred to her as Maria, she contemplated that, thus far, nothing could be more bizarre than her transformation into a mental patient. Within her chamber, doctors entered, accompanied by the enigmatic presence of dark figures and the delivery of meals by kindly aides. Yet, it seemed that all regarded the robot as mere air. Yen Luqing had always presumed their indifference was a matter of routine, never exhibiting any special reaction towards the automaton. Even the fact that its initial designation was never configured seemed unremarkable to her. Upon reflection, she surmised that this peculiar device likely manifested alongside her journey through realms unknown. Thus, there existed but one possibility. The repairs were complete, and it was in the process of rebooting. Upon the mechanical voice articulating these words, Yen Luqing observed the robot before her shrinking further and further, ultimately transforming into an object resembling a camera, suspended in the air. Indeed, after living for so long, one encounters all manner of scenes, she mused, as the camera directed its gaze towards her. A voice, far more natural than the mechanical tone, resonated in her ears. Greetings, Book Traveler Maria. I am your sign system, 10902, now activated. Would you like to rename me? Yes, Yen Luqing replied. You shall be known as Makabaka. Makabaka enthusiastically embraced this appellation and continued, please select your preferred voice. Lowly, mature lady, young girl, or youthful lady. Youthful lady, Yen Luqing decided. After making her choice, she suddenly recalled her unique advantage. So, is my red WeChat also your doing? Indeed, it is a gift from the system. Makabaka, now adopting the youthful voice, appeared quite animated. Maria, the host, is exceedingly fortunate, as this advantage is a rare and upgradable one. Upon hearing this, Yen Luqing felt a surge of energy. How does one upgrade? Makabaka's voice hesitated momentarily. I've just discovered that it has already undergone 2 upgrades. Yen Luqing was taken aback. When did this occur? Since your arrival in this realm, those around you have experienced a myriad of emotions, terror, fear, and sorrow, among others, including anger, albeit not directed at you. The emotions evoked by others towards you correspondingly facilitate your upgrades, Makabaka elucidated. Thus, you should have noticed that gray and blue bubbles significantly outnumber the other hues. This is not due to a lack of positive emotions but rather because they have not received upgrades and thus cannot be read. Yen Luqing exclaimed, damn. Little Black has played a pivotal role. He alone must account for half of the terror and fear. No wonder she found it difficult to discern any positive thoughts. Yellow and pink were exceedingly sparse. So, I am receiving repetitive psychological readings because of the lack of upgrades? Precisely. To evoke emotions in others, Yen Luqing mused silently. Indeed. For instance, if you engage in charitable acts or volunteer work, you shall harvest numerous positive emotions, Makabaka expounded enthusiastically. It appeared that its intention was to encourage her to venture out, interact, and gather emotions. Yet, while she genuinely desired to upgrade, her reluctance to act was equally sincere. After a moment of contemplation, Yen Luqing suddenly inquired, what if I were to post something online? Would the emotions people feel towards my content count? Makabaka fell silent for a full 5 seconds, hesitatingly stating, theoretically, it seems plausible. However, no one has ever attempted such a thing. I advise you to. Then why not simply try and see? Yen Luqing promptly downloaded the renowned short video application, altering her username to mirror that of the elusive Saint Mother. She began to engage actively in various trending video comment sections. Upon encountering a beauty that conformed to her aesthetic preferences, she commented, don't you all have wives? Why gaze upon mine? Upon discovering a popular video with a witty remark, she quipped, if the bookstore lacks your works, would it be justifiable for me to smash it? When she stumbled upon a poorly concluded sequel of a well-known anime, she remarked, my grandmother brushing her teeth is more exhilarating than this. In addition to being active in these comment sections, she also confronted trolls in the popular comments. In a video where a cat owner fed their feline Boston lobster, someone commented, "If you treat a cat like this, can your parents enjoy such fine lobster?" Throughout the afternoon, she garnered 99 likes and 99 comments, her phone never ceasing to buzz with laughter. She smoothly ascended to a yellow level, and not just one tier. Maka Baka observed in astonishment, "I've never seen a host with this golden finger staying home to comment online instead of eagerly venturing out for tasks. Yet, she has succeeded, which is rather audacious." Feeling pleased, Luqing casually commented on a few more posts, then set her phone aside to let it ring. Subsequently pondering a question that lingered in her mind. Why was there no activity from you for so many days, only to suddenly emerge and activate yourself? Luqing paused. "You were here when I first arrived. The act of traversing isn't a prerequisite. So what is? Only when an event occurs that could deviate the plot or pose a threat to the life of the book traveler will the system be activated." Luqing, perplexed, inquired. "Then which category do I currently belong to?" After some contemplation, she responded, "Are you implying that your presence here is due to my inability to remain in this place any longer?" "Precisely," Makabaka replied in a languid tone. As if recalling something, she added, "Oh, and you must bring Gu Xi along." 2 days later, on the first day of the October holiday, Luqing and Gu Xi settled into a car, with the simple luggage prepared by an attendant placed in the trunk. While the large black and small black were in another vehicle, the driver inquired from the front seat, "Miss Yen, are we ready to depart?" Gu Xi glanced at her indifferently and confirmed with a slight nod. Luqing signaled to the driver, "Let us commence." 2 days prior, upon learning that her storyline involved leaving home, Luqing was initially reluctant to comply. However, Makabaka warned that deviating from the narrative typically resulted in dire consequences, including threats to the lives of everyone within the villa. Promptly, Luqing instructed the large and small blacks to pack their belongings, granted a week off to everyone in the villa, and endeavored to persuade Gu Xi to accompany her on this journey. The narrative in question revolves around the high school classmates Luqing and Gu Xi, who organize a reunion activity during the October holiday. Planning to hike and enjoy an autumn excursion at Dai Mountain, located on the outskirts of the city. The organizer's message was sent to the entire group, and it is evident that both Luqing and Gu Xi received it. Given their personalities, neither would typically attend such an event. However, Luqing sought out Gu Xi, suggesting they should participate together. Leaning lazily against the door frame, Gu Xi regarded her with a hint of amusement, demanding a reason for her proposal. After a moment of hesitation, Luqing replied, "I thought this might be a good opportunity for you to unwind." Gu Xi narrowed her beautifully shaped eyes slightly, a smirk playing on her lips. "When did I ever give you the impression that I needed to unwind?" Luqing, quick to adapt, responded cautiously. "Then how about you accompany me to unwind?" Gu Xi's eyes sparkled with mischief. "You, Miss Yen, who claims that a homebody like me leads the happiest life, need to unwind, even less than I do." Gu Xi's sharp wit left Luqing at a loss, prompting her to resort to her trump card, the night they had indulged in alcohol, a memory she was reluctant to confront.
Gucci.
"Even though I didn't speak to you yesterday while recovering from the hangover, I was fully aware of everything that transpired." She delivered this in a tone reminiscent of a delicate Billionaire tea, noting a flicker of movement in Gu Xi's fingers. Undeterred, Luqing pressed on with a tone akin to a robust Tiguanyin. "You may doubt my words, but I distinctly recall that night. I keep dreaming of someone pinching my face." Before long, Gu Xi found herself seated beside her, and the two were en route to Dai Mountain. Despite being labeled as merely following the plot by Makabaka, Luqing's mood was entirely that of a traveler. Especially since she was embarking on this journey with her favorite fictional character.
It was sheer bliss.
"Did you not get enough sleep?" Luqing, brimming with enthusiasm, observed Gu Xi, whose cool demeanor was marked by drooping eyelids and a hint of darkness beneath her fair skin. "You should rest. I'll wake you when we arrive." Both donned athletic attire for the day, with Gu Xi adorning a baseball cap. Upon hearing Luqing's suggestion, she lowered the cap to shield her face, settling back into her seat. Luqing admired the profile of Gu Xi, which revealed only her jawline. Appreciating the beauty of the elusive princess before deftly opening a streaming app, the allure of upgrading her character was irresistibly addictive. With Gu Xi asleep, Luqing felt liberated to embark on her upgrading quest. Gu Xi had consistently struggled with sleep quality. In the moving vehicle, even a light slumber eluded her, leaving her only to rest her eyes. It wasn't until she opened them midway and inadvertently caught a glimpse of the expression on the face beside her The young woman was engrossed in her phone screen, her cheeks tinted with a soft blush, and her almond-shaped eyes nearly crescent-shaped with joy, revealing an uncontainable happiness. Gu's eyes straightened slightly, casually glancing at the screen of Yan Luqing's phone. Despite having switched to a new pair of glasses, his vision remained blurred beyond a few meters. Yet within 2 or 3 meters, everything appeared remarkably clear. On Yan Luqing's mobile screen, a short video application was open, showcasing a long-haired woman adorned with heavy makeup. Her visage enhanced by layers of filters as she flirtatiously tossed her hair. Observing Yan Luqing, he swiftly double-tapped the screen with his thumb, expressing his approval. And then his fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard. Yan Luqing typed, "Well, my dear, I'm absolutely thrilled, my wife."
Good.
From this vantage point, Gu's watched her as she scrolled through the videos. With each clip she encountered, she felt compelled to leave a comment, as if some form of expression was necessary for her comfort. Upon encountering a video featuring a couple clearly engaged in staged displays of affection, almost as if cameras were affixed to their foreheads, Yan Luqing commented, "The word envy is already inscribed on my gravestone." She then came across another video featuring a similarly filtered woman, this time singing. With her phone on silent, Yan Luqing, having not heard a note, remarked, "Apologies. But seeing you speak diminishes your beauty. However, your singing is delightful. Beautiful Rose." Upon reaching a video of someone bungee jumping, she typed, "The bungee cord tied around the legs poses a risk of injury. I usually secure it around my neck."
Good.
What is she doing? When Yan Luqing found herself at a loss for words, she lifted her head and stretched her neck. Turning to glance at Gu's she noticed his hat was still pulled low, likely indicating he had not yet awakened. Disinterested, she returned her attention to her WeChat. Makabaka whispered in her ear, noting that her yellow bubbles had risen several levels, and her experience was continuously escalating. Her comments had garnered an abundance of laughter and joy, resulting in an overwhelming surplus of yellow bubbles compared to other colors, while pink bubbles remained largely unchanged. Makabaka had previously mentioned that pink was the most challenging to alter. As its algorithm differed from other emotions, it encompassed feelings of fondness, love, longing, aspiration, and inspiration, emotions that were less overt and far more complex. Thus, her gathered experiences did not fall into this category. Due to the intricate algorithm, the upgrade relied solely on people's emotional responses to her, and thus far, Yan Luqing had scarcely received such sentiments. As she vacantly pondered these matters, she absent-mindedly scrolled down, inadvertently entering the chat window with Gu's. To her surprise, she noticed that his avatar's orderly transparent bubbles had once again transformed into opaque, irregular white bubbles, bubbling forth in a continuous stream. Curiosity piqued, she tapped a few times.
Oh.
Yan Luqing mused. So many question marks? Wasn't he supposed to be asleep? Was he ensnared by some dream? Last time she engaged in such antics, she only managed to elicit a single question mark, yet Gu's had produced a string of them. It seemed this matter was quite perplexing. Before arriving at Dai Mountain, Yan Luqing briefly rummaged through the original owner's memories in search of traces of high school classmates. She felt a strong aversion to sifting through the original owner's memories, only doing so when absolutely necessary. The first reason is the peculiar sensation, akin to having water in one's brain. The second reason lies in the bizarre thoughts of the original owner, as if perusing a documentary on twisted psychology. The only proactive step taken was joining this class group chat, primarily because Gu's was present. The sole piece of information gleaned from the memories was the realization that she and her classmates were akin to strangers. Fortunately, Yan Luqing had been observing the dynamics of the group chat over the past few days, providing her with a sense of familiarity. Approximately 10 individuals attended this so-called reunion with old classmates. Upon their arrival, the group had already gathered earlier, standing in the shade not far from the parking area, animatedly chatting after months of separation. Yan Luqing and Gu's descended from the car in succession, causing the lively chatter to abruptly cease. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, the two maintained a steady pace towards them. Out of the corner of her eye, Yan Luqing caught sight of Gu's clad in a black sports outfit. Her long legs and astonishing figure were truly captivating. Before she could fully appreciate the moment, Gu's suddenly inquired, "Do you remember these classmates?" At that instant, Yan Luqing felt as though she had no secrets left before Gu's. "Of course, I remember some," she responded nonchalantly. "After all, we've been classmates for so long. Mingling with familiar faces is certainly preferable to staying cooped up at home." As they conversed, they reached the shade of the trees. A cute girl with a bob haircut and rosy cheeks was the first to approach Yan Luqing. You must be Yan Luqing, right? Her large eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh my, it's been ages. You've become so beautiful. We were all stunned. If you hadn't mentioned you were coming, and if you weren't accompanied by the renowned Gouda, we truly wouldn't have recognized you. After expressing her thrill, the girl tapped her head. Oh, I almost forgot to introduce myself. You probably don't know who we are, but it's never too late to meet.
Hello, I'm Xia Yuqian.
And the one who looks just like me is my twin sister, Xia Shuetian. Xia Shuetian, mirroring her sister's enthusiasm, greeted Yan Luqing warmly. Come on, gorgeous. Let us introduce you to everyone. As the scene unfolded like a vivid play titled Familiar Faces, Yan Luqing felt her embarrassment intensify when she heard a soft chuckle emanating from Gu Xi, who stood slightly behind her. The lilt in her voice was irresistibly charming. Yet the words she uttered were disarmingly straightforward. Indeed, quite familiar. With that decisive remark, Gu Xi was quickly surrounded by several boys from the group. In the ensuing moments, Yan Luqing felt as if her soul had been cleaved in two, one half lamenting her impulsive remark about familiar faces, while the other half engaged in getting to know the uniquely named twin sisters. The gender ratio at this gathering was remarkably balanced, with 6 girls and 6 boys. Besides the Xia sisters, there was another girl named Yin Ningen, who had clearly put considerable effort into her appearance, with her meticulously styled hair reflecting her attention to detail. Yan Luqing took particular note of her, as her observations indicated that this girl had the most connections to Gu Xi among all the female attendees. After Gu Xi sent a message announcing her arrival, Yin Ningen's thoughts were awash with bubbles of yellow and pink, exclaiming either, I will finally see Gu Xi, or, oh my goodness.
And, ah.
These were mere expressions of excitement devoid of substance. Even throughout the entirety of yesterday, it seemed as though Yin Ningen was meticulously selecting her attire and packing her luggage, her thoughts swirling with questions such as will Gu Xi like this? And Gu Xi probably doesn't favor such vibrant colors. This spectacle evoked a sense of nostalgia in Yan Luqing. 2 other young women stood slightly behind Yin Ningen, one to her left and the other to her right, subtly enhancing her prominence as the focal point, clearly acting as her supportive companions. The only person present who needed to recognize others was Yan Luqing, for Gu Xi's popularity during her school days was nothing short of remarkable. Though there had been several months of absence, the ephemeral nature of the excuse offered by Gu Xi allowed everyone to swiftly cast aside the matter. Yan Luqing hadn't paid much attention to the boys' group. After exchanging pleasantries, she only remembered 2 of them distinctly, Pei Zhe and Tao Qingzhou, who seemed almost inseparable from Gu Xi. As if they were glued to her side, Yan Luqing almost wished they would position themselves one in front and one behind Gu Xi, serving as her devoted supporters. It was only natural for Gu Xi to attract friendships among girls, as she possessed an innate charm capable of captivating anyone's affection. Thus, within this overarching premise, it was indeed remarkable that Gu Xi's appeal among boys could be so pronounced. Our hotel is just a short distance ahead. Let us not linger here in conversation, Yin Ningen suggested softly, directing her gaze towards the boys. Shall we first drop off our luggage? Pei Zhe, the first of her devoted admirers, readily agreed, adding, and you girls should probably change your outfits, considering our plan for today is to hike. You 3, he glanced at Yin Ningen and her 2 companions, shaking his head, dressed in skirts and heels. How do you intend to hike? Yin Ningen's companions, seemingly on friendly terms with Pei Zhe, playfully pretended to reprimand him, while he dodged their mock threats, exclaiming, don't touch me, don't touch me. I am a man with a fiancé now. The boys chimed in, teasingly addressing the girls. Pei Zhe has gone a bit mad lately. Ever since he started dating, he can't seem to utter 3 sentences without mentioning his fiancé. Pei Zhe's face fell. It was my fiancé who pursued me. My fiancé pursued me. Don't make it sound like I'm a lovesick puppy. Laughter erupted among the group, and even Yan Luqing couldn't contain her amusement. As her laughter broke forth, Yan Luqing instinctively sought Gu Xi's gaze among the boys. No matter where he was easily identifiable, his smile less exaggerated than the others, a subtle grace lingering at the corners of his lips and eyes. When Yan Luqing's gaze met Gu Xi's, she found his eyes, framed by glasses, slightly curved in amusement, and their eyes locked momentarily. This outing was planned to last 4 or 5 days. So everyone brought a change of clothes, with the girls generally carrying more luggage than the boys. As they prepared to set off towards the hotel, the boys stepped forward, offering to assist the girls with their bags. It was at this moment that Yan Luqing realized her luggage had been in Gu Xi's hands since they disembarked, and it remained so until now. Yan Luqing could not possibly appear empty-handed, so when she took the initiative to assist her friends with their belongings, Xia Yutian, with her keen eyes, noticed. Oh my, I seem to recall that Gu Daxiegos has the demeanor of a wealthy young master. Xia Shuetian immediately understood what her sister was implying and added, indeed, it's always the boys in our class who fetch him water, pleading with him to represent the class in basketball matches. Besides the teachers, who has ever seen him carry anything for others? Yan Luqing found it difficult to elucidate the complexity of their relationship and quickly diverted the conversation, asking why they were burdened with so much luggage. Were there still so many items remaining after the boys had helped? She was referring to Yin Ningen's 2 entourage members who appeared to struggle with their handbags. Xia Yutian replied, Oh, when they arrived I noticed they didn't bring much. Most of it should belong to Yin Ningen. She flashed a smile at Yan Luqing, adding, After all, Yin Ningen is a young lady of privilege, quite affluent. Many in our class have been eager to curry her favor before. Yan Luqing nodded in understanding. Everything was proceeding smoothly, as planned, when unexpectedly, the weather took a turn for the worse. As they approached the hotel, ominous rain clouds began to gather. Just as they stepped into the hotel lobby, the once clear sky transformed and torrential rain began to pour down. Their plans for the first day's hike were dashed. With a collective sigh, they resigned themselves to the check-in process. 10 minutes later, wait, you two are sharing a room? Gao Yao, stunned, stared at Gu Xi and Yan Luqing. Being a latecomer, when Yan Luqing booked the room, only a suite remained available. The suite, though spacious, was similar in size to a standard 3-bedroom apartment, featuring 2 bedrooms. After consulting with Gu Xi, she proceeded to reserve this room. Faced with the astonished gazes of her peers and with Gu Xi showing no intention of clarifying the situation, Yan Luqing had no choice but to recount the entire story. The rest of the time was designated for leisure activities. In the morning, they gathered in the hotel lounge, sharing amusing anecdotes from the past. Yan Luqing found it challenging to interject, while Gu Xi, surprisingly, participated very little. Yin Ningen frequently cast sidelong glances at him, and Gao Yao and his companion openly tried to engage him, but all they managed to elicit was a lighthearted, I've nearly forgotten. This drew a chorus of playful boos. The suite, comparable in size to a 3-bedroom apartment, was primarily spacious in the living area, while the 2 bedrooms were of similar dimensions and furnishings. As the group of over a dozen dwindled to just 2, a sudden tranquility enveloped them. Gu Xi and Yan Luqing broke the silence simultaneously. You choose first. Yan Luqing felt it only right to defer to Gu Xi, considering he had been reluctantly dragged along by her. As if sensing her thoughts, Gu Xi met her gaze with a smile in his eyes. All right. Thank you, Miss Yan. Miss Yan? Came the teasing remark, laced with his distinct personal flair, a warm, gentle tone that felt like a refreshing spring breeze, albeit with an undertone of playful sarcasm. After expressing his gratitude, Gu Xi selected the room slightly farther from the entrance, leaving the more convenient one for Yan Luqing. Both individuals rose early in the morning, each indulging in a brief afternoon slumber. As the sun once again illuminated the sky in the afternoon, Gu Xi remained blissfully unaware, still lost in slumber. The door was left ajar, allowing Yan Luqing to stand in the living room and observe his silhouette sprawled across the bed. How poorly must he have slept, to have dozed off in the car for so long, and yet still not feel rested? Yan Luqing quietly exited the room, first reaching out to Da He and Xiao He, who expressed their concern for his safety and insisted on accompanying him. Consequently, as the trio strolled down the street, having just rounded a corner, Yan Luqing caught sight of a middle-aged man clad entirely in black, suspiciously trailing a young girl, his demeanor decidedly inappropriate. It was broad daylight. And yet here was a lecherous man fixated on a beautiful young girl. How shameless. Yan Luqing muttered curses under his breath, while stealthily signaling Da He and Xiao He to follow the man. At that moment, most people were just waking from their midday nap, and those who had gone hiking had yet to return. The narrow alley was nearly deserted,
with only the 3 of them in sight.
As Yan Luqing drew closer, he discerned that the girl appeared to be wearing a school uniform. Goodness! This beautiful girl was still in high school. Just as he was contemplating this, the lecherous man suddenly lunged at the girl, sprinting towards her. Startled, Yan Luqing quickly regained his composure and dashed after him. The man grasped the girl's wrist, attempting to drag her away. Yan Luqing, hindered by his less-than-ideal physical condition, struggled to keep up and frantically urged Xiao He, Hurry, chase after him. Stop him. Don't let him abduct her. In his haste, however, he stumbled and fell to the ground. Da He rushed over, inquiring, Are you all right? I'm fine. I'm wearing long pants. Let us move quickly. The fall did not deter him. Yan Luqing quickly regained his footing and sprinted towards the corner, witnessing Xiaohei successfully restraining the lecherous man with one hand. Upon seeing Yan Luqing, Xiaohei reported, "Miss Yan, shall we call the police?" "Yes, we must," Yan Luqing replied, then turned to locate the girl, who was leaning against the wall, arms wrapped around herself, appearing utterly helpless. The first thing Yan Luqing noticed were the girl's frightened, tear-filled eyes, neglecting all else as he approached and gently embraced her shoulder. "Are you all right, sister? Did he hurt you?" With just those few words, the girl began to sob quietly against him. At that moment, unbeknownst to them, a tall youth of the same age as the girl passed by, his gaze inexplicably lost. Yan Luqing could hardly bear to see a beautiful girl cry. Although he had not seen her face clearly, her silhouette alone was undeniably that of a beauty. In this tourist area, after Da He had alerted the authorities, they took the man away to the nearest management office for detention, while Xiaohei remained behind. Yan Luqing gently lifted the girl from his shoulder, preparing to wipe her tears, only to freeze in place as if turned to stone by the wind. Her stiffness was painfully obvious, leaving both the girl and Xiaohei puzzled. Yan Luqing blinked, then blinked again. Indeed, she was not mistaken. This girl was truly beautiful, even at her tender age. One could see she was destined to be a stunning woman. However, her face, along with her entire being, was adorned with a remarkably three-dimensional and radiant effect of rose petals. This direct assault on her intellect and the clash with reality left Yan Luqing utterly astounded. In that fleeting moment, she genuinely forgot the lessons of the past and instinctively nudged Xiaohei, whispering softly, "On the vast prairie. Did you see the multitude of petals on that girl's face?" Xiaohei gazed at her in silence for a moment before turning away to call Dr. Chu. "Dr. Chu, something's wrong. Miss Yan has manifested a new hallucination, believing there are flowers on her face." Yan Luqing interjected, "It's utterly absurd." Suddenly the girl spoke, looking earnestly at Yan Luqing and bowing deeply. "Thank you." Yet, all Yan Luqing could perceive were the rose petals shifting in response to the bow. The girl lifted her head and continued, "I'm a first-year high school student here on a class outing. My name is Zhang Baichu. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude, sister. Are you listening?" Yan Luqing watched her lips move, unable to resist the allure of the seemingly flowing petals. Wait, did she just say her name? Zhang Baichu? Zhang Baichu? There was no way Yan Luqing could have misremembered. She suddenly raised her head to gaze at the beautiful girl before her. This was the original protagonist, Zhang Baichu. No wonder she found the mention of Dai Mountains so familiar, and no wonder the girl's face bore such exquisite rose effects, because she was the heroine. Zhang Baichu's expression shifted from confusion to fervor, and then to a hint of shyness. Sister, do I have something on my face that I haven't wiped off? You seem to be staring." Indeed, there was something, but Yan Luqing shook her head and, holding her hand sincerely, said, "No. It's just that you are exceedingly beautiful, which draws my gaze." Zhang Baichu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. "Oh my Maria, in just a moment of standby. Why has your pink value surged dramatically? It has risen several levels. Has someone suddenly gained affection for you, or perhaps been moved by you? In any case, your pink score has skyrocketed." The excited voice of Makabaka chimed in, chattering away. "Did you acquire a suitor during these few hours?" However, the melodious voice of the young lord soon shifted to confusion. "Wait, something's off. Did you alter the plot? I saved someone, didn't I? How could I have changed the storyline?" "No, the problem lies with the rescue. This is the initial encounter between Zhang Baichu and the male lead. She should have been saved by him, not you. With your appearance, he has become just a bystander." After a brief pause, Makabaka continued, "I found it, just now. The male lead passed by you both, utterly bewildered." Yan Luqing realized, indeed, Zhang Baichu was saved by the male lead here. This marks the opening of the entire narrative, the inception of their love story, a cliché detail of heroism that sowed the seeds of affection in the heart of a 16-year-old. It's over. The budding romance has taken a wrong turn. She has stolen the spotlight from the male lead. The female protagonist, Zhang Baichu, once again expressed her gratitude, mentioning that she must leave soon as it was almost time to gather. In a daze, Yan Luqing added Zhang Baichu on WeChat, watching her depart. Makabaka questioned in her mind, why did Maria suddenly want to save the female lead? Was it merely a coincidence? Yet, all she needed was a gentle nudge for the male lead to appear around the corner and rescue her. Yan Luqing retorted with conviction, "I cannot allow a beautiful woman to be bullied." Makabaka replied, resigned, "This cannot alter the plot. Why has she come to Dai Mountain? To align with the overarching narrative dictated by the system. Yet, her actions have not only deviated from the main direction, but have completely swapped the characters. Makabaka's voice echoed in her mind, sounding utterly distressed. What do I do now? I have just taken office. I do not wish to switch hosts so soon. Maria is quite adorable. Yen Luqing exclaimed. Wait, could it be that I will die? Yen Luqing interrupted her thoughts. Hold on. What do you mean by next host? Why are you already looking for a replacement? Will I be affected by this action? Thus, Yen Luqing lethargically responded. Even if I make amends, I will still face punishment. Makabaka cautiously added, but you won't perish. Suddenly, she recalled that inexplicable fall. It must have been some force from this world preventing her. Yen Luqing sighed. So, what should I do to remedy this? As she entered the room, she collapsed onto the carpet, leaning against the sofa, gazing at the ceiling in a state of utter exhaustion, feeling alternating waves of cold and warmth. Suddenly, a clicking sound of the door handle broke the silence. Gu Xi emerged holding a cup of water. Yen Luqing, a beat slow to react, was taken aback. No way. You just woke up? How long have you been asleep? You really are a beauty in slumber. Just as she was about to mention the nickname she had once given him, she caught Gu Xi's calm gaze and quickly corrected herself, saying, I meant the reincarnation of the sleep god. Gu Xi looked at her, his newly awakened demeanor suggesting he was not inclined to converse. Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a particular spot, as if he had intended to pass by once more, but changed his course to approach her. Yen Luqing lay sprawled on the carpet, watching his long, straight legs come to a halt in front of her. She tilted her head back and couldn't help but marvel, despite the angle from which she viewed him. The owner of those long legs was still exceedingly handsome. The owner inquired, Where have you been? Yen Luqing hesitated for a moment before replying, I went to cause some mischief. Gu Xi's eyes fell upon her knee, and he remarked softly, I can see that. Only then did she follow Gu Xi's gaze. It was the result of that fall. Her sweatpants were torn, but her skin was unharmed. Only her knee appeared slightly bruised. Yen Luqing had been so overwhelmed by the previous surreal experience that she had even forgotten the pain here. She noticed Gu Xi took a couple of steps forward, then turned and sat on the sofa. He took another sip of water, his voice clear and pleasant after drinking, soothing to the ears. Where are your two bodyguards? They accompanied me, you know. Yen Luqing inquired. What's the matter? Half an hour later, Dahe and Xiaohe, who had arrived early and were waiting downstairs at the hotel, spotted Yen Luqing approaching, accompanied by another familiar tall and slender figure. Xiaohe greeted Gu Xi, and Dahe followed suit, saying, What brings you along? Gu Xi nodded at both of them. The sunlight glinted off Gu Xi's glasses, accentuating his fair and handsome face, which bore a subtle smile. In a gentle tone, he remarked, I came out of curiosity upon hearing that neither of you could prevent her from falling. Yen Luqing responded, So, have 3 people been affected all at once? Dahe sincerely replied, It's indeed safer with you around. This was partly because Miss Yen seemed particularly receptive to Gu Xi's words, and partly due to Gu Xi's striking appearance and the innate reliability exuded by his demeanor. Yen Luqing chose not to dwell on this any longer and succinctly began to explain her upcoming endeavors. In short, consider me as the matchmaker this time. The so-called plot correction pertains to the subsequent developments. The purpose of Yen Luqing's journey was to facilitate a connection between the male and female leads, ensuring they would reunite despite previous disruptions. Her goal was to locate the male lead first, operating without a concrete plan. Clad in their uniforms, the group swiftly arrived at the gathering place of the male and female leads at their high school. It appeared the boys were preparing for a camping trip, while the girls were conspicuously absent. After confirming with Makabaka that this was indeed the male lead's class, Yen Luqing casually approached a boy, asking, Excuse me, could you help me find Qi Yanchuan? As she waited, she suddenly heard Gu Xi beside her ask, Is Qi Yanchuan the person you intend to matchmake? Yes. Yen Luqing paused. Do you know him? He seemed genuinely curious, as if contemplating something, and then smiled lightly at Yen Luqing. Who are you matchmaking him with? You'll find out soon enough. You won't recognize the name even if I tell you now. According to the timeline, Gu Xi and the male and female leads wouldn't meet for several more years. After casually responding, Yen Luqing shifted her attention. As a boy dressed in black approached them, he was handsome, with distinct features characteristic of his age, radiating a palpable air of arrogance. Upon seeing them, he bluntly asked, Do you need something?
Qi Yanchuan, right? Hello, EM.
Help. The female lead's rose petals would suffice, as the accompanying effects were indeed visually appealing. But why did this male lead have 3-dimensional pine needles floating around him? The three-dimensional pine needles made it seem as though he was covered in a myriad of green spikes. Yan Luqing genuinely wanted to ask him, "Brother, doesn't he that hurt?" Qi Yanchuan, noticing the girl before him was silent and appeared dazed, grew increasingly impatient. "Do you need something?" Makabaka chimed in her mind. "Maria, this is not the time for your commentary. The reason you see things on the protagonist's faces is that the author has used the most frequent descriptors for them. Don't be so astonished." Yan Luqing suddenly realized that the original text often described the female protagonist, Jiang Baichu, with metaphors such as rose-like lips, the fragrance of roses, and skin akin to that of a rose. Naturally, the male protagonist stood tall and straight like a pine tree, exuding a faint, refreshing scent of cedar, embodying the essence of a pine. Thus, his effect was transformed into a humanoid pine tree. Yan Luqing silently recited to herself the phrase "the world is vast and full of wonders" 3 times before gathering her thoughts to address this human pine tree. "You know Jiang Baichu from the class next door?"
Don't you?
A subtle expression flitted across Qi Yanchuan's face. However, Yan Luqing did not notice that the person beside her also exhibited a fleeting, yet subtle expression. At that moment, Yan Luqing was not in the mood to analyze the nuance of the male protagonist's expression. She got straight to the point. "I heard that you are the designated leader for the autumn outing activities for both classes, which is why I came to find you." This was a reminder from Makabaka about the male protagonist's identity mentioned in the original text. Subsequently, Yan Luqing delicately recounted Jiang Baichu's situation, emphasizing how frightened she was, how much she needed companionship, yet would never voice such feelings. Upon hearing what Jiang Baichu had experienced, Qi Yanchuan appeared momentarily taken aback. Indeed, even without a triggering event, an extraordinary bond existed between the male and female protagonists. Yan Luqing discerned from his expression that there should be no significant issues moving forward. As Yan Luqing prepared to bid farewell, Qi Yanchuan stroked his chin, a look of confusion crossing his face as he posed a question almost identical to those Jiang Baichu had asked. "Why do you always stare at my face when you speak?" The intensity of the girl's gaze was undeniably direct and hard to overlook. "Of course, it was because you resemble a luminescent pine tree." After inwardly chastising him, Yan Luqing forced a smile and utilized the same excuse as Jiang Baichu. "I look at you because you are handsome." The male protagonist cast a bewildered glance at the group before silently turning to leave, not heading towards the boys nor returning to his tasks, but likely seeking out Jiang Baichu instead. Yan Luqing watched the pine tree retreat into the distance, sighing with a sense of nostalgia, oblivious to the expressions of those around her. She tugged at Gu Xi's sleeve. "Gu Xi, I will absolutely, unequivocally never describe you as a pine tree." Just as she stepped through the door, darkness enveloped her vision. Had Gu Xi not caught her in time, she might have dramatically fallen. Previously, Yan Luqing had intended to pamper Gu Xi by allowing him to occupy the bedroom closer to the door.
Now.
It was Gu Xi who helped her into the bedroom and settled her comfortably. She lay on the bed where Gu Xi had napped for several hours that afternoon, covered with a blanket, her thoughts wandering. Rounding it off, she and Gu Xi had shared a bed. Gu Xi made a phone call to have medication and a thermometer sent up from the hotel, and before that, he remembered to place a cool towel on her forehead. Even while caring for her, he exhibited an admirable sense of order and ease, yet was remarkably thorough. While Gu Xi went to fetch a new towel, Yan Luqing opened her phone to check WeChat. She did not add Qi Yanchuan on WeChat, partly because she believed that the aloof youth would not accept her request, and partly because she had already added the female protagonist, Jiang Baichu. Surely, their experiences would not remain hidden. She opened the chat with Jiang Baichu and saw red and pink bubbles appearing above the girl's head. Red and pink? Yan Luqing first tapped on the red bubble. "Jiang Baichu, is Qi Yanchuan insane? He inexplicably dragged me away from the gala and then remained silent. Does he think he is so impressive?" Yan Luqing thought. Regardless of the implications, there was still a pink bubble, suggesting at least some emotion of excitement or anticipation. Surely, the presence of pink indicated a positive turn, right? With this thought, she tapped on the pink bubble. "Jiang Baichu, what is that pretty sister doing this afternoon? She is so adorable. I really want to chat with her." Yan Luqing? Goodness, so they did not follow the expected plot development. Could this be the reason for her current fever? Just as Yan Luqing was about to continue probing the bubbles, her phone was suddenly snatched away. "Just lie still," Gu Xi said, replacing the towel on her forehead. Having soaked his hands in cold water, he leaned closer, bringing with him a refreshing chill. Yan Luqing nuzzled against his cool hand, obediently nodding. Oh. Setting aside the other two for now, it was crucial to recover from her illness. If she could manage this ailment well. Yan Luqing felt miserable with the fever, And after just having seen the male protagonist donning a vibrant green pine tree, innocent as the tree may be, the male lead was faultless, yet with the pine tree growing on him and transforming into a special effect, that was indeed a grave sin. Closing her eyes, her mind was filled with visions of a human-shaped pine tree, which made her feel as if her thoughts had been polluted. She opened her eyes again, her gaze following Gu Xi. She needed to see more of him to cleanse her vision. Yan Luqing reveled in Gu Xi's care, admiring his handsome features. And after a while, she sighed deeply. My mind isn't functioning well right now, and I can't think of appropriate adjectives, but to summarize. Unlike her dismissive remarks toward the male protagonist, she earnestly complimented him. Gu Xi, you truly are exceptionally handsome. The exact same words. 3 times the charm. Just as Gu Xi was about to insert the thermometer into her ear, he paused for 2 seconds, until the thermometer emitted a beep. Yan Luqing watched as Gu Xi cast a glance at the number on the thermometer, then with a casual flick of his finger, he tossed it onto the bedside table, where it landed with a sharp sound. Handsome, he repeated, suddenly breaking into a smile. Gu Xi's eyes were deep and dark, and the smile at the corners of his mouth was lingering, as if he were saying something flirtatious. He pronounced her name deliberately. Yan Luqing. Is your definition of handsome wholesale? Today, the temperature outside had dropped significantly, so the air conditioning was on in the room, creating a comfortable atmosphere. The pillow Yan Luqing lay upon carried a faint fragrance, which she wondered might be from Gu Xi. Regardless, as long as it wasn't the harsh scent of pine, it was delightful to her. Yan Luqing felt her face growing increasingly warm, partly due to the fever and partly due to Gu Xi's questioning. She initially intended to refute him, as her compliments were genuinely heartfelt. Yet, she suddenly realized that whether it was the elaborate praises on social media or her admiration for the protagonists of the original story, the frequency of her utterances of good-looking was alarmingly akin to items sold in bulk at a marketplace. The term bulk was surprisingly apparent, truly deserving of his title as a man. Yan Luqing could only dryly explain to him, although I do compliment often, you are different. Upon saying this, she recognized how much it resembled the classic phrase of a notorious cad. Though I have had many exes, you are unlike them. Gu Xi seemed to share this thought, his smile deepening, for his smiles were rarely born of genuine joy. Yan Luqing had observed that, apart from rare instances, his smiles either heralded sarcasm or were steeped in it. Thus, his silence now indicated that he was mentally indulging in his usual sardonic humor. After much contemplation, she could only adopt a pitiful tone reminiscent of a grand red robe. Haven't I mentioned that my thoughts are muddled and my vocabulary depleted? Are you truly going to nitpick a word from someone with a raging fever? She paused for emphasis, moreover. This patient speaks sincerely. After declaring this, Yan Luqing endeavored to widen her eyes, attempting to exude the innocence of a delicate beauty, much like Princess Xi lying in bed, evoking sympathy. Alas, her fever rendered her eyes parched as the Sahara Desert. After much effort, her face ached without yielding a hint of moisture. Although Gu Xi was indeed sharp-tongued and sardonic, he eventually turned to pour her a cup of hot water, assisting her to sit up with succinct instructions. Drink this. Those mere 3 words moved Yan Luqing profoundly. As she sipped the water, she mused that despite being positioned as a villainous figure in the original narrative, how wonderful it would be if Gu Xi were not subjected to such pressures, just as he was in this moment, so pure and considerate. What a genuinely kind and attentive youth he was. Yan Luqing nearly shed tears over a simple cup of water. Princess Xi, forever divine. 2 hours later, Yan Luqing could finally ascertain that her illness was indeed a result of the system's interference. Her fever was astonishingly fleeting, akin to a whimsical jest, plummeting from 39.5 degrees in merely 2 hours. Gu Xi stood by the bedside, observing the thermometer that now indicated a normal temperature, then glanced at her with an air of calm, though his eyes concealed an array of emotions. Yan Luqing felt an unusual sense of guilt. After all, whether the fever surged or receded was due to external factors, and she could not divulge this to the one caring for her. Ah, how extraordinary. The fever subsided so swiftly. Yan Luqing remarked dryly, you are truly a natural-born doctor. Aha ha ha. Not at all, Gu Xi replied, his laughter both charming and gentle, praising her with more ease than she had mustered. Miss Yan, your health is exceptional, truly a gift. Yan Luqing retorted, what the hell is gifted? After showering and feeling refreshed, she returned to find her phone had buzzed twice on the bed. Picking it up, she discovered a message from Jiang Baichu. Jiang Baichu, sister, good night. Jiang Baichu, with her adorable feline features, left Yan Luqing in a state of emotional turmoil. While it was true that she had an affinity for beautiful women, the predicament arose when this particular beauty failed to redirect her affections towards the male protagonist, endangering her very existence. A yellow bubble proclaimed, "The lovely sister bids me good night." A pink bubble followed suit, stating, "Qi Yanchuan is actually quite a decent fellow." Yan Luqing gasped in surprise. How could it be that this pink bubble belonged to the male protagonist? Goodness, he had finally made his move. Just as Yan Luqing reveled in her joy, she noticed that beneath the words of the pink bubble, 2 images suddenly appeared. Images? Curiosity piqued. She clicked on them. The first image depicted Jiang Baichu seated against a wall in a dimly lit corner, her hand resting on her knee, gazing up at the standing Qi Yanchuan. The second image was even more astonishing. Qi Yanchuan was cradling Jiang Baichu in a princess carry. No wonder her fever had subsided so abruptly. It seemed that as long as the couple's relationship improved, her health would follow suit. In the photographs, the pair was enveloped in that dazzling three-dimensional effect, resembling a humanoid pine tree adorned with needles, holding a beauty surrounded by rose petals. Although quite peculiar, Yan Luqing found it far from unpleasant. Her mind raced with the thought. Her golden finger had begun to incorporate images. This was akin to a miraculous seed savoring a delightful snack in a whimsical wonderland. Truly marvelous. At that moment, the familiar voice of Makabaka echoed in her ears. "Congratulations, Maria. Achieving a certain level will lead to the evolution of your golden finger." Yan Luqing's astonished gaze fell upon her vibrant WeChat notifications. Her relentless dedication to commenting had not been in vain. The evolution feature was exceedingly useful, suggesting that in the future, her communication would not only consist of text but also include rich imagery. What further wonders awaited her? Furthermore, if her golden finger had evolved, could she now glimpse into Gu Xi's innermost thoughts? With her heart racing in anticipation, Yan Luqing eagerly tapped on her dialogue box with Gu Xi. However, 5 seconds later, she was met with the same lack of change as before. When she refrained from provoking him, the bubbles remained transparent, and the messages were mere strings of periods. Though she could now access images from the main cast, she was still limited to the 4 types of punctuation that belonged to Gu Xi. The symptoms of her fever had not recurred, allowing her to sleep soundly through the night. On the first day, due to inclement weather, they were unable to venture out, leaving everyone feeling restless. By early the next day, the adhesive patches clinging to Gu Xi proposed to the group that they should spend a night atop the mountain. They articulated their reasoning. "We finally gathered together. Every moment is precious. Moreover, to come all this way and not set up a tent would be utterly unsatisfactory." The group had no objections, especially since they had already procured tents and sleeping bags, making the decision a mere formality. Due to some individuals' lack of physical fitness, coupled with the boys' curiosity about activities such as rock climbing and the girls' inability to move past alluring stalls, the entire group arrived at the mountain as night fell, having set up their tents. As the evening approached, everyone prepared for a nocturnal gathering filled with games like Truth or Dare and Undercover. Before that, they decided to form a team to visit the nearest supermarket to procure snacks and beer. On the way to the supermarket, amidst the lively chatter, Yan Luqing seized the opportunity to ignore her classmates' ambiguous glances and pulled Gu Xi to the back of the line. Gu Xi did not resist, lazily trailing behind her. Once they found a secluded spot, Gu Xi watched as Yan Luqing released his sleeve, suddenly positioning her backpack in front of her and unzipping it. She first extracted 2 small bottles from her bag, presenting one in each hand. "This is the medication for your eyes today. And this is for the daily drops you need to take." Then, she produced a glasses case, saying, "This is what I had Dr. Lu send directly to Dahe. You will need to switch to your 4th pair of glasses starting tomorrow." She rummaged through her bag again, adding, "And here is the stomach medication I asked our family doctor for, just in case you have any reaction to the meal we had at that restaurant today." Having handed him everything, Yan Luqing zipped up her bag, only to find herself locking eyes with Gu Xi, illuminated by the moonlight, which accentuated the clarity of his gaze. Yan Luqing, somewhat skeptical, asked, "Did you catch what I said just now?" Gu Xi, unsure, glanced at the items now cluttering his hands, then lifted his long lashes to meet her gaze, a slight smile curving his lips. "When did you bring all this?" Yan Luqing felt a bit flustered by his smile and averted her gaze, saying, "Of course, it was on the day we left." She pouted, sensing he had indeed forgotten to bring his own supplies. Her words swirled in the evening breeze, eventually reaching Gu Xi's ears, tinged with a hint of reproach, yet possessing an endearing quality that sparked no resentment. Gu Xi had been silent for too long, prompting Yan Luqing to glance at him again, discovering he was still staring at her. Perhaps it was the moonlight accentuating his features. But Gu Xi's beauty reached an apex that night, radiating a unique aura that blended the softness of spring waters with the chill of mountain frost. Especially striking were his ink-black eyes, which seemed to hold a playful yet mysterious glimmer, captivating her without a word spoken. Yan Luqing quickly averted her eyes again, turning her face away. Indeed, solitary moments at night can lead to fanciful thoughts, especially when accompanied by such a striking figure. These thoughts would multiply geometrically. "Why are we just standing here?" Yan Luqing declared, adjusting her backpack and playfully nudging him. "Let us go." The two individuals had fallen behind for quite some time, yet they possessed a general sense of the supermarket's location, walking silently in the same direction. Surrounding them were numerous trees, their leaves rustling gently, occasionally emitting a soft whisper. In her silent contemplation, Yan Luqing struggled to rein in the chaotic thoughts dancing in her mind. She mused that Gu Ci had aptly earned the title of Princess Ci, for he had amassed an array of fairy tale scripts, the unfolding scene before her she whimsically dubbed Ci's Dreaming in Wonderland. As they navigated a bend in a narrow path, an unexpected dizziness washed over Yan Luqing. She finally grasped the situation. How many times had this occurred today? Gu Ci, noticing her peculiar demeanor, prompted her gently. "There's a slope ahead. Watch your step." Nodding in acknowledgement, she silently reassured herself that something was indeed amiss. Grasping her flashlight, she prepared to scrutinize the path ahead more carefully. Before she could take 2 steps, her left foot suddenly found nothing but air. Yan Luqing's pupils constricted sharply.
Damn.
"It's the system again," she exclaimed inwardly. The ground was solid beneath her feet. She had been vigilant with each step. This was undoubtedly a punishment inflicted by those 2 children, the protagonists, for their recent emotional turmoil. Weren't they just basking in sweetness? How could it all collapse so drastically? Could they not maintain a steadier disposition in their budding romance? While her mind swirled with exasperation, the abruptness of the situation left her with little time to react. As the sensation of weightlessness enveloped her, she managed a fleeting gasp, so faint that she believed no one else would hear it. Yet in the next instant, someone seized her hand.
Gucci.
Yan Luqing's eyes widened. The utterance of his name felt as if she had called upon a deity. "Yan Luqing, I warned you about the slope," Gu Ci began, gripping her hand tightly, but his words trailed off as he furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Using a nearby ancient tree for leverage, he pulled her upward with increasing effort, yet no matter how hard he tried, Yan Luqing did not ascend. Rather, she found herself descending further. This stalemate could only lead to one inevitable outcome. They would both tumble down together. Yan Luqing was acutely aware of her own weight. While Gu Ci may not have known the specifics, he surely could discern that she could not possibly exert such a force of descent. The weight dragging her downward was inexplicably linked to some power within this world's so-called system. Realizing this, she instinctively released his hand, wishing to free him from her predicament. Chapter 14. No escape, can't we sleep together? Yan Luqing recalled having watched numerous period dramas wherein characters encounter misfortunes on mountains in 2 distinct ways. One involved plummeting from sheer cliffs, often leading to waterfalls below, while the other was akin to her current experience of rolling down a steep slope. In those televised portrayals, the protagonist would roll down the slope while being pursued, gracefully tumbling to the bottom. Upon reaching the end of the descent, they would dust themselves off, sit up, stretch, and after a moment's respite, rise to continue their escape. Yan Luqing had anticipated something akin to this. Until she personally experienced it, she could only express her disdain towards the television series she had watched. Yan Luqing had just loosened her grip, yet simultaneously, Gu Ci turned his hand and grasped her once more. As they shifted positions, his strength momentarily faltered, causing Yan Luqing to plummet downward with an intensified force. They tumbled down the hillside together, making her feel as though she were a burden, dragging down the one who sought to save her. Despite the tension of the moment, Yan Luqing remained unwaveringly convinced by his words, almost instinctively obeying his commands. In the enveloping darkness, she felt as though she had fallen into a slender yet secure embrace. The slope was steep, littered with protruding rocks and tree stumps, rendering it anything but flat. This was precisely the aspect of the drama that incited her ire. The uneven terrain provided no barriers to halt their descent, serving only to strike various parts of their bodies as they rolled. The locations of these impacts were entirely random, dictated by fate. Yan Luqing discerned that she had been struck twice, once by a large rock and once by a wooden stump, causing her lower back and legs to ache to the point of near unconsciousness. If such force had landed upon her head, it would have been catastrophic. Dazed and disoriented from the blows, she barely retained the last vestige of her instinct, gripping Gu Ci's clothing tightly. She lost track of time as they continued to roll until the slope's steepness began to lessen, their speed diminishing until they collided with an unseen object, producing a resounding thud. At last, they came to a halt. As they stopped, they instinctively released their hold on one another. Luqing exhaled deeply, her voice barely a whisper as she cursed under her breath. Damn this curse system punishment. After this harrowing experience, she began to understand why Gu Xi had embraced her. The front of a person is far more vulnerable than the back, and their mutual hold while descending had minimized the risk of injury to the rear of their bodies, especially with her carrying a climbing backpack. Yet, he had undoubtedly sustained more impacts than she had, particularly the final collision that brought them to a stop, which she felt no pain from, an indication that Gu Xi had absorbed the brunt of it. Desperately wishing to inquire about his condition, she found herself too pained to make any sudden movements. Unable to rise, she lay there, her stomach churning uncomfortably. Summoning all her strength, she propped herself up just enough to alleviate the nausea, retching a few times without producing anything, but at least her stomach settled somewhat. The surroundings were engulfed in darkness. She was inherently afraid of the dark, yet there was something more pressing to ascertain. Thus, maintaining her position, she cautiously maneuvered closer to Gu Xi, tentatively calling out,
Gucci?
Being so near, she caught the scent of the same hotel shampoo that clung to her own hair, mingled with a metallic tang of blood. Her heart raced uncontrollably, prompting her to abandon his name and reach out to touch him directly. She explored his head, running her fingers from the crown to the nape, discovering no wounds or traces of blood, and only then did she feel a slight sense of relief. Gu Xi, can you hear me? Yet before Luqing could finish her sentence, the person beside her suddenly seemed to awaken, breaking into a fit of coughs. Luqing switched on her flashlight, illuminating her bottle of mineral water, and offered it to him. Here, water for you. Gu Xi hesitated briefly before accepting the bottle with one hand. However, instead of drinking, he merely held it, placing it on the ground as he propped himself up with the same hand. His movements were not slow, but his posture appeared oddly stiff. After a final cough, Gu Xi managed to steady his breath and looked up at her. Now that there was light, Luqing could clearly discern his appearance. A leaf had lodged itself in his hair at the temple, and he was clad in a black tracksuit, concealing any visible injuries. His face, illuminated under the flashlight, bore a stark contrast to the moonlit visage she had seen earlier. A small gash at the end of his brow was seeping blood. His glasses were nowhere to be found, and he was slightly out of breath, presenting a somewhat disheveled appearance. Yet his eyes remained clear and composed. Luqing herself was not in much better shape. As their gazes met, recalling Gu Xi's earlier action of grasping her hand, an overwhelming sense of shared adversity washed over her, reminiscent of having survived a calamity together. What was he about to say? Surely, he was going to ask if she was all right or if she was injured. Luqing had already prepared to assure him that she was fine, and to sincerely express her gratitude. Then she watched as Gu Xi opened his mouth, his expression tinged with a hint of confusion. Luqing, why are you so heavy? The October night was dark and chilly at the foot of the mountain. Gu Xi mentioned that they had collided with an ancient tree, its diameter no less than 7 or 8 meters. Luqing's mind was consumed by Gu Xi's previous remark. What did he mean by her being heavy? Hadn't her body grown so slender that she should be as light as a feather? How could he possibly say she was heavy? Luqing felt an overwhelming frustration. It wasn't because I am heavy, it was because. She intended to explain that something had tripped her, but her throat felt constricted, rendering her speechless. She attempted again, it was because. But once more, she was unable to articulate her thoughts. Before she could comprehend the reason for her silence, Gu Xi had already begun to rise, using one hand to support himself against the object behind him. It seemed he chuckled softly before saying, I understand, no need to explain, and extended his hand towards her. May I borrow the flashlight? Luqing gazed at the hand before her, then at the person it belonged to. He could easily jest with her, his tone devoid of urgency, as if they had not fallen into this desolate place, but were merely momentarily separated from their group. Strangely comforted, she set aside her concerns about being heavy and directly handed the flashlight to him. With Gu Xi's beam of light, she discovered that the surface they had collided with was a sturdy tree trunk, and the light seemed to penetrate the wood, revealing what lay within. Gu Xi paused momentarily, then circled to the other side. Luqing remained in her previous position, sprawled on the ground, raising her voice to call out to him. Gu Xi, what are you looking at? Luqing nodded. It's in the bag. Go inside to rest first, then inform the others. I will call the police, she said. The arrangements were quite satisfactory, but, well, Gu Xi. Luqing awkwardly looked up at him. I think I injured my foot when I rolled down. Gu Xi hesitated for a moment. I know. Yan Luqing was taken aback. How did you know? Gu Xi crouched in front of her, the dim beam of his flashlight illuminating his slightly arched brows and eyes. If you could walk, why would you crawl?
Goodness.
You certainly have a way with words. Just you.
Have. A.
Mouth. Yan Luqing felt herself on the verge of exploding with frustration, yet she remained immobilized, still forced to maintain this humiliating posture. Just when she thought she could infuriate herself into a pufferfish, Gu Xi spoke again. But you need to wait a moment. As he spoke, he suddenly leaned against a tree trunk and sat down, positioned directly in front of Yan Luqing, less than half a meter away. Her voice, still tinged with indignation. What am I waiting for? Gu Xi placed the flashlight on the ground, his expression calm. Wait for me to relocate my arm. Yan Luqing doubted her hearing. What did you say? My left arm is dislocated, Gu Xi explained in a tone as tranquil as if he were discussing his good looks. So, I need to relocate my arm before I can help you. Relocate it yourself? Are you even human? Yan Luqing was so taken aback that she forgot what she was previously upset about. Maintaining her position on the ground, her eyes widened as she reached out to impede his actions. Don't. Gu Xi, don't be rash. Let's call the police first, and when the officers arrive, we can have a doctor look at you. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Xi lowered his head, his eyelashes casting shadows over his eyes. His gaze fixed on his left elbow. Initially appearing relaxed, his right hand suddenly moved to his left elbow and swiftly jerked it upward and to the left. Yan Luqing heard a sound. It was difficult for her to describe whether it was a crack or a pop, or perhaps neither. It was a sound that seemed to embody a perplexing contradiction, both muffled and crisp, evoking a sensation of simultaneous sharpness and pain. Yet, his expression remained unchanged, as if he felt no discomfort at all. In fact, after accomplishing the task, he lifted his gaze and smiled at her. That smile was indeed captivating. But Yan Luqing immediately panicked and shifted back half a meter. I don't want it. I don't want it. Gu Xi's smile widened as he pushed himself off the tree and approached her, disregarding her protests, and directly grasped her immobile right calf. Yan Luqing did not feel pain, but she sensed her hair standing on end. Gu Xi shone the flashlight to take a closer look, gently probing with his fingers before concluding, Your ankle is dislocated. He then raised his gaze to Yan Luqing. Do you truly not want it? Yan Luqing shook her head vigorously, pleading, No, just let me endure this pain. I feel as if I am beginning to acclimate to it. I can hold on until the police come to rescue us. Gu Xi seemed amused by her demeanor, releasing her ankle and remarking, Miss Yan, delayed realignment of a dislocated joint will not lead to habituation to pain, but rather exacerbate it. Moreover, if left unattended for too long, it may result in permanent damage. With each word, Yan Luqing's resentment deepened. In her previous life, she enjoyed robust health and rarely visited a hospital, yet in this new existence, her body seemed perpetually afflicted with ailments. Despite Gu Xi's numerous attempts to shield her, her ankle had still succumbed to dislocation. However, her fear of pain rendered her indecisive. Please, allow me a moment for mental preparation. Very well, Gu Xi surprisingly acquiesced. Upon entering the tree hollow, they were instantly enveloped in warmth, far removed from the relentless gusts of cold wind outside. Following Gu Xi's instructions, they both took out their phones to send messages. On the run, Saintly Mother. Approximately 500 meters from the supermarket, Gu Xi and I accidentally tumbled down a slope. Gu Xi is currently calling for help. We're both only lightly injured, so please don't worry too much. After sending the message, she turned to Gu Xi. I've sent a message to the group. Have you managed to send yours? Gu Xi withdrew his phone from his ear. I am out of service range. Yan Luqing attempted to call for help again, only to receive the same response, no service. How, then, had she just received messages from the group? And why could her message be sent? Upon reopening the group chat, she noticed a glaring red exclamation mark beside her recently sent message. She too had failed to deliver it. Messages can be received, but not sent? That seems implausible. Gu Xi, upon noticing her exclamation mark, immediately stood up against the hollow wall and declared, I will step outside to test the signal. The moment Yan Luqing saw the exclamation mark, she was reminded of the underlying reason for their current predicament. The system was punishing her. The most probable cause of this penalty was the disruption between the male and female leads. Leaning against the inner wall of the tree, she attempted to open the dialogue box with Dahe and Xiaoke, only to be met with the same red exclamation mark. Slightly exasperated, she clicked on her conversation with Jiang Baichu. Previously, a minor quarrel between the two children had resulted in her suffering a high fever. This time, A more significant dispute had presumably led to her being cast into this predicament, dragging Gu Xi along with her. As expected, the girl was now surrounded by a multitude of furious red bubbles, unmistakably fuming. Yan Luqing knew without a doubt that this was due to her anger towards the male lead, Qi Yanchuan. Must they endure until the male and female leads rekindle their spark before she and Gu Xi could send out a distress signal? How absurd! If they were to be confined, how could she play the matchmaker? They had to be released to fulfill that role. Was there something fundamentally flawed with the system? At that moment, Gu Xi re-entered, stating, "I could not send anything from outside." His expression was markedly different from before, and his tone seemed colder. The dim light of the flashlight cast shadows, leading Yan Luqing to question her perception. "I couldn't send anything either." Gu Xi acknowledged her with a quiet hum. Yan Luqing shared the same sentiment. However, "Why did you suddenly come over?" She felt an ominous premonition. Gu Xi directed the flashlight at her right ankle. The implication unmistakable. "I ventured out for a brief moment and cannot ascertain how far we are from above, hence you must not delay."
Indeed.
Her ankle was now throbbing painfully, far more than at the beginning. "Yet I am frightened." Yan Luqing bit her lip, suggesting, "How about this, Gu Xi? Talk to me or tell me a story, and when I'm not paying attention, you can realign it, all right?" Gu Xi remained unresponsive. Yan Luqing pressed on, giving him a pleading glance. "I am truly afraid of pain." Gu Xi gazed into her eyes. Those almond-shaped eyes seemed to harbor a pool of moisture, making the pupils glisten even in the dim light. Her expression was a clear facade of innocence, yet it was not off-putting. However, he recalled vividly the scenes of this deranged body inflicting wounds upon itself with a knife, stabbing itself with a needle. And now it was this very body again. But it seemed to be looking at him with an entirely different gaze, saying, "Gu Xi, I am genuinely terrified of pain." Yan Luqing noticed his expressionless stare, as if he were about to refuse her. Yet, in a swift moment, he blinked, and that familiar, enchanting smile reappeared on his face. "All right," Gu Xi said. "What would you like to hear?" "Just a regular bedtime story will suffice," Yan Luqing replied. Primarily, Gu Xi's voice was pleasant, and since he usually spoke little, she figured that listening to his melodious tone would divert her attention somewhat, with no particular expectations for the story. Very well. Gu Xi first opened his backpack and retrieved the glasses case Yan Luqing had given him not long ago, putting on the glasses. Then, with half-closed eyes beside her, he directed the flashlight back and forth, presumably inspecting her ankle, while Yan Luqing anxiously averted her gaze. Gu Xi's voice slowly resonated within the hollow of the tree, and in the tranquil ambience his cool, melodious tone indeed evoked a sense of a bedtime tale. Once upon a time, there was a person who loved to sleep covered by a quilt, snug up to his neck, revealing only his head. Oh, how coincidental. Yan Luqing thought the opening somewhat kitsch, but in order to encourage Gu Xi's storytelling, she enthusiastically chimed in, "I sleep just like that." And then, "What story does this person have?" Yan Luqing observed Gu Xi's eyelashes flutter occasionally, hearing him continue in that unhurried voice. "One day, while this person was sleeping, his head was devoured by a ghost." What on earth? Is this a bedtime story? Yan Luqing was momentarily stunned, yet just as she was engulfed in confusion, a sudden sharp pain shot through her ankle, and she heard that notorious sound of realignment. Gu Xi released his grip, casually remarking, "All done." Yan Luqing had yet to even utter a cry, and it was all over. The pain was indeed intense, but after that moment passed, the discomfort emanating from her ankle gradually subsided. Gu Xi suggested, "Move it around a bit to see." She belatedly embraced her right leg, twisted it, and then called out to him, "Gu Xi. Thank you." He raised his eyes. "For what?" "My feet," and Yan Luqing paused for a moment, saying,
"Come down with me."
Without him, isolated from the outside world, Yan Luqing could very well frighten herself to death. Yet with his presence, not a single thread of anxiety could arise within her. As he passed, a gentle breeze stirred. Once more, Yan Luqing caught a whiff of the shampoo scent that mirrored her own, mingled with the metallic tang of blood. Could it be from the small wound on his face? Could such a minor cut produce such a pronounced scent of blood? Lost in her thoughts, Gu Xi suddenly inquired, "What do you have in your bag?" After she answered, a profound silence enveloped the hollow. Illuminated by the beam of the flashlight, Yan Luqing observed Gu Xi's face. Although devoid of expression, it seemed to convey an unmistakable "just as I expected." Gu Xi then asked, "Where is your sleeping bag?" Yan Luqing's voice diminished. "I had no space. So my sleeping bag is with Xia Yutian." Gu Xi's face, for the first time, displayed a genuine lack of expression. Yan Luqing felt an immense embarrassment. The most crucial point was that she had packed a considerable amount of food, which indeed aligned with the absurdity of her having pulled her savior down the slope with her weight. She hesitated, but we are not unsure how long they will take to find us. We should rest to conserve our energy. After Gu Xi spoke, he leaned against the inner wall of the tree hollow, closing his eyes in repose. Today, he seemed to favor leaning against something. With his long legs bent in a relaxed manner, he appeared quite handsome. After a day of climbing and the recent harrowing experience, it was impossible for Yan Luqing to claim she was not exhausted or sleepy. She was merely holding herself up in this unfamiliar environment. However, cradling his folded sleeping bag, she squeezed it, feeling that it was not meant for one. Yan Luqing took out the sleeping bag, laid it on the ground to allow it to naturally fluff up. No matter how she looked at it, it resembled a double size.
Wuchi replied,
In fact, observing the size of the sleeping bag, Yan Luqing casually asked, "Can't we sleep together?"
Gucci.
Who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, fixing his gaze directly upon her. Chapter 15, No Escape. Why didn't you tell me after losing so much blood? If the earlier mention of food had cast the hollow into silence, now it was enveloped in utter stillness. As the night deepened, the wind outside grew stronger. The sound of leaves rustling carried an almost amplified effect, resonating in their ears. Yan Luqing felt Gu Xi's gaze. Her mind suddenly clear, and she finally realized something was amiss. What had she just said? Can't we sleep together? What audacity possessed her to speak so boldly to Gu Xi? No, what I meant was, Yan Luqing's mind raced as she pointed to the sleeping bag, swiftly rephrasing. Look at how large the sleeping bag is. Can it accommodate two people? Gu Xi continued to gaze at her. The moon tonight was particularly large and bright. The entrance to the hollow formed a triangular shape, narrow at the top and wide at the bottom, with moonlight streaming through that opening and surrounding small crevices, allowing them to discern their surroundings even without the flashlight naturally illuminating his face. At this moment, Gu Xi's expression transformed from one of indifference to a slight squint accompanied by a smile. The smile was subtle, yet conveyed a sense of genuine curiosity. Not the typical intrigue a boy might exhibit towards a girl, but rather akin to a scholar encountering an extraordinary specimen for the first time. Yan Luqing felt an immediate spike in her anxiety at a smile, swallowing hard as she pondered. Isn't this an obvious indication of shared intimacy? Gu Xi nodded, stating simply, therefore, you shall sleep with me. The ambiguity of his statement was undeniably overwhelming. Yan Luqing attempted to clarify, to sleep together merely means to rest. However, before she could elaborate, Gu Xi interrupted, I slept enough yesterday, I'm not tired. Indeed, he had rested well the previous night, yet after hiking all day, it was implausible that he felt entirely unwearied. Yan Luqing suspected he still harbored some reservations. Nevertheless, considering the chill in the air, even if they weren't to sleep, it would be quite reasonable to huddle together for warmth. Not cold, not tired, not cold, Gu Xi replied, seemingly lethargic and terse, his words as sparse as they were indifferent. In truth, if it were anyone else, regardless of gender, she would not have been so insistent. However, given that he had been drawn here to hold on to her, and considering that Yan Luqing believed their relationship had evolved beyond mere sympathy from a character to a fictional being, it transcended mere friendship. It included a bond forged in camaraderie. Suddenly, she recalled that she had brought something along. Digging through her bag, after much rummaging, she finally unearthed the familiar flat, sheet-like warmers. Yan Luqing was elated. She had indeed remembered to bring them. Although she had forgotten the initial purpose for bringing them, she promptly tore open the packaging, retrieving 2 of the warmers. She then settled beside Gu Xi, inquiring, have you ever used a warmer? Gu Xi sluggishly opened his eyes, his eyelashes seemingly resisting the movement, wearing an expression that suggested he viewed her as the warmer instead. However, they were in the wilderness after all. It was crucial not to succumb to the cold before help arrived. Survival was the utmost priority. Don't wear that expression. This is truly a treasure.
Come.
Let me show you. Yan Luqing acted swiftly, pulling his right arm toward her without noticing his momentary stiffness due to the seamlessness of her motion. She tugged him closer and placed the warmer squarely against his back, proclaiming, this is where you should stick it. The center of the back is the warmest. Wait, why is her back wet? The question slipped out instinctively. In the next moment, she suddenly recalled the scent of blood she had noticed earlier, the impact of their fall, and quickly grabbed the flashlight to illuminate the area. The dampness she felt on her palm was indeed blood. There was also a layer of dried crimson on the inner wall where he had been leaning. Dressed entirely in black, if not for the light, The darkness of the surroundings would have concealed the extent of his injuries, as the torn fabric rendered the wetness nearly invisible. Gazing at the splotch of red, Yen Luqing was abruptly reminded of their tumble down the slope, her consciousness hazy, being cradled while her eyes were shut, unable to perceive anything, yet still having the presence of mind to lament the situation. Her clothing had suffered some abrasions, and aside from her ankles, she had incurred no significant harm. In reality, it was merely that someone had borne the brunt of her misfortune on her behalf. Yen Luqing felt an inexplicable sensation in her heart, as if it were being tightly grasped, causing a slight breathlessness. However, Gu Xi casually freed her hand and spoke in a nonchalant tone. It was merely a scratch. His words seemed tailored for her understanding. The sense of urgency within Yen Luqing had yet to dissipate as she gazed at him in disbelief. Is this what you call merely a scratch? Gu Xi rephrased. Had it not been for the final impact with the tree, it would indeed have been just a scratch. Then why did you not inform me about the profuse bleeding? Yen Luqing inquired. Gu Xi blinked. I am aware of what is in your bag. Knowing that there are no medications, what purpose would it serve to mention it? It may serve no purpose, but it is certainly better than bearing it alone. Yen Luqing was the type to immediately seek help from those she trusted when feeling unwell, much like when she realized her ankle was injured and promptly informed Gu Xi. She was unaware that Gu Xi had become wary after enduring the tragedy of losing his parents, or whether it was simply his innate disposition. In the company of old classmates, after developing a bond with her twin sisters, Yen Luqing found herself speaking more than Gu Xi. Despite having been unfamiliar with the twins prior, Yen Luqing held the belief that humans are social creatures, yearning for vibrancy and life, that sowing seeds in barren soil would bloom into a garden. Yet Gu Xi was different. He was strikingly indifferent, a person who could thrive in a splendid life, yet chose solitude. Thus, could it be that such a disposition rendered him incapable of loving anyone, leading to the conclusion found within the pages of a book? Unbeknownst to her, Yen Luqing's thoughts wandered further afield, her gaze shifting with the light of the moon filtering through a small opening, her eyes shimmering with an excess of moisture, glistening like waves. Oh, Gu Xi spoke again, a hint of amusement in his voice as he deliberately prolonged his tone. It appears that sharing has the power to draw tears from Miss Yen. Yet, her thoughts had strayed too far, reflecting on the conclusion that had so deeply angered her, evoking a sense of nostalgia.
Why?
She began, but Gu Xi interrupted. Is it because we are friends? Yen Luqing paused. Indeed. You have taken the words right out of my mouth. After saying this, she rummaged through her bag for water, clean tissues, and all the necessary tools for tending to wounds. Gu Xi chuckled behind her, though she could not ascertain what amused him, and after a moment he remarked, Miss Yen. How utterly unoriginal. Earlier, when Yen Luqing had been carried in by Gu Xi, the pain in her ankle had been so intense that she had failed to notice the torn fabric of his jacket and the black shirt underneath, both marred by scratches, illuminated by the beam of a flashlight. It was much as Gu Xi had described. Initially, it was merely a scrape, yet being in the mountains, the branches bore thorns. What may have simply stuck to the surface had, due to the final jarring impact, been driven deep into the skin. With tissues and water in hand, Yen Luqing first cleaned the area around his wound, then did her best to cleanse her own hands. However, when faced with the splinters embedded in his skin, she found herself at a loss. After a brief moment, Gu Xi slightly turned his face, saying, Just shine the light, do not attempt to pull them out. In this lifetime and the last, Yen Luqing had never engaged in such an endeavor. Taking a deep breath, she reached for the first wooden splinter. As she extracted it, she anticipated that Gu Xi would exhibit signs of muscle tension, perhaps even a slight tremor or a muted groan, manifestations that would only amplify her own anxiety. Yet, nothing of the sort occurred. It felt as if Yen Luqing were tending to the wounds of a mere mannequin. In truth, she had been pondering this very question while tending to her left hand. Gu Xi, do you not feel pain at all? He neither affirmed nor denied the sensation. Amidst the silence, he stated, pain is something one gradually learns to endure. Before Yen Luqing could fully contemplate the meaning of his words, an abrupt sound akin to an electric current pierced the air. Soon after, she recognized the familiar voice of Xiaoyu, whom she had been attempting to contact for quite some time. Maria. Oh, I'm frantic. When you encountered that accident, I was inexplicably forced offline. Makabaka's words tumbled out rapidly. I also found it difficult to connect with you when you were near Gu Xi. I've been trying to reach you, but to no avail. Now, I've changed my approach. Yen Luqing swiftly interrupted in her mind. My golden finger. Gu Xi is entirely shielded. It does not surprise me that you were blocked. Now that you're here, let us dispense with the trivialities and address the matter at hand. How can Gu Ci and I escape? As she posed the question, her gaze remained fixed on Gu Ci's back, her movements cautious as she continued to remove the splinters. Maria, I believe the system has malfunctioned this time. You've repaired the opportunity for their recognition, and there should be no further punishment unless something has drastically changed. Yen Luqing, growing anxious, urged. Just get us out of here first. We can discuss this later. I was previously unable to send messages on WeChat, nor could I call for help. What on earth is happening? She halted her actions. What did you say? I mean to say, the system's penalties are not easily lifted by external forces. It's akin to your previous high fever. Medication provides little relief, merely stabilizing the condition. Only when the root issue is resolved does the punishment automatically dissipate. It indeed seemed that way. Just as Yen Luqing was about to unleash a torrent of curses, Makabaka interjected. However, all penalties do have a time limit. The first level lasts 6 hours, and from 6 to 48 hours, it escalates to level 8. Once the time elapses, it will be automatically lifted. In other words, they would not be found for a maximum of 2 days. Yen Luqing paused, inquiring, So, you currently have no means of rescuing us, correct? The gentle voice responded, I'm sorry, Maria, but I lack the authority. This connection was forcibly established, and I am unclear why Gu Ci has an influence over me. Yen Luqing replied, There's no need for apologies. However, if you cannot provide assistance, could you at least offer me some tangible supplies? She glanced at Gu Ci's back, for instance. Medication for treating wounds and bandages. Sensing that Yen Luqing had remained silent for too long, her hands ceased their movements. After feeling around in her backpack for the extra items, she halted. How to articulate it? Nervously blinking, she met Gu Ci's gaze and said, I just found something interesting in my bag. Gu Ci remained silent for 3 seconds before asking, his expression unchanging. What is it? Then he observed as Yen Luqing retrieved from her so-called food-laden backpack a bottle of iodine, alcohol, a canister of specialized wound powder, a small first aid tool set, and a roll of bandages. Gu Ci's gaze shifted from the backpack to Yen Luqing. With a forced laugh, she remarked, Doesn't my backpack resemble Doraemon's pocket? Gu Ci nodded in agreement. Indeed. I found these in the compartments of my backpack, as well. Haha, you didn't expect me to be this meticulous.
Did you?
The more she spoke, the more Gu Ci's attention fixated on her. His gaze was devoid of suspicion or aggression, yet it exuded an undeniable pressure. Under his scrutiny, she found herself unable to continue speaking. What kind of gaze was this? It was akin to the way he looked at her when her fever of 39.5 degrees suddenly subsided, profound and inscrutable. Now, in the face of this miraculous occurrence, that same gaze returned. But how often had Gu Ci witnessed her peculiarities? Had he ever posed an inquisitive remark? Was there truly a necessity for this deception? This trio of questions left her in a quandary. Ultimately, Yen Luqing decided to pragmatically prepare the tools and medicine to tend to his back. Embracing the notion of no questions asked, just call me Doraking. With Doraking's assistance, the princess's back was momentarily secured. It was already midnight, and Yen Luqing felt that the adrenaline from the unexpected situation had drained her energy. Fatigue enveloped her. Yet, the dilemma of who would occupy the sleeping bag loomed. Yen Luqing perceived that their roles had reversed. She felt like a well-meaning knight, while Gu Ci appeared as the regal and formidable princess whom she had just shielded. She implored the princess, you should come in and rest. Even if they were merely waiting for others to arrive, it was imperative for the injured party to prioritize rest. Especially in such frigid conditions, wouldn't it be natural to huddle for warmth? Upon concluding her thoughts, Yen Luqing added a caveat, of course. Huddling for warmth is merely a metaphor. We aren't literally going to huddle. The silent princess made no reply, prompting Yen Luqing to adopt a stubborn stance. If you don't enter, then I shan't either. That would be a waste. She gestured toward the inviting sleeping bag, asserting, you go in, and I shall follow. 2 minutes later, Yen Luqing finally nestled comfortably within the sleeping bag, facing Gu Ci. Given the urgency of their situation and limited resources, they were, in the literal sense, sleeping together. Perhaps due to their slender physiques, there was still ample space between them in the sleeping bag. Yen Luqing found herself in a state where sleep beckoned as soon as her head touched the pillow. Yet considering that the princess likely felt reluctant and had probably never shared a sleeping space with a male, she forced herself to assure Gu Ci, rest easy. I sleep very soundly. Do not worry. Should any danger arise in the wild, I will awaken. You don't truly think I'm carefree, do you? She offered 3 reassuring statements. Nearly 3 minutes passed when Gu Ci heard the steady, unmistakable rhythm of her breathing. She had already succumbed to slumber. By the end of the night, he found himself devoid of any feelings of bafflement. Gu Xi propped himself up slightly, reaching for the backpack beside the sleeping bag, where he found the hand warmer Yan Luqing intended to give him, that so-called treasure. He tore open the outer packaging and then the adhesive layer, and once it began to emit warmth, his hand found its way to Yan Luqing's back. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, Yan Luqing felt a warm object on her back, immensely comfortable, and sleepily murmured, what is going on? Chapter 16. No escape in her embrace, Leia Princess. Yan Luqing had a delightful night's sleep. Firstly, she felt no chill at all, and as she drifted into deeper slumber, she even had a beautiful dream where she cradled a princess in her arms. Although she could not discern the princess's face in the dream, her instincts told her that the princess was exceptionally lovely. Unfortunately, the princess eventually fled, and in her dream, she found herself hugging a large stone instead. The next morning, when Yan Luqing awoke, daylight flooded in, the sun's rays streaming through the entrance of the tree hollow, warming her. She groggily rubbed her eyes and discovered that she was alone in the sleeping bag, her backpack nestled in her arms. Releasing her grip on the backpack, she sat up in confusion and immediately spotted Gu Xi, who should have been in the sleeping bag. He was sitting across from her, leaning against the inner wall of the tree, engrossed in his phone. Gu Xi was not facing her directly. From this angle, half of his face was illuminated while the other half remained in shadow, each feature seemingly measured with precision. Yan Luqing gazed at him for a moment, pondering whether the princess she had held in her dream possessed such beauty. Clearing her throat, she greeted him, Gu Xi, good morning, and casually inquired, when did you wake up? Upon hearing her voice, Gu Xi slowly lifted his drooping eyelids, shifting his gaze from the phone screen to her face. His lips, though pale, were not as shockingly white as when they first met. A hint of soft pink graced them. Yan Luqing watched as his lips moved, saying, you should be asking when I fell asleep. Yan Luqing was taken aback. Huh? Gu Xi glanced back at his phone, swiped his finger across the screen a couple of times, then propped himself up with one hand and moved closer to her. Yan Luqing looked at the phone he handed her and heard him say, take a look for yourself. She accepted it. It was a video. Judging by the light, it was already dawn, and the footage was recorded by Gu Xi, naturally from his perspective. Yan Luqing watched herself, eyes closed, desperately clinging to him, tugging, nuzzling, and rubbing against him. The more he tried to evade her, the tighter she held on. In several moments, her face, eyes shut, filled the camera frame. Though not unattractive, it appeared rather foolish, and she felt utterly mortified watching it. At the end of the video, Gu Xi left the sleeping bag, placing her backpack into her arms. And finally, she ceased her antics.
Help me.
The princess has been sullied. The princess has been assaulted. Oh, help, help, save me, save me. Just as Yan Luqing felt overwhelmed with embarrassment, Gu Xi's voice, tinged with amusement, floated down from above her. Last night, you made me feel at ease. You sleep quite soundly. Miss Yan, what are your thoughts after watching? Yan Luqing raised her head, just as Gu Xi crouched down before her, in their nearly eye-level position. She first noticed the bluish tint beneath Gu Xi's eyes. Her reflection was simple. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Luqing remarked, impressive. Gu Xi responded with a hint of absurdity. What? What I mean is, Yan Luqing's expression shifted abruptly, adjusting her glasses and putting on a pitiful act. Gu Xi, you didn't just walk away after I made a fool of myself last night. Your character is truly remarkable. As Yan Luqing observed the change in Gu Xi's expression, her eyes, initially wide, gradually narrowed, taking on an attractive elongated shape. With Gu Xi's sharp tongue and extensive vocabulary, she could only imagine the devastation should he decide to mock her openly. It was a thought too terrifying to entertain. Thus, she chose to make the first move. Yan Luqing propped her right hand with her left, creating the image of a small figure standing upright. Then, in the next moment, she folded her finger, causing the figure to kneel in her palm, facing Gu Xi. This gesture appeared to amuse Gu Xi, and for the first time since Yan Luqing had awakened, a smile graced his lips. What are you doing? He inquired. Yan Luqing shook her hand with the little figure, whispering, I'm offering you an apology. Gu Xi allowed the matter to come to a close. Initially, Yan Luqing was skeptical about how easily she could placate Gu Xi, but she soon recalled that this was not her first attempt to test his limits. Yet he had never truly been angry with her, except for that one time in the villa when she swallowed the medicine he provided, and he had to push her to expel it. In that instance, she felt his emotions leaned more towards genuine anger. Yan Luqing noticed a heating pad had stuck to the back of her shirt, though she couldn't remember when she had applied it. Now cold, she removed it as she got up. The water and food from her backpack came in handy as they satisfied their hunger. Afterward, she glanced at Gu Ci's back, asking, how about you? Do you need to change the bandage? No need. But you didn't sleep well last night, she said, her voice shrinking in guilt as she suggested. Why not take a nap now? I feel particularly alert and want sleep this time. At last, Gu Ci lifted his gaze to her, saying, I'll step outside for a moment. Outside? For what purpose? Yesterday, we practically rolled down the mountain in the same direction. Regardless of the distance, by now, they should have found us. Gu Ci, unusually verbose, continued, I listened to the sounds outside last night, and no one came looking for us.
So,
I intend to check now. From Gu Ci's tone, it was clear he felt no urgency regarding their situation. He was merely explaining. Mentioning last night made Yan Luqing feel awkward. She couldn't fathom how she had managed to sleep so soundly under such circumstances. Were you awake since the time of recording the video? Gu Ci acknowledged with a sound. What else? Then you've been awake for so long, why? Why wait until I woke up to leave? Yan Luqing didn't voice the question, but Gu Ci grasped her meaning all too well. He chuckled softly and said, Of course, it's because some people are still asleep. I do not wish to profit from others' tears. Gu Ci, I truly did not cry last night. Yan Luqing emphasized for the last time before rising from her sleeping mat. I will accompany you outside. Gu Ci, standing at the entrance of the tree hollow, backlit and with a hint of exasperation in his gaze, replied, As you mentioned, since I did not run this morning, I shall not run now. It's not that I am afraid you will run. Yan Luqing approached him, flexing her ankle. See, my foot is fine, and besides, I simply do not want to be alone. After a brief silence, Gu Ci suddenly chuckled, adopting a tone akin to that of a brother caring for a younger sibling. All right, let's go. Strangely, there was not a soul in sight, despite Dai Mountain being a prominent tourist destination and a favorite spot for school excursions. The absence of even a whisper from fellow visitors was conspicuous. Due to her injured ankle, their pace was leisurely. As they walked, Gu Ci suddenly remarked, This morning, my phone received a signal. Yan Luqing paused. Can we make calls?
Yes.
Can we send messages?
Yes.
Gu Ci displayed no signs of surprise, as if he had anticipated the lack of signal the previous night. How peculiar. Yan Luqing mused that perhaps Gu Ci had realized from the very beginning, when he struggled to pull her up, that these phenomena were not merely the result of natural circumstances. Yet, how could that be? It must be his temperament, adept at concealing emotions, rendering him remarkably composed. Yan Luqing reassured herself. After all, how could a rational person come to terms with such unnatural, anti-scientific occurrences? While Yan Luqing was lost in her thoughts, her arm was suddenly seized, and a brief rustling sound pierced the tranquility of the forest. Her scalp prickled with alarm, and instinctively, she clung to Gu Ci, wrapping her arms around his waist, urgently exclaiming, What was that? Gu Ci responded, What was that? As her anxiety mounted during the wait, culminating in fear, she finally heard Gu Ci teasingly drawl, So, it appears that Duo Luqing is afraid of such things? Yan Luqing felt a mix of embarrassment and irritation. What is it?
Did you see?
A small animal, gray in color, uncertain if it was a rabbit or a squirrel. A wave of relief washed over Yan Luqing. In her understanding, according to Makabaka, she had been shielded from the outside world by the system. And now, with the presence of animals and the restoration of phone signals, it was likely that her punishment was nearing its end. What time do you think we fell here? Do you remember? Around 9 in the evening. Yan Luqing calculated the elapsed time with her fingers, realizing it had been over 12 hours since they descended. With 6 hours as a unit of measure, and given that Makabaka had not specified the level, it suggested that every 6 hours could be significant. All signs indicated that either this 6-hour period or the next one was pivotal. Her spirits lifted considerably. Unbeknownst to her, every movement, every change of expression, and even the numbers she muttered absent-mindedly were keenly observed by Gu Ci. On the journey back, Yan Luqing continuously perused the messages on WeChat. Dahe and Xiaohe were nearly in a state of panic. Upon opening their chat, she was greeted with a plethora of new messages, the bubbles overflowing the screen. Yan Luqing noted a blue bubble from Xiaohe. Although Miss Yan is unwell, I still believe she is a good person. A gray bubble followed. Could it be that something has truly happened to Miss Yan? Please no. Then a red bubble. Why is it that so many people are unable to locate the two individuals? Not only can they not find them, but they also forbid us from intervening. Damn, I'm so frustrated. Previously, Xiaohe's blue, gray, and red bubbles had been filled with complaints about her. Now, all 3 colors expressed concern for her instead. Dahe's messages echoed Xiaohe's sentiments closely. Additionally, there were messages from the classmates group. as well as from Yen's parents who had heard about the situation from Dahe and Xiaohe, and even a note from Zhang Baichu. Essentially, any message that came through was filled with genuine concern. Even her older brother, who harbored disdain for her while sympathizing with Gu Xi, had sent a bubble saying, "I hope she doesn't truly get herself into trouble this time." However, these various emotional bubbles lacked the vivid imagery and embellishments found in the pink ones, consisting solely of plain text. Upon seeing the sleeping bag, Luqing was reminded of the awkwardness from the previous night and quickly turned to Gu Xi. "You should sleep. I will wake you if anything happens." This time, Gu Xi did not refuse. He decisively walked over, slipped into the sleeping bag, and closed his eyes. Luqing sat beside him, intending to swipe her phone screen to continue browsing, but found herself captivated by his face. She mused internally. How is it that the height of his brow and the bridge of his nose are so harmoniously balanced? Even lying on his back, he looks so handsome. My choice of name truly befits a princess, she thought, indulging in a series of compliments. Just then, Gu Xi suddenly opened his eyes. "Miss Yen, is there something you wish to discuss while you stare at me?" His gaze bore a hint of fatigue, rendering him non-threatening. "Or, do you wish to tell me a story to lull me to sleep?" No. Luqing recalled the shadow of the blanket covering her neck and shook her head. "After all, I cannot narrate a story of your caliber," he inquired with his eyes. "Then what are you doing?" "I am admiring your face," she replied candidly. "I find your bone structure quite attractive." Perhaps boys do not fully grasp such expressions? Luqing pondered before clarifying her thoughts. To put it simply, if everyone around us were to suddenly transform into skeletons, you would undoubtedly be the most handsome among them. "Thank you. Your story isn't too shabby either," he replied, and then truly closed his eyes. It wasn't long before his long lashes shifted from a slight tremor to near stillness, his breathing gradually deepening. He had fallen asleep. With such beauty at hand, it would be a waste not to capture it. Luqing found a flattering angle of Gu Xi and took a photo, then succumbed to a state of idleness, once again aimlessly fiddling with her phone. To be honest, ever since she had encountered the upgraded pink, Luqing assumed all colors had been enhanced as well. Yet, upon glancing again, she found that the other colors remained mere text. She currently yearns to explore a plethora of emotionally rich visuals, such as the sorrowful little black and the irate little black, among others. Consequently, Luqing reluctantly reopened the short video application she hadn't touched in days, with a clear intention to seek likes. However, this time, her aim was to gather a diverse array of reactions, not just the joyful ones, but also those tinged with a hint of melancholic introspection. As Gu Xi slumbered, he felt a chill enveloping him, but upon awakening, warmth had enveloped him considerably. It seemed he had been asleep for quite some time, as the light within the tree hollow had dimmed, and lying before him was Luqing, who had somehow nestled into the sleeping bag. She lay slightly turned away from him, engrossed in her phone, her lighter-colored hair cascading around her, exuding the same fragrant aroma of shampoo as she did. The rhythmic tapping of her fingers upon the screen was a delightful sight. Her delicate and petite hands, with their fair skin, stood in stark contrast to the dark screen. Yet, he dared not scrutinize the words she typed. Past experiences had instilled in Gu Xi an instinctive aversion to peering into her messages. But the restoration of his vision and the rapid-fire workings of his mind allowed him to swiftly glean the content displayed. Her tone had abruptly shifted from their previous encounter. First, she shared a video of the ocean and crashing waves, typing, "You say you adore the sea, yet when the tide comes in, you choose to retreat." Next, she stumbled upon a scene reminiscent of a dramatic skit, commenting, "When you do not love him, that is when he loves you the most." As Luqing scrolled further, Gu Xi noticed a prominent caption on a video that read, "Let us talk about your ex." This particular entry seemed to have prompted some contemplation from her, for she then composed a lengthy response. "I can hardly recall, except that he was fond of wearing fake shoes. Yet, when I brought a pair of fakes to visit him, he covered his head with a cloth, as though reluctant to see me." Gu Xi felt a pang of exasperation and was on the verge of halting Luqing's behavior when she flipped to another video, commenting almost without regard for its content, "In the lonely night, silence reigns. With WeChat quiet, let my Douyin chime. Thank you, stranger." Chapter 17. No escape. What does it matter if we steal a kiss? Luqing had initially seated herself beside Gu Xi, engrossed in her phone. However, sitting still for too long became wearisome, causing her back to ache and discomfort to settle in. Who could resist the temptation of a nearby bed, yet remain steadfastly seated on the ground? Certainly not Luqing. Thus, she quietly slipped into the sleeping bag. While watching videos, she kept the sound muted, occasionally glancing at Gu Ci to check for signs of awakening. Yet, she soon realized her concerns were unfounded. Gu Ci was soundly asleep, likely owing to the injuries he sustained the previous night and the lack of proper rest. Occasionally, Yan Luqing would come across videos featuring handsome men, politely liking them before swiping away. Adhering to the principle of capitalizing on trending content, she commented on popular videos, but her preference leaned more towards beautiful women. She found herself indifferent to handsome men. Thus, the inspiration for witty remarks eluded her. It wasn't that she held any disdain for handsome men, rather, the videos showcasing them, often adorned with filters and effects, paled in comparison to the unembellished visage of Gu Ci that she encountered daily. How could she muster the enthusiasm to craft clever commentary in light of that?
INLQNG gaz dat G16 sur un sleeping visage.
Contemplating the prospect of posting a video of her accompanied by some melodious editing, which could potentially garner hundreds of thousands of followers in mere moments. In essence, during the afternoon while GC slumbered, Lighthearted reaped significant rewards. Although she had yet to ascend to the level where she could view images instantaneously, it was anticipated that with a few more comments accumulated from today as postings, she would soon be able to indulge in visual content. However, regarding her intrigue in attracting attention through comments on a certain platform, Lighthearted found it perplexing that her account, which had yet to release a single video, could amass followers simply due to her frequent appearances in trending comments. She also received playful jests from numerous individuals tagging her, such as, "Without this elusive saint's comment, I refuse to acknowledge this as a trending video, and this video is destined for fame. Elusive saint, come comment and claim your spot up front." After dispatching her final comment, Yanlq's fingers grew somewhat weary, prompting her desire to shift positions for rest. To her surprise, upon turning slightly, she encountered GC, who was awake and gazing at her. "You're awake?" With her newfound confidence, Yanlq moved with greater ease, rolling over to face him directly. "How was your sleep?" "It was quite restful," he replied, though the scene I awoke to was rather unsettling. Yet, GC refrained from mentioning it further, as he too wished to erase the memory. Coincidentally, the moment GC awoke coincided with the setting sun. Yanlq retrieved her backpack, and the two shared a modest meal before resuming their wait within the hollow of the tree. Despite their ability to connect with the outside world, Yanlq was at a loss as to how many times she had shared their location since the afternoon, all to no avail. Little Black, on the other side, had expressed his disbelief. Yanlq shared his sentiments of bewilderment. 6 hours had passed, and yet how many 6-hour intervals had they endured? Surely it could not be that they were to remain trapped for a full 48 hours. As the moonlight enveloped the surroundings, the sounds of a video emanated from Yanlq's phone. As she absent-mindedly glanced up, she caught sight of a dark figure at the entrance of the hollow. Initially, she averted her gaze, but after a few seconds of subconsciously replaying the figure's shape in her mind, realization struck her. GC. A deliberately hushed female voice echoed suddenly within the hollow. GC looked up to find Yanlq, who had abruptly stood and dashed to his side, crouching down beside him. With urgency, she clutched the sleeve of his jacket, her eyes wide with terror. "What should we do, GC?" "I think I saw a wolf." "Where did you see it?" he inquired. "At the entrance. I merely glanced and caught sight of a shadow, perhaps a dozen meters away from us." "Don't panic," GC urged, turning to face her. "First, confirm that you have seen a wolf before." Her fear escalated as she pondered. "Why do you think there was no one around when we ventured out during the day? Perhaps they've all been devoured." Yan Luqing spoke in a hushed tone close to Gu Ci's ear, provoking an itch in the listener's ears. Not only that, her anxiety led her to babble nonsensically, her words growing increasingly absurd. Just moments ago, she had come across a post online claiming that the moon was particularly full tonight. What a coincidence that we should encounter a wolf this very evening. What if a werewolf transforms under the moonlight? What should we do? Gu Ci, what should we do? Her words flowed rapidly, delivered in a tone that was not entirely jocular. It was this serious demeanor that accentuated her current absurdity. Gu Ci slightly turned his face, half warning, half jesting, and said, "Don't make me laugh." His voice was notably low, revealing a distinctive coldness characteristic of youth, and upon hearing him utter her name, Yan Luqing's frantic thoughts began to settle. She finally quieted down. Gu Ci gently pried her tightly clasped fingers away, bracing himself to rise from the ground. "I'll check the entrance. You stay here and don't move." "Hey," Yan Luqing urgently grabbed his arm. "Don't go. What if you're seen?" Gu Ci felt a smile creeping upon him. "Then what shall we do?" he countered leisurely. You sought me out not to have me investigate? Not exactly, Yan Luqing paused.
Contemplating.
I came to find you because you are the only one here? It seemed that was not entirely the case. Even if there were 10 or 100 people present, she would still seek Gu Xi. She was simply overwhelmed, instinctively calling his name in moments of fear. As if that would bring her solace. He appeared capable of resolving any predicament, as though he possessed an extraordinary charm that invited reliance. I'll go too, Yan Luqing insisted, pulling at his sleeve. Gu Xi was acutely aware that no wolf could possibly exist in that vicinity. She might have indeed seen something. But a lone wolf would not be prowling about. Are you sure there are wolves there? Yes. Upon posing this question, Gu Xi noticed Yan Luqing's previously calm demeanor beginning to shift back toward fear. No, she clutched his shirt, her grip trembling unconsciously, her voice quivering as she insisted. Then we must go together. In the cave, it seemed as though she was starring in a dramatic scene of life and death. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Xi led her to the cave's entrance, not merely to take a glance. He stepped out of the tree hollow with a flashlight, without any warning. Yan Luqing was caught off guard, unable to stop him. Gu Xi made his way to the shadowy area she had pointed out. After a few seconds, he waved the flashlight back at her, unharmed, as if beckoning her to join him. Despite her legs feeling weak, she stepped out of the cave, moving closer to him. And when she looked up, she saw Gu Xi's smiling face. Miss Yan, kindly come over here. His gaze was gentle as he looked at her. Today, I shall be your teacher and impart a lesson. His eyes bore the kind of affectionate expression one would find in educational advertisements aimed at children with special needs. This is a dog. Gu Xi pointed to the shadow on the ground, his flashlight illuminating the figure. Its scientific name is Border Collie. You would do well to memorize it. The dog, which had been mistaken for a wolf, suffered an injury to its leg. Upon seeing a shadow, Yan Luqing immediately collapsed in place, unaware of the fall, and assumed the wolf had fled, leading to a misunderstanding. This beautiful Border Collie, with its exquisite coat and pure lineage, was filthy, and the wound on its leg seemed to have been worn down by a chain over the years. Gu Xi dragged it into a tree hollow, and the two of them dressed its leg with the same medicine and bandages used the previous night, during which it offered no resistance, even wagging its tail. It appeared to understand that they were rescuing it. Despite the deep wound, it neither struggled nor whined in pain. Yan Luqing couldn't help but marvel at its intelligence, remarking on the naturalness of her observation, perhaps unaware of her own realization. Gu Xi was momentarily taken aback. Yan Luqing found herself unable to refute him. This evening had been exceedingly embarrassing, akin to disgrace reaching the homeland of Ultraman. As long as Gu Xi lived, she would not forget the humiliation she endured today. However, rather than passively succumb to social death, she chose to take proactive measures.
Yan Luqing stated earnestly, Gucci.
I have decided to adopt it.
I shall name it now.
He inquired, what will you call it? Wolf, she replied, gently stroking the dog's head. From henceforth, it would be known as Wolf, with the affectionate nickname of Lang Lang. That works, Gu Xi said, glancing at her with amusement in his beautiful eyes. Praising her courage to confront her mistake, a rare commendation indeed. As they finished applying the medicine, the clock struck 9. Just as Gu Xi had complimented her, a familiar voice echoed in Yan Luqing's ears. It belonged to others. The search and rescue team had finally arrived. They had fallen at 9 o'clock the previous night and had been located at the same hour today, precisely 24 hours later. The atmosphere shifted palpably within the tree hollow the moment the sound reached them, as if an invisible boundary had formed, marking the difference between the moments before and after hearing the rescue team. Just seconds ago, there had been only the two of them, having just navigated a significant misunderstanding, with the young man gently mocking the girl's naivety as she named the dog she wished to adopt, receiving commendation for her bravery. In the next moment, they were to part ways. Gu Xi glanced down at Wolf, while Yan Luqing could not discern his expression, nor could she articulate her own feelings in that instant. As she stroked Wolf's head, listening to the increasingly distinct voices approaching, she suddenly asked, Gu Xi, are you happy to be leaving this place? Gu Xi straightened, his gaze half lowered towards her. Yan Luqing seemed to pose the question casually, her demeanor as relaxed as during their earlier conversation. The beam of the flashlight illuminated half of her face, prompting Gu Xi to recall the moment she handed him package after package of medicine under the moonlight. Initially, when he grasped her hand, he had not anticipated the series of events that would follow, nor did he foresee that, even after sensing something amiss, he would still hold onto her hand, letting himself tumble down with her. Throughout 2 lifetimes, he had rarely experienced the unexpected, save for matters of the mind. Grasping Yan Luqing's hand was one instance, and spending nearly 2 days in this tree hollow was another. Yet engaging in thoughtless actions seldom yields favorable outcomes. Indeed. Gu Xi smiled softly at her, the curve of his lips perfectly poised. And you? Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. His response of indeed implied a sense of relief at the prospect of departing this place. It is true, having been rescued from this inconvenient little hollow, surrounded by desolation, who would not feel elated? Yet, it was she who questioned the matter. What compelled her to voice such a foolish inquiry? Yan Luqing blinked. As if something within her settled into clarity. She swiftly composed herself and returned Gu Xi's smile. Ah, I feel the same. Her smile radiated far more brilliance than Gu Xi's, her eyes sparkling with joy, finally liberated. With that, she promptly rose and exited the hollow. True to her character, she called out with the exuberance of a lost child who has just found their way. Officer, we are here. What should one's demeanor be upon rescue from a perilous situation? Tears of joy. Embraces of loved ones? Yan Luqing was uncertain. She merely expressed her gratitude to many. Logically, one ought to feel exhilarated, yet she did not indulge in such displays, nor did Gu Xi. Moreover, their spirits were surprisingly buoyant, even having rescued a dog, which left their classmates and the 2 black dogs momentarily stunned. Had it not been for their tattered clothing and Gu Xi's bandaged back, the sisters Xia Yutian and Xia Shui would have assumed they had merely indulged in a private getaway. The 2 black dogs also appeared poised to weep, only to be stymied upon seeing the reality. You too, Yan Luqing sighed. We are perhaps in a slightly better state than you might think. Why did you lag so far behind? Exactly. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? What could you not share in our presence? Even if you merely exchanged a kiss. What of it? We are all adults here. A simple kiss is hardly scandalous. There is no need to flee. Chapter 18. No escape. The princess was displeased. Voices mingled, all expressing concern for the 2, yet the mention of a kiss amidst such concern felt jarringly out of place. Yan Luqing noticed that the one who had mentioned the kiss was none other than the ever-adhesive Gu Xi's admirer, the only unattached individual present, whose thoughts were evidently more convoluted than those of the single crowd. Not only was it out of place, but this individual also had a loud voice. As the words left his mouth, the surrounding atmosphere inexplicably fell into a hush, as if time had been suspended. After 3 seconds of silence, the non-Lickspittle admirer voiced his confusion. Why aren't you 2 denying it? Yan Luqing? Isn't this merely a show of concern? Why should they refute it? Before anyone could respond, he took another step forward, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wait, did I hit the mark? Are you really kissing? Yan Luqing. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Gu Xi emit a soft scoff from behind. He approached Yan Luqing, his voice tinged with a faint nonchalance. Pei, you might as well write a novel. I shall be your first reader. This served as a rebuttal. Moreover, both Yan Luqing and Gu Xi maintained their impassive expressions, displaying no signs of being affected by his words. The crowd, thus reactivated, switched from pause to play, erupting into laughter around the first aid kit. Your imagination knows no bounds. It left me utterly astounded. Unbeknownst to whether the twins truly shared an unspoken bond, Xia Yutian and Xia Shui reacted differently upon hearing Gu Xi's retort. Amidst the chaos of overlapping voices, they interjected with a lament. Oh dear, what a pity. I genuinely thought you 2 had shared a kiss. Yan Luqing replied, I heard that. Thank you. Eventually, the rescue team emerged to direct the situation. All right. If you have something to say, do not congregate here. You 2 just came out. Get in this vehicle and head to the hospital for a checkup. Detail for us how you fell on the way. The rest of you, go wherever you need. Those wishing to accompany can find their own transport. Disperse now. The authority in the personnel's voice was stern. Da He and Xiao He, claiming to be family companions, were denied entry into the vehicle, leaving the 2 nearly 6-foot-tall men dejectedly standing aside, their spirits visibly dampened. Hours earlier, Yan Luqing had observed the brothers' bubble of guilt and assigned them a task. This border collie is named Wolf. Take it to a veterinary clinic and ensure it receives any necessary treatment. After entrusting Wolf to them, she turned and boarded the vehicle heading to the hospital alongside Gu Xi. They were in a standard van, while the rescue team departed in a separate vehicle. The last row and the front passenger seat were occupied by 4 staff members from the scenic area. Once on board, the atmosphere grew significantly quieter. I heard from your classmates that you are this year's fresh graduates, visiting Dai Mountain for a hiking excursion. Your group was preparing to shop when you 2 suddenly lagged behind, which led to the unfortunate incident of falling down the slope. Dabaya inquired. So, Yan Luqing and Gu Xi, what caused you to stray from the group? I had something left with her, and she was going to retrieve it for me. What sort of item necessitated avoiding others so far? It's a secret, hence I couldn't let my classmates see it. Gu Xi paused, slightly tilting his head, and sincerely replied. So I apologize, but I cannot disclose it. Yan Luqing thought to herself, it was merely her bringing him medicine and glasses. Was it really necessary to cloak it in such mystery? All right, Dabaya cleared his throat. What led to your fall? This time, Yan Luqing interjected. I lost my footing and stepped into thin air. He tried to catch me but couldn't, and then we both fell. Indeed, we later identified the spot where you fell. And due to this incident, it will be reinforced, Dabaya continued, probing further. After you fell, how did you two rest at the bottom of the mountain? Gu Xi replied, we slept in the sleeping bag I brought. Dabaya hesitated, so you slept together? Yan Luqing inexplicably sensed a peculiar shift in the atmosphere within the vehicle, causing her to feel somewhat uncomfortable. She raised her voice slightly to emphasize. He originally brought a double ticket. Dabaya coughed. All right, so what did you eat? Gu Xi replied, the food from the backpack of this female classmate beside me. Dabaya paused for a moment. So, she brought the food and you brought the sleeping arrangements? Gu Xi smiled. Yes, that is a correct summary. Dabaya quipped. Are you two actually dividing tasks? This can't be intentional, can it? Dai Mountain is a renowned tourist destination that has developed over many years. Recognized as a local hallmark of tourism with well-established facilities. The nearest hospital was not far from the mountainous area, and the vehicle swiftly made its way there. Yan Luqing exited the car first, guided by a staff member into the hospital. Gu Xi, who had been several meters behind her, was suddenly halted by Dabaya, the man who had been asking questions in the car. Gu Xi looked at the man who grasped his arm and said, somewhat emotionlessly, what is it? Dabaya was taken aback. While Gu Xi appeared amicable in the car, wearing a polite smile that, coupled with his striking good looks, gave the impression of approachability. The sudden absence of that smile and the intensity of his dark gaze now sent a chill through Dabaya. Young man, Dabaya began, assessing him from head to toe before shaking his head and performing an exaggerated muscle-flexing gesture, clearly flaunting his physique. You see, if I were like me, would I be able to pull a girl like that? He earnestly advised, so, I suggest you ought to exercise more. The medical examination was conducted by a middle-aged female doctor wearing a mask, her eyes crinkled with laughter, exuding a pleasant demeanor. Yan Luqing was explaining to the doctor how they were injured and where, when an unexpected wave of low pressure enveloped her. Almost instinctively, a phrase surfaced in her mind. The princess is in a bad mood. Weren't they just laughing and answering questions in the car? What had transpired? As Yan Luqing pondered this, Gu Xi excused himself with a remark about visiting the restroom, leaving her with the doctor. Moments later, Dabaya entered the examination room. Yan Luqing had several minor injuries, yet none required ointment or bandaging, as her long sleeves and trousers had offered some protection against scrapes. Consequently, her external examination concluded swiftly. Coincidentally, Dabaya, holding several sheets of paper, appeared to be confirming and signing documents with the doctor, while Yan Luqing sat nearby awaiting her turn. Dabaya chatted with the doctor while watching her sign. These two kids are quite fortunate, rolling down the slope from such a height and sustaining no major injuries. I was just telling that male classmate that he simply lacks strength. He must exercise more in the future. If he had a bit more strength, like me, he probably wouldn't have fallen at all. Though Yan Luqing had remained in a state of confusion since her rescue, uncertain of the reasons behind her feelings, at this moment, she was acutely aware that she was genuinely unhappy. This uncle. Yan Luqing's voice interrupted the loquacious Baya. Instantly, the attention of those present shifted toward her. You have no idea what we were going through at that moment. Why say such things? Though seated upon a stool, she spoke with the fervor of one standing atop it. It's not merely about strength when you pull me. Are you unaware of how slippery the embankment was? Moreover, while tumbling down the slope, he had to navigate around obstacles while carrying me. Yan Luqing changed her tone, articulating her words with precision. If my male classmate truly possessed little strength, we might have met with a far worse fate, so please refrain from speaking so lightly. She understood that the individual likely meant no harm, perhaps merely expressing a straightforward opinion. Yet, her irritation was palpable. She vividly recalled that moment when Gu Xi grasped her hand, how she had wished to withdraw but he tightened his grip, and how he cradled her head all the way until he collided with a tree, sustaining an injury. Why, in the mouths of outsiders, did he transform into a figure subject to casual jest regarding his strength? Baiyu was left speechless. And it was ultimately the female doctor who broke the silence with a smile. The young lady is absolutely correct. Your thinking is rather simplistic. If that boy were as you described, would the girl have sustained so few injuries? Baya awkwardly departed, clutching the signed documents. As he opened the door, Yan Luqing's gaze intersected with Gu Si's, who was just about to enter. Had he heard? How much had he heard? Yet even if he had heard everything, Yan Luqing felt no embarrassment. She beckoned to Gu Si from her seat, saying, "Hey, Gu Si, come here." That foolish individual had been too dull to retort, while she had earnestly expressed quite a lot. Gu Si followed her instruction and approached. Yan Luqing instructed, "Lower your head a bit more." He complied. Then, in a deliberately soft tone, she whispered into his left ear, "You mustn't heed his nonsense. If you dare to develop muscles like his, you will lose me as your precious friend." The female doctor, patiently observing the youthful couple whispering to one another, waited until Gu Si straightened up before moving closer to them to commence a formal examination. Throughout the process, she frequently expressed her astonishment. For instance, when she discovered that Gu Si's back had not only been disinfected but also treated with medication and wrapped with a bandage. Yan Luqing intended to inquire about the possibility of scarring. However, Gu Si suddenly smiled and quipped, "Indeed, it's quite impressive, for we have a doryman. There's everything in his pocket." Upon noticing that both of them had experienced dislocations that had been properly reset, the doctor again marveled. "Your technique is quite proficient. Generally, those who do not visit a hospital for resetting tend to have lingering issues. But you two have done remarkably well, it's flawless." Yan Luqing recalled Gu Si's reaction at that moment, seemingly oblivious to pain, as well as her own astonishing feat of self-resetting. She chimed in, "It's normal. Because we also have an iron arm Astro Boy." The doctor's smile faltered, perhaps struggling to comprehend the current youth's references. "What on earth is this?" Finally, she cautiously concluded, "I never expected you two to be so grown yet still fond of watching animated shows. You possess a childlike heart, truly a childlike heart, haha." Chapter 19. No escape. Yan Luqing felt utterly exhilarated. Having completed their medical treatment, they took a vehicle back to the hotel. A gathering awaited them in the lobby, and upon spotting the duo, they swiftly converged. It appeared that everyone was eager to engage in conversation, yet ultimately, they only inquired briefly about their injuries and the circumstances surrounding their fall, fully aware that rest was paramount for the two of them, and thus refrained from probing further into the details. Upon returning to the suite, Yan Luqing found her eyelids heavy with fatigue, yet just before entering the room, a sudden thought made her turn back to call out to Gu Si. "Hey, do not forget what the doctor said about your back not being allowed to get wet." She was well aware that Gu Si was a person who cherished cleanliness, although never voiced. The ordeal of spending an entire day and night in such a state must have been quite uncomfortable for her. Despite the playful banter between them, Yan Luqing prided herself on being magnanimous and thus deemed it necessary to offer this reminder. Gu Si cast her a glance, slightly tilting her head, as if she had something to convey. Afterward, as Gu Si activated her personal shielding device, a whimsical thought emerged in Yan Luqing's mind. She took a quick, warm shower while exchanging a few casual remarks with it before it entered standby mode. Once her bath was completed, she practically collapsed onto the plush bed. Reclining, she grasped her phone, intending to scroll through WeChat before drifting off to sleep. Upon opening the bright red WeChat icon, she noticed a group chat at the top. With a casual tap, she entered, discovering a flurry of jubilant messages celebrating the successful rescue of the two. Gu Si's first yellow bubble. "Damn, this is fantastic. I almost thought I would never see my brother Si again." Gu Si's second yellow bubble. "What a relief. However, why do I sense that brother Si seems a bit unhappy? And that Yan Luqing is also not quite cheerful? Clearly, these two have been rescued. Yet it feels as though only we are celebrating." Yan Luqing merely observed in silence. She continued scrolling. Xia Shuetian's pink bubble. "Oh my gosh. The more I think about it, the more it drives me crazy." She fell, and he followed her down. Is this not the epitome of a beautiful romance? Xia Yutian's pink bubble. This is love, right? Damn. I'm declaring it here. I've never had this kind of vibe with my sister. Yan Luqing pondered over their messages, realizing that the two sisters were likely envisioning the same narrative, one that stemmed from her earlier, concise recounting. Were they alluding to her relationship with Gu Si? They certainly had a flair for theatrics. Ever since the first day, when Gu Si helped her with her bag, they had been teasing them, and their earlier disappointment over not witnessing a kiss was now understandable. After observing for a while, Yan Luqing felt increasingly uncomfortable and decided to skip past the sisters' exchanges. Further down, she encountered a girl who had rarely spoken, and from her observations prior to their departure, It was evident that the girl likely harbored a crush on Gu Ci since their school days, though it was uncertain whether she would ever confess her feelings. Regardless, Gu Ci's safety should bring her joy. Contemplating this, Yan Luqing was taken aback when she noticed the color of the girl's bubble. Why was it red? She immediately tapped on it. Yin Ningen remarked. Yan Luqing stumbled and fell, and when Gu Ci tried to pull her back, he ended up falling too. In the end, she emerged unscathed while Gu Ci suffered injuries. Yin Ningen continued. How can she have the audacity to voice that? It's repulsive. No wonder it was in red. It was an insult directed at her. Perhaps the perpetual display of joy by others had led her to overlook the emergence of distaste and other negative emotions, considering that in her narrative, she was the one who had initially fallen. When Yan Luqing first encountered these comments, she felt momentarily bewildered, her previously clouded mind clearing for an instant. Yet, she quickly rebutted internally. Damn it, I feel guilty too. Am I not more worried about him than you are? Furthermore, her relationship with Gu Ci was far more complex than she had conveyed to others. From beginning to end, only they truly understood the nuances of their experience. Although she soon turned off her phone, she could not shake off the impact of those two sentences, no matter how much she told herself to disregard them. That night, she was plagued by bizarre dreams, her sleep quality deteriorating to the extent that the dark circles under her eyes caught Gu Ci's attention the next morning. It's not because of your secret admirer. Your face is truly a disaster. Yan Luqing internally scoffed, presenting an expressionless facade as she replied. Well, I'm used to living frugally. I can't sleep without a sleeping bag. Is that so wrong? Thus, the morning commenced with their playful banter. After completing their morning routines, the two descended to join the others for breakfast. The boys sat at one table while the girls occupied another, and fate had it that Yan Luqing found herself seated next to Yin Ningen. Yin Ningen had a penchant for affectionately repeating the last character of names, addressing her as Qingqing, which sent shivers down her spine. This was perhaps one of the drawbacks of being attuned to another's thoughts. Many aspects of their interaction became increasingly difficult to feign. For instance, even though Yan Luqing was aware of Yin Ningen's disdain for her, she had to maintain a facade of amiability. Due to the incident involving Yan Luqing and Gu Ci, the group was reluctant to continue their mountain climbing. After much deliberation, the boys suggested an indoor activity instead, proposing their retreat to their suite for a gaming session, which received unanimous approval, leading to a match against the formidable Ko Rongyao. The 12 of them decided on 4 teams of 3. 2 boys promptly attached themselves to Gu Ci. No one is getting past this leg. The remaining 3 boys jested. Truly pathetic, just clinging to the strong instead of bringing along the female classmates? One of them retorted, I have a girlfriend. I'm not bringing any girls. Another chimed in, I miss Cigo. Is that not allowed? After the boys' banter, they turned to the girls asking, so, do you need us to? Suddenly, a female voice interjected, drawing everyone's attention. We don't need bringing. You can take Yin Ningen and her friends. Yan Luqing appeared remarkably at ease, pointing confidently at Xia Yutian and Xia Xuetian, declaring, I got them covered. The boys were taken aback, exclaiming, wow, impressive. The 2 girls named were momentarily stunned by her bold assertion. Immediately, 2 girls embraced Yan Luqing's arms, babbling nonsensically about how handsome he was and their adoration for him. Wow, Maria, the pink has leveled up. After reporting, Xiao Yuan sighed. These 2 girls were utterly smitten, but why was it only girls who were boosting his popularity? Yan Luqing disregarded their chatter, feeling elated at the prospect of leveling up. If she could help the 2 sisters soar, wouldn't they admire her even more, thus enhancing their levels? The trio pulled each other into their ranks. Yan Luqing exclaimed, Are you serious? You died again? Xia Yutian replied, Sister, don't misunderstand. Xia Xuetian added, Brother, please don't be upset. What a sight. A master of yin and yang accompanied by 2 charming young ladies, a delightful combination indeed. Yan Luqing could play any position, primarily assuming the role of the jungler. Xia Yutian and Xia Xuetian excelled in marksman and support roles. And Yan Luqing felt as though the sisters shared an intuitive bond, navigating their path with remarkable ease. They followed directions well, obediently joining team fights and striking where indicated. Overall, these 2 were a true blessing, causing no frustration and easily swept along in the game. After a series of victorious matches, Yan Luqing's popularity soared to new heights. Buoyed by the sisters' genuine admiration, the trio was thoroughly delighted. As Xia Yutian prepared for her rank promotion match, just as they were about to begin, a soft, delicate voice intruded upon them. In the realm of ranked games, having 4 players is somewhat awkward. However, the voice persisted, sweetly coaxing Yan Luqing,
who found it hard to resist.
Do you wish to play ranked or casual? Yen Luqing countered, explaining that for players, they could only play casual unless they found another. Yin Ningen replied, I want to play ranked. They then randomly recruited a passerby from the lobby. Unfortunately, within mere minutes, they faced a disheartening defeat. The random player, lacking skill, insisted on playing marksman, leading to a swift decline in their lane.
Meanwhile,
Yin Ningen's mid-lane performance was even more dismal, remaining under her tower and dying 6 times without ever engaging the enemy. Forget your teammates. I will only clear my lane. She seemed to convey her ineptitude astonishing. Yen Luqing found herself unable to salvage the situation, bearing the weight of a 12-2 record and seething with frustration. Are you serious? You died again, she remarked, directing her gaze at the marksman. If you're that bad, you shouldn't even play. Do you need your father to teach you? And just like that, their crystal shattered. Upon exiting, the once joyful trio fell silent, their pink bubbles of excitement deflated. Yin Ningen, glancing at her 5th-place score, appeared genuinely remorseful as she apologized to the others. I'm so sorry. I was too bad. It feels like we lost without me doing much. Not only did she do little, but it seemed she had never truly engaged in battle. Yen Luqing, on the verge of losing her composure due to her incompetence, couldn't he help but recall 2 phrases from the previous night. However, Yin Ningen's rapid apologies, combined with Yen Luqing's reluctance to scold a girl, especially face-to-face, left her feeling exasperated. Help, who can confront her? Yen Luqing resolved to abandon the game. Yin Ningen was truly inept. If the level of the previous player was mediocre, then she was utterly unmanageable. She glanced around and noticed that Guxi's team had inexplicably entered halftime, with him lounging on the sofa, engrossed in his phone. From the conversation of the 2 players nearby, it seemed Guxi was quite skilled. Yen Luqing approached and sat beside him, exclaiming, Guxi, please help me. He lazily lifted his gaze to meet hers, asking, help with what? Aren't you all done playing? How about a 5-man match? Yen Luqing lowered her voice. I truly cannot carry that girl. She lacks skill. You must assist me. Oh. Guxi remained seated, his interest evidently piqued. Are you asking me to help you carry a girl? Yen Luqing felt he was referring to her earlier boastful claims, so she hastily clarified. I can manage my own sister, but this one, she's not mine. She's your secret admirer, Yin Ningen. What she does is not merely to impress. The spark in her eyes could ignite fireworks. Before the group could commence, Dehe made a phone call and brought over Lang, as the pet hospital reported an improvement in its energy. However, during the day, it was quite unruly and resisted staying at the pet hospital, yearning for its owner. Perhaps because Guxi was the first to approach it, Lang displayed far greater enthusiasm for him than for Yen Luqing. The border collie breed seems to endear itself to everyone, and after a brief interaction with the dog, the boys resumed their gaming battle. Guxi joined the 5-man queue, and this marked Yen Luqing's first observation of him in action. What's wrong with asking you to carry me? She teased, seamlessly integrating into the atmosphere shared with her twin sisters. No way, did you die again? What's wrong with needing your help? Sister, don't misunderstand. Brother, please don't be upset. It's Fairy Ning. Should these be simplified, they would merely be a matter of easy points. Once the game commenced, Fairy Ning locked in the marksman role on the first floor without hesitation. This rendered the protection of the marksman's support crucial. Guxi, regrettably, had to concede his skills, as the twin sisters were unlikely to provide adequate support. After weighing her options, Yen Luqing decided to fill the support role herself, choosing Zhong Kue. She thought that if she could catch the enemy and hold them for a few seconds, she would secure the kill. Yet, while aspirations are beautifully optimistic, reality often proves harsh. Yen Luqing found herself on the same lane as her previous match, but it was even more suffocating. Yin Ningen selected Sun Shangxiang, a hero with high damage output, yet she managed to squander it, failing to capitalize on opportunities. Each time she let an opponent escape, Yen Luqing reassured her. You need not fear, just unleash your skills behind me. Subsequently, she softly apologized. I'm sorry, Qingqing. I promise to play better next time. With Guxi on her left and Fairy Ning on her right, she felt her blood pressure rise with every apology uttered by Fairy Ning. Eventually, when Yen Luqing finally relinquished that lane to provide support elsewhere, it came as no surprise when Fairy Ning was caught and defeated. Qingqing, the support supposed to protect me? Why didn't you come? Yen Luqing could no longer contain her frustration. Go to hell, I need to unleash my frustration. Just as she was brewing her thoughts, the ever-absorbed Guxi, seated to her left, suddenly spoke before her. You're doing quite well as a support. Guxi continued to operate deftly, his voice gentle. I just checked the perspective. With this Zhong Kue, Even a dog on the development lane could win. Then, as if recalling something, he turned to the border collie, affectionately patting its head. My apologies, I didn't mean to imply you. Damn it. Yan Luqing was utterly exhilarated. Gu Si's words were like a mother opening the door for her child, bringing them home. Chapter 20. No escape. How could you think I was studying you? Yan Luqing could hardly believe that Gu Si's mouth could utter such eloquent phrases. To say that a dog could win was one thing, but to apologize to the dog while saying so was quite another. It seemed that Gu Si had never taken her seriously when he teased her before. After Gu Si's remark, Xia Yutian and Xia Xuejian reacted similarly to Yan Luqing. They were first taken aback, then desperately suppressed their desire to laugh. The most amusing part was that the wolf seemed to understand, letting out a howl as if in agreement with the notion that it too could prevail. Xia Yutian and Xia Xuejian did not directly laugh at Yi Ning'an. Instead, they complimented the wolf. It seems to understand. The rumors must be true. Dogs are indeed dogs. And border collies are border collies. In any case, they were all frantically competing for the bamboo shoots from the giant panda. Fairy Ning appeared visibly embarrassed. Yet, she remained steadfast, intent on continuing the game, without any intention of leaving. Since the previous night, Yan Luqing had been affected by this girl's bubbly nature, and today she was inexplicably drawn to her. She had been diligently playing to support her teammate, only to be thwarted so severely. The frustration that had brewed was now ready to be unleashed, and since Gu Si had set the stage, she felt compelled to express her own sentiments.
All right.
I shall protect you now. With that, Yan Luqing made her way down the lane. Before long, she called out, come out and clear the minion wave. Mimicking Gu Si's earlier demeanor, she spoke kindly to her, don't wander back and forth near the tower. You can't accumulate steps in WeChat within the King's Canyon. Once Fairy Ning emerged, Yan Luqing circled beside her, saying, this game requires clearing minions, not a parade. In the favorable situation orchestrated by Gu Si, Yan Luqing, as a support, had already secured 3 kills, while Fairy Ning's score stood at 0-6. Unable to contain herself, Yan Luqing inquired, do you believe in Buddhism, Yi Ning'an? She imitated her tone, huh? Then, why don't you kill anyone? While outputting damage, Yan Luqing observed the reactions of those around her. Xia Yutian and Xia Xuejian were on the verge of laughter, so much so that it affected their gameplay, while only Gu Si remained calm and composed, occasionally curling the corner of his lips. Yan Luqing truly did not anticipate that events would unfold in this manner. She had called Gu Si to assist her in carrying the new player, as she did not wish to lose, nor did she want the twins to lose. To her surprise, Prince Si was remarkably effective, allowing her to vent her frustrations thoroughly. In the midst of this dual assault, Fairy Ning finally fell silent. The hero that Gu Si plays is Jing, a champion not necessarily favored in high-level matches. Typically, once the game begins to favor them, victory becomes almost inevitable. Hence, even if the marksman consistently delivers unfortunate plays to the opposing team, their win seems justified. Suddenly, Gu Si called out to her, Yi Ning'an. At this moment, one would expect everyone to comfort her, advising her to leave the game's troubles behind in reality. However, Yan Luqing found it difficult to offer any words of solace. After all, comforting her would only bolster her confidence, potentially leading her to harm others in future matches. Moreover, she had the audacity to call herself Maria. Her inability to forgive others surely did not befit such a noble name. Perhaps Gu Si should take on the role of comforter, she thought.
Then,
Yan Luqing heard Gu Si speak. I suggest that next time you encounter such a team game, you simply decline to play Honor of Kings and propose a game of Werewolf instead. He maintained that refreshing smile, as that game only required performance, allowing for a chance at victory. Quite the audacious suggestion, she mused. With Gu Si initiating and concluding the conversation, Yan Luqing enriched the dialogue, leading to a perfect end to this gaming session. After Yi Ning'an departed, Xia Yutian could no longer contain her laughter, bursting into giggles while reflecting on the earlier antics, likening them to a whimsical tale of a couple in perfect harmony. They played a couple more rounds before lunch arrived. Everyone was present except for Yi Ning'an and her 2 close companions, providing an opportune moment to coordinate plans for the afternoon and the following day over lunch. In the afternoon, Yan Luqing accepted an invitation from the twin sisters to visit a temple fair. However, she had her own agenda, slipping out alone while everyone else took a midday nap. Yan Luqing first observed Jiang Baichu's recent interactions, noting that the earlier quarrel with Qi Yanchuan had been resolved. The two were currently engaged in a seemingly ordinary classmate relationship, though both held numerous unspoken thoughts beneath the surface. For instance, They would roll their eyes at the sight of each other mingling with the opposite sex, exchanging silent jibes while unable to resist stealing glances, an epitome of youthful behavior. Yan Luqing had not added Qi Yanchuan on WeChat and remained unaware of the original protagonist's inner feelings. However, based on the original narrative, it appeared that Qi Yanchuan had developed feelings for Jiang Baichu slightly earlier. In his youth, Qi Yanchuan often spoke in ways that could be infuriating, rendering his words more of a hindrance than a help, which ultimately led to the main romantic storyline of the book being one of heartbreak and reconciliation. Thus, Yan Luqing felt that Qi Yanchuan did not require a breakthrough. She directly went to the high school meeting point to find Jiang Baichu. Jia, what brings you here? The female lead beamed with joy upon seeing her, radiating enthusiasm as if the rose petals surrounding her were about to shower Yan Luqing. Yan Luqing greeted her, engaged in casual conversation, inquiring about her well-being, before steering the discussion toward the crux of the matter. After a moment of revelation, Yan Luqing informed Jiang Baichu that the middle-aged man who had attempted to assault her had initially used connections and money to evade consequences. He was supposed to be released from the management district soon, but now he had been transferred to the city and was currently in custody, all thanks to Qi Yanchuan's family intervention. Furthermore, Qi Yanchuan had been shadowing her and her friends as their protective guardian. The sleeping bag that had suddenly appeared and disappeared was a gift from Qi Yanchuan. This humanoid pine tree, unbeknownst to many, has accomplished quite a bit in secret, yet insists on remaining anonymous. While it is commendable to perform good deeds without seeking recognition, to treat one's spouse well while shunning acknowledgement seems rather futile. Thus, Yan Luqing felt compelled to leave a mark. Upon hearing all this, the little rose, Jiang Baichu, was taken aback. Yan Luqing mischievously winked at her, a secret. As troubles often seemed to arise around Jiang Baichu, Yan Luqing decided to confide in the little rose. She elucidated the good deeds the little pine tree had done for her, hoping this would soften the little rose's disdain for him. After alleviating this concern, Yan Luqing strolled towards the hotel, pondering, but what happens after I play matchmaker this time? If they were to argue again over some other trivial matter, even if I were not present, would I still be implicated? Maria, your meddling was rooted in their initial encounter, particularly the moment when Jiang Baichu felt a flicker of affection for the male lead. Thus, the criteria for your punishment hinges on Jiang Baichu's recent emotional inclinations towards him. Should she deviate significantly from the original narrative, you will bear the consequences of your errors. However, once this plot unfolds, theoretically, you have successfully re-established their connection, and your previous missteps will not hinder their future. As long as the heroine harbors even the faintest sentiment for the hero, you shall remain unscathed. After this, Makabaka cautiously added, by the way, Maria, feel free to vent your frustrations at the system. Rest assured, I stand with you. I have no desire to curse it. Yan Luqing replied with a smile, gritting her teeth. I merely wish to log onto Pinduoduo and take a slice out of this wretched system. Makabaka, tugging her left and right, led her towards the temple fair, where their presence always brought vibrancy. Although Yan Luqing was somewhat thoughtless, she relished the lively spirit of such companions, reflecting that this might be their last outing together. She couldn't help but inquire about a question she had long pondered. By the way, is there anyone in your family named Xia Bingbao? Indeed, replied Xia Yutian. He is our cousin. We also have a cousin named Xia Shuangshuang, added Xia Xuetian. Yan Luqing remarked, your family certainly does not seem to struggle with naming conventions. The two sisters, adept at revelry, guided Yan Luqing to purchase an array of intriguing trinkets such as the 9-linked rings, the Huarong Path, and the Kongming Lock, as well as a bizarre multifaceted Rubik's Cube that Yan Luqing had never encountered in her previous world. She acquired a hefty bag filled with these adult-like toys and iconic souvenirs from Dai Mountain, before being led by the sisters to a venue that resembled a temple on the outside but housed numerous stalls within. Here lay the main event. The sisters enthusiastically pointed out, look, each stall has a sign indicating its purpose. Some involve fortune-telling, but most visitors come to draw lots, not necessarily for their accuracy, but because the lots are beautifully crafted, enticing tourists to spend. Yan Luqing observed as they directed her to a particular spot. We always visit that tarot card stall for readings, and we can learn a bit of divination too. Would you like to join us? Yan Luqing held a rather indifferent view towards tarot cards. She remarked, you all go ahead, I'll explore something else. All right. We will contact you later. After the two sisters departed, she wandered around. Just as they had mentioned, most people were there seeking divination, not necessarily for its efficacy or authenticity, but rather for the beautiful designs of the fortunes offered. They would select whichever stall appealed to them, and then snap a picture. Ultimately, Yan Luqing found herself more intrigued by the coldest stall in the venue. It displayed two signs, one reading fortune-telling and the other hypnosis. She was eager to learn both. It was her first time encountering someone teaching hypnosis. She had long been troubled by the metaphorical barrier that Gu Cip had erected against her, yearning to delve into his thoughts. Yet all she could perceive were mere punctuation marks, nothing of substance. This fixation had morphed into an obsession. Thus, upon seeing this stall, her mind raced. Since he was a human-shaped barrier, she would have to resort to alternative means. At the stall sat an elderly gentleman with snow-white hair, his demeanor warm and inviting, adorned with several strands of beads around his neck, exuding an air of mystical wisdom. Yan Luqing approached and greeted him. "Hello, sir. Do you take apprentices? Do you teach online? Perhaps we could connect through WeChat?" As she entered the room carrying a large bag, she caught sight of Gu Cip lounging on the sofa, casually stroking a wolf's chin. The skin on his hand matched the wolf's white fur, while his dark attire mirrored the creature's black coat. Both man and beast were a harmonious blend of black and white, with the setting sun streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows, creating an oddly enchanting scene. Yan Luqing mused to herself, what a charming tableau of a princess playing with her dog. After savoring the moment, she approached Gu Cip and inquired, "Have you been playing with it all afternoon?" He glanced at the multitude of bags she was carrying before looking back at her face, his expression cool and detached as he asked, "Where have you been?" "For reasons unknown." His serious tone made her feel absurdly, as though she had sneaked away to play behind someone's back. Who had she been sneaking away from? She was perfectly forthright. Yan Luqing set her bags down and boldly sat on the carpet in front of the sofa, elevating Gu Cip's position in relation to her. He lowered his gaze to her as she began to chatter away. "I went to the temple fair with the twins today." While speaking, she rummaged through her bags. "I didn't intend to buy so much, but considering you haven't had a proper outing since the mountain trip, and now with your back restricting movement, we leave tomorrow. I ended up with a bunch of stuff. Look at this 9 linked rings. We spent ages learning from the vendor. Let me show you." Gu Cip smiled suddenly, reaching out to take the rings from her, placing them on the nearby table, thus freeing her hands. "What else did you get?" Yan Luqing continued to showcase an array of peculiar brain teasers, similar to the 9 linked rings, as well as a Rubik's Cube that she had yet to master. Ultimately, she spread out all the delightful toys and treats she had gathered on the table, each item a testament to her day-as adventures. Gu Cip, displaying a modicum of courtesy, observed her with keen interest, occasionally inquiring about the underlying principles, ultimately expressing his gratitude with a gentle smile. "Thank you, Miss Yan, for your hard work." At that moment, Yan Luqing was struck by the peculiar notion that she resembled a character in a strategy game, darting about the map, acquiring treasures at location 1, collecting artifacts at location 2, and learning captivating tricks at location 3. After exploring thoroughly, she would present her treasures to the princess in the palace and showcase her newly acquired skills. The scene was particularly reminiscent, with the princess Gu Cip seated on the sofa while she sat on the carpet, an angle that amplified the resemblance. Yan Luqing silently rose, circumnavigating to sit beside Gu Cip on the sofa. She had also learned some tricks. She had yet to demonstrate them to Gu Cip. Just as she was about to do so, her peripheral vision caught sight of 2 books resting by her leg, likely left there by Gu Cip in the afternoon. She casually picked them up and glanced at the titles, The 24 Personalities and Studies in Hysteria. Yan Luqing thought, though I lack understanding, these titles seem to align with deviant psychology, do they not? Does Gu Cip truly delve into subjects beyond her? Without hesitation, she voiced her thoughts. "No way, Gu Cip. Given our relationship, you are still researching me?" Gu Cip, initially engrossed in a distorted Rubik's Cube, appeared strikingly elegant with his fingers contrasting against the cube's vibrant colors akin to white jade. Upon hearing her, he turned to her, enunciating each word. "Research you?" Holding the book aloft, Yan Luqing challenged, "Can you honestly claim you are not studying me?" Abruptly, Gu Cip relaxed his posture, leaning back against the sofa cushions, lazily inquiring, "Why do you think I am researching you?" However, before she could respond, he interjected with a faint smile, "Yan Luqing, do you possess multiple personalities? Or is it hysteria?" Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. A strange feeling washed over her, not just odd, but entirely perplexing, especially as she sensed that Makabaka seemed eager to reach out to her once more. The room fell into an unfamiliar silence for what felt like an eternity. Just as Yan Luqing felt she could no longer remain still, Gu Cip broke the silence anew. "How could you believe I am researching you?" he continued, still reclining on the sofa, his tone teasing. "I thought you were." Upon hearing that word, Yen Luqing was jolted back to a memory of a day at home when she had become ensnared in her thoughts and had asked Gu Ci about a post she had made. Is a normal person who has crossed over into a mental illness truly insane? Her eyes widened slowly, her heart racing, yet she feigned an expression of shock as she gazed at him. What are you saying? What? It can't be that post I showed you, can it? She emphasized earnestly, Gu Ci, that post was merely something I stumbled upon. Her words halted abruptly as Gu Ci suddenly straightened, extending his fingers towards the collar of her garment. The distance between them was minuscule, and Yen Luqing felt as though her chin brushed against his cool, jade-like skin, only to retreat immediately. Gu Ci gently removed a tiny leaf that had unknowingly adhered to her clothing. He held the leaf in his hand, his beautiful dark eyes fixed on her, the corners of his lips curving slightly as if to offer comfort, softly stating, "Do not be anxious. I was merely jesting." In Chapter 21, there was no escape. She had been swept into a princess carry. After Gu Ci's words, he returned to fiddling with a multifaceted, distorted Rubik's Cube. His remarks flowed naturally, and the topic was not initiated by him, but rather by her inquiry regarding the title of a book that had sparked his playful banter. The notion of a big black or small black was inappropriate, although they remained loyal to her. They regarded her as mentally unstable and would provide earnest responses to such questions. She could only think of Gu Ci. Conversely, Yen Luqing lived in an environment where everyone perceived themselves as insane, though she maintained a facade of cheerfulness. There were moments in the stillness of night when the absurdity of it all would wash over her. She was acutely aware of her upbringing and vividly remembered the trajectory of her life, yet there were fleeting moments when she feared being influenced by her physical form. In those times, she desperately needed a rational individual to provide her with reassurance. That reassurance was bestowed upon her by Gu Ci. Following that moment, her mind was freed from tumultuous thoughts. Thus, when he remarked that he had thought she was something else, one might wonder if it was truly a jest. Yet, Yen Luqing pondered, if it were not a jest, then how could it be? She turned her gaze toward him. Gu Ci held in his hand a perfectly restored distorted Rubik's Cube, each side displaying identical colors. He extended it towards her. Yen Luqing, momentarily startled, accepted it. Her previous musings set aside, her mind now solely occupied with awe. You accomplished this so swiftly? The shopkeeper from whom she acquired this toy had claimed that despite its many faces, it was fundamentally the same, and with a thorough understanding of its patterns. One could solve it in just 20 minutes. Yet, from the moment he received it until now, where had the 20 minutes gone? It was at most 10 minutes. On his first attempt, Gu Ci's tone carried an undertone of admiration. It was rather intriguing. Yen Luqing responded, "Oh, this is indeed my first time." She found herself yearning for his intellect and eloquence. Might she borrow them for her own use? Having finished with the cube, Gu Ci, seemingly still unsatisfied, began sifting through other toys on the table, inquiring, "Have you learned how to disassemble these locks and rings?" Yen Luqing hesitated. "I thought I understood when I observed the demonstration, but I may have forgotten some details." "Very well," Gu Ci replied with an encouraging smile, selecting the 9 linked rings that she had struggled with for quite some time. "Let me give it a try." As he gradually solved the 9 linked rings, as well as other puzzles like the Huarong Dao and Kongming Lock, each completed piece, though taking only a brief moment, seemed to possess a soothing and comforting magic that gradually calmed Yen Luqing's racing heart. Even the wolf appeared to comprehend, howling in delight with each successful resolution. After the final toy was completed, Yen Luqing could not help but laugh. "It seems you have developed quite the rapport this afternoon. It even cheers you on. It is remarkably intelligent." Gu Ci casually patted the wolf's head, teaching it a few simple commands in the afternoon that you might want to try. Yen Luqing had always had a fondness for cats and dogs, but lacked the financial means and time to raise any, let alone such a purebred border collie. Under Gu Ci's guidance, she issued a few basic commands such as sit, back, and shake hands. Just as Yen Luqing's playful spirit was ignited, a faint sound of electricity crackled in her ear again. Perhaps a timid soul was attempting to connect with her, only to be blocked by some powerful figure. For some inexplicable reason, upon standing, the relaxed demeanor Gu Ci exhibited when playing with the toy vanished. "Not yet." He lazily raised his eyes, asking, "What's up?" On a rainy summer day, they mentioned dinner at a prearranged hotel, conveniently located near the hospital. "Let me accompany you to change your dressing first," he offered. Yen Luqing circled around him, saying, "I'll just change my clothes first. It won't take long." As she closed the door behind her and Gu Ci was no longer present, Yen Luqing's mind was suddenly flooded with the connection to Makabaka. Maria. Maria. It was just as animated as ever, its tone filled with excitement. Wasn't he Gu Xi just? Yan Luqing interrupted, I don't know. Why did you ask him that question? If you hadn't, he asked. Why should I ask? Yan Luqing found it amusing. Firstly, I am not particularly mature. I've just come of age, a naive and innocent girl who inexplicably finds herself here. Secondly, my interactions with him are simply candid. Makabaka paused. All right, Maria. I was just a bit anxious because there are many unsettling aspects about Gu Xi. When he is around, he can block me, rendering your golden finger ineffective. Yan Luqing replied, I've considered all of this, but as long as there is no life-threatening danger, everything else is inconsequential. Just moments ago, while sitting on the sofa, she had felt Makabaka attempting to connect, yet failing, leading her to ponder why book protagonists often prioritize trust in their systems. At least she did not. However, while she believed Gu Xi far surpassed the unreliable system, that did not mean she was disinterested in understanding his inner thoughts. My curiosity regarding why the golden finger cannot perceive Gu Xi is not a reflection of doubt about him. I merely wish to understand what he is thinking. Out of sheer curiosity. Moreover, she had her own plans. Hypnotizing the princess, knowing his inner thoughts, was merely a matter of time. After a cab ride to the hospital, they waited 10 minutes before it was Gu Xi's turn. Upon entering the ward, Yan Luqing was unexpectedly greeted by Jiang Baichu once again. What a coincidence, sister. Jiang Baichu exclaimed, adorned in roses. What brings you to the hospital? Her voice faltered as her gaze landed on Gu Xi beside Yan Luqing, and she suddenly exclaimed, Ah. Yan Luqing pointed to Gu Xi. I'm here to accompany him for a dressing change. Jiang Baichu stared intently at Gu Xi's face, and after 3 seconds, her expression shifted to one of realization. Ah, I know you. You're Senior Gu Xi.
Crap.
It dawned on her that this was Gu Xi and Jiang Baichu's first encounter. While reading, Yan Luqing had observed various factions vying for Gu Xi's attention. Among the 3 types of jumpers, only the second type attracts fewer critics. After all, the first type is associated with Gu Xi and his lifelong nemesis, while the third type has been dismantled, and anyone who dares to mention it will surely be met with scorn. The pairing of Jiang Baichu and Gu Xi arises from the fact that Gu Xi once aided her in the narrative, albeit only incidentally during his quest for vengeance. If one were to delve deeper, it could be argued that he was merely eradicating malevolence from society. However, in the eyes of fervent fans of the cult, this constitutes a sensational act of benevolence. Ultimately, these instances are exceedingly rare, as over 90% of his admirers are devoted fans, non-extremists who simply empathize with him and wish for the author to treat him kindly. Yan Luqing herself is one of Gu Xi's devoted followers. Yet, she remains curious whether the initial encounter between Gu Xi and Jiang Baichu might spark any unique chemistry. Thus, upon Jiang Baichu addressing Gu Xi as senior, Yan Luqing promptly turned her head to observe Gu Xi's every move. Gu Xi had not glanced in their direction prior, so upon hearing his name, he first met Jiang Baichu's gaze. His expression remained largely unchanged as he politely yet distantly greeted her, hello. Yan Luqing thought, is that it? Just that? After all, she was aware that Jiang Baichu was a captivating figure, the heroine of the tale. Her curiosity piqued, she inquired, but Gu Xi has already graduated. How did you recognize him? My senior from the 3rd year told me that they lamented his graduation and often spoke of him to the 1st and 2nd years. She replied, even in his absence, the legend endures. Before Yan Luqing could articulate further, Jiang Baichu's eyes widened with a hint of gossip, and she innocently asked, so, where are you and senior studying now? A senior who was uncertain whether she would attend university and a senior who had gained admission but, due to various circumstances, had not yet begun his studies fell into a shared silence. Fortunately, Jiang Baichu's friends soon called her away, allowing Yan Luqing to evade the question. After exchanging pleasantries with Jiang Baichu and watching the young girls scamper off, Gu Xi swiftly finished changing his bandage, and they departed the hospital side by side. However, Jiang Baichu's question had inexplicably altered the atmosphere. As they walked, Yan Luqing tentatively began your university. But before she could finish her thought, Gu Xi interrupted, asking, where's the hotel? Yan Luqing paused momentarily before stating the name of the hotel. It was evident that Gu Xi was reluctant to discuss university matters. This marked the first time Yan Luqing distinctly sensed his aversion to certain topics, leaving her with an unsettling feeling. In the original narrative, it appeared that Gu Xi had no experience of university life. Yet, what should his life have entailed? He was still that prodigious youth, radiant with promise, destined to enter the highest institution of learning. Surely, Gu Xi's name would shine brightly. perhaps recorded in an honor roll or frequently mentioned on a wall of confessions. After experiencing a moment of regret, Yan Luqing reconsidered her situation. Given that she had traversed to this new realm, and her father and mother were kind-hearted individuals ready to assist Gu Xi, could there not be a turn of fortune in this matter? As they walked to the hotel, Yan Luqing's gloom began to dissipate with this thought, prompting her to gaze skyward and let out a sigh. Gu Xi inquired, "What troubles you?" "Nothing," Yan Luqing replied, shaking her head. "I merely feel sympathy for a princess whose fate has been fraught with hardship." As it was the last day of their playful escapade, which also marked their final gathering for a meal, the group deemed it significant and chose a grand hotel for the occasion. The young men, eager to celebrate, procured several bottles of both beer and red wine. Everyone at the table had a drink beside them, save for Gu Xi, who, still bound in bandages as an injured party, had a cup filled with healthful juice. Yan Luqing nearly burst into laughter at the sight, silently mused that such was the treatment of a little princess. She must not indulge in spirits. However, she refrained from voicing her thoughts, content to enjoy the moment. Yi Ningen claimed to be unwell and did not attend, thus leaving her loyal attendant absent as well. After the departure of the three bothersome individuals, she was left with her favored twins, and she relished the meal immensely. To her delight, the twins proved to be quite the drinkers, and she found herself bantering joyfully with them. Yet, as the merriment continued, Gu Xi, seated beside her, would often interject, keeping a watchful eye on her. Summer Xuetian quipped, "Indeed, if you have so much free time, why not keep an eye on us?" Gu Xi, unfazed by their teasing, maintained his composed demeanor, contrasting sharply with the lively atmosphere around the table. He replied coolly, "She resides with me. If she gets drunk, are you to manage her?" The sisters, as if struck by a revelation, exclaimed, "Oh, you share a room." After Gu Xi elaborated, the twins' eyes sparkled with newfound excitement, shining like light bulbs. Their shared understanding was palpable as they exchanged glances brimming with unspoken thoughts. Dehe turned to Gu Xi, remarking, "You didn't intervene at all."
Gucci.
Without batting an eye, responded, "I did my best." Dehe could only shake his head in disbelief. In the past, Miss Yan abstained entirely from alcohol, yet now, it had only been a short while, and she had already succumbed to intoxication twice. This situation certainly warranted a report to the doctor. Dehe pondered silently. Yan Luqing, jolted awake, first beheld a strikingly beautiful face. This visage possessed an invigorating effect, causing her to sit upright and survey her surroundings. "Is it over? Have we finished?" Gu Xi, who had been observing her with crossed arms, stepped forward and gently inquired, "Are you unable to leave?" Yan Luqing nodded earnestly. To her surprise, the Gu Xi she had once looked up to was now crouching down before her. After a moment of contemplation, Yan Luqing shook her head, declaring no.
Gucci.
Ever patient, asked, "What is the matter?" With utmost seriousness, she replied, "It hurts." Gu Xi paused for a moment, half turning to her. "Where does it hurt?" "You cannot carry me. It's your back," Yan Luqing insisted, straining to widen her eyes as she pointed with her finger to the bandaged area. "It is not my pain. It is your discomfort." Her touch was delicate, and the small area she prodded felt momentarily numb. It was but a fleeting instant, yet an unfamiliar emotion surged forth, only to recede like the tide. Nevertheless, the warmth lingered. Gu Xi lowered his gaze, remaining still for a while, his composed demeanor rendering his thoughts inscrutable. Meanwhile, Yan Luqing was captivated by the graceful contour of Gu Xi's profile, and before she realized it, he stood closer, his face inching nearer. She watched as he extended his hand toward her, feeling herself lift off the ground. The last thought that flickered through her muddled mind was, "Damn, I've been princess carried by Prince Gu." Chapter 22. No escape. Where on earth did this ex-boyfriend of mine come from? Yan Luqing drank far more than she had at the last birthday celebration, becoming even more intoxicated. The sensation was utterly surreal. Her spirit clung to the persona of someone who could drink endlessly, convinced she was sober, yet her body insisted otherwise. "No, you are indeed drunk." It was quite remarkable. As Gu Xi carried her out of the private room, Yan Luqing vaguely heard the familiar voices of her twin sisters behind her, drunkenly shouting and exclaiming about something they had bumped into. Who bumped into what? Please don't break a bone. Concerned for her sisters, she found herself leaning against Gu Xi's shoulder, perhaps because he walked so steadily, emanating a coolness and a pleasant scent that made her feel utterly at ease. Yan Luqing drifted into a half-sleep. It wasn't until she heard a soft chime that she jolted awake. He had come to a halt, slightly turning his face to look at her. "You're awake. Now take out your card to unlock the door." Yan Luqing rubbed her eyes. Where's the card? In your left pocket, beside you.
Oh.
She reached for her left pocket, only to be informed, it's in my pocket. Thus began another several minutes wasted on unlocking the door. When Gu Xi finally carried her into the room and headed straight for her bed, Yan Luqing suddenly tightened her embrace around him. Gu Xi, I have never asked anyone for anything in my life. Gu Xi paused mid-step. So, she said cautiously. I beg you, could you run me a bath? Once the bath was drawn and she had soaked, Yan Luqing climbed out of the tub in a rather peculiar manner, exhausted from the effort of drying herself and donning a bathrobe. She then called out to Gu Xi, and before long, his voice came from outside. Are you dressed? I am, she replied, but I can't stand up. Gu Xi pushed the door open, walking toward her with a cool tone. Not bad. You know how to get dressed. He had evidently just showered as well, having changed into fresh clothes, his hair damp and soft. The two of them carried the fragrance of the hotel's shower gel, sharing the same enticing scent.
Gucci approached.
Observing that Yan Luqing's bathrobe was somewhat properly worn, the belt barely tied, revealing a pair of delicate white calves at the hem, slender enough to seem breakable with a mere pinch. He lifted Yan Luqing once more, cradling her in a manner that dripped with sarcasm.
Oh.
So you do possess a sense of safety awareness. Indeed, Yan Luqing replied with an air of certainty. For instance, I would never allow strangers into my bedroom or bathroom, she emphasized, particularly when it comes to the opposite sex. Gu Xi gazed at her as though she were an extraterrestrial being. You summon me for this? Yan Luqing abruptly faltered, pondering the distinction between not a stranger and not the opposite sex for a considerable time, before ultimately deciding on the latter. It is because you are not a stranger. When he finally set her down on the bed, she candidly remarked, moreover, we have already shared a bed. We are so familiar with each other. What is there to fear? The following morning, Yan Luqing swiftly acclimated to her headache and upset stomach. After completing her morning routine, she stepped out of her room and encountered Dahe, who was arranging breakfast on the table. A nourishing soup and a soothing porridge. Quite delightful. Yan Luqing paused, inquiring. And where is Gu Xi? Dahe replied, he has yet to awaken. Dahe pondered her meaning and tentatively asked, Miss Yan, would you like me to rouse him? No need, Yan Luqing quickly interrupted, a hint of guilt in her voice. Let us wait for him. He likely did not sleep well last night. There is no rush. Why did he not sleep well? Yan Luqing hesitated. Dahe awkwardly muttered a sound of acknowledgement, first greeting Gu Xi, then unable to resist probing. Miss Yan, after drinking, can one truly not walk at all? Indeed, and it is not just the legs that are incapacitated, she replied.
Gucci merely smiled gently.
His demeanor calm. Yan Luqing felt as if a small line of text appeared before her eyes. Princess Bamboo sends you bamboo shoots. She mentally repeated, I did not hear. I did not hear. I did not hear. As long as I remain unembarrassed, no one can embarrass me. She focused on her porridge, waiting until she felt the sofa cushion beside her sink slightly, witnessing Gu Xi reach for his utensils. Only then did she quietly speak. I apologize for the trouble last night. The person beside her responded with an even warmer tone. It's no trouble at all. After all, we have already shared a bed. We are quite familiar with each other. What is there to fear? Debts incurred while intoxicated must be repaid, she mused. Well done, little wolf, Yan Luqing complimented, amused at how the wolf had managed to exhaust itself. The wolf joyfully bounded over, circling around her and Gu Xi until both reached out to pet its head. After breakfast, as she bid farewell to her classmates downstairs, Yan Luqing shared a tearful moment with the twins, performing a heartfelt display of sisterly affection. Oh, I adore her. I wonder how long until I see her again, sobbed Xiaoyu. The worst feeling in the world is when you have just formed a bond, only to be separated from them, lamented Xiaoshui. Yan Luqing stared at her phone, the remnants of her earlier red eyes still evident. To an outsider, it might have appeared as if she were suffering from a broken heart. Gu Xi attempted to offer her some words of comfort, but as he noticed Yan Luqing exit WeChat and open the black and white short video app on her home screen, his desire to speak dissipated instantly. As if the day of her arrival had returned, she once again employed the same tactics, reliving old dreams. With red-rimmed eyes, she observed, liking and commenting, one remarking the familiar phrase hey, wifey, and another hinting at an initial restraint before a subsequent outpouring. In her escape as a saintly figure, she mused, I personally feel that the comment section has gone a bit too far. Let us consider, if this girl were your friend, your sister, or a family member, how would you feel if others incessantly referred to her as their wife? Moreover, she is my wife, so I hope everyone refrains from reckless conjecture. Regardless. Each statement revolved around the term wife, with every remark reiterating the same notion. Gu Xi once again shielded half of her face with the brim of her hat, closing her eyes to rest. The vehicle returning was a 7-seater, with Xiaohe seated in the back. Yan Luqing's voice resonated through the speakers, and Xiaohe, having grown more familiar with the two, bravely ventured to speak. "Miss Yan, if one were unaware, they might think this was some boy's phone." After a pause, he chuckled nervously, scratching his head, "Because my phone opens to these kinds of recommendations, haha. You know what I mean?" Yan Luqing rolled her eyes. "And I can't be blamed for that. I enjoy watching handsome men and beautiful women, but after gazing at Gu Xi's face for so long, they no longer seem so striking." Xiaohe pondered for a moment. It does seem that way. At that time, Yan Luqing was still unaware of the surprises awaiting her at home. The moment the villa reappeared in her line of sight, she was struck by the illusion of having been away on a month-long excursion. Although her time at Dai Mountain had been delightful, this villa, being her first stronghold upon her arrival, felt more like home. As they exited the car in the yard, the sound of singing greeted Yan Luqing upon entering the gate. The first sight was of the usually quiet cleaning lady, diligently raking the fallen leaves. Yet this was not the focal point. The essence lay in the fact that she was twirling joyfully while singing, resembling a character from an animated film, truly a Disney-esque moment. This lady, usually reserved and industrious, had evidently been suppressing her true nature. Approaching her to offer a compliment, Yan Luqing was met with a startled reaction, as if the cleaning lady had encountered something extraordinary. Standing frozen in place, Yan Luqing quickly reassured her, "It's all right, auntie. If singing while sweeping makes you happy, feel free to sing. With your voice, I might just believe this castle is Disney." Behind her, Xiaohe struggled to contain his laughter, while Auntie S' face flushed with embarrassment, bending slightly as she replied, "Miss Yan, just now, someone you know came looking for you. He said he would return shortly." "Oh, all right," she replied, feeling a bit overwhelmed, acknowledging each point with a distracted, "Okay, I understand, I will be there." Once Dahe had finally relayed the information, Yan Luqing closed the door to her room and flung herself onto the soft bed. Comfortably reclining, she opened her phone, sending a message. "Escape Saint. Grandpa. Good morning. Have you risen yet?" "Not a sorcerer," replied the old man. "Good morning, young lady." As their conversation commenced, bubbles began to rise above the old man's head. Yellow bubble. "At last, this girl has come to seek me out. I was beginning to think she was yet another child who regards me as a fraud." Pink bubble. "I wonder what her qualifications are?" Yan Luqing thought, steady. One cannot always deceive with their innermost thoughts, can they? This is undoubtedly a solid opportunity. She was about to inquire how to commence her studies and the associated fees when a somewhat urgent knock echoed from behind her.
Yan Luqing, come in.
The person who entered was Dahe, looking somewhat bewildered. "Miss Yan, downstairs, there's someone claiming to be your ex-boyfriend." "Yan Luqing?" She abruptly sat up from her bed. "What did you say?" As she spoke, she rummaged through the memories of the original owner in her mind. "Ex-boyfriend? Nonsense. Do not slander me. I am single. Is Miss Yan truly that busy? This house had been vacant for a week. Could it be that he is deliberately avoiding me?" The way he spoke was rather affected. His voice was not particularly melodious, yet not unpleasant either, though his intonation rendered it rather awkward. As Yan Luqing descended the stairs, a glance into the living room revealed the individual who was speaking. He possessed alluring almond-shaped eyes with an exaggerated tail, a pointed chin, and rosy lips. While he did have a certain charm, his visage bore a striking resemblance to the handsome figure Yan Luqing had recently commented on, albeit lacking the appeal of Gu Xi. Upon seeing this face, memories associated with him surged into Yan Luqing's mind. The original owner had indeed assisted him, offered him financial support, and they had dined together a few times, which could be termed dates. However, they had not crossed any lines. She was uncertain whether he approached her out of affection, or merely to inquire why she had not sent him any money. The original owner, a wealthy young lady, was drawn to this illegitimate child because she believed his features mirrored those of Gu Xi. Yan Luqing could not help but think the original owner was truly blind. What on earth was this? It was akin to the distinction between an Oreo and a mere imitation, utterly unrelated. Yan Luqing looked down, gritting her teeth as she quietly asked Dahe, "You didn't know he was coming? Why didn't you tell me sooner?"
Daí replied inocente, Sanche,
Personal matters usually aren't disclosed to us. Beside him, Xiaohe's eyes were wide as saucers, yet he remained silent, feeling anxious. Yan Luqing happened to have the WeChat interface open in her hand, and she casually clicked on the dialogue box with Xiaohe. As expected, a flurry of bubbles emerged. Yellow. Exciting. Absolutely thrilling. Yellow. It turns out Miss Yen merely appears to have moved on, but her obsession with Gu Ci runs deep. I knew the information I had was correct. Yellow, what do they call this? My cousin mentioned it while reading a novel. It's a stand-in. This is a stand-in. Pink. But why not pursue the real person directly? This is too exhilarating. Pink. I can't wait. The lively chatter seemed to conjure 10 thoughts in a mere second. As Yen Luqing passed by Xiaohe, she could not resist rolling her eyes at him. Your expression management is quite commendable at the moment. However, before she could formulate her thoughts, a sound emanated from the door behind her. Seemingly more interested in quenching his thirst, Gu Ci strode directly to the table where several individuals gathered, filled his empty glass, and took a few sips. The motion of his Adam's apple rolling up and down exuding an indescribable allure. After finishing his drink, he glanced over at the others with a nonchalant expression, inquiring, "What's the matter?" The living room was enveloped in an awkward silence. And it was at this moment that Yen Luqing finally emerged from the haze of his captivating charm. Oh no! Gu Ci has appeared. Does this not imply that one is about to encounter the substitute? Yen Luqing pondered, wait a minute, brother. Are you mistaken about the sequence? Where on earth is it said that a grandfather resembles his grandson? His gaze was rather nuanced, a faint smile gracing his lips. Yen Luqing's eyes widened immediately. Let me explain. Chapter 23. No escape. In the living room, all the other occupants of the villa appeared utterly unfazed by the unfolding events, with those designated to cook diligently preparing meals and others ostensibly busy with cleaning. Yet, their peripheral glances frequently darted toward one particular spot, their ears straining to listen intently. Yen Luqing found herself at the center of everyone's gaze, her toes curling against the ground as if she wished to burrow into the earth and escape. She had begun to sell the largest pot since her arrival in this realm. Upon uttering "let me explain," it somehow sounded more like "let me defend myself." Moreover, in her awkwardness, her arm had unintentionally risen, nearly performing an inadvertent gesture reminiscent of her Kong. Explain what? Gu Ci regarded her with a teasing air. Explain why, besides me, there is another person here who needs eye treatment? The bamboo shoot attack was launched. Yen Luqing found herself momentarily speechless. He was so ordinary, yet brimming with self-assurance. She felt an overwhelming urge to roll her eyes at him. In moments of insecurity, she had deemed him a rather handsome individual of a certain caliber. But now he seemed to utterly belittle that notion. She took a moment to compose herself, feigning ignorance toward Gu Ci's remark and disregarding Zhang's desperate attempts to elevate his own stature. Turning to the substitute named Zhang, she said, "Mr. Zhang, if you have something to discuss, please do so directly." That seemingly reproachful glance and the affected tone nearly sent Yen Luqing into a frenzy. She suppressed the prickling sensation on her scalp, intending to continue engaging with him when Gu Ci's voice pierced the air. Once, they were a couple. Gu Ci slowly reiterated those 4 words, his gaze unwavering yet his smile deepening, as he uttered 2 utterly unrelated phrases. Wearing fake shoes, covered in white cloth? Yen Luqing was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean by wearing fake shoes? Noticing her bewildered expression, Gu Ci coolly introduced a key term. Let us discuss your ex. After considerable contemplation, Yen Luqing recalled that she had once commented on a video entitled, "Let us talk about your ex." She had penned 2 lines. One was hazy in her memory, merely that he wore fake shoes. The other recounted that during her last visit, he had donned fake shoes and was covered in white cloth, seemingly reluctant to see her. However, the crux of the matter was Gu Ci nodded. What a coincidence. Upon opening his eyes, he too had to take a look. Yen Luqing was suddenly engulfed by a wave of suffocating panic. Help! How on earth did that unexpected revelation collide with her flippant remarks? The two were engaged in a subtle exchange, yet to the outside observer, it seemed as if they were playing a game of charades, sharing secrets known only to themselves. Particularly, the ever-curious Xiaohe was on the verge of desperation. Wishing he could voice the collective inquiry, "What on earth are you two discussing? Yen Luqing, you really dare to ask?" He shook his cup of water. "Are you certain you want to hear?" Zhang Tizhen, being an insider, had already received various tidbits of gossip before arriving. Well aware of how awkward Gu Ci's current situation was. Once a shining figure of prominence, he was now merely a man stripped of everything, reduced to a pale shadow of his former self. Initially, Zhang felt no threat from this individual. Even as an illegitimate child, he considered himself far superior. However, upon meeting Gu Ci and locking eyes with him, he felt an uncontrollable sense of inferiority wash over him. In truth, it was merely a few words spoken by Miss Yen during a memorial for her deceased ex-boyfriend. Gu Ci's eyes twinkled with amusement as he smiled. suggesting that if Zhang was indeed taking on the role of Miss Yan's former lover, then the dearly departed she reminisced about must surely be him. Zhang stood frozen in place. Gu Xi, having initially brought only an empty cup, filled it before departing, cheerfully bidding everyone to enjoy themselves. Yan Luqing. Zhang tis hen. Though he was uncertain whom those 4 words were directed at, every person present felt as if they had been implicated. This appeared to be the pinnacle of the art of insinuation. Once again lying in bed, her phone remained on the screen she had been viewing while checking on Xiaohe. To her surprise, she noticed a new flurry of pastel colors emanating from the naive child's head. Yan Luqing casually tapped the screen. Xiaohe's bubbly message. So exhilarating. So exhilarating. I've discovered that young Master Gu truly possesses the regal aura of a legitimate partner. Yan Luqing. Damn, what an idiot. After a brief period of lounging lazily in bed and tossing and turning, she ultimately succumbed to her inner turmoil and opened the chat with Gu Xi. The recent encounter had left her too embarrassed to face him in person. Better to communicate via WeChat. The escaping saint. We were never in a romantic relationship, at most. I was merely a benefactor in the past. I've never been in love. I'm too innocent to engage in such extravagant antics. What she referred to as extravagant was, of course, the act of finding a stand-in. Gu Xi should comprehend that, right? Yan Luqing continued typing fervently. The escaping saint, and don't listen to his nonsense. You two look nothing alike. My eyesight is perfectly fine. I have 50 vision. The escaping saint. Tears streamed down Yan Luqing, feeling idle, began poking at the transparent bubble above Gu Xi's head, each poke producing a simple. Just then, her phone vibrated, and her gaze dropped instantly, holding her breath in concentration. Only 2 words appeared. The escaping princess. Okay. Yan Luqing. Damn. He truly has the air of a legitimate partner. In her family home, Yan Luqing sat face to face with her parents, holding her phone throughout the conversation, occasionally glancing at it. This behavior mirrored the current trend among young people conversing with their parents. Yet, Yan Luqing was no ordinary youth. She possessed an uncanny ability to discern her parents' innermost thoughts. As she navigated the family group chat, she observed the bubbles appearing above her parents' heads. Her father remarked, I previously heard from your bodyguard about the incident at Dai Mountain where you and Gu Xi fell. However, his account was rather vague. Could you elaborate? Internally he pondered. Sigh. Accidents rarely occur at Dai Mountain unless they are orchestrated. Was this an act of malice by the Gu family or my daughter? Yan Luqing replied. You truly understand her. Her father nodded and chuckled lightly. Good. It's a relief to know you're both fine. I didn't expect you and Gu Xi to be so close. Kita talikful. Yet, he continued to harbor doubts, thinking, I can't shake the feeling that she is concealing something. Yan Luqing's mother echoed her husband's sentiments, first expressing concern, then tentatively inquiring, Have your classmates returned to school? Yan Luqing affirmed, yes. Her mother hesitated, her thoughts swirling. This child appears to be recovering, but I wonder if she is truly well. Is her silence a sign of reluctance? Sigh. How can I encourage her to continue her education? Having just completed her college entrance examination before her time travel, Yan Luqing had little interest in academics. Nevertheless, her mother's words sparked a reminder. She glanced up at her parents. I would like to inquire about Gu Xi's university. As Yan Luqing had anticipated, her parents readily agreed. In truth, she found the atmosphere of family discussions at the Yan household quite pleasant, though it was likely tempered by a fear of broaching the sensitive subject of her mental health. She wondered what her grandfather, who was to meet her, would be like. As she prepared to leave, her mother accompanied her to the door, reminding her, There's an evening banquet in 2 days. Please inform Gu Xi. I will send a car to pick you both up. Yan Luqing nodded, casually asking, Whose banquet is it? She learned that it would take place on Friday. On Saturday, she finally had a few uninterrupted hours to learn from her grandfather. However, being the first day, she merely listened to him explain various methods through video, discussing their meanings and the extent to which hypnosis and fortune-telling could be applied. While she found the discourse fascinating, she had yet to engage in any practical demonstrations. Aside from notifying Gu Xi about the banquet, Yan Luqing had scarcely spoken with her over the past couple of days. Their meals were taken in their respective rooms, and their physiological needs were addressed separately. Apart from Yan Luqing descending to play with the dog, they hardly crossed paths. She felt akin to a desperate boyfriend trying to convince his girlfriend that he had no involvement with a certain green tea type. Yet, the girlfriend was fully aware of his every action, yet chose to forgive him, embodying a demeanor as tranquil as a chrysanthemum. In the afternoon, the familiar makeup artist arrived once more at the villa, while Yan Luqing, in the midst of her makeup application, couldn't resist glancing aside. Gu Xi was quicker than her, already tidied up and amusing the wolf with a small stick. Last time, his suit was entirely black. This time, it transformed into pure white, harmonizing perfectly with the white dress Yan Luqing was about to wear, exuding an air of sophistication and elegance, adorned with subtle patterns that shimmered like flowing light under the sun. The tailored fit accentuated his tall stature, and the softness of the white fabric softened the suit's seriousness, preserving a hint of youthfulness. Gu Xi appeared even more stunning than before. The attire was a gift from Yan's mother, and Yan Luqing mentally praised this lady's discerning eye. A moment of surprise crossed Yan Luqing's face, but she quickly composed herself and inquired, "By the way, Gu Xi, how is your back?" After a brief contemplation, she added, "Oh, that's good. It is said that a border collie must herd something to feel at ease." Ever since the wolf arrived at the villa, everyone had been herded by it, with the exception of Gu Xi and Yan Luqing, providing her a semblance of solace in a world where she often felt like a lunatic. Once she was ready, the timing was perfect for their departure. She and Gu Xi settled into the back seat of the car, which glided smoothly along the road. Yan Luqing, as if performing a magic trick, spread her hand before Gu Xi. Initially, he cast a casual glance, but his gaze soon fixated on her palm, where a small white flower with leaves rested delicately. Yan Luqing nudged her hand forward, saying, "Here, a flower for you." Gu Xi accepted it, his eyelashes casting shadows as he examined it for a while. "Where did this come from?" he asked. "I picked it from the courtyard," Yan Luqing replied. She sought assistance from Makabaka and learned that this was one of the flowers Gu Xi had once expressed a fondness for in the original story. And since there was one in the courtyard, she decided to pluck it. "Why give me a flower?" Gu Xi inquired. His fingers toyed with the flower's stem, the white and deep green intertwining in a visually pleasing manner. "Does it matter if I misunderstand?" She responded earnestly. "Of course it does," Yan Luqing asserted. "We are friends, and I must let you know that I am not the kind of person who would do such things. You know me. Well, my memory may be a bit hazy, but I believe I merely felt pity for him and wanted to help." She truly detested the idea of being a mere substitute in a narrative. What an unfair portrayal. "I just wanted to cheer you up," she added lightly, feeling a sense of relief as the tension dissipated. She rediscovered the camaraderie she had experienced with Gu Xi a few days prior at Dai Mountain. "Have you been cheered up?" Gu Xi responded with a soft With her heart finally at ease, she cheerfully praised the prince like Gu Xi holding the flower. "Gu Xi, you look wonderful today." At last, he lifted his gaze, meeting the radiant smile of the young woman, his eyes locking onto her crescent-shaped apricot eyes, and he responded with a smile, "Miss Yan, you as well." The enchanting Miss Yan entered the grand birthday banquet, accompanied by her equally captivating Gu Xi, instantly capturing the attention of many onlookers. Gazes drifted towards the pair, yet few approached them. It seemed many wished to gauge Gu Xi's disposition but hesitated, wary of Yan Luqing's presence, especially given her recent notoriety for proclaiming her stabilized health condition. Yan Luqing shared a small circle with Gu Xi and desired to indulge in another, yet was promptly restrained by Gu Xi. Soon after, Yan's parents arrived, sending someone to summon Yan Luqing.
Consequently,
Gu Xi stepped away from the center and retreated to a quieter corner of the lounge. As he lowered his head, lost in thought, a sudden voice intruded upon his contemplation. Today, he donned a white suit and surprisingly approached Gu Xi. The two stood together, their attire alone vividly illustrating the art of imitation. Gu Xi slowly turned his head, casting a glance at him, his height affording him a natural advantage as his eyelids gently drooped, exuding an effortless superiority. Zhang Mian feigned astonishment, clucking his tongue in mockery, asserting, "I never imagined you, once the darling of our circle, would willingly partake in such a life of ease." He anticipated Gu Xi's anger, hoping for a heated response. If Gu Xi were to retaliate, it would only amplify Zhang's humiliation in such a setting. Yet, nothing transpired. Gu Xi merely regarded him with an expression devoid of change, his eyes even sparkling with amusement, as if to say he had no desire for such a feast. Zhang Mian felt as though he had been struck at his core, his breath faltering. He had presumed this would secure his position, knowing the fragility of the former gentleman's pride would be ruffled. However, Gu Xi appeared to find amusement in the exchange, a smile gracing his face. "Ah, I comprehend your meaning now, Zhang Mian." Chapter 24. No escape one day, Gu Xi shall personally resolve your fate. This was Yan Luqing's inaugural encounter with a genuine soiree of the upper echelons, far more extravagant than portrayed on television. The opulence surrounding her was overwhelming. The experience of witnessing it firsthand was entirely distinct from mere images on a screen. The columns and crystal chandeliers at the center of the banquet hall nearly blinded her with their brilliance. Not to mention the jewels and diamonds adorning the gowns of the society ladies, all contributing to an overwhelming spectacle of glimmer. Yen Luqing remained grateful for her patient persona, allowing her to merely nod along with her parents, uttering few words. Unlike the previous occasion during the birthday of Jean Gubi, she refrained from invoking her health condition to intimidate anyone. Finding herself merely a decorative presence was exceedingly dull. Thus, she engaged in casual conversation with the mental entity. Makabaka, I've always wanted to ask, last time you insisted I must go to Dai Mountain during a specific time frame with Gusi, warning of potential danger if I did not comply. Is that still the case now? Am I free of any peril? Makabaka replied. If there were, I would receive a notification. Thus, it seemed that you merely alerted me based on these so-called notifications? Without a notification, there is no danger? Not exactly. Makabaka paused thoughtfully before continuing, in terms of the narrative, that holds true. However, for circumstances that have altered, I will not receive any alerts for the punishments designated for Maria. Curiosity piqued. Yen Luqing pondered the implications of her previous statement that one could not alter the relationships or trajectories of characters. In her case, had she not fundamentally transformed both herself and Gu Xi? The extent of change in their characters was indeed considerable. Why, then, had there been no notification regarding this? Because neither she nor Gu Xi belonged to the main cast. Typically, supporting characters are afforded a semblance of freedom, with only their primary locations needing to remain constant, as long as they do not meet an untimely demise. Attending school, for instance, posed no issue at all. Within such a framework, secondary characters seemed akin to mere extras, existing quietly without the constant oversight of the central narrative. However, the main protagonists were bound by stricter regulations. Yen Luqing felt a surge of relief at not being part of the main ensemble. The severity of the penalties imposed made survival seem a daunting task. Yet, as Makabaka had mentioned the prohibition against sudden death, Yen Luqing mused while strolling with her parents that both she and Gu Xi had met their ends in the original narrative. If she were to alter that fate, allowing those destined to perish to continue living, would such a deviation be permissible? She refrained from voicing her thoughts. After all, the true conclusion lay far ahead. Yen Luqing was not one to succumb to unwarranted anxieties. She relished each fleeting moment of joy. Her bond with her beloved paper figure deepened, and as long as both remained free from peril, there was no need to dwell on more intricate concerns. Moreover, Gu Xi possessed the remarkable ability to shield against external influences, rendering him an extraordinary entity. In her mind, Yen Luqing declared, "All right, that will suffice. You may withdraw now."
Sure thing.
Yen Luqing had always found Makabaka to be quite agreeable, ever available to assist. Although it could not rival the system, it still proved useful when necessary. Continuing to accompany her parents, she seized a moment of respite to inquire about Gu Xi's university prospects. Her father, however, was vague, stating only, "Your grandfather can assist, but he wishes to see you. Be sure to visit him in the next couple of days." Yen Luqing nodded in agreement without further contemplation. As they concluded their tour, aside from being dazzled by an array of gemstone rings, her most fervent desire was to indulge in the shimmering glasses of red wine held by others. The hue, the liquid swirling within the glass, presented a deep crimson that looked utterly delectable. Regrettably, her parents had strictly forbidden her from consuming alcohol. While others might enjoy the intoxicating haze of inebriation, Yen Luqing simply relished the taste of wine. It was her guilty pleasure. Although the original body had a low tolerance for alcohol, the capacity to change one's tolerance existed. Since arriving in this world, she had sampled wine twice. Believing she had grasped the essentials, she reasoned that she ought not to abstain out of fear of drunkenness, but instead cultivate her tolerance through consistent enjoyment. With her parents unyielding, she resolved to seek out Gu Xi. Anticipating his potential boredom, she made her way to find him. A brief glance around the hall revealed no sign of him, prompting her to head directly to the lounge area. Unexpectedly, at the corner, she brushed past a figure she had only encountered a few days prior. Their steps faltered simultaneously. Zhang Nian gazed at Yen Luqing, who was elegantly adorned today. Momentarily taken aback, the girl donned a white dress, her skin so fair it seemed to radiate light, and her makeup was clean and simple, yet it suited her exquisitely, accentuating her delicate features. Her eyes sparkled with a lively brilliance as they met his gaze. Just one glance made Zhang Nian feel an inexplicable connection between her and the person who had previously irked him. He bit down on his molars, surprised at how strikingly beautiful she had become. With an unexplainable instinct, he turned his head to the right and, indeed, spotted Gu Xi leaning against a pillar. Clad in white, Yan Luqing approached him just as Gu Xi lifted his gaze to meet hers. Uncertain, Gu Xi smiled and remarked, "He came to find me." So, we exchanged a few casual words. Yan Luqing understood. She had been caught in the crossfire of Princess Zhu Sun's charming assault. No wonder, yet her curiosity piqued, she inquired, "So, what did you discuss?" Gu Xi's dark, lustrous eyes glimmered with amusement as he replied, "We were talking about how fiercely competitive the soft rice industry has become." Yan Luqing was taken aback. Just as she was about to delve deeper into the conversation, a male voice suddenly called out from behind her.
Gu Xi.
He strode toward Gu Xi, exclaiming, "I heard you were," but halted abruptly, his gaze landing on Yan Luqing, rendering him momentarily speechless. His expression shifted from surprise to shock, and then he blurted out a curse. "Damn, Yan Luqing." This was the second time since her arrival in this world that Yan Luqing had heard her name uttered with such palpable disdain. The first instance had been from Yushi. The animosity, it seemed, was rooted in Gu Xi, which meant this person was likely Gu Xi's acquaintance, Wei Qi. Gu Xi spoke calmly, his eyes fixed on Yan Luqing. "You should step aside for a moment. I need to talk to you." Yan Luqing, unwilling to endure another attack, recalled the last ambush by Yushi and gestured to Gu Xi before turning to leave. Wei Qi had intended to question him about his prolonged absence over the past few months, but there was no time for that now. His eyes nearly popped out in astonishment as he processed the revelation. This was Yan Luqing, the so-called madwoman, the one he had long suspected of harboring an unhealthy infatuation with Gu Xi. Gu Xi interrupted his thoughts. "I know, you know, and yet you're still so close to her." Wei Qi ran his fingers through his hair in frustration. "No, we need to have a serious talk after tonight. First, where are you staying now?" At this question, Gu Xi chuckled softly. "I'm staying at her place." Wei Qi inhaled sharply, unable to contain his voice as he asked, "What are you doing living at her house?" The earlier comments he had heard suddenly seemed amusing, and, in a way, they intriguingly mirrored the situation between him and Yan Luqing. Meanwhile, Yan Luqing emerged from the lounge, finally free. She dodged about until she found a spot concealed from her parents' view, settling at a table, ready to indulge in a drink. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over her. As she sat there and turned her face upward, she observed a figure in a light blue dress that elegantly outlined a youthful and graceful silhouette, her collarbone exquisitely defined. This figure appeared to be a beauty, and as she looked up further, oh, it was her cousin Yushi, the one who had previously struck her and had suffered a bald patch at her hands. In that instant, her enthusiasm waned. Yan Luqing was indiscriminate in her affections towards beautiful women, yet she resolutely distanced herself from those who had caused her harm. Although uncertain of Yushi's intentions for her visit, Yan Luqing took the initiative, greeting her with a feigned warmth. "Oh, it seems we haven't seen each other for 2 weeks, Yushi. Has your hair grown back?" A visible tension seized Yushi's countenance. While some of her hair had not been completely uprooted and could be extended, the rest, devoid of roots, could only be concealed with extensions. The time she wasted each day getting ready, and the irritation that blossomed each time she looked in the mirror post-wash had nearly driven her to madness. Nonetheless, she quickly regained her composure, settled beside Yan Luqing, and beckoned a server to bring a glass of wine from the tray, smiling at Yan Luqing. "Cousin, would you care to indulge?" Such an opportunity. This left Yushi momentarily bemused. Who in the family was unaware that while others merely sought intoxication, Yan Luqing, in her madness, would genuinely lose her sanity? The torment she endured during her episodes invariably concluded with her being hospitalized. Thus she had always abstained from alcohol, and none dared to encourage her otherwise. However, before Yushi could fully grasp the situation, Yan Luqing, eyes closed in contemplation of the wine, spoke again. "By the way, out of curiosity, I inquired with my family last time." Yan Luqing traced the rim of her goblet, feigning a sigh. It turned out that the so-called distant cousin, Yushi, bore no blood relation to her whatsoever. Their connection was merely a contrived semblance of kinship. Observing the expression on Yushi's face, which reflected disbelief at such candor, Yan Luqing continued before she could respond. "I believe our cousinhood is rather misleading. Perhaps you should just call me by my given name from now on? After all, you are far too distantly related, and I truly wish not to be taken advantage of." Yan Luqing anticipated a fierce retort from Yushi, yet to her surprise, Yushi appeared remarkably composed. She regarded Yan Luqing with an inscrutable gaze. "Do you think that just because you are of the Yan family, the biological daughter of Uncle Yan, you can act with impunity for all eternity?" Yan Luqing, your demise will surely be most tragic. As Yan Luqing drained her glass and signaled for another, she quipped, How so? Pray tell. Yu Shi smiled faintly. Are you not aware of his nature? If that day were ever to come, it certainly would not be my doing. Your audacity towards him will one day lead you to be dealt with by Gu Xi herself. Was she making a loan? Yan Luqing, reveling in her drink, found amusement in Yu Shi's words, dealt with personally? Had it not been for Gu Xi, I might have already met my end at Dai Mountain. The gentle and kind Princess Xi, what nonsense was this? Just as she was about to counter Yu Shi's assertions, a shadow loomed above her. And before she could raise her gaze, her glass was snatched from her hand. Startled, she turned to see those familiar, dark eyes. A voice, as cold and clear as a stone striking jade, reached her ears. Yan Luqing, what promise did you make? Indeed, she had vowed to abstain from alcohol. As the familiar sensation of lightheadedness began to envelop her once more, she swiftly adopted a new demeanor, pointing at Yu Shi. This is not my choice. She insisted I drink. Yu Shi stood rigid, her entire being frozen in place. She often pondered what it would be like to see Gu Xi again. He might have been thoroughly tormented by Yan Luqing, perhaps becoming sullen and taciturn, no longer resembling the youthful figure etched in her memory.
Yet,
she never anticipated that he would don such a splendid white attire and speak to Yan Luqing with a tone that could be deemed gentle. Gu Xi merely glanced at Yu Shi in the direction indicated by Yan Luqing's finger, a fleeting moment before lowering his gaze back to her. Had Yan Luqing been wearing flat shoes, she would have walked without hesitation. However, today she wore elegant high heels. Gu Xi and Yan Luqing looked at him intently, and she thought to herself that she had never asked anything of anyone in her life. Gu Xi smiled. Miss Yan, you requested something from me just 2 days ago. Yan Luqing swallowed her pride. Then, I shall ask you once more. Fortunately, this corner was chosen by Yan Luqing to evade her parents. Enveloped in relative dimness and in close proximity to a side exit, thus remaining unnoticed by anyone else, except for Yu Shi. Yu Shi watched helplessly as Gu Xi stood before her, within reach yet devoid of a single word for her, instead lifting Yan Luqing effortlessly and turning to leave. Just as his silhouette began to fade, Yu Shi called out, Gu Xi, wait. He halted mid-step. Yu Shi clenched her fist, seeking a reason. Yan Luqing is pressuring you. But do you really need to go this far? His movements remained graceful, even while cradling another. Their matching attire exuded a sense of harmony. Yu Shi stared intently at him, yet Gu Xi, seemingly indifferent, retorted, Do I appear to be coerced? Upon exiting through the side door, Dehe immediately approached. However, the brothers had not anticipated that one of the two emerging figures was not walking upright. Dehe looked at Gu Xi. Has Miss Yan been drinking again? Gu Xi offered no response, yet the answer was all too evident. It was rather peculiar. Even when unwell, Miss Yan had always abstained from alcohol.
They,
having already considered Gu Xi one of their own, scratched his head and whispered, Could you perhaps persuade her to see a psychologist? After all, she tends to heed your words. Gu Xi neither consented nor declined, simply stating, We shall see. Dehe led the way, guiding them to the parking area. At 9 in the evening breeze caressed their faces with a perfectly pleasant temperature, providing a noticeable cooling effect for someone like Yan Luqing, who was quite intoxicated. She had not heard Gu Xi and Dehe's conversation earlier, but the wind roused her slightly. Leaning against Gu Xi, feeling utterly weak, she suddenly cursed vehemently. Damn it! Gu Xi cast a sidelong glance at her. Yan Luqing rested her right hand on Gu Xi's shoulder and lifted her left hand, playfully tapping her own head. Damn it, Gu Xi, I'm so annoyed. I've never gotten drunk before. Unbeknownst to her, just 10 minutes prior, her bodyguard had mentioned that she had always abstained from alcohol. Hearing her utter the word before, Gu Xi abruptly halted. He stood still for a few seconds before resuming his stride. Yes, continue.
Huh.
Yan Luqing, bewildered, looked up at Gu Xi. What do you want me to continue? Gu Xi did not glance her way. With his gaze half lowered, he surveyed the path ahead, concealing his emotions from any external observer. After a moment's pause, the corner of her lips, unshrouded by shadows, revealed a subtle arc as Gu Xi smiled and urged, Please, continue with your past. Chapter 25. No escape. Yan Luqing reclined on his lap, while Gu Xi ambled along, resulting in a few meters' distance trailing behind the leading figure, Dehe. Upon hearing Gu Xi's words, Yan Luqing couldn't suppress a couple of chuckles. Ha, you want me to share about my past? Well, she shifted in Gu Xi's embrace, slightly elevating her upper body. I was entirely different back then. I had an abundance of friends in high school. She elongated the word abundance, stretching her arms to emphasize just how many she had. Gu Xi merely responded with an acknowledging hum. Yan Luqing continued to chatter animatedly. They all said I was quite amiable and easy to get along with. Conversations with me were always delightful, which kept my surroundings lively, filled with chattering, beautiful girls. Remembering those delightful times, she couldn't help but giggle again before adding, however, while I had many acquaintances, there was only one with whom I shared a genuine bond. Sigh, I do miss her. Gu Xi naturally interjected, if you miss her, why not reach out? Because. Yan Luqing faltered, her voice trailing off. She attempted to clarify, because, yet found herself at a loss for words. It wasn't a lack of desire to express herself, rather, she struggled to articulate her feelings. Frustrated by the impasse, she decided to change her approach, stating, it's not as simple as wanting to see her. She shrugged, adding, regardless, I can't meet her at the moment. Before Gu Xi could respond, her enthusiasm surged once more. Oh, there's more. I haven't finished sharing about my past. Don't interrupt. Gu Xi turned his face slightly smiling. All right, please continue. Da He assisted in opening the car door, and they settled into the back seat. Yan Luqing felt a sense of exclusivity. Her desire to confide directed solely at Gu Xi. She waited for the partition between the driver's seat and the back to rise, completely isolating their space. Before she resumed her animated storytelling, I had never met a boy as handsome as you. Yan Luqing scrunched her nose, recalling. I used to think that the senior pursuing me was quite handsome in the real world. After I turned him down, my friends insisted I was being foolish, claiming I would never encounter anyone more attractive than him. Wow. I should let them see you. They should witness what a true prince looks like. A male prince is the most magnificent and beautiful. However, she refrained from voicing the last part, as even inebriated, she understood such sentiments should not be presented before the subject. From her descriptions, it was evident that not only did she have numerous friends, but also many suitors. Before Gu Xi could respond, a flash of white caught his peripheral vision, followed by a sudden weight on his leg. Yan Luqing, feeling dizzy from the ride, effortlessly leaned to the side. As she reclined, her head perfectly rested on Gu Xi's lap. A silence enveloped the car. Your friends were correct, Gu Xi remarked candidly. You are indeed quite sociable. Yan Luqing looked up at him, bewildered. Huh? It's nothing. Gu Xi permitted her behavior, and continued. Oh, where was I? Let me think. I wasn't as wealthy back then as I am now. I have never resided in such a grand villa, nor have I been cared for by many. Subsequently, Yan Luqing's voice faltered, the tone dipping into a melancholic cadence, as if she had been struck by a sudden wave of despondency. An almost imperceptible sense of sorrow enveloped the confined space, transforming the atmosphere from a bright day into a gloomy one as fine raindrops began to fall. The abrupt shift in emotions took one by surprise. I had not been graced with as many family members as I have now. Yan Luqing reclined against Gu Xi's legs, her face directed skyward, her gaze fixed on the car's sunroof. The flickering neon lights outside occasionally illuminated her features, casting a mosaic of light and shadow upon her visage. Gu Xi observed a small glimmer above her eyes as she suddenly raised a finger, counting softly, there's only the dean's wife, and a few friends from school that I can recall. Beyond that, I find I have very few people to think of. Upon finishing, her expression appeared particularly vacant and hollow, a stark contrast to her usual vibrant and whimsical demeanor. Yet Gu Xi, who initially intended to inquire further, found himself at a loss for words. Yan Luqing. Just having someone to think of, even if they are few in number, and even if you cannot see them, is not an unfavorable circumstance. Gu Xi's voice remained steady and magnetic, yet imbued with a myriad of complex emotions, each word resonating clearly in her ears. He seldom articulated lengthy sentences, so even with her mind moving slowly, Yan Luqing listened intently. The truly unfortunate circumstances. Gu Xi paused, a habitual smile gracing his lips, as he murmured, the people you wish to think of are no longer present. In that moment, Yan Luqing's clouded mind experienced a fleeting clarity. She comprehended the weight of Gu Xi's words. He, who had enjoyed a harmonious family life and a smooth existence, had been shattered by unforeseen calamity, leaving him bereft of those he could once call to mind. He was extending his own experiences to comfort her. Gu Xi appeared unchanged, his profile strikingly beautiful yet aloof, with eyes that radiated warmth. In truth, I do not express those sentiments out of envy, not in the slightest. Yan Luqing suppressed her discomfort, continuing the conversation they had initiated. I used to be far more attractive than I am now, truly, Gu Xi. Fearing he might doubt her, her voice grew emphatic, Even my friends have remarked that if it weren't for my personality, they wouldn't have maintained such a close relationship with me. Fearing that the boys they liked might be drawn to me, Luqing forgot whether her friends had indeed said such things. Regardless, she was not lying. Her physique had been far more appealing in the past. I was never regarded as mentally unstable. I didn't wheeze after merely a few steps, nor did I suffer inexplicable aches. Moreover, I used to have an abundance of hair, with a splendid texture. Perhaps a bit forgetful when intoxicated, she continued, sharing several anecdotes, and soon found herself uplifted, recalling how even unfamiliar beautiful girls from neighboring classes would inquire about my shampoo. Gu Si's smile deepened, responding with a soft acknowledgement. A brief note elicited a subtle movement of the Adam's apple, appearing inexplicably alluring in the evening twilight. Luqing gazed at him for a moment, and suddenly inspiration struck. Yet, fearing the partition lacked soundproofing and not wishing to be overheard by the driver in the front row, she tilted her head back and beckoned to Gu Si with a delicate gesture. Gu Si, come here, lean in, she whispered. However, Gu Si did not heed her call. Luqing remained reclined upon his lap, her gaze fixed upward, while he partially closed his eyes, silently meeting her gaze. As she beheld his strikingly beautiful, deep-set black eyes, they seemed to possess an enchanting allure, capable of drawing one in if stared at for too long. Anxious within, she acted impulsively, reaching out to encircle his neck, drawing him to her level. In close proximity to his ear, she spoke in a hushed tone. It suddenly occurred to me that, in the past, my figure was truly remarkable. Her youthful voice barely contained her excitement. Though not quite perfect, it was undoubtedly exceptional. To her surprise, after many years of indulging in alcohol, she found herself contemplating a day when she would declare that she would never drink again. A wine enthusiast engaging in profound self-reflection. After a moment of despair, she lifted her head from the covers, once more calling out for her confidante, Makabaka. Maria, her voice trembled. I know you are distressed. But when Gu Si is around, I simply cannot connect with you. I understand. I am not here to cast blame. My love for alcohol comes with its own consequences. Luqing recalled the time Gu Si had questioned her, rendering her unable to voice a response. That scene felt eerily familiar. She strained to remember how, not long ago, after they had tumbled down a slope, Gu Si had jokingly asked why she was so heavy. When she attempted to explain that she hadn't fallen by herself, she had encountered a similar stifling sensation, as though her throat had been sealed shut. Well, at least it spared her the last shred of modesty. But how could she possibly explain the thoughts that had begun within the past? What could Gu Si think? Would he interpret in the past as referring to this body's history? Surely not. Even a fool would not misconstrue it, let alone Gu Si. Yet, if he truly comprehended what she meant by the past, why did he seem to accept it so swiftly and readily? This was impossible. If Luqing had not traversed into another world, and her closest friend had told her that she had been reborn, even if she were frugal, she would have certainly paid for her friend to seek psychological counsel.
Psychological counseling?
A glimmer of realization lit up Luqing's eyes. She had found a solution. She immediately sprang from the bed, hastily preparing herself, and notified Dahe. Contact Dr. Chu at once. I need to see him in an hour. She managed to avoid encountering Gu Si in the villa during this time. However, whether he heard her leave was beyond her knowledge. Upon reaching Dr. Chu's office, the experience mirrored her initial arrival after her transition. Luqing followed his instructions, undergoing various tests. Yet, she did not provide truthful answers, opting instead for the most outrageous selections available. Recently, I have been awakening suddenly in the middle of the night. I constantly feel as though another self lurks in the shadows, watching me intently. She gazes at Dr. Chu with a blend of confusion and seriousness. I wonder why this is happening to me. Her transitions are so abrupt that Dr. Chu appears taken aback by her sudden theatrics and words, adjusting his glasses as he encourages her to continue. Luqing elaborates. Additionally, I sometimes feel as if I have slumbered for an extended period, yet my bodyguards insist that I have remained awake the entire time. Why is this so? Dr. Chu locks eyes with her for a considerable time. Sifting through the materials at hand, according to your bodyguards, you have recently exhibited cognitive disarray, color blindness, memory loss, an impression of floral patterns on faces, and a belief in the existence of an entirely non-existent robot within the room. Do you acknowledge these phenomena? Luqing obediently nods. I concede all of them, Dr. Chu. She perceives the words speechless emblazoned across the doctor's face, where gray, blue, and red bubbles are fervently bubbling. Luqing taps thrice, astonished to discover that despite the differing colors and moods, the content remains the same. No hope. No hope. No hope. Upon witnessing this, Yen Luqing confirms her objective has been achieved and anticipates a rather grave diagnosis soon. As she contemplates, once the car glides smoothly along the road, she calls Xiaohe, inquiring at once, "Is Gu Xi beside you?" Xiaohe replies, "No, he just woke up not long ago and is currently dining in the restaurant." Very well. Yen Luqing instructs Xiaohe, subtly inform Gu Xi that I am gravely ill, at a level where my words are entirely beyond my control. Pausing, she adds, "You understand what subtly means, right? Never mind, I will teach you, just follow my lead." At Yen Luqing's villa, Gu Xi is still enjoying breakfast as he did before his departure. Though clad in casual attire, he exudes an unmistakable air of refined elegance.
Xiaohe lets out a sigh.
He notices Gu Xi's hand pause as he lifts his cup, followed by another sigh. Just as Miss Yen described, Gu Xi glances up at him, inquiring gently, "What is it?" Xiaohe feels he is performing aptly. However, upon uttering his first sentence, the restaurant falls into a silence. After a prolonged moment, just as Xiaohe begins to feel anxious, he suddenly observes a slight curve at the corner of Gu Xi's eye, his deep black irises concealing a discernible mirth. Gu Xi slowly repeats, "Has Miss Yen consulted a psychologist?"
Xiaohe nods blankly. Yes.
Then, Gu Xi leisurely wipes his hands, instructing, "She wants you to tell me that she is gravely ill?" Xiaohe, is this not my line? Meanwhile, in the car, Yen Luqing anxiously fixates on Xiaohe's WeChat avatar, closely monitoring his psychological fluctuations. The screen is filled with bubbles exuding confidence, such as "I performed exceptionally well" and "Mr. Gu indeed mirrors Miss Yen's words." Suddenly, two new bubbles appear, one blue and one gray. Gray panic. How does Mr. Gu know? Blue sadness. Why do I feel like they are conspiring against me? Chapter 26, No Escape. Man, your name is mystery. Yen Luqing stared incredulously at her phone screen. Is this the failure of the plan? Yen Luqing initially chose to take Dahe out, partly due to habit, and partly because Dahe had spent more time interacting with a psychologist, with most of the communication being his responsibility. She believed that leaving Xiaohe at home to subtly converse with Gu Xi would be more realistic, for given Dahe's emotional intelligence and IQ. He clearly was not the type to suddenly sigh and lament, which would strike Gu Xi as quite odd. However, Xiaohe was different. His actions were never surprising. For instance, after receiving the news, running to Gu Xi to express exaggerated lamentations perfectly suited his foolish persona. Yen Luqing never anticipated that a fool portraying another fool could lead to such a blunder. Thus, upon witnessing Xiaohe's inner monologue, she felt her blood momentarily freeze. Meanwhile, the bubbles above Xiaohe's head continued to rise. Gray panic. What should I do? What should I say now? Blue sadness. Miss Yen and Mr. Gu are truly a match made in heaven. Neither speaks human language. Yen Luqing. That's an exaggerated compliment. I am not of the same kind as him. For reasons unknown. Xiaohe's emotions suddenly shifted from despondency to rage. Red bubble. Isn't it amusing to scare me every day? Red bubble too. Though I am merely a paid bodyguard, I possess my own temper. Why must you toy with me? Yen Luqing, you certainly know how to embellish yourself. Logically, she should command Xiaohe to cease his act, but given Xiaohe's psychological state, he likely would not continue. Dahe seemed to sense her unease, having overheard her phone call with Xiaohe, and he inquired with respectful caution, "Miss Yen, has Xiaohe done something wrong?" She waved her hand at Dahe, signaling that everything was fine. Yen Luqing found herself at a loss for words. All she knew was that she was somewhat reluctant to return home. Yet, as her emotions fluctuated in the car, they soon entered the villa district, and within 5 minutes, she laid eyes on the villa, where Gu Xi resided. Yen Luqing instructed Dahe to exit first, choosing to linger in the vehicle for a moment. Makabaka. She called in her mind, recalling how she had drunkenly uttered certain words the previous night. Yen Luqing recounted her words briefly. Gu Xi's calm reaction. Could it be that he knows I have crossed into this narrative? If a character within the story becomes aware of an external presence, I would receive a warning, and the host would face punishment. Makabaka paused, but Maria had not yet received any. The stipulation is that the character must be within the narrative. Therefore, Gu Xi undoubtedly qualifies as a character, right? Yen Luqing murmured. So, hasn't he discovered it? That seems quite peculiar. Yen Luqing became increasingly perplexed, feeling a twinge of regret for her meticulously crafted plan, coupled with a sense of embarrassment at having been so easily discerned by Gu Xi. Was it that she possessed the ability to read minds, or did he? But what was it? Maria, Do you not think it highly probable that Gu Xi's intelligence is simply exceptional? How insulting. Yan Luqing ended her conversation with Makabaka, took a moment for psychological preparation in the car, and finally opened the door to step out. Upon entering the courtyard, she managed a forced smile at Aunt Disney, who was tidying up the area, before encountering the dark face of Xiaohe, who had come out to greet her. The suffocating sensation from the car returned. Unlike the inner turmoil she sensed within herself, Xiaohe wore a face of grievance. Miss Yan, Gu Xi has long been aware of your serious illness. Why did you still ask me to inquire? Yan Luqing barely registered his footsteps as he continued to murmur in her ear, you made me look like a fool. She truly felt she had indulged him too much. Closing her eyes momentarily, she replied, it would be more appropriate to remove the like. Da He walked ahead, opening the large door for her. As Yan Luqing entered the living room, she spotted Gu Xi lounging comfortably on the sofa, accompanied by Dr. Lu from the Mediterranean Eye Clinic. Xiaohe discreetly added, Dr. Lu came while you were away. Yan Luqing calculated that it must indeed be the time for this doctor's follow-up visit. The presence of an outsider was welcome, alleviating the potential awkwardness of having only the two of them in the living room. With that thought, Yan Luqing deliberately avoided looking at Gu Xi, striding directly towards Dr. Lu to greet him. She candidly replied, things are quite good. Gu Xi, seated comfortably on the sofa, interjected with a teasing remark. Aside from our tumble down the slope and being stuck for a day and a night, everything is rather fine. Yan Luqing retorted. Dr. Lu exclaimed, oh, you two actually fell? I hope nothing severe happened? Yan Luqing forced a smile. There is nothing to worry about now. Since entering, she had been avoiding direct eye contact with Gu Xi, focusing solely on Dr. Lu. However, upon hearing Gu Xi's comment, she instinctively glanced in his direction. Though she often considered herself a heartless fool, and her friends described her as warm on the outside yet cold within, difficult to engage emotionally, Yan Luqing believed she had a tender side, albeit seldom touched by trivial matters. When she began to care, she preferred such matters not to be trivialized, especially when spoken of by Gu Xi himself. Their gazes met for a moment. Gu Xi subtly raised an eyebrow and smiled at her, asking, "What's wrong?" That smile held a profound significance. Yan Luqing felt a surge of emotion at his smile, prompting her to walk over to the sofa and sit beside him, leaving a cushion between them. She whispered, "Why did you speak to him in that tone?"
Gucci.
Appearing leisurely, replied, "What tone?" "Well," Yan Luqing struggled to articulate. "When Dr. Lu asked if I was having fun, I said I was having a good time. Yet you insisted on bringing up our fall."
Why?
Isn't this clearly an attempt to undermine her, to refute her? "Oh," Gu Xi's voice elongated, melodiously drawn out, as she remarked, "So you believe it's not so bad to fall?" Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. When had she? Just as she uttered 5 words, she abruptly halted. Upon entering, she had resolutely adhered to the principle of not initiating conversation with Gu Xi, maintaining a stance of indifference. Why then were they now conversing as if oblivious to their surroundings? Yan Luqing had previously failed to notice that since she had taken her seat, the occupants of the living room had unconsciously turned their attention towards them. It was not merely the allure of watching beautiful young people. Rather, the scene of their playful banter was remarkably reminiscent of. Indeed, it is often said that traveling together fosters intimacy. Dr. Lu's voice floated in, laced with amusement. "The difference from when I first came is truly remarkable. It seems that after this trip, your relationship has advanced by leaps and bounds." Yan Luqing felt ensnared once more, caught in a web of unforeseen circumstances. Remaining in her original seat, she listened as the sound of departing vehicles echoed from the yard, restoring silence to the living room. After a few moments, she sensed a shift beside her, followed by Gu Xi's voice. "Last night." He had barely uttered 2 words when Yan Luqing seized the moment, abruptly interrupting him. "Gu Xi, I just finished my session with the psychologist, and I am feeling rather low." She spoke this while slightly turning her face towards him, her expression vacant, voice subdued, with her eyes half-lidded, almost convincingly so. A glimmer of intrigue sparked in Gu Xi's eyes. Though her actions and thoughts often eluded common understanding, it must be acknowledged that her acting prowess was consistently impressive. Yan Luqing recalled a similar situation when she had, while intoxicated, been reluctant to confront him, yet felt compelled to have him accompany her, employing the strategy of green tea. Thus, she resorted to her previous tactic. One cannot hold a drunken girl accountable for her actions, especially when she is merely responding to her cousin's provocations. What fault did she possess? She had only indulged in a couple of drinks and uttered some nonsense under duress. She could no longer contain herself. adjusting her angle to gauge Gu Xi's reaction. To her surprise, she found him stifling laughter with his hand at his mouth, his eyes nearly crescent-shaped with amusement. Yan Luqing's expression fell, her shock prompting her to push him with a cushion. "What are you laughing at? Is this not a serious matter?" Deeply immersed in her role, she continued to push him, feeling wronged. "I truly just completed psychological counseling. How can you behave like this?" Gu Xi lowered his hand from his lips. Meeting her gaze again, his demeanor finally turning earnest. "Yan Luqing, what you said last night hardly seems like mere nonsense." A sudden jolt of anxiety gripped her heart, akin to a heavy stone dropping, causing a dull ache in her chest. Yet it was of little consequence. Gu Xi swiftly shifted the narrative. "If you so desire to be regarded as a madwoman," his expression relaxed, a hint of mirth lingering in the corners of his eyes, rendering him quite gentle. "Then I can certainly indulge your folly." Some individuals casually utter a phrase and depart, leaving the listener in a state of perplexity. Initially, Makabaka expressed that if the inhabitants of the book were to recognize her as an outsider, she would face punishment. However, as she has yet to receive any such repercussions, it can be inferred that Gu Xi, being a character from the narrative, remains oblivious to the truth. His exact words were, "If you wish to be perceived as a lunatic by me." Indeed, Yan Luqing desires to be viewed in such a light, yet in his perception, she ought not to be merely regarded as a lunatic, but rather be considered one. Why, then, does he phrase it as to be perceived? Does he not believe her to be insane? He also mentioned that her utterances from the previous night did not seem like mere nonsense, implying he regards them as truths. Yet, how can such fabrications be deemed genuine? Yan Luqing is on the brink of madness, unable to confront him directly. For her conscience is troubled and Gu Xi is exceedingly astute. The absence of punishment suggests he has not yet contemplated her status as a time traveler. Should she probe further, it may inadvertently lead him to such a conclusion. What then? Frustration overwhelmed her, and she tossed and turned in bed like a floundering fish. Why must conversations be so cryptic? She lamented. If he is so inscrutable, why has he shielded his thoughts from me? Men are indeed infuriatingly enigmatic. After a moment's reflection, she flipped over, sat up in bed, opened WeChat, and reached out to the elderly gentleman from whom she had already paid tuition. The escaping saint. "Grandfather, are you free? Can we have class now?" After approximately 3 minutes of waiting, "I am not a charlatan. Of course, young lady, today's lesson will be conducted by a video call." Upon sending this message, the elderly gentleman appeared with pink bubbles floating above his head. Yan Luqing clicked on it, touched by his enthusiasm. "Ah, it has been such a long time since I've encountered a diligent student. It's quite rare." Enthusiastically, Yan Luqing focused intently on her studies for 2.5 hours, halting only because she noticed the elderly gentleman was aging and frequently in need of water. Concerned for his well-being, just as the lesson concluded, Dehe knocked on her door and entered. "Miss Yan," he said, his expression betraying a hint of anxiety. "Your grandfather's car is waiting outside, wishing to take you for a meeting." Truly, it seems they are of the same ilk. This grandfather exhibits the same style as the eldest brother from the Yan family during their last encounter. The car pulled up right to her doorstep, leaving her with no room to refuse. With a resigned sigh, Yan Luqing prepared herself and changed her attire, descending within 10 minutes. Gu Xi was absent from the living room, leaving only the eager eyes of Xiaohe watching her. Yan Luqing cast a questioning glance at Dehe.
Dehe.
Quick to understand, explained, he expressed a desire to accompany you this time. "Then let us go," she replied, recalling the morning's emotional turmoil of Xiaohe. He was, after all, my own grandfather. What is there to fear? This time, I'll take Xiaohe alone. You may remain at home. Xiaohe's face lit up with joy, and he promptly followed her into the vehicle. The journey was marked by silence. As Yan Luqing occupied herself with the inner musings of various individuals on WeChat, finally arriving at their destination after a 40-minute ride. The residence of the esteemed master, Yan, is not as ostentatious as the ancestral villa that Yan Luqing previously visited. Rather, it is a quaint 3-story building. Upon alighting from the vehicle with Xiaohe, she was promptly guided inside. Although she professed that he was her biological grandfather, Yan Luqing felt a profound sense of uncertainty within her heart. Apart from Gu Xi, she felt ill at ease in the presence of every unfamiliar face in this world. To the onlookers, she was perceived as mentally unstable, which rendered her at a loss for how to engage with these individuals. Xiaohe, perceptive to the trepidation etched on her face, inquired softly, "Miss Yan, are you afraid?" There was no point in deception, and Yan Luqing nodded, a little. He continued, But he is your grandfather. Why such fear? Yan Luqing candidly expressed her inner thoughts, because I do not have his WeChat. Xiao He was momentarily puzzled, but he filtered out the oddity of her words and continually reassured her before entering. Miss Yan, rest assured, your grandfather is unlikely to resort to violence. Should he do so, I will be right beside you, and all will be well. Although Yan Luqing doubted he would resort to such measures, she felt a sense of warmth for this simple-minded boy who had not been raised in vain. Ascending 2 flights of stairs, they finally arrived at the entrance of a room with the door ajar. Upon crossing the threshold, Yan Luqing beheld the visage of Master Yan, a man with a mane of silvery gray hair and a countenance exuding authority, unmistakably a person who had commanded respect throughout his life. He first cast a glance at Xiao He, who stood behind Yan Luqing, and commanded, "You may leave." Yan Luqing heard Xiao He reply respectfully yes, before he promptly followed the order and exited, closing the door behind him. Yan Luqing muttered to herself, suppressing her urge to complain, and dutifully addressed him, grandfather. This forthright approach left her momentarily dumbfounded. However, there was a stipulation. Yan Luqing, taken aback, immediately asked, "What condition?" "I do not permit any descendant of the Yan family to be someone who has not graduated from university," the elder stated, his sharp gaze piercing like that of an eagle, almost commanding, "You must return to school." Yan Luqing wished to protest, but found herself at a loss for words. The elder, hands clasped behind his back, bore an expression that brooked no dissent. "I heard from your mother that you have been conversing fluently and engaging with others without issue, and you have not experienced any episodes. Why, then, can you not pursue your studies? Since you have taken the entrance examination, you are obliged to complete the course." The original owner had refrained from attending school due to her unstable mental state. Yan Luqing struggled to formulate a rebuttal and tentatively remarked, "But the semester has already commenced for a month. You are no different from Gu Ci, you have your medical history. And he has his incident to prove it," the elder interjected. "I have assured you there is a way, and there is indeed a way." In the ensuing time, it was Yan Luqing who listened as the elder meticulously outlined her path back to academia. She learned that the school she had applied to would soon conduct midterm examinations in less than half a month, necessitating that she achieve passing scores in all subjects to demonstrate her ability to keep pace with the academic curriculum, thus allowing her to resume her studies. Gu Ci was under the same stipulation. "Your parents have already dispatched the textbooks to your home," the elder concluded. Before Yan Luqing departed, the elder man solemnly cautioned her, emphasizing that she needed only to achieve a passing mark, urging her not to allow anyone to belittle her. Yan Luqing was on the verge of losing her composure, yet she stubbornly mustered the courage to ask the elder, "Grandfather, may I add you on WeChat?" After a brief moment of contemplation, she offered a suitable rationale, stating that she would update him on her academic progress. The elder squinted at her for a while before acquiescing. On the return journey, Yan's father displayed an unexpected warmth towards her, and Yan Luqing was taken aback by the elder's formidable demeanor. Consequently, she hastily reached out to Makabaka, inquiring, "Please tell me, what university did the original owner attend? Was it prestigious?" Makabaka replied, "Not particularly. It's a decent first-tier institution." Yan Luqing exhaled with relief, concluding that it was not on par with Gu Ci's alma mater, implying that the difficulty might be somewhat lesser. She then asked, "What major did the original owner enroll in?" Makabaka responded, "Let me check." She applied to the software engineering program at the College of Computer Science. It was at this moment that Yan Luqing suddenly realized that since she had been classmates with Gu Ci for 3 years in high school, the original owner must have been a science student. "Maria, don't be too disheartened," Makabaka attempted to console her. In truth, the challenges posed by the original character often come with rewards for the one who transmigrates, contingent upon their successful completion. Though the rewards are random, they are generally quite favorable. Yan Luqing let out a cold scoff in response. Rewards? She is a veritable liberal arts student who had chosen a literature major.
Now,
To inform her that she must achieve a passing score in the midterm exam for the computer science department within half a month is sheer lunacy. Yan Luqing was oblivious to how many times she would nearly break down in a single day. In comparison to the current disheartening news, her previous entanglements with Gu Ci seemed to pale in significance, merely sweet troubles. Just then, her phone vibrated unexpectedly. A WeChat message from her mother read, "Ching Ching, I heard from your grandfather that you agreed. Do you need a tutor?" Meanwhile, her mother's head was surrounded by gray clouds of frustration. Yan Luqing expressionlessly tapped the screen, pondering, "But where can I find one?" She had frightened off so many tutors during high school. Her mother continued to exude gray clouds of exasperation. "That Gu Ci is exceptionally bright. It would be wonderful if he could assist her.
Goosey eye.
Yen Luqing fixated on those two characters, and her mood gradually brightened like the calming of a rainstorm, though the skies had yet to clear. She still held the delicate white flower she had recently gifted to Goosey Eye, a flower whose name she did not know. Its shape a blend of cherry blossom and pear flower, with petals larger than those of cherry blossoms, entirely pure white and remarkably beautiful. Of course, the emphasis was not on the flower's beauty, but rather on the fact that it was Goosey's favorite. He was reclining against a cushion, adopting a posture that adults would deem improper. Yet, on him, it exuded an air of exquisite languor. As Yen Luqing gazed at him, Goosey Eye seemed to sense her gaze and looked over in her direction. In that fleeting moment, he was struck by a peculiar illusion, as if he had encountered a similar scene long ago. She, unbeknownst to him, had either stumbled into trouble or faced an insurmountable dilemma, arriving before him laden with grievances. Goosey Eye observed as she changed her shoes and hesitantly approached him, extending her hand from behind her back to reveal a bouquet of flowers. Goosey Eye, Yen Luqing said, presenting the small white blossoms with a pitiful gaze, "These are for you." Goosey Eye noticed that her eyes shimmered with unshed tears, reminiscent of a beautiful puppy in distress. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, he extended his hand to accept the flowers. "What has happened?" Upon hearing this almost sigh-like inquiry, Yen Luqing felt a significant weight lift from her heart. She mused that if she could conjure an emoji to express her feelings at that moment, it would surely be one of relief. Chapter 27. No escape. It left him with the sensation of his soul being tormented. Initially, Goosey Eye had been seated in the living room, engrossed in what appeared to be a foreign film. The volume was low, yet the room was silent, allowing the English dialogues to resonate clearly. After a moment of contemplation, he had taken the flowers from her hand and looked up to inquire again, "What has happened?" Typically, it is said that one must pay to resolve matters, and with her overt attempt at appeasement, Goosey Eye's acceptance of the flowers and subsequent question implied a likely agreement to assist her. "Well, it's not exactly a disaster," Yen Luqing said as she settled beside him, pondering how to phrase her news. "I have both good news and bad news. Which would you like to hear first?" Goosey Eye regarded her intently for a moment before choosing the bad. Yen Luqing opened her mouth to speak. "However, if you do not first hear the good news, you may not comprehend the bad." Goosey's expression remained impassive, his demeanor suggesting a lingering question, likely accompanied by a silent critique from the princess like thoughts swirling in his mind. After a few seconds of silence, he asked, "So why did you make me choose?" Yen Luqing, somewhat awkwardly, cleared her throat. "Because I thought everyone would naturally select the good news first. Why would you want to hear the bad?"
Gucci smiled faintly.
"Perhaps because I do not believe your earlier display would lead to particularly good news." Her remark was rather piercing, but Yen Luqing chose to overlook it and proceeded to divulge the situation at hand. After sharing her news, she paused intentionally to gauge Goosey Eye's reaction. His expression remained inscrutable, seemingly devoid of anticipation for the good news she mentioned. Yet, for a fleeting moment, his dark, ink-like eyes held a glimmer of surprise. A flicker not of emotion but rather of astonishment. The revelation did not evoke tears or sentimentality, which prompted Yen Luqing to imagine a scenario where Goosey Eye might be moved to tears, but she dismissed the notion. The fact that he was surprised was already a victory in itself. She continued, "However, the school has set a condition, likely out of concern that returning to classes without meeting the requirements would be futile. The condition stipulates that one must achieve at least half the requisite scores in the upcoming monthly examination in 2 weeks." She paused for effect and quickly added, "This should be quite simple for you, shouldn't it?" He maintained his original posture, fixating his gaze upon her, occasionally blinking. Despite not displaying any particular expression, Yen Luqing felt an overwhelming reluctance to meet his eyes, as though he could see right through her. Just as she was on the brink of succumbing to discomfort, Goosey Eye finally broke the silence. "What about the bad news?" Though Goosey Eye had shown no hint of amusement upon hearing the good news, this question seemed to amuse him effortlessly. His eyes curved into a smile, and his voice took on a melodic rise. "Miss Yen, why is it that the same situation yields both good and bad outcomes for us? You are a genius. How could you possibly comprehend this?" After silently scoffing at his assertion, Yen Luqing, with her head downcast like a wilted plant, replied, "Because my major is exceedingly difficult." Goosey Eye inquired, feigning interest. "What is your major?" With a tone reminiscent of a withered vegetable, she replied, "Software engineering at the School of Computer Science." The moment Yen Luqing heard the terms computer and software engineering in the car, it felt as if a thunderclap had struck her, electrifying her with a mix of fear and disbelief. One of her fondest memories from high school was the division between arts and sciences. She admired those who excelled in the sciences, yet she was painfully aware of her own lack of aptitude in that realm. While she was not unintelligent and could invest considerable time to grasp physics, she abhorred the mental strain it entailed. After each physics assignment, rather than experiencing the sense of accomplishment that top scholars described, she merely felt depleted. Wasn't it more delightful to study subjects in which one thrived? Thus, she resolutely chose the arts. Little did she expect that after enduring the rigors of the college entrance examination, she would suffer a head injury on a plane and find herself in this strange place, having scarcely enjoyed a few days of stable and joyful existence.
Now,
She was informed that she must complete the core courses of a computer science program at a prestigious university within half a month. Yan Luqing thought to herself, she had never felt so bewildered in this life or the previous one. She believed there was no problem that Gu Ci could not resolve. Perhaps it was due to her knowledge of everything he had done in the book. Or perhaps her admiration for him as a character had added a multitude of filters to her perception. Regardless, her subconscious convinced her that this individual seemed omnipotent, a constant pillar of support. After hearing her list the name of her major, Gu Ci, with an air of nonchalance, responded, "So what is the issue?" In a hushed tone, Yan Luqing confessed, "The problem lies in the fact that I likely won't understand any of the core courses." Gu Ci chuckled again, his voice softer than before. "You are admitted to your chosen program. How could you possibly not know it now?" Feeling the weight of her current illness, Yan Luqing stiffened and replied, I forgot." Upon hearing this, Gu Ci regarded her in silence, though the smile on his face seemed to widen. Yan Luqing could only feign ignorance, forcing a laugh. "I remember you were the top student after all." Gu Ci interrupted her, "So, would you like me to teach you?" Her eyes widened in surprise, and she nodded vigorously. Observing her reaction, Gu Ci began to smile at her again, a smile that made her face warm, yet he remained silent. As he watched her growing anxious, her glistening eyes darted towards his hands, while she subtly reminded him, "Gu Ci, you accepted my flowers earlier." Then, her gaze remained fixed on him, unwavering. "The implication is quite clear. You must assist me." He lowered his eyelashes, momentarily concealing a smile. However, Yan Luqing, who was closely observing his expression, perceived this as a sign of refusal, for as soon as her words escaped her lips, she sensed something amiss. Yet, thank heavens, he did not articulate such a sentiment. The Prince Charming acquiesced. He agreed. Yan Luqing felt an overwhelming urge to shower Gu Ci with every cliché praise imaginable, such as in this moment, he has become light, or her own creation, the eternal deity. She was so elated that she imagined joyous sounds and fireworks erupting around her. She nodded vigorously, stating, "I will send you the materials shortly." "When shall we commence?" Gu Ci rose, declaring, "Tomorrow." Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly a genius? Was one night sufficient? But before she could ponder further, Gu Ci spoke again. "I am quite strict as a teacher." Yan Luqing lifted her gaze in response. He rested his hand on the back of the sofa, backlit, his smile alluring as he gazed down at her. "Prepare yourself mentally, Yan Luqing, since lessons were to begin the following day." Yan Luqing resolved to inform her grandfather of her absence. She explained that due to impending examinations, she would still allocate time to study with him over the next 2 weeks, though she might not be able to report daily. Her grandfather swiftly expressed his understanding, offering philosophical musings. "You can learn at any time, as long as your heart is sincere." Indeed, she was sincere. She eagerly anticipated mastering the material to discern what thoughts occupied Gu Ci's mind throughout the day. Yan Luqing composed a 200-word essay to demonstrate her earnestness, then exchanged goodnights with her grandfather. Just as she prepared to log off, a WeChat message arrived from someone. Year after year. "Miss Yan, are you asleep?" Yan Luqing observed that they had no prior conversation, nor did this person have a moment's feed. She candidly replied, "Who are you? I'll add a note." To her surprise, after being read, the initially unadorned avatar suddenly erupted with numerous bubbles, predominantly red and blue. Yan Luqing tapped the red bubble. What does this mean? Is she attempting to sever ties with me just because she has allowed Gu Ci to stay at her home? She then tapped the blue bubble. It seems that Yan Luqing's drastic changes aren't a good sign. At least she used to be generous with money. Once she comprehended the situation, the other party sent a self-introduction. The escaping saint. "Well, it's rather late. Is there something you need?" Yan Luqing felt a twinge of annoyance. Unable to quell her curiosity, she tapped on the message. This Yan Luqing has changed too much. It doesn't seem like much time has passed. Previously, She would refuse to even apply makeup for dinner, resembling a ghost. Now she looked stunning, as if she had undergone cosmetic surgery. Yan Luqing replied, "Wow, thank you." However, unexpectedly, right after the pink bubble, another red message followed. "Let Gu Xi enjoy this soft life. He is benefiting from it. Damn it." Yan Luqing retorted, "Who are you calling a freeloader?" After a moment of contemplation, she typed back, "The escaping saint, actually, if you truly need money." Zhang Yan once again emerged with pink bubbles. "Miss Yan indeed remembers me." However, Yan Luqing's subsequent words ruthlessly shattered his aspirations of living off her. "I can have my bodyguard introduce you to several job opportunities, ensuring fairness and honesty." Yan Luqing watched him deflate, yet remained displeased. This person had truly tarnished Gu Xi's reputation. What did it mean for Gu Xi to live off her? Nonsense. He was nothing like someone of his ilk. He certainly did not rely on her. Yan Luqing glared at the screen, indignantly typing to vindicate Gu Xi. "By the way, to prevent any misunderstandings regarding my relationship with Gu Xi from your last visit to my home, I would like to clarify." She still couldn't believe he dared to accuse Gu Xi of living off her. Yan Luqing pondered over this matter before sleeping, incessantly grumbling about it, as if she had endured enough. The next morning, after breakfast, Yan Luqing and Gu Xi sat face to face in the study on the second floor, accompanied by a beautiful border collie at the table. Since the wolf arrived at this household, it had thrived. It was said that the bodyguards took turns walking it, but it often exhausted them due to its high energy, turning them into mere companions for the dog. It had managed to train everyone in the villa to obey, except for Yan Luqing and Gu Xi. The wolf was quite attached to the two of them. Aside from meal times, it rarely witnessed such a scene of their companionship, so it followed them upstairs. Yan Luqing patted its head and ceremoniously placed her notebook and pen in front of her, eagerly gazing at Gu Xi. "Shall we begin?" Gu Xi was clad in black today, and as Yan Luqing observed his slender, pale fingers fiddling with the glasses that Dr. Liu had brought yesterday, he raised them to his nose after she signaled the start. The new glasses surprisingly suited him even better. Yan Luqing couldn't help but wonder what sort of person was on Dr. Liu's team who could design such frames that perfectly complemented Gu Xi's face and matched his temperament so well. Once Gu Xi donned the glasses, he inexplicably exuded an air of a professor, albeit too youthful and strikingly handsome for that role. He looked at her, seemingly perplexed by her reaction. "Yan, are you looking forward to this?" It wasn't so much the anticipation of studying. Yan Luqing contemplated how to convey her peculiar sentiment of having her favorite fictional character as her tutor, making learning less burdensome. She waved her hand dismissively. "Never mind. Just assume I suddenly have a thirst for knowledge." Gu Xi fell silent, gesturing towards a thick stack of textbooks beside him. "Please pull out the subjects I need to teach you." When Yan Luqing had handed Gu Xi the textbooks last night, she had perused them briefly. As she extracted the books, she remarked, "I have no issues with English and moral education, but for advanced mathematics, electrical engineering, physics, probability theory, and introduction to computer science, I believe I am at a loss." "Oh," Gu Xi chuckled, rephrasing her statement. "So apart from English and moral education, you are at a loss for everything else." This rephrasing certainly sounded much harsher. Gu Xi observed the person sitting opposite him, who pouted in a manner that conveyed both defiance and a sense of injustice, and continued to organize the textbooks. Thus, he directly inquired, "Have you studied mathematics in your final year of high school? How much do you remember?" Yan Luqing did not perceive any fault in her words, as the original owner was a person who seldom attended classes. She candidly conveyed her true level of understanding. She had studied. However, considering Gu Xi was in a science class, where the disciplines of literature and mathematics diverged, Yan Luqing cautiously added, "I should be able to pass." Gu Xi's gaze seemed to be inscribed with words, likely a blend of sarcasm from a genius, which Yan Luqing neither understood nor wished to decipher. "Let us begin with advanced calculus," she declared, retrieving her textbook and gazing at it with a furrowed brow. "I truly fear it." Gu Xi paused his pencil, questioning her apprehension. "Haven't you heard the saying?" Yan Luqing rested her chin on her hand, articulating each word deliberately. "Once, there stood a tall tree, upon which many hung." To her surprise, advanced calculus, which she had anticipated to be daunting, was quite manageable, as it commenced with sets closely related to high school knowledge and easily comprehensible. Probability theory was even simpler. After listening to Gu Xi's brief explanation, she realized it bore significant similarities to the probability concepts encountered in high school mathematics. Aside from English and moral education, she initially believed that the introduction to computer science would be challenging, yet it proved entirely self-taught through the textbook. Thus, only 2 subjects remained. Yet, The difficulty lay solely in these two, electronic engineering and university physics, which to her were utterly incomprehensible. Gu Xi initially remarked, "There is some relation between electrical engineering and physics. Mastering one will facilitate the understanding of the other." His tone was so relaxed it fostered an illusion of ease in mastering both subjects. However, upon commencing the lessons, Yan Luqing discovered she could not grasp either, let alone understand the other. As Gu Xi discussed the first two lessons, she managed to keep afloat during the electrical engineering section, but upon reaching physics, she felt herself on the brink of collapse. Were it not for Gu Xi's captivating voice, she would have succumbed to sleep long ago. The terrifying sensation of revisiting her first-year physics class overwhelmed her. Despite her earnest attempts to focus on the text, the words gradually blurred, their characters seeming to overlap. However, before Gu Xi noticed her struggle, she devised a miraculous solution. By shifting her gaze from the book to Gu Xi's face, her drowsiness dissipated. What girl does not enjoy gazing at a handsome youth?
She certainly did.
Which girl could remain asleep when her beloved paper figure stood before her? Certainly not her. Thus, her approach shifted, and she began to concentrate on Gu Xi's visage, causing her initial sleepiness to vanish swiftly. Yet, as her fatigue receded, the lecturer naturally sensed something amiss. This student, he halted his explanation, raising his gaze to her. "Do I have something on my face?" Yan Luqing immediately shook her head. "No, but I am terribly sleepy," she confessed. Gu Xi, observing her, blinked in response. Remnants of her yawn lingered in her eyes, and with a serious demeanor, she remarked, "But because you are so handsome. Looking at you invigorates me, dispelling my fatigue." Once again that word. Gu Xi could scarcely recall how many times he had heard her describe him as handsome. Yan Luqing noted that after she uttered this phrase, Gu Xi fell silent for no less than 10 seconds. Afterward, he twirled his pen and smiled at her, his gaze gliding through the lenses to her face. "Surely, you cannot avoid reading entirely. Otherwise, what distinguishes your waking hours from slumber?" Thus, Yan Luqing resumed her reading, intermittently glancing at Gu Xi's academic endeavors. The issue of fatigue had been resolved, yet a new conundrum swiftly emerged. If her previous state was one of drowsiness coupled with confusion, now she found herself awake yet equally perplexed. Fundamentally, the essence remained unchanged. Their progress had stalled over a particular example, and as Yan Luqing observed Gu Xi diligently scribbling on paper, she could not restrain herself from exclaiming, "Gu Xi, I feel as though this subject is conspiring against my intellect." Gu Xi paused, responding candidly, "To be honest, I feel the same." Gu Xi had always abhorred teaching. While he could entertain inquiries about a few problems during his school days, he never engaged in tutoring others. Though well-liked in high school, those close to him knew he detested wasting time and was devoid of patience. The experience of teaching Yan Luqing felt akin to a torment of the soul. What troubled him was not her lack of understanding, but his inability to grasp why she struggled. Even more perplexing was the unsettling familiarity of this daunting teaching scenario, as if he were not embarking on this endeavor for the first time. However, Gu Xi quickly dismissed this notion. If he had ever taught a student like Yan Luqing, it would surely have been unforgettable. Their initial hour had progressed swiftly, but since they began electrical engineering and physics, it felt as though they had hit a wall, advancing only inch by inch. She began to suspect whether Gu Xi's lectures had been encoded, much like Dr. Lu's had been, filled with static. Yan Luqing, overly honest in her studies, soon found herself fatigued again, the weariness creeping in with a vengeance, rendering even Gu Xi's visage ineffective in saving her from it. "Oh no." She rubbed her eyes, her softly mumbled words unmistakably reaching someone's ears, and now even his gaze was not enough to stave off her drowsiness. After several yawns, Yan Luqing realized Gu Xi's voice had ceased entirely. She looked up, noticing something amiss in his expression. Alert, she sensed an ominous portent in his demeanor and immediately sought a reprieve. "Gu Xi, could you refrain from scolding me?" She squinted earnestly. "I've been feeling quite fragile lately, and I believe I am on the verge of understanding, truly." Unexpectedly, Gu Xi nodded amiably. "Very well, I shall not scold you." Instantly relieved, she was about to yawn again when he suddenly called her full name. "But Yan Luqing," he said, gesturing towards a well-behaved border collie squatting beside them. His smile gentle. "Look, even the wolf is nearly attentive." Yan Luqing retorted, "Goodness, you might as well scold me." Upon uttering these words, Gu Xi was taken aback when the wolf, which had been lying down, suddenly sprang to its feet and trotted over to Yan Luqing's side, softly calling out to her in a non-threatening manner, as if to convey, in harmony with Gu Xi, that it had indeed learned something. How insulting! Is this truly a dog raised by the princess of Yin and Yang? It seems the lineage has been faithfully maintained. I must admit, this technique of humiliation proved rather effective against her, as Yan Luqing felt a profound sense of shame wash over her, instantly dispelling her drowsiness. She widened her eyes and snatched the textbook from Gu Si's hands, muttering, "I'll study it myself for now." Thereafter, she immersed herself in the electrical engineering textbook. Throughout the entire morning, her focus was razor-sharp, displaying an unwavering determination to achieve results. Gu Si chuckled softly and, after a moment, cheerfully encouraged her. "Keep it up." While she was engrossed in her studies, he quietly entertained the dog beside her, relishing the leisurely moment. When Dehe knocked and entered, he was greeted by a scene of delightful harmony. A table separated Gu Si and Yan Luqing. She was deeply engrossed in her studies, while Gu Si issued hand signals to the border collie. Coincidentally, Yan Luqing was clad in a cozy white sweatshirt, while Gu Si donned pure black, and the wolf boasted a striking black and white coat, creating a visually appealing tableau. Previously, Miss Yan had attended high school tutoring sessions, often culminating with the tutor fleeing in disarray, sometimes even resulting in unexpected mishaps. Even with Gu Si as her tutor this time, Dehe did not anticipate such a harmonious atmosphere upon entering. Upon hearing the knock, Yan Luqing turned her head and was the first to speak. "What is it?" "You should go eat." She prodded Gu Si's arm with her pen. "I'll come down later." "I finally feel like I'm on the verge of discovering something. Do you intend to eat only after your research is complete?" Gu Si replied with a slow smile. "Just be sure you don't faint from hunger." Yan Luqing shot him an indignant glare, exclaiming, "You promised not to scold me." The phrase Gu Si, "You cannot scold me," implied not only an absence of vulgarity, but also encompassed a prohibition against humiliating her. "Oh." Gu Si stood up, resting his hands leisurely on the table, gazing down at Yan Luqing, who was looking up at him. "You should remember to articulate that fully next time."
Hey.
"You truly are." Meanwhile, Dehe, witnessing their interaction, experienced a moment of astonishment. When did this rapport begin to blossom? It seemed to have started from the very first day Gu Si arrived at the villa. Initially, he believed it to be an act, perhaps a strategy by Miss Yan to capture Gu Si's attention, or merely her way of seeking amusement. He continuously reminded himself, she is a troubled individual. Thus, there is no need to take it seriously. Yet, it was not solely the financial obligation tying him to this place. He began to develop an affection for the house and many of its inhabitants. He cherished moments like this one. He knocked on the door, and the youthful pair, accompanied by a beautifully patterned dog, turned in unison to regard him. The midday sun bathed them in a golden glow, casting a warm, harmonious aura reminiscent of a picturesque painting. 20 minutes later, Gu Si descended the stairs, but still did not catch sight of Yan Luqing. Under the frequent, suggestive glances from the imposing black figures flanking him, he ascended the stairs once more, making his way to the study door. With a hand resting on the doorknob, just as I was about to call someone out, a familiar voice floated from within. "Wolf, did you truly understand just now?" Then came a soft, endearing bark. Gu Si pondered, what on earth is happening? Before he could contemplate further, the voice continued, "Impossible." The girl in the study was animatedly talking to herself. "Though dogs are dogs and border collies are border collies, I still don't believe you can learn this." She added, "If you genuinely understood, give me a howl." In the next moment, a cheerful away echoed back, lacking menace and instead exuding charm. However, it was evident that someone's attention lay elsewhere. The girl exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment, "No way, have you become sentient?" Gu Si, unable to listen any longer, pressed down on the doorknob and pushed the door open, immediately spotting Yan Luqing crouched on the floor, intently locking eyes with the wolf. They exchanged glances, and Yan Luqing awkwardly opened her mouth. "What brings you here?" Yan Luqing found the wolf quite irksome. Despite Gu Si leaving the room, it had chosen to remain with her during her studies. Once Gu Si departed, she found it challenging to concentrate and, after a brief attempt at studying, decided to engage the wolf in conversation. To her surprise, he suddenly appeared at the door.
Oh.
"You're here," she said, propping herself on her knees as she slowly approached the door, hesitating before finally inquiring, "Why do you look like that?" "Did you hear what I said?" Gu Si cast a fleeting glance her way, his dark eyes inscrutable.
You mean?
"When you asked the dog if it had learned physics and electrical engineering." After speaking, he nodded to himself. "Rest assured, I heard every word. Nothing escaped my notice." Yan Luqing felt as though she could forgo lunch entirely. The bamboo shoots she had consumed that morning could fill her up. Both Gu Si and Yan Luqing had modest appetites, and their delicate stomachs dictated a preference for lighter fare. Yan Luqing had lost count of how many times she had reflected on the significance of health since inhabiting this body. Though not a glutton, her palate was nowhere near as forgiving as it once was. Strangely, her soul craved sustenance, yet her body exhibited no appetite whatsoever. Thus, each time she swallowed the nourishing meals, she reassured herself. Her stomach would eventually heal, her appetite would return. And there would come a day when she could indulge freely in sumptuous feasts. Lunch concluded swiftly. Yan Luqing brewed herself a cup of health tea, cradling it as she approached the sofa, exclaiming, "Gu Xi, you would truly make a splendid teacher." As she settled beside him, she gestured towards the border collie. "Look, you not only teach me, but you also instruct the wolf every day." Gu Xi acknowledged with a soft teaching it is quite simple but teaching you. He paused, perhaps recalling the morning struggles, before adding, "I'm not entirely certain how suitable I am." Though her eyes were wide, they still held a hint of sleepiness. Her long hair, a bit tousled, added an effortless charm to the scene. After Yan Luqing spoke, she sensed something amiss, and by the time she realized it, Gu Xi had already begun to chuckle. In the past, when she made a fool of herself, Gu Xi would chuckle, albeit subtly. However, this time, his laughter surpassed any previous instances. Yan Luqing could only lament the impossibility of turning back time. With flushed cheeks, she observed Gu Xi as he laughed, noting how his captivating eyes seemed to shimmer with a mist, rendering them even more dazzling. Their gazes met once again. "Yan Luqing," Gu Xi's voice remained laced with mirth, suggesting a remarkably good mood. "I never anticipated you were genuinely competing with it." In a fit of indignation, Yan Luqing took a sip of health tea, then retrieved her phone, opening a short video app. She unearthed a video she had casually recorded of the wolf and uploaded it, captioning it, "Today, I was reviewing university physics and electrical engineering but didn't grasp it. Hilarious, my tutor believes this dog can learn." She then pressed publish. Previously, due to her overly active engagement with popular videos, she had amassed a considerable following, yet Yan Luqing always viewed those numbers as lifeless. To her surprise, once this first video was shared, it rapidly garnered likes and comments. You didn't know it's from the physics department?
Hey.
This dog was my classmate in college, sat in front of me during the entrance exams." "Oh, a border collie? I've always wanted to have one. Mostly to learn a thing or two from it." Yan Luqing found herself at a loss for words. However, what she did not anticipate was that this video would fortuitously receive a substantial number of views, achieving a certain level of popularity. Since the comments she posted could be upgraded, naturally the videos could as well. Thus, despite feeling a pang of frustration, she resolved to leave it up for the time being. It became evident that Yan Luqing's determined efforts on the first morning proved beneficial. By that afternoon, under Gu Xi's playful teasing and earnest guidance, she began to exhibit signs of enlightenment, grasping the framework that had previously seemed enigmatic to her. By the next day, they had progressed to a point where they could discuss the textbook seamlessly, no longer stumbling at every turn. The first day felt like deciphering a text devoid of words, while the second day introduced a text replete with letters, and by the third and fourth days, it transformed into a comprehensible volume. During a break that day, Yan Luqing finally recalled something she had been neglecting. "By the way, Teacher Gu," she had acquired several new ways to address Gu Xi over the past few days. Switching casually between them, "I forgot to ask, what is your major?" "You don't know?" Gu Xi arched an eyebrow, a playful glimmer in his eyes. "Given how much time we spend together, it's quite remarkable that you only think to ask now." This was a gentle reproach for her tardy inquiry. Yan Luqing sheepishly explained, I forgot. You know how consumed I've been lately." Gu Xi remained silent, extending a finger to tap the university physics textbook on the table. Yan Luqing stared at him in astonishment. "No way, physics?" After enduring the torment of physics recently, she had already compelled Dahe to purchase hair growth serum. Thus, her first reaction was, studying this as a major, is that truly living? Her second thought was, no wonder he is so proficient. Why did you choose physics? Yan Luqing, having perused numerous novels, noted that characters akin to Gu Xi predominantly pursued studies in finance, management, or perhaps computer science, which rendered her quite astonished by his choice. "Was it that your childhood aspiration was to become a scientist?" Gu Xi, caught in a moment of speechlessness, replied, "Not at all." "Was it out of passion?" He leaned back against a chair and remarked, "It cannot be termed as such. I merely found myself wavering among several disciplines." Intrigued, Yan Luqing inquired which ones. "Physics, mathematics, astronomy," he answered. "Those are three fields that seem inherently beyond my reach." She responded, "So, what ultimately led you to choose physics?"
It was determined by a draw.
Is this the realm of the elite? Yen Luqing did not entertain any feelings of inferiority due to her studies in the humanities, for it was her forte and passion, with no hierarchy in knowledge. Nevertheless, she felt a profound admiration for those who excelled in disciplines she found challenging. In that moment, she suddenly realized that Makabaka was indeed correct. Gu Xi was simply exceptionally intelligent. The room fell into a silence of half a minute due to the weighty topic. Shortly thereafter, Yen Luqing, struck by a thought, gazed at Gu Xi and playfully remarked, "Oh, Teacher Gu, I actually thought you would have an affinity for psychology." Gu Xi responded with a quizzical look. "After all, you are so enamored with abnormal psychology that it seems you cannot put it down." She winked at him. "Isn't that so?" After uttering this, she felt a surge of exhilaration, relishing in the thought of him being subtly criticized by her. Yet, before she could savor the moment for long, Gu Xi replied, "I indeed find it quite fascinating." He then chuckled, adding, "However, unraveling a subject revered and feared by many is also a rather delightful endeavor." Gu Xi winked back at her. "Wouldn't you agree?" Yen Luqing, who had incessantly lamented physics as the most daunting subject, thought, "Why am I engaging in a verbal spar with him? I should slap myself." Perhaps due to her recent obsession with studying, Makabaka unexpectedly initiated contact during her afternoon break, lamenting her neglect of progress. "Maria, you've been less active in leveling up lately. Trust me, your golden finger is remarkably effective." Yen Luqing mused, recalling that aside from sending a video to the wolf last time, she had not opened the short video app in quite a while, indeed having neglected her upgrades. Yet, her recent life felt detached from the system, as if she were merely cohabiting with her tutor, immersing herself daily in learning under the gentle yet sharp tongue of the handsome male teacher, where the origins of her endeavors seemed less significant. Makabaka's emergence was a timely reminder. Yen Luqing promised to remember to level up, and Makabaka then logged off. Subsequently, she recalled that she had not checked on the original protagonists in quite some time, concerned that their relationship might inadvertently affect her, prompting her to open WeChat and check on Jiang Baichu and Qi Yanchuan's progress. In the dialogue with Jiang Baichu, she casually tapped a few bubbles, and the accompanying text and images promptly arrived. The recent significant events involving Little Rose and Little Pine Tree unfolded before her eyes. There were tales of how Jiang Baichu accidentally twisted her ankle during the sports meet and was carried to the infirmary by Qi Yanchuan, how her performance outfit was maliciously damaged at the school anniversary gala, only to be salvaged by Qi Yanchuan, how someone confessed their feelings to Jiang Baichu and Qi Yanchuan, having caught them in the act, responded with a sarcastic remark, and how Jiang Baichu, irritated by Qi Yanchuan's mockery, confronted him, leading to him cornering her against the wall and bluntly asking, "Have you accepted or not?" It could be confirmed that she was presently out of danger. After reflecting on this series of events, Yen Luqing felt quite contemplative. Little Rose and Little Pine Tree had indeed made remarkable strides. Later that afternoon, before embarking on her studies, she could not resist sharing the matter with Gu Xi. "Do you remember our encounter with those two high school students at Dai Mountain? One was that beautiful girl who called us senior, and the other was..." Yen Luqing intended to describe the charming boy but was suddenly reminded of Gu Xi's previous jest. "Is the beauty you speak of wholesale?" Thus, she altered her words midway. "One is that boy named Qi Yanchuan." Gu Xi appeared as if he had just awoken, his striking eyes half-lidded, seemingly smiling for a fleeting moment, then returning to his usual indifferent demeanor as he met her gaze again. "And then?" Yen Luqing replied, "Nothing much. It seems they are together." Gucci, seemingly disinterested, offered no words in response. Yen Luqing pondered the expression in his eyes, which seemed to convey a silent question. Why share this news with me? As if my ears were not attuned to trivial matters? After all, they were the protagonists of the story, and Yen Luqing was genuinely surprised by Gu Xi's lackluster enthusiasm. Not to mention their initial encounter had sparked no chemistry. The female lead exhibited only a fleeting thrill upon seeing her senior, while the senior himself remained unperturbed.
Now,
recounting the romantic developments between the leads elicited no emotion from him whatsoever. The other two pairs, dubbed as cults, also seemed devoid of potential. Yen Luqing was perplexed. Did he truly lack fate? Oh, no, that wasn't quite right. Gu Xi simply did not align with the current cast of characters. However, since she had traversed into this world, she had altered his destiny, and it was entirely possible he might encounter new individuals in college. Yet, the thought of Gu Xi pairing up with someone else stirred a slight discomfort within Yen Luqing. Why would she feel this way? Hadn't she resolved to be the kind of fan who only wished for Gu Xi's happiness? As she delved into the analysis of her feelings, a sudden tap on her forehead interrupted her thoughts. After spending 2 hours grappling with a particular problem, Yan Luqing raised her hands in surrender. I can't do this anymore. I need a break. My mind feels utterly stuffed and can accommodate no more. Gu Xi glanced at her lazily. Is that the limit of your capacity for a single question? Yan Luqing, feeling defeated, retorted, Go ahead and insult me. The provocation method is useless now. Gu Xi remained silent, casually tossing his pen aside, which signified that a break was indeed warranted. Instantly, Yan Luqing felt a surge of joy. She retrieved her phone and opened a long-neglected short video app. While waiting for it to load, she turned to Gu Xi and said, Teacher Gu, you've worked hard too. Would you like to relax with me? Yan Luqing rose and settled beside him. Let me tell you, last time, Xiaohei watched me scroll through videos and comment. He laughed for an entire afternoon and still didn't he have enough. Come join in the fun. Gu Xi observed as she began to scroll through videos under his watchful gaze, the characters on her screen clear to him, showing no sign of soliciting his opinion. Casually glancing, a bold title caught his eye, Collecting the Diary of a Love-Struck Fool. He watched as Yan Luqing typed, Today I saw her label me as backup no. 1. I'm so happy to be number 1. Following that, as if still unsatisfied, she typed another message. How are you so adept at this? The top comment read, Teacher Lin is such a great actor, but that scene where he gets his leg chopped off was too gruesome, wasn't he it? Gu Xi regarded Yan Luqing as she typed rapidly. Not necessarily, you know. Teacher Lin is very dedicated. Dedicated enough to get his leg chopped off. Yan Luqing as obviously playful comment received an avalanche of. And ha-ha-has within a minute. If Xiaohei had been watching, he would have burst into laughter. But when she turned to look at Gu Xi, she was met with his perplexed expression. I've always been curious. Gu Xi paused subtly, then lowered his gaze to inquire, Yan Luqing, are these comments truly your genuine thoughts? Chapter 29, No Escape. Astonishing. Miss Yan sent a wreath to Gu Xi. Yan Luqing was taken aback by Gu Xi's question, freezing for 3 seconds. In truth, she never concealed her comments. That's why Xiaohei had seen them. He had never posed such questions about Gu Xi. He merely enjoyed the humor. However, comparing Gu Xi to Xiaohei felt somewhat demeaning. No way, Teacher Gu. How could you ask me such a question? Yan Luqing pointed to her recent comment, turning back to him. Look at these. Of course. They're just for fun. Do you think I genuinely believe an actor gets hurt? The more she spoke, the more incredulous she became. Do you think I'm the kind of person who would seriously express such thoughts? Gu Xi suddenly smiled slightly. So you do recognize that these comments are foolish. Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback and couldn't help but glare at him. That's a bit too much. It wasn't just this instance. Gu Xi removed his glasses, half closing his eyes as he regarded her, speaking slowly, and there's that last comment you made. And the ones from before in the tree hole. Yan Luqing had forgotten what she had posted. After all, a true goof relies on spontaneity. And she had posted hundreds, if not thousands, of comments. How could she remember each specific moment? As she scrolled back, her finger landed on the Diary of the Love-Struck Fool. Rolling her eyes at Gu Xi, she emphatically reiterated, that was definitely made up. After all, throughout her life, she had received many confessions, both overt and subtle, yet she had never truly liked anyone. Or perhaps she simply lacked the energy to develop affections for others. Throughout Yan Luqing's academic journey, aside from interacting with various beautiful classmates, her greatest investment was in her studies and seeking ways to earn money. Although the dean and his wife treated her exceptionally well and a dedicated department subsidized her tuition, she still wished to alleviate their financial burden. Her close friends often remarked in bewilderment about how she had cultivated such a character. In truth, even she was unaware of the origins of her disposition. Perhaps it was simply an innate inclination towards happiness. Gu Xi, I feel you are belittling me, Yan Luqing stated earnestly. I certainly do not possess such experiences. You might as well look up the definition of a sycophant. At this juncture, her voice faltered. Suddenly, she recalled that the original owner of her identity seemed to have been Gu Xi sycophant, albeit her admiration had remained concealed and, knowing she was destined to never win his affection, had morphed into something twisted, her love evolving into a desire to ruin him. Yan Luqing shook her head, dismissing this unwelcome thought, and continued to argue with Gu Xi. Moreover, how could you so seriously suspect that I am genuinely commenting? Isn't that an insult to my intelligence? At that moment, Gu Xi resumed his customary relaxed posture. One hand rested casually on the table, while the other draped languidly over the armrest. Upon hearing her words, he unexpectedly smiled, his voice cool, yet imbued with an inexplicable allure. Didn't you just say 5 minutes ago that I could insult you at will? Yan Luqing had uttered those words out of sheer frustration from her studies. When she spoke them, they had seemed entirely innocent. Yet, why did they suddenly appear tainted in Gu Si's presence, imbued with an inexplicable seduction? Fortunately, Gu Si did not allow her to linger in discomfort for long.
All right.
I understand you are not serious. He conceded, then inquired, so, what is your purpose in posting these? The rewards mentioned by Makabaka were one aspect, yet another was that. Although Yan Luqing had devised a new strategy, she still harbored a flicker of hope that her upgraded abilities would prove effective on Gu Si. However, this was something she could never disclose. Even if she wished to tell Gu Si, the system would stifle her voice. After contemplating, Yan Luqing settled on the most reasonable explanation. Just consider it my fondness for the thrill of having my comments trending. Upon finishing her sentence, she lifted her gaze and met the eyes of a scholar. Those eyes, besides being striking, were filled with a myriad of emotions. Do you look down on me?
She asked.
The scholar replied, when did I ever say that? Just because you didn't say it doesn't mean it's not true. Your gaze clearly conveys that, Yan Luqing accused.
I can see it.
The scholar smiled faintly, then you possess quite the observational skills. By the 6th or 7th day of studying, Yan Luqing finally began to tackle exercises. Over the course of that week, she had come to grasp the difficulty levels of various subjects. Achieving over half the marks was, for a bona fide science student who had genuinely gained admission to her program, hardly a challenge. The difficulties she faced arose from her lack of foundational knowledge in high school sciences, compelling Gu Si to dedicate considerable time to explain high school, indeed, even middle school, physics, which she had once learned but had long since forgotten, before she could embark on her current curriculum. In Gu Si's understanding, she had been a science student in the same class as him for 3 years. During this time, she often felt anxious, fearing that Gu Si might ask her how it was possible to forget the physics learned in high school and middle school, or whether she had someone take her university exams for her, among other such probing questions. Fortunately, he never asked. Given his intellect, it was impossible for him to be unaware. Thus, the only explanation was that Princess Si simply couldn't be bothered to inquire. This understanding allowed Yan Luqing to be remarkably tolerant of his biting remarks. Whenever he wore a sardonic smile, she thought it better than him interrogating her with those questions. Let him be sarcastic. After all, she was just a heartless fool. The 7th day of her efforts coincidentally fell on a weekend. After her morning study session, Yan Luqing took a photo of her desk and sent it to the chat with Grandfather Yan. Escaping Saint. Image. Escaping Saint, Grandfather. Today has been another day of diligent study. The reason behind this was that she had whimsically opened Grandfather Yan's WeChat the previous night. Her intention was to observe what this formidable figure thought about daily life. She inadvertently stumbled upon 2 red bubbles. Guangling's daughter is truly useless. If she cannot return to school, she might as well be expelled. Yan Luqing pondered for a long time, her heart racing as she searched for her father's name and confirmed it was indeed Yan Guangling. Thus, the so-called daughter in question was her. What a staggering coincidence. It was startling to see her grandfather openly critiquing her. Wasn't this an extraordinary revelation for someone with a busy schedule? Initially, Yan Luqing felt a sense of urgency, but spending each day with Gu Si inexplicably diminished that anxiety, and studying transformed into a mere habit. Yet, upon witnessing her grandfather's resolute demeanor, that sense of urgency returned. Consequently, she decided to send a daily report of her studies to Grandfather Yan. Although she believed she could ultimately achieve her goals, her efforts must be showcased, especially to him. After sending the message to Grandfather Yan, Yan Luqing went downstairs to eat with Gu Si. She hadn't attended classes for several days. And even before that, it was she who sought the old man out, so if he was reaching out to her, it must be for a reason. Yan Luqing paused upon reading his message. Then it struck her that she was effectively becoming his apprentice, following in the footsteps of her senior brothers and sisters. What a scene straight out of a martial arts novel. I am not a charlatan. My senior brother and I are in the city today. You have a chance for face-to-face learning, and he can be your first practical subject. Young lady, do you have some time? Yan Luqing had always harbored a subtle concern. What if she learned the theory of hypnosis online, but encountered problems during practice? Little did she expect her grandfather would present her with such a splendid opportunity. Rest assured, my grandfather is not a charlatan. The meeting place will be at a tea house, and whether you choose to attend is entirely up to you. This must be arranged when you have the time. Let me know the location. I will set off shortly. With no trace of drowsiness, Yan Luqing got out of bed, changed her attire, and casually grabbed her bag before heading downstairs. Gu Si was in the living room, engrossed in watching television while savoring fruits. the deep crimson cherries contrasting starkly with his fair fingers. Yan Luqing found herself captivated by the scene, an unexpected allure stirring within her. She approached Gu Xi, who seemed oblivious to her presence, his gaze fixed on the screen. Yan Luqing then extended a finger and gently poked his shoulder. Hey Gu Laosher. I wish to go out this afternoon. Only then did Gu Xi lift his eyes to meet hers. You are the owner of this villa, he said lazily, leaning back with a curious glint in his eyes. Why do you feel the need to seek my permission? Indeed, why is that? She mused silently, feeling compelled to assert herself. After hearing his response, Gu Xi smiled softly and said, Very well, you may go.
Yet,
She could not shake the feeling that even with her rephrased request, it still resembled an appeal for his approval. With a heart full of grievances toward Gu Xi, she stepped outside, but this annoyance was swiftly replaced by excitement as she drove. To be prudent, Yan Luqing had opted to bring her large black bag today, believing it wiser to leave her smaller one behind for an occasion that did not require confrontation. The address provided by the elderly gentleman matched precisely with his description. Located at a tea house within the city. He had specifically mentioned it would be at a tea house, perhaps to dispel any notion she might have of venturing into remote wilderness, which instilled in Yan Luqing a greater sense of trust towards both the elderly man and the so-called senior brother. Upon arrival, she encountered the elderly gentleman, who appeared just as he had during their initial meeting, unchanged in attire. The senior brother, whom he referred to, was a composed young man who looked to be under 30, tall and slender, with a kind demeanor. Yan Luqing exchanged WeChat information with the senior brother, and under the elderly gentleman's guidance, the three of them entered a private room within the tea house, almost entirely insulated from noise, marking the commencement of her inaugural practical hypnosis session. Your senior brother is no stranger to being a subject for experimentation. Typically, the ideal candidate for a first-time hypnosis session is someone who trusts you completely but isn't overly familiar with you, making him an excellent choice. As the elderly gentleman spoke, he handed her various tools. You can apply the hypnotic induction techniques I have taught you. Feel free to experiment with the methods you have learned. Unbeknownst to her, the entire process took longer than she anticipated, but to her astonishment, she succeeded. Every technique she had mastered resulted in triumph. Upon awakening, the senior brother praised her. Junior sister, you are remarkable. Your talent surpasses mine from years ago. As Yan Luqing exited the tea house, she felt somewhat dazed, as though she had unlocked the door to a new realm. Could it be that she was indeed a hidden genius in the art of hypnosis? However, this exaggerated notion of whimsical folly existed only for a fleeting moment. Once she regained her composure, she realized that her success this time was merely due to inducing a state of hypnosis, commonly referred to as sleep assistance, and did not truly achieve her ultimate goal of eliciting heartfelt confessions. Yet, she remained elated. This was indeed the first step toward success. She would finally decipher the meaning behind Gu Xi's words that day. No longer would she have to grapple with her existential doubts. The ultimate aim of this endeavor was simply to win over Gu Xi. Reflecting on this, she decided that Gu Xi must remain oblivious to her intentions. But her conscience weighed heavily upon her. After all, he would soon be baring his soul to her, which seemed rather pitiable. Therefore, she resolved to present him with some flowers. Yan Luqing promptly set her plan into action, sending Da He away and venturing alone to a small garden nearby. Picking flowers lacked originality, especially since she had already gifted them on 2 previous occasions. Instead, Yan Luqing recalled the art of flower crown making that she had learned with her friends, envisioning a crown that would adorn the head like a delicate tiara, exuding an ethereal charm. She imagined how enchanting Gu Xi would look wearing such a crown, and her enthusiasm surged. The branches and leaves of the flowers were perfectly suited in both length and flexibility, allowing her to weave and gather them with ease. After all, her visits to the elderly gentleman had always been motivated by the desire to uncover Gu Xi's innermost thoughts. Whenever she contemplated the near future where she would hypnotize him, her mind began to conjure vivid scenarios. While she felt exhilarated, a pang of guilt accompanied her, making the creation of the flower crown increasingly burdensome. With a heart heavy with remorse for Gu Xi, the crown grew larger and more elaborate as she added more blossoms, transforming into a stunning piece of art. Yan Luqing poured her heart into the crafting, entirely absorbed in the beauty and satisfaction of her creation, oblivious to any discrepancies. It was only upon completion that she realized it might be too large to wear, rendering it merely a decorative item. Hastily, she fashioned a smaller version. With both the large and small crowns in hand, she entered the living room, her face aglow with excitement as she inquired of Da He, "Where is Gu Xi?" the two black dogs curiously fixated on the crowns she held. Yan Luqing nodded, her steps light as she advanced forward, leaving the two dogs exchanging puzzled glances.
That
That looks familiar, Little Hay swallowed hard. Brother, I can't shake the feeling that we're looking at a wreath. De Hay nodded in agreement, especially with one large and one small. Together, they resemble it even more. Unaware of their conversation, Yan Luqing approached Gu Xi's room and gave the door a gentle knock. Upon hearing his voice from within, she promptly pushed the door open.
Gu Xi.
She called out excitedly, only to be greeted by an enveloping darkness. When she left, it had been 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and after spending several hours at the tea house and lingering in the small garden, the sun had completely set. Gu Xi had likely drawn the curtains, for there was not a hint of light to be found. Standing at the threshold, she called out, Gu Xi, may I turn on the lights? Gu Xi remained silent, yet Yan Luqing sensed that he seemed to rise from the bed, followed by a soft thud. She lifted her gaze, noticing that his eyes were still as dark as ink, but there was a barely perceptible weariness between his brows. What's wrong? His voice was slightly hoarse. Perhaps it was due to the brightness of the lights. Yan Luqing felt that his face appeared paler than usual, and his lips had lost their healthy blush. As she approached, she observed his hair was tousled from sleep, and beads of perspiration glistened on his smooth forehead. Concerned, Yan Luqing asked, Aren't you usually watching television at this hour? Are you feeling unwell? Gu Xi chuckled softly, and his handsome face finally seemed to come alive with that smile. Leaning against the headboard, he replied, After teaching you so exhaustively, do you expect me to rest? Indeed, he looked quite fatigued, and his reasoning was compelling. What brings you here? Before she could ponder further, Gu Xi inquired again. Well, I just came to deliver a small gift. Feeling somewhat guilty for disturbing his rest, Yan Luqing revealed 2 flower crowns she had fashioned. I made these. Do you think they look nice? Gu Xi paused for a few seconds before responding. You made these?
Yes.
Unaware of Gu Xi's expression, Yan Luqing was preoccupied with the thought of ensuring he rested, so she moved to the other side of the bed, saying, I'll just place them here, and then I'll leave you to sleep. I'll come to call you for dinner later. After placing the 2 white flower crowns on the nearby table, she exited, and Gu Xi gazed at the beautiful yet incongruous wreaths in the room. Although she had given him such a gift, Yan Luqing had indeed distracted him significantly. After a long while, a low sigh escaped his lips. Not very auspicious. But it's fine. After all, it's a rarity to have something handmade. Upon leaving Gu Xi's room and entering the living room, Yan Luqing noticed De Hay staring at her with an unusually stiff expression. She halted in her tracks and touched her face. What's wrong with me? Is there something on my face? No, we were just wondering. De Hay struggled to articulate while Xiaohei spoke up for him. We wanted to ask, Miss Yan, what's with the flower crown you're holding? Flower crown? Yan Luqing was taken aback, then realized that calling it that was not entirely incorrect. Although it was not the same as a funeral wreath, the terms were somewhat synonymous. Miss Yan, De Hay hesitated, his gaze fixed on her, and after a moment's struggle, he lowered his voice. If you intend to dispose of Gu Xi, you could simply say so. There's no need to imply it with a flower crown. Yan Luqing was taken aback. Who wants to dispose of him? Chapter 30. No escape. Princess Ci issued her stern command. For a brief moment, the living room fell into a profound silence. Yan Luqing genuinely could not fathom how her 2 bodyguards' minds operated. Her flower crown was slightly oversized, that was true. But how had it escalated to the point of implying her intent to eliminate Gu Xi? You've gone off the rails, Haven to you? Yan Luqing looked at De Hay with a mix of amusement and exasperation.
Eliminate Gucci.
How outrageous. With a demeanor of submissiveness, De Hay accepted the reprimand, while behind him, Xiaohai exclaimed with excitement, Miss Yan, I know. He has indeed mingled in those circles. His status was not low. Yan Luqing paused in surprise. But before she could express her astonishment, De Hay turned and swiftly covered Xiaohai's mouth, admonishing him for his reckless words. He then redirected his attention to her, stating, He is merely jesting, please do not take offense. Everyone harbors secrets, and Yan Luqing held little interest in probing further, instead choosing to focus on the matter at hand. De Hay, I had always thought you to be astute, she remarked, feigning a tone of gravitas. If Xiaohai had posed such a question, I would not have been so taken aback. How could you even ask such a thing? Xiaohai, perplexed, merely responded with a question mark. Yan Luqing, accustomed to overlooking his confusion, pondered the events since her arrival in this world. What misdeeds could have led to such misunderstandings regarding Gu Xi? You two may as well speak, she said earnestly, preparing to enlighten them. Since the day Gu Xi arrived at the villa, When have I ever wronged him? Dahe replied. That day, you instructed me to administer medicine to him. Yan Luqing retorted. Indeed, that did occur on the very day of my arrival. Xiaohai chimed in. What about the incident at Dai Mountain? Gu Xi fell and was injured alongside you. Yan Luqing cursed under her breath. Damn it. You call me overweight, and yet here you are, breathless. She glared at the two bodyguards, feeling that they had been spoiled and had lost their decorum. Is that all you remember? Why not recall something positive? She snapped. Have I not been proactive in finding a doctor for Gu Xi? I even avenged him. That scion of the Jin family can barely walk now. Understood. Both Dahe and Xiaohai nodded in unison, though Xiaohai scratched his head in bewilderment. But aren't you asking us to speak ill of him? Yan Luqing rolled her eyes in exasperation and chose to ignore them, turning to ascend the stairs. Left behind, the two bodyguards exchanged glances. Xiaohai suddenly nudged Dahe's arm. Hey, do you remember what I told you the morning after I started working? You're such a chatterbox. How would I know which remark you mean? Dahe replied at a loss. His memory, however, was sharp. And he recalled that morning when Xiaohai had approached Yan Luqing to apologize and express gratitude, descending the stairs with a flushed face. Their conversation had been, she's truly quite wonderful. It's all an act. Do you still believe she is merely pretending? Xiaohai asked. Can someone truly maintain such a facade? Dahe remained silent for an extended moment. He recalled how he had initially reassured himself that she was mentally unstable, thus questioning whether her sudden transformation and amnesia were genuine or simply a performance. After all, his duty was to follow orders and report to the psychologist. Coincidentally, her drastic change had coincided with Gu Xi's arrival at the villa, leading him to suspect that Miss Yan was merely playing a role for Gu Xi's benefit, having held affections for him for so long. Yet, he gradually discerned that Yan Luqing's typical behavior, demeanor, and essence were entirely different from before. She radiated the youthful vigor and charm that belonged to a girl of her age. Dahe fell silent for a considerable time before finally speaking again. In truth, due to Miss Yan's medical history, I remain uncertain. Xiaohai let out a disappointed sigh. Yet, within moments, he heard the person beside him murmur, but I hope it is not a pretense. I also wish that she remains this way. After Yan Luqing ascended the stairs, she changed into comfortable loungewear and flung herself onto the large bed, opening WeChat. She intended to check on her newly added senior brother, scrutinizing for any discrepancies, when suddenly the voice of Makabaka echoed in her mind. Maria. This soft, melancholic tone of Shoyu's voice resonated deeply. It must be said that the system's sound design was remarkably well executed. Yan Luqing's voice leaned towards sweetness, likely categorized as a youthful tone. Yet she had a particular fondness for the softer notes among girls. Thus, each time she heard Makabaka's voice, her mood brightened, even if it bore some frustrating news. She found solace in it. Therefore, she inquired with genuine concern, What is it? What troubles you so? Just now, when you approached Gu Xi, I noticed. Yan Luqing froze momentarily, her mind instinctively recalling her encounter with Gu Xi. Noticed what? That he has developed another ailment? Not at all, Makabaka replied. While you were near Gu Xi, I couldn't reach you, yet I could intermittently observe your interactions with him. Just now, I couldn't even see those images. The reason remained unclear. Has this happened before? It has, during the incident when you both fell down the slope. However, the system often malfunctions, so I paid it no mind. I didn't expect it to occur again now. Upon understanding its meaning, Yan Luqing surprisingly felt no frustration or anger. Instead, she felt a peculiar joy at the notion that their interactions were invisible to others and undetectable by the system. However, Makabaka had previously mentioned that it would receive notifications related to Yan Luqing, such as when she encountered characters from the narrative or when her attributes leveled up. Generally, it would only reach out to her upon receiving such prompts, aside from its fixed standby times. Yan Luqing had always found this arrangement quite satisfactory. Suddenly, an idea struck her. Do you know what substance the original host injected into Gu Xi? Was it significantly impactful? Makabaka searched for a long while, its voice laced with confusion. I couldn't find anything. Yan Luqing recalled hearing Dahe mention it. How strange. Her memories were encrypted, and even Makabaka could not uncover them. What could it have been? However, Maria had sought a doctor for him, so there should be no major issue, right? Indeed, a consultation occurred, but... Yan Luqing pondered. There seemed to be no valid counterargument. Could she really comprehend more than a physician? After Makabaka went offline, Yan Luqing resumed her examination of the WeChat messages from her senior brother. He appeared to be in good spirits, surrounded by pink and yellow bubbles, devoid of any negative emotions. Yellow, Today, I must sincerely thank the master. Pink, that junior sister is quite impressive. Yellow, I am utterly exhausted. How many days has it been? Tonight, at long last, I shall enjoy a restful slumber. Yen Luqing sighed in relief. Could this be a deception? Although the senior brother had not explicitly mentioned hypnosis, it seemed to imply that, thanks to her assistance, he could finally rest peacefully. There appeared to be no apparent issues. With her last concern alleviated, she could now devote herself to her cultivation, and securing the princess's favor would soon be within reach. At dinner time, Yen Luqing descended early and knocked on Gu Si's door. Upon entering, she found the lights on, with Gu Si standing by the bedside. The floral wreath she had gifted still adorning the table. As Yen Luqing approached him, she caught a whiff of the fragrant shower gel on Gu Si, whose hair looked soft and slightly damp, and his attire had changed from earlier. He had clearly bathed. Weren't you supposed to be sleeping? Yen Luqing wondered, perplexed by his sudden change. Gu Si turned his face slightly towards her. After his bath, his complexion appeared somewhat improved, though his lips remained pale, exuding an icy elegance reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. It was not for any other reason. He pointed to the table beside him, a faint smile gracing his lips, primarily directed at the two wreaths, revealing his lingering insomnia. What do you see? Gu Si's tone elongated slightly, implying that she was oblivious to the reason behind the wreath's considerable size and failing to recognize its resemblance to a funeral wreath. After a nod, he added, Now I understand. Regardless, he acknowledged that she had merely made an innocent blunder. Yen Luqing resolved to disregard the underlying sarcasm in his words and earnestly explained, I initially intended to weave a small one, but the first inexplicably turned out large, so I thought I could use the larger one as a decoration and make another small one. But the size of this is overwhelming, she exclaimed indignantly. I clearly came to present you with a gift, yet they assumed I was here to bid you farewell. Gu Si chuckled. Well, you cannot entirely blame them. She resembled a clumsy head of the household, mistakenly delivering the wrong gift to his wife, only to be questioned by her subordinates. Presently, her wife was eloquently defending her, pleading on behalf of her. Yen Luqing blinked, forcefully banishing the strange notion from her mind, and reiterated, This is truly not a funeral wreath. Pausing, she lowered her voice slightly. In fact, it is meant to be worn. Such nonsense, a hula hoop. Yen Luqing shot him a glare, striding over to the table to grasp the smaller floral wreath. Just as she raised her hand to place it upon Gu Si's head, he deftly sidestepped her. The height difference between them was approximately 20 centimeters. Yen Luqing was uncertain of the exact measurement, but if Gu Si resisted, she would undoubtedly be unable to adorn him with it. Oh, it turns out to be a headpiece, he remarked, his gaze taking on a curious glint. I can understand your fondness for it. May I inquire as to why you chose to gift it to me? It is quite novel. Yen Luqing replied, You must have never worn such a headpiece in your life, have you? Gu Si remained silent for 3 seconds before responding. I imagine you have never tasted the essence of the crane's top red. Next time, I shall gift you a bottle. Would that count as something novel? Yen Luqing was at a loss for words. I believe you have indulged, and you certainly apply the crimson lacquer to your lips daily. Yen Luqing felt a delightful itch in her heart from his laughter. How splendid it would look adorned. Once this floral crown graced her head, wouldn't the essence of a forest princess emerge? Just try it on, I spent quite some time crafting it. She gazed eagerly at Gu Si, her bright, lively apricot eyes widening in an endearing manner, transforming into the most adorable puppy eyes. Her irises sparkled with a glistening sheen, fixated on him. The room fell silent for a moment. Soon, a cool, melodious male voice spoke. I will wear it for a moment, and you shall wear it for a day. Yen Luqing, elated by the initial part of his statement, found herself surprised by his peculiar condition. Why should I wear it? You need not wear it. Gu Si replied nonchalantly. Even better, I shall forego it. Yen Luqing hesitated for a brief moment. Then, you must let me take a picture. She pushed him to the edge of the bed to sit comfortably, and then, to her delight, placed the floral crown atop his head. Subsequently, she opened her phone as camera and adjusted the angle to capture Gu Si perfectly. It was not a complete frontal shot. He did not gaze at the lens. Yet this very angle delineated a striking contrast of light and shadow across his nose. Under the soft glow, Gu Si's skin harmonized with the delicate white flowers, while his hair and eyes remained an exquisite, pure black, with his lashes gently lowered. He bore no expression, yet this demeanor accentuated the refinement of his features, rendering the photograph a veritable work of art. Yen Luqing was utterly enchanted. A princess adorned with a crown, simply breathtaking, although it was not a genuine crown. The white floral circlet exuded an air of elegance and beauty. After the photo session, Gu Xi did not even inquire about the image's outcome. Perhaps this was the confidence of Princess Xi. The more Yan Luqing gazed at the photo, the more she adored it. Meanwhile, Gu Xi had casually removed the floral crown, holding it in his hand. She leaned closer, her voice brimming with excitement. Gu Xi. He responded. May I show this photo to others? Yan Luqing queried, shaking her head enthusiastically. Look how lovely it is. Gu Xi lifted his expressionless gaze to her, his left eye conveying disapproval and his right eye a challenge, stating, No, you may not. Yan Luqing's expression of disappointment had yet to fully manifest when her peripheral vision caught Gu Xi's hand move and a light weight settled upon her head. He had placed the floral crown upon her. As Yan Luqing raised her eyes, she found Gu Xi observing her, seemingly appraising something. Moments later, he smiled. Now it's your turn. When Yan Luqing stepped out of Gu Xi's room adorned with a floral crown, both the larger and smaller black dogs, along with Aunt Disney, stood frozen in the living room, seemingly perplexed as to why she had chosen such a whimsical appearance. Ultimately, Aunt Disney was the first to regain her composure, exclaiming, Miss Yan, you look truly beautiful. This crown suits you splendidly. The two black dogs remained silent. The brothers knew who the floral crown was gifted to, yet why it now rested upon Yan Luqing's head sparked their curiosity, though they dared not inquire. For Miss Yan's face was clearly flushed. In contrast, Gu Xi displayed an unexpectedly cheerful demeanor during their meal. Yan Luqing felt a profound sense of frustration. Slowly finishing her meal, she rummaged through the album in the living room to admire the photograph she had just taken of Gu Xi. The princess adorned with a floral crown longed to share it with others. However, the princess herself appeared rather reluctant. Yet, her unwillingness only fueled Yan Luqing's desire to showcase it even more. After dinner, as Gu Xi made his way from his room to the living room to fetch some water, he spotted Yan Luqing seated on the sofa. The living room was sparsely populated by 4 or 5 individuals, including bodyguards and a few ants engaged in cleaning and cooking. As he prepared to get water, Yan Luqing called out, "Hey, come here." Her voice was deliberately raised, seemingly intended for his ears alone. Gu Xi found this amusing, his gaze sweeping over their positions. Yan Luqing inquired of the tall bodyguard, "What's your screensaver?" He, clearly taken aback by the unexpected question, momentarily froze before retrieving his phone. "It's this." Yan Luqing glanced at it and returned it to him, stating, "Since I've seen yours, let me show you mine." With that, she produced her own phone and placed it before him, her tone filled with delight. "Look." The moment He beheld it, his expression shifted to one of astonishment. "This isn't, indeed, it is." Yan Luqing interrupted, grinning as she asked, "What do you think? Is it beautiful?" "It is," Gu Xi remarked, his eyes narrowing slightly as he observed Yan Luqing repeating the process with He, prompting him to reveal his screensaver and subsequently showing his own in return. He exclaimed, "Miss Yan, yours is even more stunning than his." Realizing his blunder, he hastily corrected himself. "Oh no, I mean you both look great," Yan Luqing, in good spirits, waved her hand dismissively. "It's all right, don't be nervous. I'm not competing with him for beauty, ha."
Gucci.
While filling his cup with water, noticed that Yan Luqing continued her chatter. "Hey, auntie, I changed my screensaver. What do you think?" "Oh my isn't that Gu Xi. He is truly handsome, even more so than a girl. Absolutely stunning." Laughter erupted from somewhere, right? "I think so too." After fetching the water, Gu Xi approached the sofa, stopping a few meters away from her. When Yan Luqing looked over, her proud smile was unabashed, and she shook her phone to reveal the very picture she had just taken of him. Her expression seemed to proclaim, "Look at my new screensaver. What can you say about it?"
Come here, Gucci Becond.
Yan Luqing, with a gleeful expression, walked to his side, looking up to ask, "What's up? Do you want to have a closer look at my new screensaver?" A sudden panic gripped her heart. Yet, the princess commanded her firmly, "Now. Immediately go to the study and study." In Chapter 31, No Escape, she pondered the absurdity of their relationship. You two are clearly a couple. How can this be so difficult? Was there truly anyone more unfortunate than her? At 7:30 in the evening, Yan Luqing sat in the study, staring at the myriad of numbers and physical symbols, contemplating the meaning of life. Having just accepted the various trials since her arrival, she found herself regarded by those around her as a mentally unstable individual, compelled to follow a prescribed narrative, and soon faced with an almost insurmountable task, a midterm examination in computer science for a liberal arts student. Joy is not entirely absent. Upon careful reflection, it seems that much of her happiness derives from the enchanting words of the princess, with the remainder being distributed among her high school classmates and others in the villa. However, in this moment of study, those joys have been temporarily forgotten. Yen Luqing, while grappling with her exercises, occasionally glanced across at the person opposite her. After half an hour of this, she could no longer contain herself and slammed her pen down. "Could you please refrain from playing on your phone right in front of me? I am trying to study." Gu Xi cast a light glance in her direction. His gaze first swept over her head, landing on the floral crown atop it before finally meeting her eyes. They shared a moment of eye contact. Yet he uttered not a single word, slowly turning his chair to face sideways instead, continuing with his phone. If he wouldn't play directly in front of her, he would do so at an angle. Goodness. Yen Luqing was on the verge of exasperation, yet words eluded her. So she could only grit her teeth and focus on her studies. It was her desire to have Gu Xi as her teacher. Tonight's events could bestow upon him a rather responsible title, leaving her at a loss for words. Gu Xi possessed professional books, yet they remained untouched in his room, unchanged from their original arrangement on the first day. Clearly, he had nothing to worry about regarding the exam. Yen Luqing, feeling frustrated yet determined, pressed on with her studies, having recently experienced a breakthrough that allowed her to solve a couple of problems. However, when she reached the third question and found herself stuck, she silently pushed her book towards Gu Xi. He lazily lifted his gaze, feigning ignorance. "Stuck?" As if it were the most obvious thing. Yen Luqing bristled at his response. Her reaction seemed to amuse Gu Xi, as even while explaining the problem, the corners of his lips curved ever so slightly and his tone remained gentle. Yen Luqing understood this psychological dynamic. Her irritation brought him joy. This evening had played out in this manner countless times, just as she had felt a sense of satisfaction when showcasing her screensaver earlier. So now, seeing her flustered, Gu Xi might very well be reveling in delight. Everything is a cycle of cause and effect. As she listened to him explain, she felt a mix of resentment and frustration, all while being acutely aware of the floral crown adorning her head, which seemed out of place indoors. She began to pluck at the small white flowers of the crown. Gu Xi paused momentarily in his teaching as a flower drifted down to his side. He chuckled lightly. "What's the matter?" Yen Luqing, without lifting her gaze, replied, bored. She looked down at the notes Gu Xi had written, her right hand holding a pen while her left continued to tug at the flowers. After he completed a problem, she had managed to pluck away a third of the flowers. "Yen Luqing," Gu Xi called her name, casually twirling a pen in his fingers. "You must wear it for the entire day, even if it becomes threadbare." Yen Luqing shot him an irritated look. "I never said I wouldn't wear it." Previously, she had found Gu Xi's teaching to be quite burdensome and had never been so irreverent or assertive. Yet tonight, she had crossed lines she never thought she would. After saying this, she returned to her exercises, and just as she was about to continue with the next question following Gu Xi's instructions, he suddenly interjected, "Let us stop here." Yen Luqing looked up, bewildered.
Huh?
"We came in just after 7, and it's barely 8 now. Is Gu Xi really so generous?" Gu Xi elucidated. "It primarily hinges upon your expression." He paused subtly, suggesting with an air of implication, "I too fear the weight of curses and their repercussions." Yen Luqing did not curse him, yet she maintained a stern demeanor and nodded slightly, "As long as you are aware." Subsequently, as she placed her book down and casually picked up her phone, the screen illuminated briefly due to the motion of waking it up. Thus, the screensaver reappeared unexpectedly within Gu Xi's line of sight. As Yen Luqing stood from her chair and turned towards the door, Gu Xi's calm voice floated to her ears. "You ought to change that screensaver." Was he truly making such a request? Moreover, she had learned the reason behind changing it during their study session tonight. Yen Luqing donned a fierce expression and retorted, "If you have the audacity, hack my phone. Otherwise, even if it costs me my life, I shall not change it." Having said that, fearing another onslaught of bamboo shoots from Gu Xi, she dashed away as if propelled by rockets. Yet Gu Xi's voice trailed behind her. "By the way," he said with a hint of amusement, as if kindly reminding her, "you can remove that while sleeping." Yen Luqing was taken aback. "What do you mean?" Upon returning to her room, and after a long, calming bath, Yen Luqing remained restless. She gazed at the ring she had removed, contemplating. "If I destroy it, I won't have to wear it tomorrow." However, this thought was swiftly suppressed. It wouldn't be so simple. Gu Xi would surely devise another means to compensate for this trinket. The unknown was far more daunting than donning this ridiculous ring. After drying her hair, she lay on her bed and opened a short video app. Engaging in random acts of kindness, she began commenting on trending videos. The escaping saint. You look quite good. I offer you the opportunity to pursue me first. The escaping saint. You dare to post such a video? Aren't you afraid I might propose right here? The escaping saint. Why is my wife wearing my short-sleeve shirt? The platform, still resembling a typical male user, presented her with a series of videos featuring various beautiful women. Luqing found joy in commenting on their appearances, her mood lifting significantly. Once she had nearly finished, she closed the app and opened WeChat, contemplating before sending Gu Xi the photo taken that evening. The escaping princess. Image. The escaping princess. Almost forgot. After showing it to so many, I ought to share the original with the subject. Shortly thereafter, she noticed 2 message bubbles appearing next to Gu Xi's profile picture. Strangely, while she had previously been vexed by the limitation of only seeing Gu Xi's punctuation, the sight of these 2 sets of clearly exasperated symbols made her burst into laughter, sprawled on her bed. Serves you right. She chuckled to his avatar. After a moment, her phone vibrated. The escaping prince. Image. Luqing was momentarily taken aback and clicked to view the full image. It was a photograph of her captured from directly across, where she was leaning down to study. At that moment, her right hand held a pen against her face, creating a small indentation. While her left hand rested upon the floral crown in her hair, her eyes cast downward, yet her entire face was clearly visible in the frame. Somewhat foolish, as it is evident that she cannot solve the problem. However, from this angle, it seems to capture her beauty rather well. Wait a moment. Why am I analyzing the image? Shouldn't the focus be on when Gu Xi took the photo? Luqing quickly typed. The escaping saint. Did you take a picture of me? The escaping princess. Yes. The escaping saint. No. Are you trying to imitate me? The escaping princess. Just a matter of reciprocity. What an epitome of reciprocity. Although her pose appeared rather foolish, the photograph showcased a pleasing countenance, leading Luqing to hesitate momentarily before secretly saving it. She intended to send Gu Xi something further, but the top left corner of the dialog box indicated 2 new messages. At this late hour, who could be reaching out to her? Inquisitively, Luqing exited and scrutinized the sender's note. It was none other than the source of her recent insomnia, the elder of the Yen family. Out of fear of his intimidating demeanor, she had renamed him Big Boss of the Yen family. With trepidation, she clicked on the message. Big Boss of the Yen family, the lecture from your major's professor will take place tomorrow. I have already spoken with the teacher. You are to attend at school. Big Boss of the Yen family, here's the link. Luqing, can I study at home? Subsequently, she noticed a bubble above the elderess head and clicked on it. Well, how could she refuse now? This effectively cut off any possibility of retreat. Regardless of what the other party had to say, it would be plainly visible. He recounted a bedtime ghost story at her request, and together they rescued a purebred border collie. Now, after she posted a video of the dog online, it garnered a multitude of admirers, and they even shared a sleeping bag together. Although Gu Xi's body was cold, she could not feel his warmth, yet his presence transformed the desolate wilderness into a source of comfort. After their outing, had their relationship improved? It seemed so. So, what was she reminiscing about? Luqing opened her eyes, gazing at the bright moon outside, her mind drifting back to that time when she encountered wolves, recalling her foolish words about transforming into a werewolf under the moonlight. They resided in a villa, yet she felt as though there was a considerable distance between them compared to that time. The night, indeed, was a time prone to melancholy. Luqing had fallen asleep in a state of gloom the previous night, but upon waking the next day, her sentimental disposition had already dissipated, replaced by the anxiety of attending a new school. After completing her morning routine and descending, she began to have breakfast. Gu Xi arrived 5 minutes later than her. Oddly enough, they had both initially been patients, the kind that felt unwell upon leaving their beds, which is why they had been dining separately in their rooms. When Gu Xi took his seat, he cast a glance in her direction, hesitated momentarily before averting his gaze, and then inquired, Miss Yen, are you also going out? Yes. I am heading out. Luqing typically dressed for comfort, but today she wore clothes appropriate for an outing. Gu Xi noticed and did not seem surprised. However, why did he use also? Are you going out too?
Yes.
Gu Xi nodded, astonishingly stating, to your university. What? Luqing was startled, nearly choking. What are you going to do? Meet a friend.
When?
In the afternoon. Oh, in the afternoon? Perfect, I'm also heading to my school, Luqing declared, revealing the excuse she had prepared. Gu Xi, why don't you accompany me to a lecture first before meeting your friend? It's in the morning. To be honest, I'll surely fall asleep during that kind of thing, but my grandfather spoke to the teacher and insisted I attend, so I need someone to keep me awake. Gu Xi looked at her with that familiar gaze, unwavering in his resolve, and agreed to her request without hesitation. After lunch, the pair watched television and played with the dog, their shared enjoyment of life becoming increasingly synchronized. As they were about to leave, while changing shoes at the entrance, Yan Luqing caught sight of Gu Xi's phone screen lit up, displaying a lock screen. But that wallpaper looked oddly familiar. Let me see your lock screen. Gu Xi chuckled knowingly, and without any hesitation, unlocked the phone for her to see.
Wow.
That's the photo you sent me last night. The image depicted a rather silly pose with a headband. Reciprocity, he remarked, leaning a little closer, the scent of their matching shampoo wafting through the air. Yan Luqing could hear him softly say, "After all, it wouldn't be fair for you to change alone, right?" The university Yan Luqing was about to attend had a long and storied history, having undergone numerous renovations and expansions, sprawling over an enormous area and situated quite far from the city center. The journey took nearly an hour, but with Gu Xi's guidance, they swiftly located the lecture hall. They arrived just in time, with more than 10 minutes to spare, yet only the front 3 rows of seats were available. Yan Luqing pulled Gu Xi to the 3rd row, oblivious to the many glances directed their way, and exclaimed, "Goodness, the 3rd row. Thank goodness I brought you along. Or I might have ended up dozing off right under the professor's nose." Gu Xi, filtering out the curious stares, settled down, glanced at the title of the seminar displayed on the podium, and nodded knowingly at Yan Luqing. "You will definitely fall asleep today. Especially since I haven't covered this material with you." "Why not?" Yan Luqing exclaimed, suddenly anxious. "The exam is just a week away."
Gucci.
"You can't keep this from me." Understanding this content was crucial for first-year students aiming for a score of 90 out of 100. Gu Xi turned his face towards her, his eyes narrowing playfully. "Your target is 50. Why would I explain this to you? Why was it that a simple rhetorical question could turn back upon oneself?" Yan Luqing puffed her cheeks in silence, averting her gaze from Gu Xi and turning towards the door of the lecture hall. To her surprise, when she looked, she was momentarily taken aback. A boy and a girl entered through the door. The girl had long black hair with slightly curled ends, while the boy had short hair that was a bit longer than average and towered over her. They proceeded to look for seats. In university, the unwritten rule was to sit towards the back rather than the front, and soon they targeted the corner seat in the 3rd row, making their way right beside Yan Luqing. That, however, was not the main point. The crux of the matter was that both individuals possessed an extraordinary aura, that long-awaited effect, which she had only witnessed among the protagonist group. The girl was enveloped from head to toe in a faint shade of green, distinct from the former male lead's pine tree aura. Instead, she was surrounded by tea leaves, true green tea. And the boy by her side was remarkable. He exuded an aura of blades, so lifelike that the reflections danced with the interplay of light and shadow. Yan Luqing gazed vacantly as the two approached her, oblivious to Gu Xi's inquiry about her condition. The green tea girl stepped in front of her, met her gaze, and smiled. "Hello, classmate. Is anyone sitting here?" Yan Luqing, observing her attire of green tea, silently shook her head. After taking a seat, the green tea girl, still smiling, introduced herself to Yan Luqing. "Classmate, we are both freshmen this year. I'm Yu Jing, and this is Yu Qin." The mention of these names jolted Yan Luqing back to reality. These two were the supporting characters from the original story, the senior counterparts to the male and female leads, with deep connections among the four. Yu Jing possessed an inherent green tea nature. Her charm was not limited to men but extended to women as well. In the original narrative, she had shown interest in the male lead when he first entered university, but he was single due to a breakup with the female lead, ultimately relinquishing his affection when the couple reconciled. The male lead was immune to her allure, while Yu Qin was not. Thus, it unfolded as a tale of unrequited love blossoming for the male character. Yu Jing's aura of tea was understandable. However, why did Yu Qin radiate blades? As Yan Luqing pondered this, Yu Jing eagerly added her on WeChat, her eyes subtly scanning Gu Xi's face, clearly wishing to acquire his WeChat as well. Though Yan Luqing remained oblivious to her hints, her curiosity compelled her to endure the dazzling reflections of blades, repeatedly scrutinizing Yu Qin's features. Misinterpreting Yan Luqing's intent, Yu Jing assumed she desired Yu Qin's WeChat, seizing her phone to add him, while continuing to signal her wish to connect with Gu Xi. At that moment, Yan Luqing finally discerned the answer. It was due to Yu Qin's striking facial description. His visage, chiseled as if shaped by blades, bore a sculpted quality. Hence the aura of small knives he exuded. The inexplicable warmth and softness startled Gu Xi. Yet, she offered him no time to react. gripping tightly as she leaned closer and whispered in his ear, "Gusi, I'm going blind." "What do you mean, blind?" But before he could inquire further, Yan Luqing was called to turn by the woman beside her. "I say, sister." Yan Luqing glanced at Yu Jing, her attention drifting to the T on her face. Pondering if it was by Luo Chun, when Yu Jing suddenly flashed a mysterious smile, pointing in Gusi's direction. "Did you come with that handsome beauty?" Yan Luqing found herself in agreement with the description of that beauty. Indeed, Gusi's appearance could be described as either a great beauty or a handsome man. She simply preferred the former. Nodding at Yu Jing, she replied yes. Yu Jing then asked, "Are you two a couple?" What a joke. This was the first time anyone had misinterpreted their relationship in such a manner. Yan Luqing's heart raced uncontrollably, quickening to an almost abnormal pace. And she found herself at a loss as to why, with scarcely any time to ponder the reason. Soon after, she observed Yu Jing's face light up with palpable excitement upon receiving an answer. "Could you ask him if he might add me on WeChat?" Yu Jing whispered conspiratorially into her ear. "He seems so aloof and cool." This quintessential green tea girl appeared to have taken a liking to Gusi, and was preparing to brew some tea for him, it seemed. Just as Yan Luqing contemplated whether to encourage Gusi to add her, a familiar cool voice broke through her thoughts. "What time is it on your phone?"
Huh.
Gusi illuminated his phone, angling the screen toward her. "It seems my time is off. Let me adjust it." Yan Luqing, not thinking much of it, simply replied with an "oh," obediently lighting up her screen to check the time and reporting it to Gusi. Unbeknownst to her, Gusi's gaze was directed precisely toward Yu Jing. From that angle, Yu Jing could clearly see that the screensaver on Yan Luqing's phone featured an exquisite beauty, the very same beauty that was Yan Luqing herself. "Ah, come on," she teased. Flicking her hair and pointing, "You two can sneakily hold hands and whisper sweet nothings, but using each other's photos as screensavers is a bit excessive, don't you think? And the floral crown you're wearing is a couple's accessory. Are you seriously telling me you're not a pair?" Yan Luqing opened her mouth to protest. "That's not," but the green tea girl cut her off. "Sister, if you're a couple, just admit it. Why be shy about it?" Chapter 32. No escape. I never expected you to be so delicate. After hearing Yu Jing's words, Yan Luqing felt a mix of shock and embarrassment, alongside a strangely delightful sensation. Yu Jing, radiating her characteristic green tea charm, proceeded to seek out the sharp-eyed Yu Qin. Yan Luqing turned to Gusi and whispered, "Is your phone not connected to the internet? Isn't the time supposed to adjust automatically these days?" He replied nonchalantly, "I had an issue earlier and set it to a different time zone." But before she could voice her question, the classroom erupted into scattered applause as a middle-aged female professor entered. She quickly opened her phone, snapping a picture with the professor as she booted up her computer, and sent it to the head of the Yen family, indicating her arrival and genuine desire to learn. Shortly afterward, a yellow bubble popped up above her profile picture, exclaiming, "Not bad." Instantly, Yan Luqing felt a wave of relief wash over her. As long as she had managed to boost the head of the Yen family's favor, her trip would not have been in vain. She promptly locked her phone and began to attentively listen to the seminar. Attempting to follow along, she realized, as Gusi had mentioned, that although the lecture was filled with Chinese characters, the meanings became obscured when strung together. Yan Luqing had anticipated that sitting in the third row would allow her to feign understanding even if she was lost, but to her surprise, the professor relished engaging students in interaction. Anyone who made eye contact with her was chosen to answer questions. As Yan Luqing struggled to comprehend, she could only stare at the professor, and when her name was called, she was utterly bewildered. During school days, everyone experiences moments like this. She instinctively grasped Gusi's finger tightly, while straightening up slowly, subtly indicating her nervousness. Fortunately, Gusi, being perceptive, soon spoke softly in her ear, reassuring her. Yan Luqing, following his lead, answered the professor's question and received a beaming nod in return. After sitting down, Yan Luqing turned to express her gratitude. "I know you're anxious," Gusi said, raising his hand to show her, a gentle smile playing on his lips, "but there's no need to grip so tightly." Yan Luqing felt a wave of embarrassment. How could she have been so forceful? "I'm sorry," she sincerely remarked. "I truly didn't expect you to be so delicate." What Yan Luqing did not anticipate was that after her apology, Gusi gazed at her intently with his deep, dark eyes for a few seconds before coldly releasing her hand and redirecting his attention to the professor. From that moment until the end of the seminar, they exchanged no further whispers. As the audience began to disperse, Yu Jing patted Yan Luqing on the shoulder. "Let us go, lovebirds," she said with a smile, suddenly leaning in closer to her face. The assault of her proximity was overwhelming, and the scent of tea wafted from her. Yan Luqing heard Yu Jing exclaim, "I just can't fathom why you want to claim him. He is so handsome. If you're not interested, why not let me have him? If you break up, do let me know on WeChat." Yan Luqing was about to explain, but Yu Jing had already departed with Yu Qin. Yan Luqing watched as the duo of green tea and knives vanished outside the lecture hall. With a heavy sigh, she turned to Gu Xi. "Let us go too." "Where are you heading to find your friend?" Gu Xi replied that he was going to the experimental building. Yan Luqing followed him to the campus map, not bothering to glance at it, simply waiting for Gu Xi to finish before continuing alongside him. As they walked along the main path of the campus, she revisited the question she had posed before the seminar began. "When you asked me about the time, that was intentional, wasn't it? You could have adjusted it online. How could you not know?" "I did know," Gu Xi replied with a smile, "but I overheard something." "Huh?" Yan Luqing paused. "What did you hear?" "I heard that person asking you to help her add me on WeChat." After a brief pause, Gu Xi turned to look at her with conviction. "If I hadn't said anything, you would have helped her, wouldn't you?" Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. She had been pondering this very question when Gu Xi interrupted her thoughts. She had been wrestling with her feelings, and now he had cut off her chance to deliberate. "I probably wouldn't help," she contemplated for a moment. "After all, that's your WeChat, and I have no right to decide whom you should add." Yet, she felt there was something more behind her hesitation at that moment, but she dismissed the thought. Gu Xi merely regarded her with indifference, offering no comment on her answer. Thus, the topic was quietly set aside. They walked side by side, the distance between them neither intimate nor far, yet they were subjected to countless gazes along the way. Yan Luqing was somewhat accustomed to such scrutiny, often filtering and disregarding it, but in the company of Gu Xi, the attention became significantly more intense and impossible to ignore. After 10 minutes, they finally arrived at the base of the laboratory building. Recalling the look of sheer terror on Gu Xi's friend's face upon seeing her, Yan Luqing decided not to accompany him upstairs. "I'll just wander around down here. You go ahead," she said. Gu Xi nodded and turned to enter the building, swiftly taking the elevator to the floor and classroom where Wei Qi was located. The purpose of his visit was to collect an item. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, Wei Qi handed him the object and attempted to engage him in casual conversation. "Did you come alone?"
"No," Gucci replied.
"That is, with
Wei Qi."
Perceptive as he was, quickly deduced the name. "You're not with Yan Luqing, are you?" Upon seeing Gu Xi nod, he could not help but exclaim, "Are you two like conjoined twins now? Living together and going out together?" After a moment of contemplation, Wei Qi suddenly asked him seriously, "Are you two together?" Gu Xi, holding a bag in one hand and his phone in the other, exuded an air of nonchalance even while standing straight. He chuckled softly, "No." Wei Qi sighed in relief. He had long suspected that the girl had feelings for Gu Xi, although she seemed to be in better spirits than the last time they met. Appearing more vibrant and beautiful, he knew that a person with such struggles could not recover so swiftly. As long as Gu Xi asserted that they were not together, that was sufficient, for he was not one to stoop to deceit. Just then, Wei Qi noticed Gu Xi glance at his phone screen to check the time before bidding farewell. "I'll be on my way, someone is waiting for me downstairs." Wei Qi replied affirmatively, waving him off. "Let us gather sometime soon." As Gu Xi departed, Yan Luqing soon noticed a temporary structure nearby, bustling with a crowd. Driven by curiosity, she squeezed through to take a look. It was a makeshift outdoor film screening. Initially depicted was an infant swaddled in blankets, cradled in the arms of its parents, followed by scenes of a toddler, supported and carried by them as he learned to walk. As the child grew, the film continued to showcase tender moments shared with the parents, ultimately portraying the child blossoming into a young girl. Yan Luqing found it difficult to articulate her emotions. Having never experienced such familial affection, she had consistently reminded herself since starting school not to envy others or their families, as it bore no significance. Yet, this poignant portrayal of growth felt profoundly affecting, as if she were witnessing a child's journey from birth to maturity, enveloped in the warmth of parental love. Such an atmosphere of family could not help but leave an impression on her. Irrelevant envy only evokes a pure sense of beauty. As Yan Luqing cast her final glances, she turned to leave the booth, only to notice that the side of the booth was adorned with large characters proclaiming familial affection and the title home. She could only blame herself for not paying attention earlier. With a sigh in her heart, the day that had begun with joy now took an uncontrollable nosedive into melancholy. Just a few steps away from the screening booth, her path was suddenly obstructed by a girl. The girl, with a doll-like face, half raising her phone and wearing glasses, greeted Yan Luqing with enthusiasm. Hello, classmate. I am from the photography department. I saw you just come out of our event booth. Did you just finish watching? Yan Luqing nodded. The girl, observing intently, sincerely complimented her. You are incredibly beautiful. You must be very photogenic. Could you possibly allow me to conduct a brief interview about your viewing experience? Or, if you prefer not to share your thoughts on the film, you could discuss your family instead. Just as she was getting into her pitch, a subtle shadow unexpectedly loomed over her. The girl fell silent and looked up to see a boy with an almost flawless visage approaching. He casually draped an arm around the girl she intended to interview and then, to Yan Luqing's surprise, declined on her behalf, saying, "No, thank you, she doesn't have time." Although she would have also refused, hearing Gu Xi speak up alleviated some of her inner tension. Gu Xi stepped back a few paces, and when Yan Luqing turned to him, she asked, "You're feeling better so soon?" Yan Luqing refrained from mentioning what she had just watched, and Gu Xi did not inquire either. In an effort to break the silence, Yan Luqing ventured, "How did you know I didn't want her to interview me? And that you would decline for me?" "How would I know?" He replied casually, "I'm merely stating a fact." Yan Luqing, puzzled, asked, "What fact?" "You simply do not have the time," Gu Xi replied, his pace unhurried, yet his words urging her on. "After wasting an entire morning, do you truly have time for an interview? Don't you feel more anxious now that you're at school? You need to score 50, Yan classmate. If you're not worried, I'm already sweating on your behalf. How do you manage to convey a feeling of 90 when you only need 50? Seeing her composed demeanor, Gu Xi pulled out his incessantly vibrating phone, which was bombarded with WeChat messages from Wei Qi's Peach Blossom. "Don't be late. Are you treating me like a fool? Is your lock screen not a picture of Yan Luqing? It's too complicated to explain." "Peach Blossom, don't be late." "What do you mean it's complicated to explain?" "Peach Blossom, don't be late. I'm staying at a girl's house. And I'm using a girl's photo as my lock screen, but we're still just friends?" "Peach Blossom, don't be late." Meanwhile, Yan Luqing continued to chatter beside him about her diligent study habits. "I studied late that day and the next day. Didn't I still get up at 8? Am I not working hard? Honestly, I'm just a little behind the level of the college entrance examination." Upon hearing the mention of the entrance exam, Gu Xi paused briefly before responding, "I never said you weren't diligent. Diligence is commendable," Gu Xi said with a warm smile. "After all, hard work can compensate for shortcomings." Yan Luqing muttered under her breath. Damn it, diligence can compensate for a lack of talent, a phrase that carries a positive connotation. Although it seems as if Gu Xi is praising her, Yan Luqing perceives it differently. Despite having just demonstrated her industriousness, she is reluctant to acknowledge any shortcomings in front of Gu Xi. Thus, a new round of verbal sparring commences. Yet, unbeknownst to Yan Luqing, the shadows that had briefly clouded her mind have dissipated effortlessly. "Maria, today you encountered a supporting character, did you not?" With an expression of calm, Yan Luqing inquires. "What do you have to say about these two? Just tell me whether my life is in danger. I am indifferent to everything else." "Currently, there is no danger." Makabaka sighs, "But it was close, so very close." What was lacking? Yan Luqing ponders, having merely exchanged a few words with the green tea sister. Why must she face repercussions? While I cannot see the specifics of your interaction, by bringing Gu Xi to school, you allowed Yu Jing to encounter him. I sensed her inclination to pursue Gu Xi, yet this contradicts her character development timeline. At this juncture, she should be infatuated with another junior, not Gu Xi. Do you understand? After a moment of contemplation, Yan Luqing grasps the situation. So, it turns out that Gu Xi's wallpaper saved her. If it weren't for that wallpaper, the green tea sister would not have perceived them as a couple. Had she known they were not, her personality would have compelled her to pursue Gu Xi. It was indeed the wallpaper that disheartened her. Frustrated with the so-called punishments imposed by the system, Yan Luqing feels tears of gratitude welling up.
Princess Chi, forever divine.
As Makabaka prepares to log off, Yan Luqing seizes the moment to pose another question. By the way, what is with Yu Qin's effect? Where knives seem to float all over his face. It is quite the eyesore. She cannot help but recall the male protagonist's peculiar green, needle-like pine tree effects, remarking, "Why are the effects of male characters in this narrative so lackluster?" There are two reasons for Yu Qin's effects, explains Makabaka. One is that his physical description is rife with knife-like adjectives. Is there another reason? Yan Luqing inquires with curiosity. The second reason is that his romantic journey has been fraught with challenges, marked by metaphorical knives at every turn. Yan Luqing replies, "Goodness, that is rather tragic." After the symposium concludes, Yan Luqing finds herself somewhat more at ease than the previous week, partly due to a newfound understanding that alleviates her need for incessant struggle. The two most challenging subjects, which Gu Xi assigns her a few problems from daily, allow her to dedicate the remainder of her time to other disciplines. Despite her diligent studies, Yan Luqing cherishes her hair and never sacrifices sleep for late-night reading. As the midterm examinations approach, confidence fills Yan Luqing, but the night before, she experiences a surge of anxiety and seeks out Gu Xi to request that he compile key points and classic question types. Gu Xi, ever efficient, creates a comprehensive presentation for her, swiftly delivering all the information she desires. Yan Luqing took the presentation slides to have them printed by Xiaohe. While waiting, she couldn't help but praise Gu Xi, exclaiming, "Gu Xi, you truly are a human cheat code." Finding her words lacking in impact, she continued to exaggerate, "I mean it. Had you been born in tumultuous times, the world would surely belong to those who possess your talents." Gu Xi merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. After reviewing the presentation slides Gu Xi had organized for her and revisiting the materials she had previously downloaded from the campus network, Yan Luqing felt a surge of confidence as she realized she understood most of the content quite well. With that in mind, she went to bed feeling assured. The next morning, Xiaohe, seemingly inspired by her recent dedication to studying, concocted a rather cliché superstitious remedy, suggesting that a fried dough stick paired with 2 eggs symbolized a perfect score. However, as they sat across from Gu Xi at the dining table, she mercilessly shattered their illusions, reminding them that if Yan Luqing didn't finish her first exam, she might end up in the infirmary. The brothers were left momentarily speechless. After a while, Xiaohe scratched his head in confusion and offered, "Miss Yan, if you can't eat that much, how about just having 1 egg?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xi, who was drinking water, suddenly choked and set down her cup, laughing while she coughed. Xiaohe was left bewildered by her reaction. 1 fried dough stick and 2 eggs symbolize 100 points. Yan Luqing gritted her teeth in exasperation, her voice low. "Xiaohe, if I only eat 1 egg, does that mean I will score 0? Xiaohe, at a loss for words, could only respond with silence. Once Gu Xi had regained her composure, she added with a smile, "Xiaohe, a mind that doesn't engage will surely rust." Yan Luqing chimed in, "I almost want to rename him Little Fool." Xiaohe protested, "Am I being personally attacked here? Is this a mixed doubles assault?" Following this exchange, the superstitious belief was completely abandoned, and the fried dough stick and eggs were forfeited to Disney Auntie. Yan Luqing, however, found herself inexplicably anxious. "I can't eat right now. I should grab something at school instead. I can get there early," she thought. The reasons for her nervousness were manifold: the pressure from her family's expectations, the anticipation of new rewards, and the desire not to squander the time Gu Xi had invested in her education. As Gu Xi attended a different school, their exams were scheduled for a later date, not commencing until November. Thus, Yan Luqing would be facing her challenges alone. As she prepared to leave, Gu Xi accompanied her partway to the entrance, taking a few steps with her. Uncertain of what to say, her gaze seemed to search for something reassuring. If she found it, perhaps she would feel more at ease, glancing back every so often. "It's just a small exam, requiring only 50 points. Is it really that significant?" she mused as she settled on the sofa to watch television. After half an hour, she precisely timed her phone to send a message to Yan Luqing. "Are you at school?" "Yes," came the reply. "What did you eat?" "See the picture." "What did you eat?" "Of course, I've thoroughly ingested the presentation," came Yan Luqing's playful retort. Gu Xi just smiled.
Chapter 33. No escape Gucci, Ugme.
The midterm examinations spanned 2 days, with time constraints exceedingly tight. However, Yan Luqing navigated the ordeal with remarkable ease. This was not due to her mastery of every question, but rather the precision of her study focus. After all, Gu Xi had never burdened her with overly complex problems. The goal was merely to secure scores from the simpler, more manageable sections. Once the exams concluded, she felt an unwavering confidence that she would surpass the halfway mark in each subject. During the examination, Yan Luqing made the acquaintance of many fellow students from her cohort. With her charming personality and striking appearance, she thrived in the examination hall, joining several class and department groups. Upon completing the most challenging subjects on the second day, her exhilaration was palpable when she returned to the villa. For the past month, the entire household had been aware of Miss Yan's fervent dedication to her studies. On the first day after the exams, out of concern for her mood, no one dared to mention related topics. Aunt Disney privately expressed her thoughts to Xiaohe, reflecting on how her own nephew faced similar trials during his college entrance exams. Seeing her in such high spirits, everyone flocked to inquire about her experience. Yan Luqing pondered for a moment before smiling and stating, "It feels akin to a second triumph in the college entrance examinations." After exchanging pleasantries with them, she promptly settled onto the couch. Gu Xi had been casually watching television and only glanced at her when he felt the shift beside him. It struck her as odd that someone with his personality would enjoy watching television. She had always found it perplexing. She herself adored it, driven by two reasons. First, it was something she had been denied in her childhood, and second, the noise provided a sense of liveliness, dispelling the isolation of her surroundings. But what about Gu Xi? Why did he find such pleasure in watching television? His affinity for it mirrored her own, almost as if it were a shared habit. Yan Luqing cherished the continual hum of the television, and in such a spacious villa, it was essential. Yet often it was Gu Xi who turned it on, making things easier for her. Strangely, she felt that the television aligned with her own introverted, reclusive nature. Yet Gu Xi, seated on the couch with his exceptionally attractive glasses, exuded a charming contrast to that image. As her thoughts veered from their original course, she curiously poked the cushion behind him and inquired, "Gu Xi, why do you watch television every day?" He responded by grabbing the remote and changing the channel. Yan Luqing remained puzzled, asking, "Can't you find something else to do when bored? Why television?" This was a clear signal that Gu Xi preferred to evade the topic. Noticing his disinterest, she smoothly shifted the conversation. She began to recount in detail the questions she faced in her exams over the past 2 days, and finally, Gu Xi seemed willing to listen, redirecting his attention from the television to her. "In essence, I've covered nearly all the topics you've mentioned," she said, filled with anticipation. Yet, Yan Luqing soon sensed something amiss. Just as her imagination began to spiral, a cool, measured voice reached her ears.
So,
"You think you can pass half?" Gu Xi asked, gazing at her with an air of casual inquiry. Yan Luqing was certain she could, yet she refrained from voicing her affirmation. Out of curiosity, what if I truly do not pass? It is of little consequence. Gu Xi smiled gently at her, his demeanor soft, his tone equally tender. Then it would be a misfortune at home. Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. No, even if it is misfortune, it should at least be a misfortune of the school. More or less, Gu Xi leaned back nonchalantly, elucidating his earlier statement, "Once a teacher, forever a father." Yan Luqing exclaimed in disbelief. So, as the esteemed head of the family, seeking a mere compliment is absurd. This is not a wise wife. This is a venomous viper disguised as a loving spouse. It was said that the midterm results would be released in a few days. While waiting for the results, Yan Luqing indulged herself in 2 days of gaming at the villa. During this time, she often invited Gu Xi to play in tandem. Initially, she hesitated. After all, gaming relies heavily on skill, and what if she performed poorly, leaving Gu Xi to mock her as he had done before? However, to her surprise, that did not occur. Yan Luqing's account had previously reached the pinnacle of the game with her twin sisters, while Gu Xi was 20 ranks higher than her. Their joint efforts flowed seamlessly, and their synergy was commendable. The few matches they lost were due to either disconnected players or teammates whose skills were abysmally lacking. Their preferred roles were support and jungler, yet during one match, Gu Xi found himself in the 5th position, left with only the support role available. When he had yet to select his hero, Yan Luqing jokingly remarked, "Why not ride on my head as Yao?" To her surprise, Gu Xi actually chose Yao, whose ultimate ability generates a shield for allies while taking the form of a petite deer, often endearingly referred to as Princess Yao by players. Yan Luqing erupted in laughter, her mind racing with the image of the princely Gu Xi commanding Princess Yao atop her head. The more she pondered this, the more she found herself unable to contain her amusement, which ultimately disrupted her strategic thinking and performance. In the end, they won due to their marksman's exceptional development, who led the team to victory, while Yan Luqing's performance was dismal, dragging Gu Xi's results down with her. As the second match commenced, she encouraged Gu Xi once more. "Why not play Yao again and ride on my head? And then what? Watch you falter?" Gu Xi chuckled, politely declining her suggestion. He likely sensed the hidden mischief in her uncontainable laughter, for he never chose Yao again in their subsequent matches. The reason they played for 2 days was due to Yan Luqing's unique circumstance. Her scores were released earlier than those of her peers, and the school had informed Mr. Yan in advance. "The eldest of the Yan family, you have passed. The eldest of the Yan family." Image. When Yan Luqing received this message on WeChat, she had just taken a break with Gu Xi. It took her several moments to process the information, and only after a brief pause did she realize it pertained to her midterm examination results. Upon opening the image, Yan Luqing glanced at her handwritten scores. Apart from two of the most challenging subjects where she barely surpassed 60, the rest generally hovered around the 70s. With her moral education at 80 and her highest score in English exceeding 90. How impressive! She silently praised herself. Yan Luqing awaited the third message from the eldest member of the Yan family to commend her, yet after staring at the screen for several seconds, then a minute, the other party showed no intention of sending anything further. Speechless, Yan Luqing vented her frustration at the screen, thinking that such a significant event warranted more than a mere 4 words. How was she to boast about her achievements? Shouldn't the customary response be something along the lines of, "Congratulations, granddaughter. Grandpa knew you could do it. Excellent results. You are remarkable." She promptly shared the news with those in the villa, and their reactions starkly contrasted with that of Elder Yan. They were not only excited but also praised her effusively. The cook even decided to prepare several extra dishes that evening to celebrate. Now, this was more like it. Yan Luqing settled onto the sofa and turned to the other side where Gu Xi sat. He appeared remarkably calm, seemingly unfazed by the outcome. Seizing a moment when they were alone, he asked her, "Do they know you only need 50 to pass?" Yan Luqing shot him a glare. "What's wrong with 50? I earned that too. Besides, she hadn't actually scored 50. She retrieved her score sheet and held it up for him to see, almost thrusting it at him, insisting, "Look, not a single subject scored 50. Gu Xi glanced at it and smiled at her. "Indeed, quite impressive." Yan Luqing beamed with pride. Of course. She had barely crossed the line, which meant that next year, her scores would align with the admission threshold for her chosen major in their province. A fact that would be published in the enrollment reference book. What a prestigious acknowledgement. Gu Xi's voice interjected seamlessly. "What department did you apply for?" His tone was so natural that Yan Luqing, caught off guard, blurted out the first thought that came to mind, Chinese. Realizing her slip, she quickly halted, swallowing the latter part of her intended answer. Gu Xi's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on her, seemingly unperturbed. Yan Luqing's mind raced as she quickly declared the name of her school, the Computer Science Department of China University. Just as she was about to applaud her own cleverness, Gu Xi, previously expressionless, chuckled at her response. "You were worried I might think it was an overseas school?" He smiled, his eyes narrowing in appreciation. "Miss Yan, you are truly considerate." That eerie sensation of him knowing everything returned. What on earth was Gu Xi talking about? What was he really thinking? Previously, her pursuit of hypnotic mastery had been interrupted by the unavoidable academic obligations. Failure to meet them would result in her being disowned by the eldest Yan. Thus, she had to focus intently. Yan Luqing resolved to no longer squander her time playing games. She would diligently resume her hypnotic practice and strive to conquer him soon. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to Elder Yan, who rarely showcased his inner thoughts, her mother was bubbling with a myriad of emotions. Pink aspiration. We should really encourage her. She will likely want to attend school, even more in the future. Blue melancholy. However, returning to school is not exactly a matter of pride. We still can't hold a celebration. Yellow joy. Regardless, it truly is wonderful that she has a school to attend. Yan Luqing. In truth, I am quite the academic achiever. Just then, at the dining table, she gently tapped the edge of her glass, prompting the gaze of Gu Xi, seated opposite her. As her words fell, the restaurant was enveloped in silence. She observed Gu Xi's expression momentarily freeze, before he narrowed his eyes, making the corners appear strikingly elongated. "In what capacity?" he inquired. Yan Luqing was taken aback for a moment. Gu Xi regarded her with his customary warm smile and said, "Thank you, Yan classmate, but I won't be going." Indeed. Going would be truly awkward. Yan Luqing concurred with his response, not even probing for further explanation, simply acknowledging it and returning to her meal. Though it might not have been apparent, her heart raced fervently, for her inquiry had not stemmed from any tutoring obligation. She hadn't contemplated anything else. She merely wished to ask if he wanted to accompany her, as if she were dependent on his presence whenever she ventured out, aside from the necessity of avoiding him. The following morning, Yan Luqing visited the Yan residence for the second time. Moreover, since her parents were not of the stern disposition like the old Master Yan, she ventured forth alone. Makabaka, hello. After casually finding a chair in the study, she mentally connected with it. "Didn't you promise me a reward for completing my task? I've worked so hard to achieve such high marks. Surely I deserve something in return? Maria, do not rush. The upgrade is in progress." So it seems to be quite a treasure, needing an upgrade. Not wishing to remain idle, Yan Luqing engaged in a conversation with Makabaka, discussing their daily activities, pondering if a book traveler might inadvertently inhabit objects rather than human forms. and speculating on the peculiar abilities of other characters within the narrative. Before long, a small figure, approximately 6 or 7 years old, dashed past her line of sight. The door to the study was ajar, and the girl seemed to be hiding, oblivious to Yan Luqing's presence within. Dressed in a white nightgown, she stealthily entered, glancing around before hastily stuffing something into her mouth. The sequence of her actions was reminiscent of an animated character, utterly endearing. However, before Yan Luqing could applaud this adorable behavior, she was startled by the girl's panicked and pained whimpers. Despite not knowing where this child had come from, Yan Luqing immediately sprang to her side, gently turning the girl's face towards her. "What's wrong? Open your mouth, let me see. Open wide, ah." Tears streamed down the girl's cheeks as she tightly shut her eyes but obediently opened her mouth. Upon inspection, Yan Luqing discovered that a lollipop was lodged in her throat. The candy was slightly smaller than the typical lollipop, but fortunately, only a small portion had lodged itself inside. Yan Luqing grasped the white stick and swiftly pulled the candy out. The little girl coughed for a while and gradually regained her composure. "Thank you, sister," she said politely, even before opening her eyes. When she finally did, her beautiful, large eyes widened in sheer terror, revealing an unmistakable fear that was pure and innocent, characteristic of childhood. Yan Luqing wondered, "Am I truly that frightening? Does she think I consume children?" The moment this question arose, the voice of Makabaka echoed in her mind. This child was the offspring of close family friends of the Yan family, whose parents had tragically passed away 3 years prior, leading Yan's parents to take her in as their adopted daughter. Yan Luqing remained perplexed. Why was she so frightened of me? It became clear to her that the original owner of this body had loathed the little girl, and as Makabaka recounted the swift events, Yan Luqing understood the entire situation. The original owner had moved out of the main family due to this little sister. Yan Luqing found it incomprehensible how the original owner could be so thoroughly despicable. All of this transpired within mere minutes, with her hand still resting on the girl's face. At that moment, the little girl had frozen in place, trembling with fear. And Yan Luqing herself was equally immobilized. Before she could contemplate her next move, hurried footsteps approached, and Makabaka urgently warned her, "The original owner's second brother is coming. He despises her. Maria, let go." Almost immediately afterward, a powerful shove sent Yan Luqing, who had been squatting on the floor, crashing onto the ground. "Maria, are you alright?" Makabaka exclaimed in alarm. Yet the pain from the fall was truly excruciating. What kind of fool was this second brother? Did he lack the sense to inquire or assess the situation first? As per usual, the blame could be shifted but not the consequences. Yan Luqing was seething with anger and looked up sharply. The newcomer towered at least 6 feet tall, with muscular arms effortlessly cradling the little girl, who was now gazing down at her. "Damn it, I can't compete with that," she thought bitterly, wishing she had brought Xiao He along. Rolling her eyes in frustration, she exclaimed, "Did you see with your divine eye, or was it your blind eyes that revealed the truth?" The second brother seemed taken aback, as if he had never heard the original owner speak so boldly. After scrutinizing her for a moment, he scoffed. "Wow, a mental case. You don't even recognize your own insanity. Surely this house is equipped with surveillance cameras?" Yan Luqing retorted, pushing herself up and feigning nonchalance as she brushed off her clothes. "Go ahead and check the footage. Let us see who is truly insane, you or I." She refrained from mentioning that the little girl could corroborate her innocence. Her face had likely left a psychological scar on the child, and it was entirely understandable that the girl was speechless. She bore no fault in this matter. Yan Luqing was simply irked by her second brother's blatant disregard for the situation, taking action without inquiry. In the past, Yushi had treated her this way, even pulling out her hair, yet the man before her was someone she could never hope to overpower, no matter how many versions of herself were summoned. She could only engage in verbal sparring. Nevertheless, she vowed to make him suffer. This was an injustice that even a saint could not endure. Yan Luqing, enduring the sharp pain in her rear, walked to the door with an air of composure, her tone perfectly balanced, light yet authoritative, infuriatingly so. "Good sir, after you've concluded whether I am mad or you are blind, I trust you will remember your manners and offer me an apology." On her way back, Makabaka continually reached out to her mentally, offering solace. Yan Luqing occasionally listened, but her thoughts would drift, often returning to the scene of the second brother protecting the little girl. Throughout her life, she had experienced moments of desolation and envied those with harmonious families. Yet she understood that to truly live, one must first learn to accept oneself. However, that earlier scene struck her like a recent film she had seen at school, effortlessly piercing her heart when she was least prepared. for she too had once been that little girl. Yen Luqing recalled the director mentioning how adorable she had been as a child and how a wealthy couple from the area had come to adopt, instantly choosing her. She had a faint memory of being terrified yet feeling a sense of relief, as she remembered not daring to wear new clothes or even step out of her room, all to avoid being bullied by the couple's biological daughter. They had said, "We're sorry, our eldest doesn't want a sister. It's the fault of the uncle and aunt for not handling this matter properly before adopting you." She had once been that little girl. Their situations not entirely the same, yet both faced with extreme disdain from the biological daughter. Thus, seeing the second brother protect the adopted girl evoked a deep sense of empathy within her. That second brother may not have been very bright, but surely that little girl would find happiness with such a family. She would grow up, and the fears instilled by the original owner of her identity would surely dissipate. With this thought, Yen Luqing sighed heavily and murmured to herself, "I have begun to feel like Mary." "Mary, what are you saying?" Makabaka interrupted. "Don't be so sad. You're making me feel miserable too. I'll hurry to urge for the reward update, and you'll surely be delighted to see it." Yen Luqing smiled faintly. "All right then, I shall look forward to it." Makabaka soon disconnected, leaving her mind tranquil as the car arrived at the villa. Stepping out, Yen Luqing felt a rush of mixed emotions upon seeing the familiar scene after just over an hour's absence. Although she had endured grievances since her arrival in this world, bearing many burdens without caring, today felt different. Both Yen Luqing and Gu Xi were unwell, requiring timely meals, and her delay of nearly 2 hours meant lunch had already been served in the villa. Gu Xi sat on the sofa watching television, while the Disney aunt busied herself with cleaning, and the 2 black guards stood vigilously on either side of Gu Xi. As Yen Luqing changed her shoes, she explained, "There was a bit of an issue, so I didn't want to eat over there." She walked directly to the sofa and waved at the 2 black guards. "You two, please stand back for a moment." As he lowered his head, he inadvertently met Gu Xi's gaze. His expression was calm and gentle, embodying a coolness that was softened by an underlying warmth, never overly sharp, exuding a comfortable balance. Gazing upon that face, Yen Luqing contemplated. The house was never the essence. Rather, it was the individuals within that mattered. What was it for? To see familiar faces within the villa, but more significantly, to see him. Perhaps it began back in the tree hollow when she entrusted him with her whole heart. Yen Luqing felt that in this world, only Gu Xi stood wholly alongside her. Gu Xi held her gaze for a long while, the elegant arch of his eyes curving beautifully as he gently inquired, "Yen Luqing, why didn't you bring flowers this time?" His familiar, uniquely princess-like tone, imbued with gentle sarcasm, was something she had initially found sophisticated, occasionally amusing, at times infuriating. But now it struck her as warm and soothing. A single sentence stirred a multitude of emotions within her. She felt a laugh bubbling up, yet her nose tinged with a hint of sorrow. After all, she hadn't caused any trouble nor made any mistakes this time. Yen Luqing sat down, blinking her eyes, feeling wronged, as if she had been unjustly accused. Yet, she had not felt wronged in the car. After all, why did he have to ask about the flowers? His question, "Why didn't you bring flowers, Yen Luqing?" was, in essence, asking, "What is troubling you?" Often, when one is not truly inclined to cry, the more others inquire or offer comfort, the more one feels the urge to weep. Gu Xi continued to gaze at her, his dark eyes profoundly deep. For the first time, Yen Luqing experienced the enchanting power of Gu Xi's eyes as described in the original text. He had said nothing, yet his gaze seemed to convey everything. A multitude of pent-up emotions swirled within her, seeking an outlet. She needed a reason to approach, to connect. Gu Xi. Yen Luqing fixed her gaze upon him. "Would you consider me your close friend for just 5 minutes?" She was not unacquainted with Xiaohe. Although it felt unfair to Xiaohe, she admittedly had a penchant for handsome faces. "I mentioned last time that I cannot meet my close friend right now." "It is the truth," she added. Gu Xi looked into her eyes, and before she knew it, she had reverted to the pitiful expression she often wore when uncertain of his response. Such expressions only surfaced when she doubted his willingness to agree. Otherwise, she wore a certainty of his compliance. It was quite remarkable. Given that she had not caused any trouble, he chuckled softly and said, "I'll give you 10 minutes." Yen Luqing almost instantly wrapped her arms around his shoulders. As soon as Gu Xi's words left his lips, she pulled him into a warm embrace, the distance between them vanishing. She could smell the same fragrant shampoo in her hair as his. This unexpected surge of emotion was foreign to him, and in that moment, he heard the soft, aggrieved voice of the girl beside him.
Gucci, Ugme.
Chapter 34. No escape, he undoubtedly favored her. After that embrace, The two remained silent for a considerable time, until Yen Luqing felt that Gu Xi was quite indistinct. She hesitantly raised her hand and patted her back. Yen Luqing had never anticipated that she would willingly embrace a peer of the opposite sex, especially when she was entirely sober and clear-headed. However, she found herself in an inescapable situation, realizing that in this world, she had transformed into a character devoid of friends and confidants. There existed a peculiar sense of dependence on Gu Xi, something she had never experienced in her previous life. In her former world, Gu Xi was merely a beloved fictional character, yet he possessed an enchantment that, within just a month of close companionship, evoked such profound feelings in her. It was not the kind of reliance one has on an elder. Rather, it was a yearning to share her joys and sorrows with him. An instinct to seek his presence when faced with challenges. Strangely enough, despite being the one in need of support, he was the patient, reliant on the kindness of others. Sighing, Yen Luqing nestled against him, resting her chin on his shoulder, unable to suppress her wonder. Gu Xi was taken aback. "What do you find so marvelous?" he inquired. "I mean, you are quite remarkable," she replied, her words leaving him uncertain as to whether it was a compliment or a critique. After a moment of silence, he directly asked, "So, what is truly the matter with you?" This question effortlessly stirred her sluggish tear ducts once more. Gu Xi heard the sound of her muffled sobs. As she leaned her chin on his shoulder, he could feel the sharpness of her emotion. He remained silent, raising his hand once more to rest it on her back. "See, I told you, you are extraordinary," she said, her voice quivering with emotion. "I was fine in the car. I had no intention of crying, but your question. It just makes me want to shed tears." Such a sense of injustice, yet she spoke of tears. Some individuals can entirely process and dissolve their negative emotions independently. But Gu Xi could easily discern that Yen Luqing was not among them. Her claim of being fine was merely a facade she had created for herself. If she had truly moved past it, she would not have worn such an expression since entering the room. Yen Luqing sniffled, her emotions settling somewhat, and softly stated, "Then I still want to hold you while I talk." Her tone resembled that of a child yearning for candy. Presently, her identity was that of a close friend, prompting Gu Xi to chuckle lightly. "So, you hug your best friend every day?" "We not only hug but also cuddle and share the same bed. Oh, speaking of which, we've slept together before." Yen Luqing was about to continue enumerating when she heard Gu Xi's puzzled voice. "Cuddle?" In truth, it referred to intimate interaction. But phrasing it that way made it sound quite endearing. Yen Luqing, unwilling to provide a detailed explanation, playfully retorted, "It's when two faces are pressed together." After saying this, she could easily envision the expression of Princess Ci, undoubtedly one of incredulity or a look questioning the intelligence of such actions. Luqing heard him sigh, yet he did not release her hand, nor did he permit her to withdraw hers. His voice, cold and detached, resonated in her ears with an air of resignation. "Speak," he urged. The journey back would take no less than 40 minutes. And Luqing had contemplated every facet thoroughly. Drawing from her own experiences, she surmised that after the original owner's condition deteriorated into something increasingly aberrant, her two brothers had likely abandoned her entirely, while her parents had grown estranged. At present, Luqing was still unaware of the original owner's circumstances at home. Initially conflicted about revisiting the original owner's memories, she ultimately realized it would be futile, as the past, whether good or ill, held no relevance for her. Even if the original owner had valid reasons for becoming the captor who tormented GC, ultimately leading to the loss of other lives, she could not summon even a trace of sympathy. The tragic childhood of a murderer could not absolve their transgressions. She was convinced that even Mara would share this sentiment, though she lacked specific knowledge of the YN family's affairs. Luqing had always been acutely aware that she did not regard these individuals as her kin. Not to mention GC. In her heart, they ranked lower than her bodyguards, the twin sisters, or even the Disney aunt. To her, the YN family felt more like mere faces she was obliged to recognize in order to fulfill obligations. If falsely accused, her response would likely be irritation rather than heartfelt concern. Human emotions can often be perplexing, despite the stark differences in their fates. Luqing found herself stirred, having assumed a new identity, yet still suffering the consequences. As she pondered how to commence her narrative, Luqing organized her thoughts, settling on the sequence of events she would share with GC. "Did I not mention that I have forgotten quite a few things? Until today, I too had no recollection that the YN family was caring for a little girl of 6 or 7, a younger sister. This little sister was the child of their friends, taken in due to the loss of her parents. GC raised his eyes slightly, revealing that he had not heard of this little sister either. Perhaps it was a matter of discretion, or perhaps the child's parents had enemies. The motives were twofold: to protect the child and to shield the YN family from any unfavorable reputation or speculation. So, he inquired, his gaze returning to the ground. What happened next? Her tone shifted abruptly, tinged with indignation. Who knows? Suddenly, someone barged in and pushed me to the ground, accusing me of being insane, believing I was the one who upset that little sister. Who? YN. She almost said the second son of the YN family, but swiftly corrected herself. My second brother. After a pause, she added in name only. YN. Luqing recognized that recounting the tale could not solely favor her. She needed to present the full narrative. Thus, before GC could interject, she continued, however. I later recalled that something had transpired that caused my second brother to act so irrationally. What happened? But the truth was, she hadn't been responsible. Yet, she could not disclose to GC that it was not her doing. Luqing felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Amidst her turmoil, she impulsively inquired, so, after hearing this, do you think that the second brother, aside from being impulsive, can also be rational? Before she could finish, she was interrupted by Gu Ci. Luqing noticed that his typically calm demeanor now bore an air of solemnity and seriousness. He stated, what you have experienced is yours alone. There is no need to speak on behalf of others. He continued, today, you merely did a good deed. The backstory has nothing to do with you. Upon hearing the first part, Luqing felt a warmth in her nose. And by the time she absorbed the latter part, especially the notion that she had simply done a good deed, her vision cleared, and her face became wet with tears. In this situation, it was those who wronged her, and those she saved yet failed to speak up for her, who were in the wrong. Gu Ci spoke softly, lifting his hand to brush away the tears on her face, his voice gentle. No one can forgive those who have erred on your behalf, not even you. He then shifted his tone, momentarily softening his expression, although this matter is known only to you. Luqing cried freely once more. She still could not articulate to Gu Ci what had initially stirred her emotions, for it belonged to her past. Yet his words resonated deeply with her thoughts, bringing her immense relief and clarity. It felt as though he understood everything. In that moment, Luqing found herself unconcerned about what he might know. All she realized was that her feelings were undoubtedly valid. In this world, only Gu Ci stood unwaveringly by her side. Through his words, he granted her an unambiguous sense of favoritism. She reconsidered her stance. Even though the original owner had a close friend who genuinely cared for her, Luqing would not seek them out in times of distress, for that connection belonged to the original owner, to someone else, not to her. But Gu Ci was different. What they shared was entirely new, a narrative that had never appeared in the original story. Gu Ci's kindness was directed solely at her, and his words were meant for her, not for the original owner of this body. Perhaps having cried so intensely and feeling so wronged, she vaguely noticed Gu Ci offering her a tissue, extending his fair and delicate hand as if to comfort her. Want a hug? After all, my clothes are already wet. The useless, tearful master of the household whimpered and embraced her understanding partner, wiping her snot and tears on him, while thinking, I must craft more flower crowns for him. Princess Gu, forever divine. After a small cry, and then a larger one, Luqing felt all her sorrows dissipate. From the family-themed film she had seen at school to the grievances she had endured until today, all vanished completely. While using a tissue to wipe her nose, she suddenly heard Gu Ci ask, what else does your so-called best friend need to do besides offer hugs? Gu Ci leaned casually against the sofa cushions, inviting her to share. During her weeping, she had made a request to Gu Ci, asserting that the time with her so-called best friend was too brief and must be extended until she decided to stop. Perhaps seeing her in such distress today, Gu Ci, in a rare display of compassion, agreed without the usual teasing. Shall I apply some medicine? Gu Ci's voice faltered for a moment, and then her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, accentuating their elongated shape. Are you injured? Indeed, Luqing exclaimed, slapping her thigh. I forgot to tell you. I definitely bruised myself, without a doubt. It truly hurt like hell at that moment. The two were near the sofa, and beneath a coffee table less than half a meter away, there was a small cabinet. Gu Ci remained silent as she reached out to open the cabinet door and retrieved a first aid kit, flipping through its contents while asking, just a bruise?
No bleeding?
This should be for treating contusions, right? Luqing nodded. Yes, no bleeding. Where's the injury? Then, propping herself against the sofa cushion, she leaned her lips closer to Gu Ci's ear and whispered softly, it's on my backside. Gu Si's hand paused in its search for medicine as she lifted her gaze in surprise. Chapter 35. No escape, you will marry and have children. The living room was lively, yet the area beyond it fell into an eerie silence. Dahe and Xiaohe had long since lost track of how long they had been standing to the side. They were quite distant from the sofa, positioned near the staircase corner behind a decorative flower stand. In this spot, as long as Yan Luqing and Gu Xi did not speak loudly, their voices would be inaudible. Occasionally, Dahe and Xiaohe exchanged glances, maintaining their duty as bodyguards by refraining from interrupting. However, their expressions clearly reflected confusion and awkwardness. Had Miss Yan and Gu Xi truly reached a romantic conclusion? What was this? Crying and hugging? And for such an extended period? Xiaohe had arrived late, merely brushing up on knowledge about Yan Luqing before starting his job. However, the Miss Yan he learned about was not at all the same as the one he observed now. There was no resemblance, only stark divergence. Dahe was well aware of how much Miss Yan once adored Gu Xi. She collected every photograph of him taken by others, scrutinizing anyone who got close to him, regardless of gender. She had even engaged in some bewildering antics. Yet, since her transformation, aside from being kind to Gu Xi, she had ceased those unscrupulous behaviors. Still, Dahe was puzzled. It seemed Gu Xi had never paid much attention to Miss Yan. During their high school days, the two families would occasionally cross paths at various banquets, and at most, Gu Xi would greet the Yan family and nod at Miss Yan, but there was hardly any personal connection. Unexpectedly, within a month, their relationship had progressed to such an extent. Setting aside the absurdities that had already occurred, now they were embracing and crying, with Gu Xi comforting her and handing her tissues. Dahe mused, indeed, living long enough allows one to witness everything. Yet he also thought clearly, it's not just him and Xiaohe. Gu Xi now appreciates the present Miss Yan. Although he remained concerned about how long this newfound affection could last. While the two bodyguards were lost in their thoughts, the protagonists had already risen from the sofa. Though Yan Luqing's ascent was somewhat slow and her posture appeared peculiar. Just as Dahe was reflecting on this, he noticed Yan Luqing waving towards them, prompting Dahe and Xiaohe to hasten over. At that very moment, when Yan Luqing revealed where she was injured, the air seemed to thicken, and she locked eyes with Gu Xi, filled with unspoken emotions. In that fleeting moment, the eyes could be deemed one of the most awkward instances since Yan Luqing's journey began. After shedding tears and feeling a sense of relief, she had completely forgotten where she was injured. It was entirely Gu Xi's fault for inquiring so casually with her friend and for retrieving medicine so swiftly. She hadn't even considered the implications. Yan Luqing leaned closer to his ear, then sat back a little. When Gu Xi suddenly turned to her with a faint smile and asked, "Could you repeat that? Where are you hurt?" The sight of his smile inexplicably caused her cheeks to flush. "Why didn't you mention it while I was getting the medicine?" Gu Xi chuckled even more, his eyes sparkling like they could ensnare one's heart, the inflection of his voice rising slightly. "Are you hoping your friend will apply it for you?" "Absolutely not," Yan Luqing retorted, her voice rising in indignation. "I simply forgot to mention it. I truly forgot." After saying this, she stood up but winced as she did so, needing to rise slowly. While getting up, she waved to the two figures, Dahe and Xiaohe, in the distance, gesturing for them to come over. "Please call a doctor to my room." Once they approached, Yan Luqing instructed Dahe, "Don't listen to him. Hurry, go." The two brothers walked away, bewildered. Yan Luqing had intended to part ways with him, but unexpectedly, a hand reached out and grasped her arm, seemingly to assist her in walking. To put it more precisely, his manner of support could be described as a gentle tug. It felt as if he were guiding her forward, which she found rather pleasant, though it might appear somewhat peculiar to outsiders. Gu Xi escorted her to the staircase. Upon reaching her room's door, he glanced at her before turning to leave. As he began to descend, Yan Luqing called out to his retreating figure, "Where are you going?" Perhaps due to their earlier interactions, combined with his seemingly contradictory behavior of escorting her despite his teasing, she instinctively posed the question. Immediately regretting it, she wished she could seal her lips. Was she appearing too clingy? Gu Xi rested one hand on the staircase railing, half turning to look at her. Before he could speak, Yan Luqing hurriedly clarified, "I'm just asking. Feel free to do whatever you wish." Then, supporting her rear, she attempted to leave.
"I'll take my leave now. Yet."
He stopped her.
"Wait."
Yan Luqing resignedly closed her eyes. Was he about to unleash his charm? Fine. Even if she was destined to endure his captivating presence, she would at least have the privilege of gazing upon his handsome face, lest she miss out entirely. Consequently, Yan Luqing turned back to meet Gu Xi's gaze. finding him wearing a teasing smirk as he took a couple of steps closer, whispering, "Of course, I'm going to take a shower." Yan Luqing was momentarily speechless. He pointed to his shoulder, where a large, dark bruise was prominently displayed, and continued, "My friend got my clothes dirty. But she might not know that I'm quite particular about cleanliness." Yan Luqing sighed. Indeed, her rear had turned quite bruised. This body was slender, and no matter how forcefully ergo pushed, it merely knocked over someone who was squatting. Falling on the softest part could result in such an injury. She couldn't help but wonder if a similar mishap to her knees would lead to something far more severe. While applying the ointment, due to the doctor's application of a swelling-reducing medication, Yan Luqing had to rub it in thoroughly, which left her lying on the bed for quite some time. Perhaps the doctor's technique was exceptionally skilled, coupled with the fact that Yan Luqing had cried herself weary downstairs. By the time the application was complete, she drowsily pulled on her trousers and fell into a deep slumber. In the following days, Yan Luqing received numerous phone calls from her family, including a comforting call from the elderly master of the Yan family. Recognizing that she was indeed in the right regarding the incident, her family reached out to console her, recounting how her second brother had faced some repercussions. It was a rare occurrence for him to be on the receiving end of a beating at his age. Even her eldest brother, clad in a suit, had driven over personally to offer her solace before hastily departing, seemingly preoccupied with some urgent meeting. Their intentions were sincere. Yet Yan Luqing remained emotionally unperturbed. In truth, her sharp words to the family steward prior to her departure were not meant to elicit pity. Rather, she simply wished for her second brother to experience discomfort. From their accounts, it was evident that he was indeed struggling due to her complaint, thus fulfilling her objective and allowing her to move on from the matter. 2 days later, the promised reward from Makabaka, made during her melancholic state, was finally unveiled. At that time, Yan Luqing had been ensconced in her room, oscillating between glimpsing the youthful romance of the little Rosejong Baichu and the little pine tree Chi Yanchuan, and observing the unrequited love of the green tea girl Yu Jing and the walking knife Yu Qin on social media. The young couple had reached a stage akin to having only half the paper on their window, constantly questioning whether he truly liked her and if she was no longer indifferent. It was a rather tiresome display. In stark contrast, the interactions of Yu Jing and Yu Qin were filled with bittersweet tension. The green tea girl's thoughts were perpetually, "Who is that handsome junior? I wish to possess him." While the walking knife pondered, Yu Jing smiled at me. The juxtaposition was painfully evident to Yan Luqing. Most of the time, Yu Jing appeared joyful. Yet there were fleeting moments of blue bubbles that Yan Luqing managed to capture. But none of the juniors can compare to the stunning beauty I saw that day. What a pity, he has a girlfriend. Why haven't they broken up yet? Yan Luqing recalled the green tea girl's previous remark about informing her of any breakup, which she had brushed off at the time, feeling a bit awkward but not overly concerned, as her mind had been preoccupied with studies. In reality, her naive heart was uncomplicated, seldom troubled by trivial matters, yet now it felt ensnared in a chaotic tangle of emotions. As Yan Luqing stared vacantly at the screen, Makabaka connected with her, accompanied by its characteristic faint electrical hum. "Maria." It was a familiar and exhilarating voice akin to that of a youthful lord. Yan Luqing, however, remained impervious. "Unless you are here to deliver the reward, I suggest you withdraw." Indeed. This time it's genuine," Makabaka exclaimed before proceeding to introduce the new feature. In essence, it was a new golden finger ability, albeit one that coincided somewhat with Yan Luqing's original powers. It was a direct form of telepathy, allowing her to see dialogue boxes above the heads of those around her. This function is limited in time, allowing only 2 hours a day. Despite Makabaka's fervent praise for its merits, Yan Luqing still preferred her quaint red WeChat, believing there to be no more delightful tool than the ability to discern another's thoughts from the comfort of home without the need for face-to-face interaction. However, driven by curiosity, she ventured out of her room to give it a try. This system appeared to be the epitome of true love WeChat, even featuring a dialogue box reminiscent of WeChat's sleek, white interface. After this thought crossed her mind, Makabaka chimed in, "You can customize the frame. With over 100 skins to choose from, would Maria like to change it?" What a remarkable concept, transforming a golden finger. Yan Luqing politely declined, stating that she would consider it later, as her primary aim today was to observe the system's effectiveness. As she moved forward, she noticed a message floating above the head of the large black figure stationed at attention. "Why have Goosey Eye and Miss Yan not spoken much these past few days? They are quite strange." It was hardly surprising, given the commotion caused by that incident, compounded by the embarrassment of crying. Yan Luqing merely sought to take a breather. Continuing her stroll, she spotted Disney Auntie tidying up the living room, with a message above her head stating, "Miss Yen is doing quite well now. The house feels lively." Unlike before when it always seemed so dreary. Yen Luqing nodded in agreement. "I think so too." Advancing further, she gazed through the floor-to-ceiling window to see Xiao Hong sweeping leaves in the courtyard. He had already cleared a significant portion and was near the entrance, allowing Yen Luqing to read the words in the dialogue box above his head. Together. Not together. Together. Not together. What was he doing? Was this child indulging in some whimsical notion? Testing their relationship in such a quaint manner? Yen Luqing's curiosity piqued, and she watched intently until Xiao Hong finally finished sweeping the last leaf, at which point a lengthy message appeared. Not together? Impossible. Miss Yen and Gu Xi are definitely together. This is inaccurate. Yen Luqing thought. Isn't this akin to witnessing gossip unfold in one's own life? Surely, he and the large black figure must have conspired about this, resulting in their minds being preoccupied with such matters. Feeling intrigued, Yen Luqing decided she must try it out on Gu Xi. Perhaps this time she would succeed. The thought brightened her eyes. "You're going to see Gu Xi again." A small voice in her head reminded her, "I'm going to be blocked again." She offered a few comforting words to dismiss Makabaka and then knocked on Gu Xi's door. He was seated casually in a chair, engrossed in a book, holding it with one hand in a relaxed manner. Yen Luqing paused her hand on the door. "Are you reading something related to your major? I forgot you have exams coming up in a few days." "No," he replied, closing the book and rising from his seat. "We haven't covered that yet."
Goodness.
They hadn't he studied that yet? Was this his version of humble bragging? While Yen Luqing was still trying to process this revelation, Gu Xi stepped closer and gently closed the door behind her. "Is your injury healed?" "Yes," Yen Luqing replied, a bit awkwardly touching her nose. "After lying down for 2 days, it's nearly better." "What brings you here?" he asked, smiling as he slowly articulated the words, "My best friend?" Upon the mention of this title, all the events of that day came rushing back to mind. Yen Luqing struggled to ignore the myriad of vivid images flooding her thoughts, raising her gaze to focus intently on his face. Gu Xi's expression was different from others. There was an utter absence of that dialogue box. Could it be that he was devoid of emotion at this moment? Yet, did a friend require a reason to seek out another? Yen Luqing tentatively remarked, "I choose to reach out whenever I wish." No sooner had she spoken than she noticed a dialogue box gradually materializing above Gu Xi. The frame slowly took shape, revealing its contents, a solitary period. Indeed, it seemed that the system's output was consistently ineffective with Gu Xi. She swiftly exited his room, and upon reaching the living room, she connected with Makabaka, her words tumbling out at a rapid pace. "Please locate that dress-up feature you mentioned earlier, or search for any princess effects like Snow White." "Of course," Makabaka responded, showcasing a series of princess-themed border effects. Yen Luqing ultimately selected a design predominantly in white, adorned with delicate flowers and an exquisite crystal crown perched upon the frame, complemented by a smaller crystal crown in the lower right corner, remarkably beautiful and undeniably regal. Her current objective was to prompt him to produce a dialogue box. After considerable contemplation, she resolved that rendering Gu Xi speechless might be the most expedient approach. As she pondered, she approached Gu Xi, who was seated at the edge of his bed. Without hesitation, she plopped down beside him.
Gucci.
"During my recent visit to Dai Mountain, I learned fortune-telling," she said with a cheerful smile. "Since we have time now, would you like me to give you a reading?" This was no fabrication. She had indeed learned both fortune-telling and hypnosis, although fortune-telling was not her primary focus. Observing Gu Xi's unchanging expression and the absence of a dialogue box, she added, "But if I were to mention this to my best friend, she would undoubtedly be thrilled and insist that I read for her." Gu Xi, clad entirely in white today, emanated a somewhat cooler demeanor. He regarded her for a moment with a neutral expression before responding, "Sure, I'm absolutely excited. Please proceed." Yen Luqing considered her approach for a moment before following through methodically. "Extend your left hand. I specialize in palmistry." Gu Xi complied without hesitation. Her goal was to envision him wearing the crystal crown, so she decided to indulge in some fanciful storytelling. Grasping his hand, she noted it was slightly cooler than her own, reminiscent of jade, a remarkably pleasant sensation. This was indeed the hand of a prince. A fleeting impulse to press her hand against his crossed her mind, but it remained just that, a mere thought. "Wow, your lifeline," she remarked, gazing at the line with an air of mystery, drawing out the moment before looking up at Gu Xi. "You are destined to live for many years to come, at least to 100. This was not a truth derived from the original narrative. However, it represented her deepest wish, her utmost desire. Gu Xi displayed little reaction to her proclamation but offered her a gentle smile, his voice warm as he encouraged, "Continue."
Then,
Regarding the career line, Yan Luqing gazed at his hand, gently tracing the line, proclaiming that he would possess an abundance of wealth. This assertion was indeed true. With earnest eyes, she regarded Gu Xi, suggesting that his fortune would surpass hers by a factor of 10,000. He maintained his smile, a captivating sight, his charming grin, which she envisioned as that of a princess, yet the enchanting aura belonging to royalty remained elusive. The revolution had yet to succeed. As for the emotional line, Yan Luqing resolved to administer a bold dose of insight. Affecting an air of mystery, she observed him for a considerable 30 seconds before speaking. "Gu Xi, in 5 years, you shall wed, and in 7 years, you will be blessed with a child." This forecast seemed plausible, considering she had meticulously planned for his graduation a year hence. After her whimsical musings, Yan Luqing abruptly lifted her gaze. It had appeared. It had truly manifested. The significance of the question marks faded into insignificance. What mattered was that the dialogue box above Gu Xi transformed into a crystal-crowned princess frame. It genuinely evoked the sensation that he was adorned with a crystalline tiara. What did this moment resemble? It was akin to the moment when the astute head of the Yen family finally discovered a way to dress his beloved princess, who shunned elegant attire in splendid garments. She intended to adorn him splendidly in the future, transforming him into a miraculous figure. Yan Luqing fixated on the space above him, blissfully reveling in her dreams of the future, entirely oblivious to Gu Xi inching closer to her. "You possess remarkable calculation skills," Gu Xi remarked, wearing his crystal crown with an impressively handsome expression. His voice, cool and teasing, lingered in the air as he queried, "Now, can you predict who I shall marry?" Chapter 36. No escape to her astonishment. 2 men had taken residence in her own backyard. The moment those words left his lips, Yan Luqing's attention swiftly returned from the enchanting crown to Gu Xi. She gazed into his dark, profound eyes, the two of them locking eyes for several seconds. Fearful that she had misheard during her momentary distraction, she queried, "What did you just say?" "I said," Gu Xi's eyelashes fluttered slightly, his voice dropping lower, "with your remarkable skills and divination, why don't you calculate who I shall marry?" She was baffled by Gu Xi's inexplicable ability to reverse the situation with such finesse. The very things she said to provoke him, he effortlessly turned back to her, reflecting her own words upon her. Yan Luqing widened her eyes, mouth agape, her expression nearly one of disbelief. This is not something that can be divined, is it? Besides, I was merely fabricating. This is utterly unscientific. Yan Luqing insisted, eager to explain. "Look, even in martial arts novels, fortune tellers can only predict that the protagonist may not live beyond a certain age. Who could possibly ascertain who the protagonist's spouse is? That is simply implausible. Is fortune-telling truly scientific?" Gu Xi chuckled lightly, leaving Yan Luqing wishing fervently for a dialogue box above her head, one that would convey her sentiments. "Could you cease the banter, please?" accompanied by a playful emoji. "Unscientific. Incalculable," Yan Luqing stated, her tone laced with a hint of melancholy. The head of the family, rendered speechless, conceded defeat. Unable to calculate, upon hearing this response, he sighed as if genuinely regretful, his lashes fluttering with an almost theatrical realism. "I thought you were quite adept, which is why I inquired." Yan Luqing had numerous sarcastic remarks bubbling within her, yet upon hearing Gu Xi's words, "I thought you could truly figure it out," she felt an unexpected pang of sorrow. Although she had studied fortune-telling and was as much a novice as anyone else, she was aware of Gu Xi's fate. She had perused the texts and glimpsed his destiny. She needed no calculations to discern the trajectory of his life. In his past existence, he did not live to a ripe old age. He possessed considerable wealth, yet he was profoundly lonely, having never married, nor even had someone he cherished. Gu Xi noticed that the individual before him seemed momentarily bewildered, gazing at him with a wistful expression. Whether she was genuinely clueless or merely feigning ignorance, her emotions were remarkably transparent. Each time they were alone, in Gu Xi's eyes, Yan Luqing's feelings were almost crystalline, as if a sign hovered above her head, continually inscribing her innermost sentiments. However, she managed to mask this vulnerability quite well in the presence of others. Just as he was about to interrupt the intense gaze directed at him, Yan Luqing suddenly refocused and earnestly posed a question. "Gu Xi, do you truly wish to know?" Gu Xi retracted his earlier demeanor and replied calmly, "What is it that I wish to know?" "It's the very question you asked earlier," she pressed on. "About whom you will eventually marry. Are you genuinely eager to discover?" A sudden spark ignited in Yen Luqing's mind, and she continued. Your fixation on this matter, does it stem from having someone in mind already? Would you share that with me? A strange atmosphere enveloped them, a blend of ambiguity and confrontation. Fueled by Gu Xi's silence, Yen Luqing watched as a dialogue box gradually formed above Gu Xi's head, though radiant and exquisitely beautiful. It paled in comparison to his countenance, merely serving to enhance his allure. The box began to reveal a line of punctuation, as if typed out by an unseen hand. Though initially taken aback, Princess Ci quickly regained her composure. He cast his gaze downward, his expression seemingly gentle. Yet his voice was tinged with indifference as he remarked, I must remind you, I was engrossed in my reading at first. Indeed. Yen Luqing found herself at a loss for words. Now it appeared that her fixation on this query was the issue at hand.
Why?
Gu Xi paused, the tone of his earlier words playful, yet the last two syllables were inexplicably softened. Best friend? It was as if he whispered in her ear. How could anyone infuse such profound significance into the term best friend? The way he uttered those words sent Yen Luqing's heart racing, her composure faltering, a warmth rising to her cheeks. In that moment, she yearned to flee, to escape this room and this city. If she didn't want to know, then so be it, she thought, forcing a laugh as she stood up. Wait for me to refine my skills before I return with an answer, she said to him. She swiftly gestured towards the enormous tome resting on the adjacent table, managing a sheepish smile as she said, You may continue your reading. I shall take my leave. Observing the various individuals outside, their thoughts manifesting in dialogue bubbles, she felt a disconcerting sense of déjà vu. As if the scene were no different from before she entered his room. Why had she come? It was to assist with the wardrobe of the miraculous Qixi. Why was she leaving? Because she was embarrassed by her own contradictory actions. Fortunately, as the head of the household, she could come and go as she pleased. If the roles were reversed, she would undoubtedly find herself in a dire predicament. The family matriarch ascended the stairs, her head heavy with contemplation, collapsing onto her bed to ponder the intricacies of life. Though she could not best her cunning wife, the head of the Yen family possessed an unparalleled ability to alleviate minor grievances. Viewed from another perspective, she had indeed achieved something today. She had adorned him, unbeknownst to him, with a splendid crystal crown and indulged in the sight to her heart's content. Thus, regardless of her wife's sharp wit, this round was a triumph for the head of the household. A couple of days prior, Yen Luqing had experienced discomfort in her posterior, resorting to lying on her side or prostrating herself to engage with her phone. Seizing the opportunity, she had delved deeply into a wealth of hypnotic knowledge from the elder gentleman. Each lesson left her yearning for more, prompting her to seek out various cinematic portrayals of hypnosis, which she found utterly exhilarating. However, she hesitated to practice on Gu Xi, wishing instead for a live subject. When she articulated this desire, the elderly gentleman's white-haired visage registered a hint of confusion. My dear girl, do you not have friends? Seek them out, explain the mindset required, and then let them assist you. Yen Luqing, acknowledging the truth of her solitude, thought, I indeed have no friends. While she could find individuals, she could easily envision their reactions to her current status. If she approached De Xiaohong and announced, I wish to hypnotize you. Please cooperate with my practice. De Xiaohong would undoubtedly play along. What she aspired to achieve was a question-and-answer format, with Xiaohong possibly even answering in a hypnotic state. The ideal subjects for hypnosis are those with whom one is not well acquainted, yet if the renowned Yen family scion were to seek an unfamiliar individual and declare, Allow me to hypnotize you, that person might very well be startled into a spectacular display of acrobatics. In any case, expressing her dilemma led to Yen Luqing receiving a second invitation for an in-person meeting with the elderly gentleman within a few days, with the practice subject once again being her senior brother. Regrettably, the new opportunity could not be utilized, as the time constraint was limited to a mere 2 hours per day, and she had already exhausted her time before receiving the elder's notification. Discovering new pleasures, she was determined to engage daily. Her aspirations for Qixi were not mere words. Before proceeding, Yen Luqing adorned her dialogue box with a new fade, opting for a black swan motif this time, in stark contrast to the previous pristine white elegance. The bottom right corner featured a voluminous tulle skirt, while the top left boasted a crown fashioned from swan feathers, exuding an air of exquisite nobility. She then hurried downstairs and joined Gu Xi on the sofa. He was engrossed in the television while she playfully teased him. This teasing involved Yen Luqing employing various methods to elicit a dialogue box above his head, striving to evoke emotions from him. By the end of her antics, Gu Xi had ceased watching television, turning to meet her gaze with an expression of earnest intensity, asking, "My dear friend, is the place you injured truly your behind?" Yen, the confidant, responded nonchalantly. However, she found solace in the special effects that brought her instant joy. After their playful session, she received a notification from the elderly gentleman, although it was regrettable that the golden finger could not be utilized. Luqing felt confident that her long observation of the gentleman's inner thoughts, including her previous insights into the senior brother's psyche, would suffice. Thus, in the afternoon she, as before, set out with Dehe. Before leaving, she noticed Gu Xi was absent and inquired with Dehe, who replied that he had not emerged since noon and was likely napping. Not long after Luqing's car departed, a series of vibrations emanated from a room at the end of the first-floor corridor. Gu Xi reached for his phone, glancing at the caller ID before answering. "Uncle." The background noise was somewhat chaotic, yet the voice was deep and robust, the words easily discernible. As usual, their conversation revolved around mundane matters, corporate entanglements, and the movements of familial adversaries. "By the way, the information you provided a few days ago was immensely helpful. It's a pity you've always chosen to study physics instead of business," the man rambled on. After an exhaustive monologue, he suddenly recalled something and added, "I just got off the plane, SCI. The matters I instructed you on have been resolved. Your home will soon return to its former state." Gu Xi did not respond. He propped himself up slowly, murmuring, "Thank you, uncle," echoing the words he had previously given while contacting him when he was still abroad, indicating he was temporarily residing there. The man continued to speak, and after Gu Xi switched the phone to the other hand, she waited for him to finish before replying coolly, "You'll have to wait a bit longer." The man, perplexed, questioned, "Why?"
Why?
Gu Xi suddenly chuckled, sidestepping the question, "No more to discuss, uncle." She gently disconnected the call. "You've just landed. Focus on your tasks." The afternoon sun poured in through the loosely drawn curtains, casting a beam of light that landed perfectly on the quilt before Gu Xi. As she reached out, the light illuminated her softly patterned palm.
Why?
In the solitude of the room, she gazed at her hand, a subtle smile curving her lips. Her voice fell to a whisper, almost as if she were conversing with herself, "Because I've realized that so much time has passed 2 lifetimes. I have finally regained the ability to feel joy." On her return journey, Luqing felt as though she were not merely in a vehicle. Instead, she had acquired a pair of invisible wings, soaring freely through the skies. The golden finger had long been a source of frustration for Gu Xi, leading her to rely on her intellect to navigate the complexities of this formidable figure. As she contemplated these thoughts, she engaged in an internal dialogue with Makabaka, pondering, "What day is it today? How many days until the storyline of Gu Xi leaving my villa unfolds?" 5 seconds later, Makabaka replied, "There are still 21 days left." Luqing was momentarily taken aback. Her initial reaction was, "Only 21 days?" The purpose of her inquiry was to gauge the timing for her plans while also keeping track of the present timeline, as she was the type of person who, unless attending school, was oblivious to what day of the week it was. After her first moment of surprise, she found herself stunned a second time, realizing she had not anticipated such a reaction to the answer she received. "Maria, why did you ask that?" She mused. 21 days is still manageable, nearly a month. The past month has been so delightful, the future should be no different. Even if the plot dictates he departs, they are not enemies as in the original narrative. And she could still seek him out for companionship, right? It may be too late to share joyous moments in real time or to engage him in playful banter. Yet if trouble arises, she could certainly request his assistance. As these thoughts flitted through Luqing's mind, she was momentarily taken aback. How could a carefree individual like herself become so anxious? She had always lived by the philosophy of taking each day as it came since her arrival in this world. Why was she now fretting about matters so far in the future? This felt amiss. Regardless, he was still present, and she was on the brink of realizing a long-anticipated desire. This was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. After the head of the household disembarked from the vehicle, he did not enter the house but, as was customary, strolled into the backyard, intending to pluck some flowers to comfort his soon-to-be offended wife, lest his conscience be troubled. To his surprise, however, he discovered 2 men already standing in his garden. The first person he noticed was the one he had spent the most time contemplating in the car. He stood with one hand in his pants pocket and the other wielding a watering tool, his expression neutral, casually yet methodically watering the plants. Luqing suddenly recalled a scene described in the book, yet she was inexplicably moved deep within her heart. She had not anticipated encountering such a similar scene so unexpectedly. However, this fleeting shock was quickly dissipated as she noticed another individual beside Gu Xi. It turned out that Xiaohe was also watering the flowers and had been there for some time. She had failed to notice him due to his being overshadowed by the other. While Yan Luqing did not particularly cherish flowers, she had possessed a whimsical fondness for watering them as a child. The flowers at the residence of the director and his wife were her responsibility. Though she merely enjoyed the sensation of splashing water, she could not fathom why her approach to watering was so distinct from others. Both Xiaohe and Gu Xi wielded identical tools and similar streams of water, despite Xiaohe's formal bodyguard attire and Gu Xi's simple, unadorned casual wear. Their auras were worlds apart. Goodness, when placed side by side, they vividly depicted the contrast between a servant watering and a princess watering. Unable to bear it any longer, Yan Luqing approached the two, advising Xiaohe, "You might want to keep your distance from him." She could hardly contain her affection for him. The comparison was simply too stark. Xiaohe, clearly not comprehending the latter part of her statement, understood only that Miss Yan wished for him to vacate. Desiring solitude with Gu Xi, with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, he switched off the watering tool and stepped away. The flow of water in Gu Xi's hand was also halted by him. "Why did you suddenly come to water the flowers?" Yan Luqing inquired. She gazed at Gu Xi as he turned his head towards her, looking as though he had been anticipating her question. With a calm demeanor, he replied, "I had a feeling you would come here." Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback. What? She had intended to pick some flowers to gift him, particularly after Gu Xi had acted as her confidant that day, leading her to decide to weave several flower crowns for him. Yet, she had kept this thought to herself. How did he know? She pondered whether to ask him again. "Do you possess mind-reading abilities, or is it I who can read minds?" Gu Xi disregarded her inquiries and approached the spot where Yan Luqing was gathering flowers, plucking a stem adorned with leaves and presenting it to her. She accepted it in a daze, noticing the tiny droplets of water clinging to the petals and stem. Gu Xi seemed different today, especially in the way he looked at her, which was profoundly captivating. Before Yan Luqing could decipher her thoughts, she heard a subtle chuckle.
Gucci suddenly smiled.
"My dear friend, I no longer desire the flower crown." His smile was exceptionally charming, enhanced by the beautiful backdrop of the garden. The head of the household looked up, staring at his princess wife, whom he affectionately nicknamed Daily, momentarily rendered speechless. Gu Xi stepped closer, slightly lowering his head, saying, "Since you wish to gift me something, why not pluck a star for me instead?" Chapter 37, No Escape, today's exclusive foolish wife. When Yan Luqing first read the lines about the Han Emperor's infatuation with beauty, leading to neglect of state affairs, she was struck with bewilderment at the notion. Is a realm of tenderness truly so alluring? Shouldn't a wise ruler relish in governance? While you neglect your duties, I would gladly take your place at court. She also pondered the tales of Daji and King Zhou, as well as the anecdotes of the beacon fires used to amuse feudal lords. Many lamented these tales, having witnessed the poignant love stories within. But upon reading of King Yu of Zhou lighting the beacons merely to jest with the lords for the sake of his beloved Bao Si, Yan Luqing could only feel exasperation, imagining herself as one of those lords. As she matured, her earlier, somewhat radical thoughts faded away, and she began to comprehend the complexities of human emotions and desires, which could often be uncontrollable. Now, as she looked at Gu Xi, she felt as though she had stepped into the shoes of a foolish monarch for the first time. The transgressions of a foolish or tyrannical ruler can never be excused by any rationale, yet she had to concede that a realm of tenderness might indeed be profoundly enticing, and that a striking beauty was undeniably formidable. However, she did not consider herself a foolish monarch, merely a humble head of her household. Moreover, even if she were to become an emperor required to govern, she believed she would undoubtedly be a sagacious ruler, provided that no princess named Gu Xi were to ensnare her heart. After refreshing herself with a bath, she lay back on her bed, staring at the ceiling and calling out to Makapaka. Her first utterance was a rather astonishing question. "Do you know how to pluck stars?"
Huh.
If Makapaka had a mouth, it would surely be agape at this moment. She wondered whether her colleagues were also occasionally stumped by their hosts, or if she alone was the oddity. After a few seconds of hesitation, Makapaka cautiously asked, "Maria, what are you saying? Pluck stars? Indeed, are you referring to the genuine stars in the sky? Otherwise, what could you possibly mean?" Yan Luqing half-jokingly inquired, "Do you really think I am suggesting the existence of false stars? And do you imagine that I possess the ability to pluck them from the heavens? Certainly not." She was not devoid of common sense. She was merely amusing herself. Yan Luqing feigned a sigh. "After all, with your extraordinary powers, I could almost believe you might be capable of such a feat." Makapaka struggled to clarify, however. Our abilities are confined within certain limits. The universe itself is the true master. Yan Luqing was amused by her phrase, the universe is the true master, and replied, all right. You may step back. I was just teasing you. Although she said this, her mind was racing, conjuring and dismissing various plans for star plucking one by one. After contemplating from Plan 1 to Plan 10 for quite some time, Yan Luqing suddenly realized the absurdity of her thoughts. She had been seriously devising various schemes to pluck false stars, even considering which would be aesthetically pleasing or romantic. That's precisely why I cannot allow a princess from an enemy nation, named Gu Xi, to tempt me. Yan Luqing abruptly sat up in bed, her expression a mix of regret and embarrassment as she curled her fingers and gave herself a light smack on the forehead. Although you often use your wife as a metaphor, you, in fact, do not have one. Please come to your senses. She flicked her forehead to alleviate the shame and clear her mind. That evening, during dinner, she had yet to determine what expression to wear in front of the aforementioned princess when Gu Xi called her out directly. What happened to your forehead? His inquiry caught the attention of Xiaohe, who had been by her side, noticing the small red mark on her otherwise fair skin. Such keen observation was rather surprising. He had entirely overlooked it, which filled him, as her bodyguard, with a sense of shame and self-reproach. As Xiaohe processed this, another thought struck him. It appeared that Miss Yen and Gu Xi were involved in a romantic relationship, making it reasonable for him, as a bodyguard, to feel overshadowed by a boyfriend. He promptly absolved himself of guilt. Yan Luqing, unaware of the convoluted thoughts swirling in her bodyguard's mind, instinctively touched the spot on her forehead where she had just smacked herself. Had she left a mark? She picked up her chopsticks and feigned composure, stating, I accidentally bumped it while bathing. Gu Xi observed her face with keen interest. Her fair complexion and the slight red mark on her forehead made it quite evident that it resembled the result of someone flicking her forehead. He paused with his chopsticks. But who would dare to flick you? Gu Xi hesitated, his speech slowing as if deliberately prolonging the moment. But it must have been you who did it, right? Yan Luqing responded, Am I the one with mind-reading abilities, or are you? The spot where she had flicked herself began to feel warm, yet she maintained her expression, focusing her gaze on the food rather than Gu Xi's face. I'm not foolish. It was merely an accidental bump. She heard Gu Xi reply, his voice tinged with a hint of amusement. Subsequently, he exhibited no intention of speaking further, seemingly having successfully evaded the matter. Yan Luqing finally exhaled in relief. Truly, a foolish ruler cannot best a princess of an enemy state. After finishing her meal, Yan Luqing received a phone call from the esteemed elder Yan, inquiring about her school schedule. The mere recollection of her previous intense study sessions sent shivers down her spine. If there were a hierarchy of the most dreadful nightmares, studying university-level physics and electrical engineering would undoubtedly occupy the top tier. Moreover, it was Gu Xi who had tutored her, an enemy princess, no less. Had she been assigned a different instructor, she would have been utterly despondent. In a subdued tone, Yan Luqing remarked, Grandfather, my posterior still aches. At that moment, she was seated on the couch with Gu Xi, engrossed in a television show. She did not shy away from the call, and Gu Xi kindly lowered the volume. Upon uttering her words, Yan Luqing felt his gaze sweep over her. Elder Yan, feeling somewhat awkward, cleared his throat and stated, I consulted your doctor a couple of days ago. He mentioned it was not serious and would resolve in a few days. However, Yan Luqing interjected, Grandfather? It truly hurts, just hurts. The princess of the enemy state cast another glance her way. Recently, Yan Luqing had been luxuriating in the comfort of home, relishing the thought of prolonging her respite. Seizing the opportunity before her grandfather could verify her claims, she added, Moreover, Grandfather, I have not been feeling quite right. Elder Yan paused in surprise. What do you mean by not quite right? Yan Luqing delicately implied, My mental state has been rather unstable due to this situation. This tactic effectively deterred the eldest member of the Yan family. Coincidentally locking eyes with Gu Xi, Yan Luqing noticed his expression, one akin to that of observing an alien. As he nodded subtly in acknowledgement of her words, I heard you. A moment of silence ensued. Yan Luqing, accustomed to being perceived as an academic prodigy in high school, felt compelled to clarify. She steadied her gaze upon Gu Xi and declared, In truth, I do enjoy studying. Gu Xi chuckled lightly and nodded. You simply do not wish to attend school. He then resumed increasing the volume of the television, as though entirely accustomed to her behavior. Just as the opening theme concluded, another episode of the series commenced. Yan Luqing fell silent, clutching a cushion, and they continued to watch together. Enraptured by the show, her phone suddenly vibrated. It was not until the episode ended that she swiped the screen to check her messages. It was a WeChat message from Elder Yen. Elder Yen, how can you recover if you do not take your medication? Take your medication on schedule, and once stabilized, promptly return to school. Initially, she had pondered whether her mental condition had undergone any transformation, scouring for information only to find a myriad of opinions. Eventually, she closely monitored her own body, realizing that she occasionally experienced headaches. However, every part of her body ached. After walking a few steps, she found herself breathless. And running 800 meters would likely leave her fainting on the spot. There was not a single aspect of her physique that could be deemed entirely healthy. She was amenable to nurturing her body's various ailments, yet regardless of which organ required attention, she absolutely refused to consume any psychiatric medication. That was her unwavering boundary. Yezi. I am Yezi from the Computer Science Department group chat. Yen Luqing's first thought was, could this be some instructor urging her to attend class? She initially declined the friend request, but shortly thereafter, a new request arrived. Considering that even if the individual were indeed urging her, it would be prudent to clarify matters. She clicked Add. As the chat window opened, the other party swiftly sent a message. Yezi, good morning. With a cat emoji. The escaping saint. Is there something you wish to discuss by adding me? Yezi, hello. You're adorable. Yezi, I actually saw you on the day of the midterm exam and wanted to add you, but I've been hesitant until now. Yen Luqing gazed at the profile picture adorned with pink bubbles, and she clicked once. This girl is stunning. She's definitely my type. Yen Luqing thought, ah. Soon after, Yezi sent another message. Yezi, classmate, may I ask why you only attended one exam and haven't you been coming to class before or now? Yen Luqing was familiar with this opening, yet she had no intention of forming a close bond with this individual, much less engaging in what was evidently an interaction between the genders. She felt it necessary to nip this in the bud. The escaping saint, to be frank, I am a patient suffering from a mental illness, which is why I haven't attended classes due to my previous leave of absence. She noticed numerous question marks emerging above Yezi's head. After sending that message, Yen Luqing promptly deleted the contact. Surely this would extinguish any lingering thoughts, right? Although she was ruthless in severing ties, the compliments she had received from the other's heart were undeniable, and it would be disingenuous to claim she was unhappy. After all, the once praised mistress had encountered few genuine compliments since arriving in this world. As breakfast time approached, Yen Luqing descended the stairs in high spirits, coincidentally encountering Gu Xi, who was pouring water. She contemplated for a moment, ran her fingers through her hair, and approached him from behind, greeting him. Good morning. Gu Xi turned around, looking effortlessly radiant as he had just woken up, holding a cup and gazing at her. Good morning, bestie. Why was it that the term bestie rolled off Gu Xi's tongue with increasing ease, despite it originally being her suggestion? Yen Luqing was momentarily taken aback by his address before continuing with her thoughts. Hey, I have a question for you. Do you think I've changed in any way compared to before? After speaking, concerned he might interpret her inquiry as pertaining to her character, she added, I mean in terms of appearance. Gu Xi took a sip from his cup, the movement of his Adam's apple and the veins on his neck clearly visible. After finishing, he remarked, there is a change. In the past? Gu Xi's fingers paused slightly, a flicker of amusement crossing his eyes. Then he took another sip of water, casually asking, oh, didn't he look like this before? Yen Luqing had been watching Gu Xi drink. Though she was unsure of what exactly she was observing, perhaps her eyes had acted of their own accord. After all, the princess of the rival nation was perpetually enchanting. Thus, when she heard Gu Xi's question, she was momentarily taken aback.
Huh?
No, I looked somewhat similar before, but... Yen Luqing, growing weary of beating around the bush, directly asked, don't you think I look a bit better than before? Gu Xi lowered her gaze slightly and locked eyes with her. Strictly speaking, Gu Xi did not harbor a profound impression of Yen Luqing, despite being classmates for many years, despite having wronged him, and despite being a person whom many despised to their core. To him, she was merely a cipher. For those whom she wished to disregard, Gu Xi treated them all as mere codes. He could hardly recall the details of her flawless face and demeanor. Save for a faint memory of the moment, he finally resolved the issue concerning her. Yet, as Yen Luqing gazed at him, he found her visage sharply imprinted in his mind, her brows, eyes, nose, lips, and chin, with her eyes standing out the most. Her almond-shaped eyes could widen dramatically, transforming into a round shape, as they did now, brimming with anticipation. This reminded him of the pitiful, puppy-like gaze she had exhibited on several occasions. Gu Xi's sudden silence rendered Yen Luqing quite embarrassed. She could not discern whether he was genuinely contemplating how to compliment her or considering how to appease her without inciting her ire. Thus, Yen Luqing clenched her teeth and resolved to be forthright, stating, "I am the master of this household." Gu Xi, momentarily lost in thought, found himself at a loss for words at her declaration. Yen Luqing mused, "He praised me," though it seemed as if he had not truly done so. Just as she was about to articulate further, Dehe suddenly appeared beside her to announce, "Breakfast is ready." After a brief pause, she decided it best to eat first. Yen Luqing felt a mix of frustration and disbelief at the morning's events. She had to rely on her status as the head of the household to coax a mere compliment from Gu Xi. She failed to realize that her impatience had driven her to this point, only aware that her pride was being eroded by the situation. While she was motivated, the daily 2-hour preparation for the miraculous transformation of CI still awaited her. She needed to complete 100 skins within 20 days, for if she did not, she would not get to see the princess every day. And as for the special effects she had chosen for the princess, when applied to others, like Xiaohe, she had to admit they were rather garish. 2 days passed, leading to the examination period at Gu Xi's school. His examination experience was a stark contrast to Yen Luqing's. She had been sent off by her family with great fanfare, reminiscent of a college entrance examination, while Gu Xi appeared as though he were a high school graduate taking a middle school exam, without a single soul to encourage or bid him farewell. Ultimately, only Yen Luqing had the sense of ceremony to say at the entrance, "Gu Xi, do your best." Once he departed, she could not resist asking Dehe and Xiaohe, "Why didn't you cheer him on?" Dehe was taken aback, replying, "Isn't passing merely a reflection of his teaching?" Xiaohe echoed in surprise, "Exactly. He could be a professor. Why should we worry?" After he left, Yen Luqing unabashedly indulged in watching videos. This scene, surprisingly, exuded a warmth that was quite heartening. As Gu Xi strolled to the sofa, he remarked, "I don't know." Yen Luqing's expression was one of clear incredulity. Sitting up, she questioned, "How could you not know, given your proficiency? You didn't flunk, did you?" Shortly thereafter, he replied, "I have no idea where the deductions might occur." Yen Luqing sighed, "It's my own fault for speaking carelessly." She shot Gu Xi a resentful glare before returning her attention to her phone, oblivious to the fact that Gu Xi had glanced at the eye-catching video title on her screen as he passed by. Gu Xi settled into the sofa on her right, and as Yen Luqing continued to scroll through her phone, her mind began to wander. She discreetly shifted her gaze to observe what he was doing. To her surprise, Gu Xi was pinching the bridge of his nose, his eyelids drooping, looking utterly fatigued and weary. Yen Luqing was taken aback. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, just a bit tired." "Is it because of the exam?" "No, I've just been sleeping poorly lately." After speaking, Gu Xi lowered his hand and lifted his eyelids to look at her. "What about you? Do you have a solution?" Yen Luqing was about to respond with a negative, but then she recalled what she had been preoccupied with lately, and suddenly felt an epiphany. She had been fretting about how to persuade Gu Xi to agree to her hypnosis. Although many films depict hypnosis as a means to control one's actions at any moment, Yen Luqing was uncertain of its authenticity. But she knew she certainly could not achieve that. Her entire learning process depended on the cooperation of the other party. Hypnosis, Princess Ci. Was this not an opportunity that had just presented itself? Indeed, fortune favors the prepared mind. Yen Luqing was elated, yet she struggled to maintain a neutral facial expression, forcing her smile down to the point that the corners of her mouth quivered slightly. Overwhelmed by her joy, she managed to utter a single word, only to be caught off guard and coughed a couple of times before continuing. "Do you remember that time I went to Dai Mountain, and the twins dragged me to the temple fair?" Yen Luqing added, there was no need to mention that first part. Nevertheless, this minor interruption did not dampen her spirits as she continued. Aside from selling goods, the fair also had numerous booths teaching little tricks. They went to the tarot card and fortune-telling booths, while I learned about hypnosis. "I can help you. Truly, it's essentially a sleep aid." Before she could further advocate for her newfound skill, Gu Xi interjected with a question, "Did you learn it alongside fortune-telling?" "Well, that would be quite the revelation." Given the mishap from the fortune-telling day, Yen Luqing feared he would deem her unreliable, so she quickly shook her head in denial. "No, those were 2 separate booths. I suspect the fortune-telling booth was a scam, but this one is definitely legitimate." He seemed genuinely fatigued, even blinking at a slower pace. Yen Luqing felt that his current state was quite suitable for her purpose, yet she feared appearing overly eager would raise his suspicions, so she simply stated, "In any case, you can rest assured, this is far more reliable than fortune-telling, and I have studied it earnestly." "All right." Gu Xi maintained a rather casual expression, and for some reason, he even seemed to be in a rather good mood. He asked, "When do we start?"
Now?
After dinner, prompted by Gu Si's inquiry. Yan Luqing found herself somewhat bewilderedly leading him to his room. She applied the techniques she had learned from her senior brother on Gu Si, starting with eye contact, guidance, verbal suggestion, and creating an atmosphere, among other methods. The first step, however, encountered a slight hiccup. The act of gazing requires both individuals to be wholly engrossed in each other's presence, to be precise. It calls for the subject of hypnosis to focus intently on the hypnotist, as the gaze possesses a certain guiding power. This, however, presents a significant dilemma. When she gazed upon her senior brother, Yan Luqing's mind was as tranquil as still water, yet, as she beheld the mesmerizingly dark and beautiful eyes before her, she felt as though she might be drawn into their depths, verging on a counter-hypnosis. After approximately half a minute of this intense eye contact, Gu Si abruptly raised a hand, signaling for a pause. "I have a question." Yan Luqing felt a twinge of anxiety. What question? The person hypnotizing her seemed less focused than she was. Gu Si blinked. Is this even going to work? It was a rather insulting remark. Observing the half-smiling expression on his face, Yan Luqing gritted her teeth and replied, "Of course it will succeed. Let's start over." Following the intense gaze, the next step was relaxation. She instructed him to lie down and close his eyes, as she intended to continue with soothing words for his body and mind. Yet, there seemed to be something amiss with the one who had his eyes shut. Gu Si's countenance appeared as though it bore the faintest hint of a smile. There should have been no expression at all, but perhaps this was a sign that he had entered a state of comfort? With that thought, Yan Luqing felt her unease dissipate. She was unsure how long the preceding process had taken. Only that Gu Si's remarkable cooperation made the entire procedure flow as smoothly as her recent experience with her senior brother. She began to attempt a dialogue with Gu Si. The head of the family was now so exhilarated that her fingers curled in delight. It worked. I succeeded. Now I can finally ask whatever I want. What of the princess of the enemy nation? She would still be rendered utterly submissive by the mesmerizing powers of the Yan family's rising star. Today marked the triumphant moment for the former oppressed, now singing praises alongside the foolishly ensnared beauty. Although she was submerged in a sea of joy, a tinge of guilt mingled within, prompting Yan Luqing to resolve to assist him into a restful slumber after posing a few questions. Gazing at his face, excitement gradually gave way to contemplation about what she truly wished to inquire. She leaned in closer, studying Gu Si's visage. The scenes she frequently witnessed involved him either seated or standing beside her, conversing. Yet, he had only lain on the bed with his eyes closed on two occasions, the first being the very day she had traversed into this realm, when she had perceived him as lifeless, and the second, now. Compared to that initial encounter, he now radiated much more vitality. Yet both instances captured the essence of a true sleeping beauty. Ironically, on that first day, Yan Luqing had yearned for him to awaken swiftly, while today, her desire was for him to embrace slumber. Initially, her intention to hypnotize Gu Si stemmed from the blockage of her golden finger. However, as their relationship deepened and their interactions multiplied, she began to sense an increasing awareness of her own vulnerabilities as he seemed to see through her. And his words often eluded clarity. How frustrating it was. After so much effort to hypnotize the influential figure, she found herself at a loss for where to begin her inquiries. Yan Luqing pondered intensely, recalling a recent incident that had ignited her determination. She received a WeChat request from an unfamiliar male classmate in the morning, and upon seeing the compliments, she whimsically inquired of Gu Si if he thought she had become more attractive. To her surprise, he hesitated. Would he have refrained from complimenting her had she not shed her identity as the family head? Yan Luqing cast an indignant glance at the person lounging on the bed. Were those beautifully striking eyes merely for show? The fact that she had become more beautiful was evident even to casual acquaintances. Why, then, did he hesitate? The princess of the enemy state had caused considerable strife. Initially, her thoughts revolved around uncovering his secrets, but now she found herself eagerly desiring to know his genuine opinion of her, overshadowing all her prior curiosities about Gu Si. Yan Luqing adjusted her tone and, maintaining the same level of calmness, posed a rather formal question. Gu Si, what do you think of Yan Luqing? Is she good, average, indifferent, or would you use other descriptors? Surely, he would not label her as a lunatic. The room fell into a momentary silence. After such an extended contemplation and build-up, she had mustered the courage to ask this question. Soon, a familiar, cool voice, tinged with a hint of nasal tone, resonated in the room. Very pleasant to hear. Yan Luqing. For some inexplicable reason, the head of the Yan family instinctively held her breath, as if she had forgotten that she was the one orchestrating the entire situation, fixating intently on her temporarily foolish spouse with closed eyes. His complete answer followed soon after. She is very cute. Each word landed like a heavy hammer in the ears of the now flushed Yen family head. Chapter 38. No escape, he was flustered. This sensation was utterly novel. For a fleeting moment, Yen Luqing even entertained the fanciful notion that Gu Xi might be flirting with her while keeping his eyes open. However, regardless of the interpretation, she perceived it as a rather general response, perhaps the sentiments of former classmates or good friends who thought she was a nice person. But cute? Cute? Yet, what she was inquiring about was not her appearance, nor was that what Gu Xi was responding to. If her friends were posed the question of what kind of person Yen Luqing was, she could easily articulate their collective sentiment: a silly fool. The description might be prefaced with various adjectives, like a super silly fool, a good-looking silly fool, or an ethereal-looking silly fool who is, in truth, just a fool. In any case, the consensus was undeniable. She is very cute. This was, astonishingly, a heartfelt truth. This was utterly at odds with the princess's usual demeanor. Yen Luqing found herself at a loss regarding the mindset she should adopt for her next inquiry. To her astonishment, such an unexpected response had emerged right from the start. Why linger in confusion? She resolved to follow her instincts and ask whatever came to mind. After waiting for the warmth in her ears to subside, she spoke again. How do you think Yen Luqing has changed compared to before? Da He often conveyed through his gaze that he perceived a significant change in her. And those in the villa who had interacted with the former Yen Luqing would express that she was now a different person entirely. Yet, she had never inquired about the specifics of those changes, for she dreaded the thought of them interpreting her transformation as a new onset of madness. Yen Luqing's heart raced twice, for example. Gu Xi replied, she has become more beautiful. A sudden shock. Why is she so articulate after being hypnotized? Yen Luqing, having received genuine praise from Princess Xi, felt a surge of accomplishment, yet the predominant emotion washing over her was an indescribable tension, coupled with a renewed fervor. She had never anticipated that, despite her frail condition, she could experience such a fiery sensation, truly exhilarating. Once she regained her composure, Yen Luqing pondered and inquired about a matter that had long been misconstrued by those around her. Do you believe the current Yen Luqing has a mental illness? No. Gu Xi replied, causing Yen Luqing to momentarily freeze. No? The answer was surprisingly negative. Yen Luqing immediately questioned, but she has a diagnosed condition. Why do you think she doesn't? Her speech quickened, yet Gu Xi maintained an even tone. I only believe in what I see. At this moment, Yen Luqing's focus shifted away from the initial intent of the hypnosis. Did Gu Xi genuinely believe this? Did he think she was unwell? Then why do you think Yen Luqing has undergone such significant changes? You should ask her yourself. Yen Luqing was taken aback. The answer took slightly longer to arrive than before. Gu Xi added, it's not quite that. Why isn't it considered normal? Didn't you say you think she is not sick? Before she could voice her question, she heard the latter part of Gu Xi's statement. It is not ruled out that she is deliberately playing the fool. Yen Luqing exclaimed, what a fantastic act of feigning ignorance. Even under hypnosis, she must insist on putting on a show, right? The foolishness of the princess of the enemy nation is confirmed. After mentally ridiculing this notion, she glared at his face. However, the beauty of the rival princess was undeniable, from her brows to her lips, as Yen Luqing stared. Her anger miraculously dissipated. The head of the household was left speechless. As her fury extinguished, a wave of fatigue swept over her. Eventually, unwilling to engage her mind further, Yen Luqing casually asked, is there anything you wish to say to Yen Luqing? This may have been the longest pause between question and answer. Gu Xi's voice returned, steady and melodious. Yet, perhaps it was a trick of the ear, for she thought she discerned a hint of laughter within his familiar tone. Yes, he said. I hope she finds joy every day. Yen Luqing had never anticipated that the aftermath of her hypnotic endeavor would lead to such consequences. She had originally believed herself exhausted. Yet after showering and lying in bed, she found sleep eluding her, tossing and turning in discomfort. One moment she was hot, the next cold, the blanket felt bothersome. And, despite her attempts to induce sleep by scrolling through her phone, her energy only intensified. She continued her restless activity until dawn, when Makabaka, sensing her unease, reached out to her. Maria, what happened between you and Gu Xi? Why the drastic emotional fluctuations? At this moment, a flicker of relief emerged in Yen Luqing's heart, for the fact that her thoughts would remain unseen by it. While she could relay this experience to others, she wished to shield anyone from witnessing that scene firsthand. even if it were an artificial intelligence. Yen Luqing briefly recounted the events, as Makabaka had long been aware of her studies in hypnosis, thus rendering secrecy unnecessary. "Maria is truly remarkable," exclaimed Makabaka, its focus entirely different from hers, expressing delight. "You managed to hypnotize Gu Xi." After a moment of contemplation, it added, "I can tell you share a close bond. Since Gu Xi finds you adorable, surely you won't meet the same fate as in the original story. Isn't that splendid? Was it truly that simple? Yet, why could she not find rest? Her mind incessantly haunted by the image and voice of Gu Xi praising her beauty and wishing for her happiness? Truly, an artificial intelligence." Yen Luqing dismissed Makabaka, compelling herself once more to sleep, and fortunately, fatigue prevailed, allowing her to slumber until dawn. The following morning at breakfast, everything appeared as usual, save for the turmoil of conflicting emotions swirling within Yen Luqing, burdened with unspoken thoughts. She deliberately descended earlier than usual, aiming to avoid sharing breakfast with Gu Xi. But to her surprise, he appeared at the entrance of the dining room just as she settled down. Remarkably, he had arrived early as well. He looked invigorated, his complexion radiant. Today, he resembled a near-perfect prince. "I haven't thanked you yet," Gu Xi remarked, his eyes crinkling with a smile. "Bestie, yesterday was incredibly effective." Although Yen Luqing had yet to eat, she felt a strange lump in her throat. There's no need for formality, since we're best friends. After hastily finishing her breakfast, she recalled his midterm exam was in 2 days and bid him good luck on the exam today. He responded with a simple thank you. Everything felt remarkably ordinary, as if it were just another day. Determined not to squander the entire day at home, Yen Luqing resolved to find an activity to distract herself. After some contemplation, she decided it was time to enjoy the benefits of the body she had so often burdened. Thus, she opted to go shopping, accompanied by Da He and Xiao He. She ventured to the central shopping mall, initially envisioning herself as depicted on television, commanding a multitude of clothes to be wrapped up. However, upon arrival, she discovered she was unable to do so, as each row contained garments that were utterly hideous. As she began to sift through the clothes, she overheard Da He expressing to Xiao He, "Miss Yen's taste has improved considerably. I was curious why she only brought us two along. It turns out she no longer shops as she used to." Xiao He, unfamiliar with the past, inquired, "What did she used to buy?"
They replied,
"Clothes that would make you question the sanity of both the designers and the buyers." Da He's face flushed slightly at the admission. Nevertheless, his critiques were quite amusing. After a lengthy shopping spree, the initial thrill of buying began to wane as Yen Luqing found herself fatigued, her hands laden with purchases. As she wandered aimlessly, her thoughts began to drift, leading her unconsciously into a store, where a gentle reminder from the petite figure behind her interrupted her reverie. "Miss Yen, this is a men's clothing store." The taller companion swiftly nudged the smaller one, admonishing, "Be sensible. Surely, she intends to purchase something for Gu." Upon hearing this, Yen Luqing was abruptly jolted back to reality, realizing she was indeed standing at the entrance of a renowned men's brand boutique. The smaller companion was momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Yen Luqing refuted the taller companion's assertion, saying, "I did not enter to buy for Gu, but rather to let you both choose outfits." With a playful smile, she added, "You've both worked hard this past month, so feel free to browse. Choose whatever you like. I'll cover the expenses." Although Yen Luqing spoke with such generosity, the two companions hesitated to indulge excessively. Nevertheless, she insisted on them selecting several matching outfits, compelling them to accept. In the end, the brothers were quite pleased, perhaps believing her spirits were exceptionally high today, as their banter became lively, reminiscent of a comedic duet, bringing immense joy to Yen Luqing. Meanwhile, Gu Xi, seated on the couch, glanced up upon hearing the sound of the door's facial recognition system activate. Although the door had yet to open, the sounds of laughter had already wafted in. "Next time we go out, wear those striped outfits," a youthful voice chimed, a stark contrast to the morning demeanor. "They truly are striking and exude a certain authority." Yen Luqing entered, followed closely by her two companions, their arms laden with shopping bags. Gu Xi's gaze skimmed over the various logos, ultimately resting on a particular male brand. Not just one but several bags. Oblivious to this, Yen Luqing animatedly conversed, changing her shoes and only noticing Gu Xi's presence as she made her way into the living room. "Take these upstairs to the dressing room. But don't unpack them. I'll do that later," she instructed her companions, relishing the anticipation of unveiling new garments and hanging them on hangers. Once her directives were complete, she settled on the couch, instinctively turning on the television, only to be taken aback by Gu Si's demeanor. "Why haven't you turned on the TV today?" she inquired. Observing her expression, Gu Si noted that she had completely reverted to her old self. A stark contrast to the morning's mood. A hint of amusement flickered within him, accompanied by an unfamiliar emotion that quietly blossomed, elusive and ungraspable. Yet, his exterior remained impassive. "Why the sudden urge to go shopping?" he asked. Yan Luqing, while changing channels, replied, "Oh, it's nothing, just to clear my mind." "Clear your mind?" Gu Si echoed her last two words, then turned to ask, "Are you unhappy?" Yan Luqing hesitated momentarily, her finger pausing as she contemplated, "Not particularly unhappy. I simply have some unresolved thoughts. For instance, the convoluted relationships between the head of the family and his wife, the foolish ruler and the princess of a rival nation." The head's lack of understanding towards his wife mirrored her confusion regarding him. In a world as vast as this, happiness reigns supreme. After articulating her thoughts, she turned to gauge Gu Si's expression, meeting his gaze. Although he did not smile, his demeanor was relatively gentle. He slightly angled his body, resting a hand on the back of the sofa, and casually inquired, "You went shopping. Why purchase men's clothing?" Yan Luqing was momentarily taken aback, then quickly realized he must have noticed the bags held by her companions. "As I happened to pass by, I thought to reward the two, Dahe and Xiahe, by purchasing them several sets of clothing." However, it seemed there was more to it. Although she appeared distracted at the time, her thoughts seemed to linger on the enemy princess before her. Later, upon hearing Dahe mention that Miss Yan had come to buy something for Gu Si, she suddenly felt a surge of defiance. Today, the head of the household would indeed refrain from making any purchases. Nevertheless, the enemy princess inquired about the purpose of her actions. She looked at Gu Si with curiosity, only to observe a subtle smile gradually forming on his lips. His voice softening. "Did you only buy for them?" The head of the household was momentarily taken aback. Why did it feel as if she had been caught buying designer clothes for her secretary? Yan Luqing nodded, confirming, "Yes, I did not purchase for anyone else." She had genuinely only bought for these two secretaries. Yet, unexpectedly, upon hearing this, Gu Si first nodded in acknowledgement. Oh. Then, the distance between them seemed to close slightly, and she beheld the princess's peak beauty magnified before her, appearing even more stunning. "The sentiment of others have it, yet I do not," lingered in the air. Gu Si smiled at her, the curve of his eyes remarkably enchanting, as he remarked, "Yan Luqing, is this what it means to be treated as a close friend?" Chapter 39. No escape. Was it not said that there was no boyfriend? At some point, the wolf had made its way to the sofa, nuzzling against Yan Luqing, then against Gu Si, and seeing that neither paid him any attention for an extended time, he wandered off to torment others. Yan Luqing's eyes widened in astonishment. The television, which she had casually turned on moments ago, was now airing a soap opera. In contrast, Gu Si's voice was not loud, yet the content of his words reached her ears distinctly. Initially, she did not expect Gu Si to utter anything astonishing, for their previous conversations had been quite ordinary. To her surprise, he suddenly introduced such a twist. At that moment, Yan Luqing felt a mix of horror and exhilaration as she realized that her earlier whimsical thoughts seemed to align perfectly with the current situation. She felt akin to a husband who had an affair with a secretary, secretly purchasing numerous designer clothes and bags for her, only to be caught by his wife. Although neither the identities nor the events of Gu Si and her bore any relation, the sense of déjà vu was strikingly intense. If a dialogue box could appear above Yan Luqing's head, it would undoubtedly contain a series of question marks. The two exchanged a silent gaze for 5 seconds. With great hesitation, Yan Luqing finally spoke. "You are." He had just remarked that Dahe and Xiahe had received gifts, while he had not, questioning whether this was the treatment reserved for a close friend. After some contemplation, she pondered. Was he, in fact, hinting at wanting clothes for himself? Furrowing her brows slightly, she expressed her confusion, eventually articulating a complete sentence. "Do you like that brand? Is that why you want clothing from that brand?"
Gucci replied.
"I wonder if studying her could serve as a subject for a physics thesis. It could likely extend until the end of life." Yan Luqing once again perceived an ineffable emotion in Gu Si's gaze, but before she could respond, he spoke first. Regardless of the perspective, it should not be the close friend who is treated differently. The conversation unfolded as naturally as if they were discussing what to have for dinner that evening. Although Gu Si frequently jested about her close friend, Yan Luqing had long grown accustomed to it. Yet, she never anticipated that this particular jest could be employed with such versatility in this context. Thus, Gu Si gazed at her, his eyes glimmering with clarity, inquiring why she hadn't purchased anything for him. Yan Luqing, puzzled by how effortlessly Gu Xi could pose such a question, was momentarily taken aback. Just then, someone flicked on the living room lights, casting a slender beam of illumination upon his delicate eyelids. Luqing had previously thought it improbable that Gu Xi would ask such a question, as if momentarily possessed. However, as she looked into his eyes, the half-serious, half-joking manner in which he questioned her about the lack of gifts made him appear even more authentic. Gu Xi paused, his gaze flickering, and with a faint smile, asked, "What's different?" They hardly had any clothes to wear, Luqing mused, growing weary of the brothers' constant repetition of outfits. She then remarked to Gu Xi, "Look, you don't lack for clothing, do you?" Gu Xi's eyelid twitched. Was this what they referred to as being different? Once, someone had remarked on Gu Xi's striking appearance, which created a sense of distance, yet upon closer acquaintance, one would find him to be a gentle and courteous individual, rarely prone to anger. However, with further interaction, it became evident that his infrequent displays of anger were not due to a gentle disposition or a good temper, but rather because he simply did not care about those matters. A person who does not care does not retain memories of appearances, nor do they invest emotions in trivialities. He had always been in control of his emotions. Yet now, particularly in recent weeks, he had encountered the challenge of controlling human emotions more than once. Because they lack. You give. Gu Xi suddenly laughed. Is this your rule for gift-giving? Luqing felt that the topic could be shifted and, without much thought, nodded in agreement. Gu Xi abruptly exclaimed, drawing out the sound, "Oh, so in your eyes I lack a garland?" Luqing was momentarily taken aback by the implication that he was not typically one to give gifts based on what he lacked. Such a precise retort left her at a loss for words. Just as she was engulfed in embarrassment, the imposing figure of Dahe, who had come to invite her to dinner, saved her. "Dinner is all ready." Dahe began, but mid-sentence, he sensed a penetrating gaze directed at him. Upon completing his thought and lifting his head, he met Gu Xi's calm stare. Confused, Dahe left without further ado. Gu Xi appeared disinclined to pursue their previous conversation any longer. He rose from the sofa and made his way toward the dining room. Luqing followed closely behind, suddenly reminded of the last words Gu Xi had uttered during her hypnotic session. Since he was unaware, she decided to borrow that phrase to appease him. As they walked, Luqing tugged gently at the sleeve of Gu Xi's shirt, which was within her reach. She raised her hand, hesitating momentarily in midair before continuing upward. She slightly tiptoed, brushing against his soft hair. Gu Xi did not evade her touch, but was momentarily taken aback, his eyes reflecting a rare sense of confusion and bewilderment. "What are you doing?" he asked. Luqing felt a twinge of embarrassment as she engaged in such antics. Her cheeks flushed and her almond-shaped eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at him. "You must appease my dear friend," she playfully insisted, her voice diminishing to an even softer, endearing whisper. She resolved to purchase something for him the following day, hoping he would no longer harbor jealousy. Initially, Luqing had intended to venture out shopping with Gu Xi as they had done before, but to her surprise, after a mere afternoon stroll with De Xiaohe, her legs felt utterly foreign upon waking, nearly preventing her from rising from bed. She refrained from inquiring about his plans, content in the knowledge that her moment of joy was at hand. If their previous game of exchanging crowns had been a miracle for CICI, then this was akin to a dress-up game, a dazzling spectacle for CICI. She gestured towards the multitude of bags, stating, "This is just a portion. There are more in your room. You should try on a few sizes first. If they do not fit, we can sift through them." The instant she finished speaking, she noticed the unmistakable look of refusal forming on Gu Xi's face. However, curiously, the words of denial seemed to evaporate before they could escape his lips. Instead, he fixated on her eyes for several seconds, then silently lowered his gaze to begin sifting through the bags, seemingly intent on following her suggestion. Although Luqing could not fathom what thoughts raced through his mind in those fleeting moments, she was genuinely delighted by the outcome. Gu Xi soon extracted several bags, his expression playful as he remarked, "However, there is a question." "What is it?" Luqing inquired. "Should I try on the clothes in my room, or—" His voice trailed off, hinting at an outing. Luqing felt she had a say in the matter, subtly implying, "After all, it is my money. I ought to show her." Gu Xi, observing her expression, recalled a few days prior when he had divulged his current profession to two individuals in a single night. It seemed those 3 words were indeed remarkably apartment all right, he acquiesced. When he stepped out after trying on an outfit, Xiaohe, filled with envy, exclaimed, "His clothes look far superior to mine." Luqing thought to herself, "Why are you two taking turns to be envious of each other?" She then offered an objective critique. stating, "His clothes are not much different from those he wore yesterday. You must admit, it is primarily because he is handsome." In due course, Yen Luqing was granted her wish of witnessing the dress-up game. Although Gu Xi lost patience after trying on a few ensembles, it was undeniably a visual feast. She was particularly enamored with a pristine white shirt, devoid of any pattern, reminiscent of a clean high school uniform, radiating youthful charm, truly the most suitable piece for Gu Xi. As he donned it, her eyes seemed to sparkle. "Ah, my taste is impeccable." Xiaohe, still dripping with sarcasm, retorted, "Miss Yen, your selections are mediocre. It is his good looks that make anything he wears appealing." Yen Luqing, bemused, noted that for some reason, both Xiaohe and Xiaohe had begun to unconsciously adopt a tone reminiscent of Ci. It was a day devoted to mending friendships, spent joyously in the afternoon, culminating in a delightful dinner filled with warmth and camaraderie. It dawned upon Yen Luqing that Gu Xi was, indeed, feeling a tinge of jealousy. She had previously experienced the subtle jealousy that can arise in friendships among girls. Having never had a boyfriend, she had never witnessed a boy's jealousy. Moreover, she did not associate the terms jealousy and Gu Xi together, hence she could not comprehend his behavior. However, once the concept of jealousy was introduced, everything suddenly became clear. The most astonishing aspect was Gu Xi's reaction after Yen Luqing pointed out his jealousy. Typically, when someone is confronted, they would respond with disbelief, declaring, "Jealous?
Me?
Absolutely not. You are overthinking it. Do not be so self-absorbed." Yet Gu Xi was different. He exhibited no shyness and did not deny it at all. While it was possible that he was simply too indifferent to explain, Yen Luqing felt it was more akin to a candid admission. This behavior, when linked to everything he had previously said, made Yen Luqing find him inexplicably charming. As this thought crossed her mind, she was momentarily taken aback. Almost immediately, the voice of Makabaka chimed in. "Maria, have you noticed that the frequency with which you mention Gu Xi in your recent thoughts has exceeded normal limits?" Yen Luqing paused for a moment, replying, "But you can't see that, can you? I've analyzed the data. Over the past week, it truly is alarmingly excessive. Would you like to see the results?" Yen Luqing hesitated for 3 seconds before declining. "No, thank you." Yet, she spoke too slowly, for before she could finish her sentence, a statistical chart appeared before her. Makabaka suddenly began to recite material science facts in her ear. As Yen Luqing glanced at the chart, she attentively discerned the content being recited, only to realize after a considerable duration that it was detailing the unfortunate cases of past individuals who had died from romantic entanglements with characters within books. Yen Luqing sighed in exasperation. "You really don't need to worry. Gu Xi and I are nothing like that." Makabaka interrupted. "That's not it, Maria. My concern stems from the fact that I cannot perceive any information regarding Gu Xi. I do not understand whether it is the system or something else, but I fear for your safety." Yen Luqing inexplicably felt a sense of relief. "Oh, I see." However, that relief was short-lived, as her worries resurfaced. What about her own concerns? Did she intend to remain forever in the world of the book? If she stayed here, what would happen when she reached the age at which the original character was destined to perish? And Gu Xi. The past few days had indeed been quite joyful, but now, reflecting on it felt akin to a punctured balloon. Such immense joy. Poof.
Gone.
As Yen Luqing pondered while drying her hair, she exited the bathroom, her thoughts lingering on Gu Xi and the statistical chart Makabaka had shown her. When she heard her phone ringing, she glanced at the caller ID and answered, "Grandpa." The elderly gentleman spoke with fervor. "I have inquired with the staff at your villa and consulted your family doctor. You are perfectly fine. You are to resume classes starting tomorrow. Understood." Yen Luqing opened her mouth, intending to fabricate an excuse, but found herself at a loss for words. She recalled the image that Makabaka had shown her, contemplating her true identity. The feeling was akin to a pebble cast into the still surface of a lake, sinking deeper and deeper until it gently settled at the bottom. Seemingly trivial, yet potent enough to alter her state of mind in that moment. She murmured, "Yes, I heard you." This left the old man Yen momentarily speechless. After a pause of over 10 seconds, he finally spoke again. "I will send you the class schedule. Remember to go tomorrow. Rest early today." He hung up the phone. "Maria, why the sudden desire to attend school? I thought you disliked it?" Yen Luqing did not respond but inquired instead, "How long until the plot where Gu Xi departs?" 17 days. That's merely half a month. Yen Luqing mused. "Then I shall study for half a month. Why am I going to school?" She lifted the quilt, preparing to retire for the night, certainly reluctant to interact further with the character of Princess Ci, knowing he was destined to leave as per the narrative's requirement. Moreover, after absorbing the information you provided me, I have even less inclination to encounter him, avoiding his gaze at all costs. And that statistical chart. It was absurd. Why were her thoughts so monotonous each day? Although much of it was likely spent pondering how to change Gu Xi's appearance, was it not excessive? The world is vast. She yearned to explore it, to contemplate others. With a mix of wistfulness and melancholy, Yan Luqing drifted into slumber. The following morning, she descended the stairs clad in her recently purchased attire, a blend of casual and scholarly elegance, even donning light makeup. This transformation momentarily stunned the gentleman downstairs. Dehe was the first to speak. Are you heading out? Yan Luqing nodded. I start school today, Grandpa insisted. Understanding dawned on Dehe. I see. I will notify the driver. During breakfast, Gu Xi asked, didn't you express reluctance to go? There was no need for her heart to race or her cheeks to flush. She replied nonchalantly, I have no choice but to attend. In truth, there was no compulsion. She could simply feign madness. Fortunately, Gu Xi did not press further. However, as she prepared to leave, she sensed Gu Xi lingering nearby, observing her for some reason. Uncertain of his intentions, she focused on her own departure. Just as she reached the entrance to change her shoes, she felt a slight weight on her shoulder. Gu Xi had gently grasped her shoulder, the contact neither overly intimate nor distant, perfectly balanced. Considering it was a school day, Gu Xi's gaze swept over her hands. The implication clear. At the very least, carry an empty bag. Yan Luqing placed a notebook into the empty bag and set off for school. During the examination, she sat in front of a girl from her major, having added her on WeChat. This girl was the most familiar to her among the group. The girl, known as Little Twister due to her long braided hair, fortuitously crossed paths with Yan Luqing just as she was searching for her classroom. Yan Luqing seized her arm. Little Twister, are you heading to the classroom?
Take me with you.
After exchanging greetings, she promptly pulled her along towards the classroom. The teacher had just arrived, and the two of them found seats in the back row. Zayamawa exclaimed, you finally made it. I was hoping to ask you about something today. Ever since that exam, you've been off the radar. Yan Luqing smiled, reflecting that had it not been for her desire to escape that place in solitude, she would not have returned to school to endure this torment. Shortly after, the girl's eyes darted around. How about I keep you company? I had enough sleep today, and don't plan to take a nap. Besides, we can't sleep in class. We might as well play some games. Yan Luqing was taken aback to discover that she was dealing with another gaming addict. When two gaming enthusiasts convene, the notion of napping becomes utterly obsolete, and the pair dove headfirst into the realm of the game. Jizi organized Yan Luqing's gameplay, suggesting she take on the jungle role. Noticing that Zayamawa frequently played as Yao, and given the suitable team composition, she encouraged her to select Yao to ride atop her character. As Yan Luqing played, she was reminded of the last time someone had ridden her character as Yao, which had been Gu Xi. In that match, her performance had been abysmal, as she could not stop laughing, resulting in Yao being defeated numerous times, all while she chuckled and teased, look at this, not bad, right? Suddenly, Zayamawa interrupted her train of thought with a question. Hey, darling, what does this mean? Yan Luqing paused, glancing at her screen. What she saw appeared to be a jumble of characters, remnants of a night when she had idly played a couple of matches. Even the most enjoyable games can become tiresome when overplayed, prompting her to change things up. The acronym she had created for Princess Ci was likely comprehensible only to her, which was rather exhilarating to ponder. The two of them didn't engage in much small talk, as their conversation revolved predominantly around the game. After a few matches, Yan Luqing found that donning this rather provocative username seemed to enhance her gameplay. For instance, during the match where they had picked Yao, their teammates performed admirably, while the opposing team began mocking Zayamawa. A hero like that, are you really bold enough to pick it? Yao, I'll be focusing on you, Sima. Yan Luqing had to admit that Yao could indeed be a nuisance for those who played poorly with her. However, if a player truly wanted to underperform, what hero they chose would hardly matter. After all, it's the player's skill that dictates the outcome. As the banter continued, one player remarked, Hodai, I thought you were impressive. Turns out, you're just this? The moment those words were sent, Yan Luqing felt a surge of confidence akin to that of a princess from a fantasy realm. Not only did Zayamawa laugh uncontrollably, but their teammates too were chuckling, even drawing laughter from an enemy player. Eventually, Yan Luqing dominated the bottom lane, causing the opposing Ho-E to cower under his tower. No matter, she was unbothered and dared to dive beneath the tower for a kill. When it was over, she typed, Ho-E, promise me you won TQ at midnight. Don't let the younger players witness your positioning. In the end, She ventured to the bottom lane to eliminate Ho-E, skillfully controlling the final moments of his health, deliberately granting the kill to little Ma Hua. Then she exclaimed, Ho-E was slain by the new Biao.
Goodness.
Little Ma Hua is nearly in stitches. Gaming often breeds animosity, yet it also fosters deep friendships, particularly between two individuals who harmoniously collaborate, swiftly forging a strong sisterhood. Not to mention, Luqing gallantly defended her against that incompetent player. This was but a trifling matter, truly. Luqing waved her hand dismissively, stating that there was only one scenario in which she would proactively add someone as a friend, when she felt she hadn't sufficiently expressed her frustrations during the game. Little Ma Hua erupted into laughter, her guffaws echoing like a goose's call, taking a while to regain her composure. You have such a delightful sense of humor. I genuinely adore you. Initially, upon viewing her score, she felt quite accomplished, perhaps possessing an innate talent for the sciences. But now she realized that without a captivating teacher like Gu Xi to pique her interest, she had no talent whatsoever. Little Ma Hua hadn't paid attention in class, instead doodling on the side. Unable to contain her boredom, Luqing leaned over to inquire, What are you writing? A love letter to my boyfriend. Upon uttering this, a sudden blush crept onto the typically cheerful face of the girl. Luqing was taken aback for a moment. Yet little Ma Hua, filled with curiosity, asked, Oh, by the way, I haven't asked you yet with your striking beauty. Do you have a boyfriend? I noticed a few single guys in our class seemed quite smitten after I called out earlier. I don't have a boyfriend, Luqing promptly replied. But I likely won TV dating for the time being. Little Ma Hua sighed in disappointment. All right then, but truth be told, the attractiveness of our class doesn't quite match your appearance. The two continued to casually critique their lessons, and Luqing couldn't resist asking, Little Ma Hua, may I pose a question? Sure. What do you think it means when boys say girls are cute? Has someone said that about you? Little Ma Hua counted on her fingers. There are two interpretations. The first is that boys only find the girls they like to be cute, as cute is a very particular descriptor that resonates deeply. The other interpretation is that when someone calls you cute, they might simply be at a loss for words. Because those who aren't pretty are called demure, and those who are neither pretty nor demure are labeled cute. But, of course, you don't fit that description. Luqing was momentarily taken aback.
Huh.
Little Ma Hua asserted confidently, with your looks, you certainly don't conform to that theory. Hence, this cuteness must pertain to the first interpretation. Upon hearing the first part, Luqing couldn't help but chuckle. She greatly appreciated little Ma Hua's candidness. However, Luqing pondered, it seemed even more improbable. Is that so? Little Ma Hua slyly eyed her, probing, then why are you so concerned about what he said? Do you like him? That's impossible. Luqing steadfastly maintained the definition she had established for herself. My feelings for him are akin to, well, have you ever had a crush on a fictional character? Or played an otome game? It's that kind of fondness. What? Little Ma Hua was astounded. But he is a real person. How can you regard a real person as merely a fictional character to like? Luqing mused. I am indeed a character from a novel. However, upon further reflection, the notion of a mere paper figure is somewhat presumptive. Yet, when Luqing perused the pages of the book, her perception of the other characters resembled that of mere illustrations, while Gu Xi remained imbued with genuine emotion. This is precisely why she felt such profound empathy and attachment. Before reading this book, she was quite different, as a heartless jester. She lacked passion even for the mundane realities of the three-dimensional world, so how could she possibly care for mere paper figures? Gu Xi was indeed the first to stir such feelings within her. Not only was it the two of them who felt this way, the social butterfly, Luqing, had previously added nearly all her classmates from the same major during exams. They discovered that those classmates were also struggling, their social circles resembling a wholesale market, with a mere scroll revealing a series of recycled posts. Seated in the same classroom, Luqing and Xiao Mahua followed suit by posting a similar update, electrical engineering physics, a lifelong nemesis, craving soda and fried chicken, accompanied by an image. Come on, parents, pick up your kids after school. Xiao Mahua chuckled. I've been dating my boyfriend for over 2 years now, since sophomore year. But now it's a long-distance relationship. Sigh, he is too academically gifted, studying civil engineering at a prestigious university. Luqing's fingers paused mid-fidget. Big? Isn't that Gu Xi's school? It's indeed a haven for prodigies. In the ensuing moments, Xiao Mahua dutifully assumed the role of storyteller, her affection for her boyfriend evident in the way her eyes sparkled as she recounted their sweet moments, even more so than during their gaming sessions. Finally, Propelled by Xiao Mahua as heartwarming tales of romance, the school bell rang, signaling the end of class. As she gathered her materials, Xiao Mahua remarked, "Speaking of big, I once stealthily infiltrated a group chat comprised of lively and charming scholars, where they frequently discussed which department had produced the latest handsome or beautiful students." Upon hearing the mention of beauty, Yan Luqing immediately raised her hand. "Are there beautiful people? I want to join." Xiao Mahua gestured to her, promising to add her shortly. Overwhelmed with joy at the end of class, Yan Luqing barely paid attention, only catching snippets of phrases like the highest beauty standards in history. As they conversed, Yan Luqing noticed Xiao Mahua's gaze fixated on the back door of the classroom, her tones suddenly rising in intrigue. "Hey!" Yan Luqing exclaimed. "What are you gasping at? Class is over." "Goodness, the handsome guy standing at our classroom's back door. He looks just like the one I mentioned earlier." "Which one? The handsome one?" Yan Luqing stood up, her bag in hand, but thought, "Isn't that the one? Surely, you must be mistaken." Though she voiced her skepticism, Xiao Mahua appeared perplexed. The man's aura and features were strikingly distinct, leaving her confident in her recognition. As Yan Luqing, seated towards the back, began to drift with the crowd towards the exit, she suddenly noticed a peculiar slowness in the movement of those around her. When she lifted her gaze, she unexpectedly found herself staring at someone who should have been in a villa at that very moment. Gu Xi stood there, adorned in the white shirt she favored most, layered with a simple black jacket. Her exquisite features radiated a sense of elegance, yet remained distinctly aloof, as if she were illuminated by a spotlight. Despite standing in an ordinary corridor of an academic building, he was originally leaning against the windowsill in the corridor, but upon locking eyes with Yan Luqing, he stood upright and walked toward her, coming to a halt at the back door of the classroom. Gu Xi, perplexed to the utmost, gazed at him with utter confusion, asking, "Aren't you at home? What brings you here?" Behind her, a friend, little Twisty, was left bewildered. What does at home even mean? Didn't she say she was single? Before little Twisty could ponder further, the handsome young man made a gesture akin to that of a parent picking up a child from school. He suddenly reached out, grabbed Yan Luqing's bag, and held it in his hand. The entire motion was so natural that it astonished all the discreet onlookers, including the parties involved. Yan Luqing stared in disbelief at the unfolding scene, her mind racing back to the post she had shared 40 minutes earlier, conjuring absurd associations. She asked again, "What are you doing here?" As she spoke, she noticed Gu Xi holding her bag, a smile gradually spreading across his face. "I came to pick you up from school." Chapter 40. No escape. Oh, how wonderful it is to be in love. If Yan Luqing could activate a dialogue box effect at that moment, she would have seen a plethora of question marks hovering above little Twisty's head, enough to overflow the dialogue box. Despite claiming to be single, it seemed they were already cohabiting. And what about this charming young man? Little Twisty had just checked the group chat, where discussions about him were rampant. A friend with a physics major remarked that not only was he exceptionally handsome, but he also appeared to excel academically. The group, regardless of the veracity of these claims, began to flood the chat with an array of emoticons. Little Twisty suddenly recalled Yan Luqing's earlier question about what it meant when a boy said a girl was cute. Could it be that this handsome young man was the very one who had called her cute while she had merely regarded him as a character in a story? Little Twisty, with an inherent penchant for gossip, could not resist and instinctively started to act. She activated her camera and stood beside the pair, capturing the moment. In that instant, she saw Yan Luqing seemingly snap back to reality, swiftly glancing from side to side before tugging at the edge of the handsome young man's jacket and heading toward the staircase, soon disappearing from view. Once outside the teaching building, the sensation of being watched by a crowd diminished significantly. Moreover, the chaos of the class break and the throng in the corridor meant that if Yan Luqing did not grasp onto this eye-catching figure, every word exchanged between them would likely be overheard. Now, she felt it was time to speak. Releasing her grip on Gu Xi's jacket, they strolled slowly toward the school gate. "You just said you came to pick me up from school?" Yan Luqing inquired. "Why did you come to get me?" Gu Xi seemed to have anticipated her question. While she spoke, he was busy scrolling through his phone. Yan Luqing assumed he was replying to someone, but to her surprise, as her words fell silent, he presented his phone to her. The screen displayed the WeChat Moments interface, with her recently posted meme prominently displayed. "Someone come play the role of a parent picking up their child from school." Yan Luqing casually shared a post, following the trend set by a few girls in her class. Now, as she scrutinized the image, which depicted a panda head with tears, carrying a small backpack, it vividly illustrated the sentiment of tearful schooling. Was the implication that because he saw this emoticon he came to pick her up after school? Yet, being in college. The notion of being picked up after school seemed absurd. They were not children, after all, and these emoticons were merely whimsical. At that moment, she found it difficult to articulate her thoughts, as her mind briefly blanked, contemplating why he would appear here. All the while admiring how splendid he looked in that white shirt. Perhaps it was a blend of astonishment and joy, with joy predominating at 99%. The context suggested parental pickups. After a moment's pause, Luqing found her opening. "Are you my parent?" Gu Xi chuckled at her words, retorting, "Well, does it say anywhere that only parents can pick someone up?" Luqing was momentarily speechless. Gu Xi then corrected her, "That's not my favorite drama. It's yours." He smiled again. "Must there be a reason to pick you up after school?" As the clock struck 5, the sky began to blush, and from this angle, Gu Xi appeared even more distinguished against the backdrop. His lips, slightly pale, curled into a casual smile. "I was free, so I thought I'd come." Luqing felt her heart skip a beat. The car halted at the side entrance of the school. She noticed two friends, Dahe and Xiaohe, alighting from another vehicle, greeting her and opening the car doors for them. It was only after settling into the car that she managed to ask Gu Xi, "You came to pick me up after class. Did Dahe and Xiaohe find it odd? Didn't they ask you anything?" Gu Xi paused for a few seconds. "You could ask them. You might not believe it, but I didn't say a word of explanation." She believed him. Aware of what those two were likely thinking, Luqing inquired further, "How did you know when my class ended?" "I had a friend at this university check the campus network for me." Gu Xi glanced at her. "Let us head to the fried chicken place." Luqing was taken aback. In her afternoon post, she had written about electrical physics, a lifelong adversary. Craving a soda, longing for fried chicken. Was it indeed due to that post? She was genuinely astonished and couldn't help but ask directly, "Why did you decide to act on my post today?" Gu Xi clicked his tongue. Why so many questions? Luqing was momentarily taken aback. What kind of gratitude? Gu Xi raised his hand and tugged at the collar of his white shirt, revealing a hint of collarbone. Initially startled by his gesture, Luqing thought, "What tactic is this? Is he trying to seduce me like a princess from a rival nation?" Then it dawned on her. He was tugging at the shirt she had bought for him. So this was his way of expressing gratitude for the shirt she had gifted him. On that day, she first purchased clothing for Dahe and Xiaohai, only to be reproached by Gu Xi for not treating her close friend properly. Consequently, she bought an additional array of items, which ultimately led to today's gesture of gratitude. Why does their togetherness feel so peculiar? The fried chicken shop was not far from the school, and by the time she pondered this, they had already arrived. Luqing's train of thought was interrupted as she followed Gu Xi out of the car. To her surprise, the shop was quite tastefully decorated, and upon entering, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. After settling down, Luqing suddenly felt a pang of concern. Gu Xi, with our stomachs, can we truly indulge in fried chicken? While she indeed had a fondness for fried chicken, she was more fearful of needing in for afterwards. Having consulted a doctor, Gu Xi slid the menu towards her and stated, "It is not permissible." Luqing shot him a bewildered look. The doctor had only permitted steamed chicken. Gu Xi replied leisurely, "I checked, and this fried chicken restaurant is the only one serving steamed chicken." Luqing remained perplexed. Then why have we come to a fried chicken shop to eat steamed chicken? Just to immerse ourselves in the atmosphere? Gu Xi's tone suggested he was merely speculating. "Thank you," Luqing said with a blank expression. "I certainly feel the atmosphere. It is quite palpable." "You're welcome." In the end, the two ordered a nourishing steamed chicken soup set at the fried chicken shop. As they dined, Luqing's phone vibrated multiple times. It was a message from Zayamawa. Originally named Xiao Xiao, Luqing had yet to update her contact name. After making the change, she opened the message. "Zayamawa, where are you?" "Zayamawa, let me guess. After school you went to eat fried chicken?" Luqing, "No, escaping saint. Not at all." Luqing snapped a photo and sent it back. "Escaping saint, we both have stomach issues, so currently, we are at a fried chicken shop enjoying nourishing chicken soup." Zayamawa, truly remarkable. "Zayamawa, by the way, I'm sending you this. I took it casually." She sent a photo. Luqing opened it and stared for a few seconds. It was taken from her diagonal behind as Zayamawa exited the classroom earlier. The scene captured was from just outside the classroom. Only a hint of her cheek was visible, while Gu Xi's face occupied most of the frame. The reason it wasn't a full shot was due to Zayamawa's angle, which caught him slightly turned. In that moment, he was smiling, his outline softened by the light behind him, yet his features remained distinct, with long, feathery eyelashes casting a small shadow. One might easily be led to believe he was gazing tenderly at the girl whose face was obscured in the photograph. Yan Luqing had seen him directly across from her, not realizing how different the scene appeared from another's perspective. Zayama. It seems I was the only one who took a photo. The girls in our class asked me for it and I shared it with them, but whether they will spread it further, I cannot say. As soon as Zayamawa sent this, a flurry of bubbles appeared above her head. Red, you deceived me about being single. Humph, you're already living together and still lying. Indeed, I must merely be a transient plastic sister to her. Pink remarked, but perhaps it's also a matter of shyness. They truly make a perfect match. Yan Luqing found herself at a loss for words to explain, thus she excused herself momentarily. As her gaze swept across the screen, she noticed a plethora of new messages in a recently joined group chat. Zayamawa had added her to several groups today, and this was one of them. One individual commented, "Goodness, in just 5 minutes, I've experienced a whirlwind of emotions." Another added, "Just now, a friend of mine informed me that a particularly stunning junior has arrived, only for me to receive a photo moments later, revealing that she already has a boyfriend." The image was indeed the very one Zayamawa had warned her about, concerning the possibility of it circulating unbeknownst to her. As it featured Gu Ci, discussions about him swiftly ensued. Does this guy have a girlfriend? Well, there goes my joy. Another voice lamented. Who is this handsome fellow in your picture? I just met him. And now I learn he has a girlfriend. My happiness has vanished in an instant. Look. The boy is carrying a backpack. Clearly, it's a girl's backpack. Yan Luqing thought. Goodness, this is utterly irretrievable. From the moment she picked up her phone to when she set it down, barely 5 minutes had passed. With a complex expression, she continued her meal, while Gu Ci, seated across from her, quickly noticed and looked up, asking, "What's wrong?" How should she articulate this? Have we become a couple in the eyes of the audience? Perhaps it is best left unsaid. Yan Luqing shook her head. It's nothing. Gu Ci's dark eyes remained fixed on her, as if he had more to say. Suddenly, she was distracted by the voice of the restaurant staff. Dear customers, we apologize for the interruption. Our establishment has partnered with the cinema in the mall. Upon reaching a certain expenditure, you may exchange 99 yuan for a movie ticket. Limited to 2 tickets per table. Would you be interested? Yan Luqing's attention immediately zeroed in on the 99. How affordable. Aside from moments when she consciously spent money, she usually felt quite affluent, maintaining her habitual mindset. Promotions like this seemed to her akin to receiving money. She promptly asked Gu Ci, "Would you like to watch a movie?" The person across from her squinted slightly and smiled. "Sure, that works." Yan Luqing addressed the staff. 2 tickets, please." "Thank you." Once they departed, she and Gu Ci locked eyes, and she suddenly realized that her previous actions were merely a reflex triggered by the sight of the 99. How impulsive of her. She hadn't even checked what movies were playing today. Perhaps you still don't fully understand me, Yan Luqing hesitated, candidly assessing herself. I tend to take advantage of small bargains. Gu Ci offered no comment, simply nodding and gently stating, as long as you're sure you benefited, that's what matters. Upon arriving at the cinema, this little escapade of frugality imparted a profound lesson to Yan Luqing. In the future, she ought to first review the currently screening films before deciding whether to seize such opportunities. Currently, there are 2 suitable films remaining. One is a horror film, and the other explores the theme of dual personalities. Gu Ci casually glanced over both and remarked, I recommend the horror film, but the choice is yours. Yan Luqing found her feelings towards horror films rather perplexing. She had experienced those that failed to instill fear, as well as those that terrified her to the point of sleeplessness. Although she was accompanied, it did little to alleviate her trepidation. Thus, for the sake of caution, she opted for the latter. 10 minutes later, as she entered the screening room, Yan Luqing unlocked her phone to check a message from Xiaohe, indicating where the car was parked. She could easily surmise its location, yet habit compelled her to open the message. Miss Yan, they must be on a date. Having dinner before watching a movie. Everything is in order. I knew it was true. Is this not what romance looks like? Ah, romance is wonderful. I wish to experience it too. Yan Luqing thought to herself, with your current level of intelligence, it's best to reconsider. She assumed he had gone to the restroom. It was only when she sat down that she suddenly realized she was empty-handed, having forgotten to purchase popcorn for the movie. She locked her phone and prepared to rise and buy some. However, before she could stand, as if someone had heard her unspoken wish, a bucket of popcorn magically appeared before her. She stared at it in astonishment for a few seconds, soon catching the delightful aroma of the popcorn wafting through the air. When she lifted her gaze, she found Gu Ci's face before her. She took the bucket, saying, "Thank you." I thought you had just gone to. Yen Luqing pondered how remarkable this coincidence was. Why would he buy popcorn? At home, he never touched the sweets prepared by the aunt. After a pause, she added, moreover, I never mentioned wanting popcorn. After her inquiry, she popped a couple of kernels into her mouth, contemplating whether they tasted so delightful simply because they were purchased by a prince. Goosey Eyes settled beside her, turning his head. The dim lighting accentuated his dark eyes, which shone like polished lacquer. Perhaps even you have forgotten, but while we were dining, a platter of snacks was served. Yen Luqing, chewing, merely nodded. Then she heard Goosey Eye's gentle voice. You've emptied that plate of popcorn. Chapter 41. No escape. There was a hint of tears in Yen Luqing's voice. As Goosey Eye's words lingered in the air, all surrounding lights dimmed, leaving only the large screen ahead illuminated, showcasing a series of advertisements. She genuinely had no recollection of what she had consumed, surprised that Goosey Eye had noticed. His remark triggered her memory of the platter's appearance, and she recalled that she had indeed munched on some popcorn while distracted by her phone. As the head of the Yen family continued to indulge in popcorn, she couldn't help but instinctively assign roles for herself and Prince Ei. In terms of roles, today, someone was both grateful and attentive. However, she was quite dissatisfied with the final phrase regarding the attentive spouse. The tone of Prince Ei seemed to imply a need to emphasize the fact that she had emptied the bowl, as if he disapproved of her appetite. He had clearly observed her fondness for popcorn, and thus he went to procure some for her. Yet, despite the apparent kindness, there lingered an overwhelming sense of contempt. It was fitting for the princess of the Bamboo Kingdom, Yen Luqing mused. No matter how grateful or virtuous she might be, she remained the nemesis of our panda nation. Just as her thoughts wandered, the opening music of the film finally began to play. As Yen Luqing watched, she found little intrigue in the movie. The narrative commenced with a character who discovers his peculiar transformation and others remarking on their own oddities. He speculates that there may be another soul residing within him, and through several twists, he ultimately realizes that it is, in fact, his second personality. Yen Luqing had previously encountered a similar film where the protagonist seemingly harbored 6 or 7 distinct personalities, which she found quite thrilling. Thus, as she reached the mid to later parts of his film, she felt rather indifferent. It was not until the climax approached that a particular scene unfolded, a confrontation between the primary and secondary personalities within a fantastical realm. Yen Luqing pondered the scientific validity of such a concept and leaned towards Goosey Eye, whispering, "Isn't it said that multiple personalities are unaware of each other?" To avoid disturbing those around her, and to only affect Goosey Eye, she had to lean in closely. Clasped in her arms was the bucket of popcorn, which she had been munching on throughout the evening, the sweet aroma wafting as she leaned closer to speak. Goosey Eye, without needing to see, felt as if a human-shaped candy had drawn near, and he turned to meet her bright gaze. It was merely a film. The dialogue between the primary and secondary personalities was ambiguous, prompting the audience to contemplate its meaning. Suddenly, the conversation was punctuated by the typical horror film technique, a jarring close-up of the secondary personality's sinister grin, accompanied by a thunderous sound effect. The preceding dialogue had been eerily calm, but this abrupt shift startled many in the theater, eliciting gasps from the audience. Yen Luqing was momentarily taken aback, but her surprise was fleeting as Goosey Eye gently tapped her arm. "What?" she inquired, still processing. Without further ado, Goosey Eye reached over and took the popcorn bucket from her grasp. In the dim light, his fingers briefly brushed against her hand, the sensation akin to cool jade. Realizing what had transpired, Yen Luqing turned to him, blinking in confusion. "Aren't you not eating?" "After hearing you munch throughout the film," Goosey Eye replied, a hint of amusement in his tone. "It's been a while since I had this, so I thought I might give it a try." Fortunately, his sudden interruption allowed Yen Luqing to relax in his leisurely cadence, dispelling the disconcerting feeling that had previously enveloped her. Shortly thereafter, Goosey Eye's voice returned to her ears, and she felt the familiar weight of the popcorn bucket being placed back into her embrace. Indeed, it was as unpalatable as she remembered. Yen Luqing exited the cinema, unable to contain her frustration as she vented to Goosey Eye, "I truly despise films that rely on overly intense sound effects to instill fear. This isn't even a horror movie, and I was completely unprepared. Had I known this film would be like that, I would have opted for a horror flick instead." Goosey Eye cast her a sidelong glance. Her spirited tirade suggested she was not frightened at all. "I had already recommended a horror film," she replied nonchalantly. As the two strolled through the shopping mall, Yen Luqing, oblivious to the curious gazes around them, inquired with fervent curiosity, "Then why not?" Goosey Eye, after stating the facts, answered lazily, "I simply believe that, compared to horror films, this one is evidently less suited for you." Yan Luqing's eyes widened in surprise. Is that so? How could you possibly know my taste in movies? Later that night, Yan Luqing sat on her bed, clutching her rapidly beating heart as she struggled to catch her breath. She sensed that this dream was somehow linked to that dreadful film, for just before awakening, she had seemingly heard the sudden rise in sound from the cinema. After sitting on the bed for a while to compose herself, she retrieved her comfort object, Makabaka, uttering a few words. Though it did not calm her as effectively as Gu Xi could, it sufficed. Soon, she drifted back to sleep. The following morning, Yan Luqing noticed dark circles under her eyes. Finding them rather pronounced, she decided to apply a light touch of makeup. When she descended for breakfast, Gu Xi had arrived before her, lounging comfortably in his chair, one elbow resting on the armrest, propping up his face with one hand, exuding an air of languid ease. Awake now? He greeted her upon her arrival, his eyes curving into a gentle smile. You didn't have any nightmares last night, did you? His tone was ambiguous, leaving one to wonder if he was genuinely concerned or merely jesting, for even his soft-spoken words could carry a hint of mockery. Yan Luqing suspected there was more jest in his words. After all, he had just asserted that the film was ill-suited for her, and she felt it would be absurd to admit that she had indeed dreamt of nightmares. Moreover, she had slept soundly in the end. Thus, she lifted her chin defiantly. How could that be? Pausing, fearful that he might not believe her, she provided an example. Do you not recall our time in the tree hollow when I... Just then, Xiaohei entered, overhearing Gu Xi's remark, and was instantly taken aback. When did this happen? When did they sleep together? Before he could voice his confusion, he saw Yan Luqing hurriedly wave her hand, clearly not wanting to hear any more from Gu Xi. All right, enough. Let us eat. I still have to rush off to school. Xiaohei thought to himself. She's definitely flustered. It must be true. Yan Luqing had anticipated that her return to school would be anything but peaceful, yet she never imagined it would escalate to such a chaotic degree. The onslaught began with a barrage of inquiries from Xiao Mahua, who insisted, You must tell me about your story with that handsome physics major, or I'll make a scene. She continued relentlessly, I thought we shared a bond strong enough to risk our lives in the King's Canyon. Yet you didn't even inform me that you weren't single. Ultimately, she concluded with, I'm not attending class today unless you clarify everything. In essence, she was determined not to relent. However, it was not a threat. Rather, it was quite endearing. Yan Luqing first addressed the important explanation. I did not say we lived together because... She hesitated, because it involves matters concerning his family that I cannot disclose. Nevertheless, we do not live alone. There are others with us. So, it is truly not what you envision as cohabitation. Xiao Mahua interjected. Is he the boy you mentioned when you said girls find boys adorable? Is he the one you likened to a paper figure you fancy? Yan Luqing was at a loss for words. Before she could respond, Xiao Mahua patted her shoulder and said, All right, you need not explain, I understand. What do you understand? Yan Luqing inquired. Xiao Mahua continued. So, did he pick you up from school because he saw your posts on social media? He even took you to eat fried chicken. What does that imply? Yan Luqing recalled Gu Xi's words of gratitude. She grasped Xiao Mahua's hand earnestly, trying to summon tears in her eyes. I did not deceive you. We are truly not in that kind of relationship. Xiao Mahua was not disbelieving. If what you say is indeed true, then it becomes somewhat troublesome. Yan Luqing paused. What do you mean? After our conversation yesterday and learning that he took you for fried chicken, I exaggerated the story to my dorm mates, and it has already spread to many people. You know, darling, we live in the age of the internet. Consequently, the photograph naturally circulated. Since you did not reveal your face, many were curious about your appearance, and our selfie has been saved by numerous individuals. Indeed, after a victorious gaming streak yesterday, Xiao Mahua had insisted on a selfie, which she posted on social media. In summary, it was Gu Xi's act of picking her up that garnered her fame. Though it was somewhat awkward to gain notoriety for such an incident, Yan Luqing recalled that she had likely experienced a similar spotlight during her high school years. Making it something she could adapt to, she simply chose to ignore it as long as it was not widespread. I mean, not just at our school. Xiao Mahua said cautiously, it has spread further. Yan Luqing responded, Thank you. I am already so embarrassed that I feel as though my toes are digging into the pyramid. After that, I might as well wrap myself up like a mummy and reside within. Yan Luqing profoundly felt the warmth and charm of her engineering friends. They were not at all rigid and displayed no interest in their own romantic affairs, yet were exceedingly curious about the romantic gossip of others. Gu Xi observed her antics with an expressionless demeanor, then suddenly chuckled. What? Did you go teach today? Yan Luqing pressed her lips together and hesitated. Not exactly. But it's somewhat similar. Gu Xi's eyes registered a question mark. I spent the day as a storyteller, Yan Luqing said, collapsing onto the sofa. You know, like those ancient narrators. The most crucial part is that I provided my tales without receiving a single coin. Oh, Gu Xi casually inquired, what stories did you tell? Gu Xi smirked but remained silent. That evening, Yan Luqing dreamt once more. It is uncertain whether it is a nightmare or merely an ordinary dream. Yet it is once again related to that wretched film. She finds herself in the confrontation space between the protagonist and the alter ego, surrounded by an ethereal void devoid of anything tangible. It is unclear how long she lingers there, a sense of unease creeping into her heart, until a resounding chime abruptly awakens her. After a struggle, she manages to sleep for a few more hours, only to awaken with dark circles under her eyes, far more pronounced than the previous day, necessitating the application of makeup for concealment. Yan Luqing suspects that she was indeed frightened that day, despite her belief to the contrary. Otherwise, why would such dreams recur with such frequency? Nevertheless, she chooses not to dwell on it, for she recalls experiencing similar reactions after being frightened by horror films, believing she would soon return to normal. There remains but a fortnight until Gu Xi's departure. The sole delight of attending school lies in the companionship of her classmates. In just 3 or 4 days, she has met many intriguing individuals, including a boy named Lu Qingxin. He is a close friend of her classmate, Xiao Mahua, who introduced them, and the three often play honor of kings together. As the saying goes, gaming reveals one's true character, and Yan Luqing gradually discovers that Lu Qingxin, though named Fresh, possesses a personality that is rather slick. Among those she met was the boy named Yezi, who added her on WeChat from a large group. Yan Luqing soon encounters the real Yezi, who, having heard of her affairs with Gu Xi, gazes at her with resentment. You could have simply told me you weren't single. Why claim you have a mental illness? Yan Luqing can only smile. She no longer feels the need to defend herself against the rumors surrounding her and Gu Xi, as she has realized that such efforts are futile. A mere declaration of it's not true would only provoke a chorus of mockery until she ceases to argue. Yan Luqing finds herself explaining, you don't understand. The people around me mention him daily. How could I not think of him? It must be said. Although Gu Xi visited the school only once, his presence left an indelible impression, ensuring that tales of him continue to circulate, simultaneously transforming her into someone perceived as having a boyfriend, a true twofold achievement. On the 4th day of school, that evening, Yan Luqing suddenly receives a transfer. It is through Alipay, a sum of 4 digits, and after pondering for quite some time, she cannot recall who might have sent her money. Shortly thereafter, a message arrives on WeChat. Master brother, junior sister, it seems you haven't sought out the master for a while. Perhaps you have no further needs? Therefore, the tuition will be refunded in full. Yan Luqing. She quickly types a query. Escaping saint. What? I've attended classes. Why refund me? Yan Luqing. The WeChat transfer was made to an elder, but confirmation was indeed required, and the elder has, unsurprisingly, declined it. What kind of extraordinary individuals has she encountered? After reflecting on this, Yan Luqing retires for the night, but unexpectedly, with such a cheerful disposition, she slips into yet another nightmare. Once again, it is that nonsensical film's absurd scene. However, this time she is not alone. The mist surrounding her dissipates, revealing a mirror before her. Strangely, the figure in the mirror engaged in a dialogue with herself, the conversation mirroring that of a film, yet Yan Luqing portrayed the disadvantaged primary persona. Furthermore, the visage reflected in the mirror gradually ceased to resemble her own. Instead, it began to resemble the original countenance of the body she had inhabited upon her arrival. A visage she had deemed suitable only for a ghostly role with the application of makeup. Then, the sound of a bell startled her awake. Consequently, Yan Luqing found herself unable to sleep for the remainder of the night. She even illuminated every lamp in her room, allowing Makabaka to converse with her. But to no avail. A thought crossed her mind about descending to seek Gu Xi, yet she swiftly suppressed it. The days until his departure dwindled, and her attendance at school was driven by a singular purpose. She had consciously endeavored to acclimate herself to a life devoid of Gu Xi. According to the narrative of the original book, he was destined to depart. Although the nature of their future relationship remained uncertain, her excessive reliance on him was undeniably flawed. This, in a sense, could be regarded as a form of desensitization. Engulfed in a myriad of thoughts, she only began to feel drowsy as dawn approached. Yan Luqing decisively switched off the alarm, informed the 2 pets that she would forego breakfast, and subsequently slept until noon, only to attend class in the afternoon. Previously, her recovery period after watching horror films spanned 4 to 5 days, characterized by relentless nightmares, followed by a return to normalcy as her sleep quality, as Gu Xi had observed in the tree hollow, was invariably high. Therefore, on this 5th day, she believed she ought to be able to enjoy a restful slumber.
Such was her thought before bed.
At 2 in the morning, Gu Xi had recently received a plethora of documents from his uncle and was required to conduct video calls with him and his company as personnel. Due to time zone differences, he had to adjust his schedule accordingly. During a break in their company meeting, Gu Xi ventured into the kitchen to retrieve a bottle of ice water. He had never been particularly demanding regarding his sleep. In the past, his sleep had been so poor that he relied on medication to maintain it, yet inexplicably, his sleep quality had improved somewhat in Yen Luqing's presence. A smile unexpectedly tugged at the corners of his lips, perhaps influenced by someone who could fall asleep in mere seconds. As he pondered this, he opened the refrigerator door. Just as a somewhat familiar sound of footsteps echoed behind him, he immediately discerned something amiss about her. The kitchen was brightly lit, illuminating the girl's skin to an almost translucent hue. Her hair was disheveled from sleep, her eyes wide open yet unfocused. Dark circles beneath her eyes indicating a lack of rest, and she approached Gu Xi with a vacant stare. Gu Xi refrained from calling out to her hastily. If his judgment was correct, it seemed she was, indeed, sleepwalking. He quickly recalled all the triggers for Yen Luqing's sleepwalking episodes, likely stemming from that film. It was probable that she had not been sleeping well lately. Typically, when she appeared before him, she wore a faint touch of makeup, presenting a seemingly vibrant demeanor, which had masked the pronounced dark circles beneath her eyes. Gu Xi's hand rested casually on the refrigerator door, from which a steady stream of cold air emanated. Yen Luqing walked beside him and suddenly halted. Though her expression was one of confusion, she resolutely pried his hand away from the refrigerator door and forcefully shut it, as if in a fit of pique, harboring a distinct aversion to the appliance. Gu Xi furrowed his brow slightly, remaining silent while observing her every movement. Unexpectedly, after closing the refrigerator door, Yen Luqing stood still for a moment before suddenly raising her hands and firmly grasping Gu Xi's hand, which had previously rested against the refrigerator. Gu Xi was taken aback, not anticipating that she was not yet finished. Yen Luqing's hands climbed along his fingers, slowly ascending until she ultimately held his wrist. Then, with a gesture reminiscent of an embrace, she gradually wrapped her arms around his entire arm.
Gucci frase.
Only the tips of his fingers moving slightly as he lowered his gaze to her hair. Yen Luqing nestled her head on his shoulder, her voice suddenly breaking the silence with 2 illogical, unanticipated statements. "I am so tired," she murmured, her tone muffled and tinged with grievance. The second statement, "I am scared," was laced with a hint of tears in the young girl's voice. The following morning, Yen Luqing awoke feeling as though her eyes were glued shut, her eyeballs aching. Upon peering into the mirror, she discovered that her eyelids were slightly swollen. Moreover, the dark circles under her eyes had intensified. Did she not dream last night? Yen Luqing pondered with curiosity. She had initially felt quite cheerful, believing that the ordeal was finally behind her. Could it be that she had dreamed again? Perhaps weeping in her sleep, yet failing to remember? After applying her makeup to conceal the puffiness, she tidied herself up and descended the stairs. During breakfast, she sensed that Gu Xi seemed somewhat off, though she could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Aside from a brief greeting upon their initial meeting, they exchanged no further words. It was not until she prepared to leave for class that Gu Xi inquired at the entrance, "What time do you finish class today?" Before he could respond, Yen Luqing looked at him and suddenly realized something was amiss. She pointed at his eyes and asked, "Gu Xi, did you not sleep well last night?" He nodded, naturally leaning against the wall beside him, appearing rather fatigued. "I wanted to ask you if you could help me again." "Help you?" Yen Luqing took a moment to process his words. "Oh, you mean with hypnosis." Gu Xi remained propped against the wall, smiling gratefully at her. Yen Luqing spent the entire morning in a delightful mood. Firstly, she had not experienced that bothersome dream, and secondly, the esteemed prince had sought her assistance. The feeling of being needed was profoundly exquisite, and it was even more thrilling to consider who required her help. The image of the weary princess from the enemy kingdom seeking her aid this morning filled her with a sense of compassion, as if she were a damsel in distress awaiting rescue. Although Yen Luqing felt mentally exhausted, her spirit soared, causing her to occasionally sense a dissonance within herself throughout the morning. However, all of this was cast aside upon her return home. After successfully navigating the initial gaze, she began reciting lines to help someone relax, her thoughts leaping playfully. Could she hypnotize herself? Or should she seek someone to hypnotize her, allowing her to enjoy a restful sleep? Just as this thought crossed her mind, her rhythmic recitation was abruptly interrupted. Gu Xi suddenly inquired, "What did you have for lunch?"
Ah,
Yan Luqing was abruptly interrupted, her thoughts jumbled, and she had yet to grasp the answer to that question. A momentary blankness enveloped her mind. A flurry of words flashed before her, yet none were captured. She stared vacantly into the deep, lustrous eyes before her, and in that instant, it felt as though everything else in her field of vision had blurred, leaving only those extraordinarily profound eyes, which seemed to draw her in deeper, rendering her increasingly drowsy. A gentle, patient voice echoed in her ears, as the accumulated fatigue of 5 days surged upon her all at once. Half an hour later, Gu Xi observed Yan Luqing lying flat and asked her, "What nightmare did you experience?" Yan Luqing could only articulate fragments of her dream, for her memory was unstable. And her current state was equally tenuous, especially concerning recollections of her dreams. From those scattered fragments, he could somewhat discern the nature of her nightmares. Yan Luqing was not as carefree as she appeared on the surface. She seemed adept at masquerading, to the extent that she had deceived even herself. That particular scene from the film had triggered all her long-buried fears and anxieties, resulting in consecutive nights of nightmares and even sleepwalking. On that day, she had clung to his arm and wept for a while Gu Xi, possessing limited knowledge of sleepwalking, hesitated to touch her for fear of exacerbating her fear upon awakening. After planting the seed of psychological suggestion, he was certain the nightmares would cease. But he remained uncertain about the sleepwalking. He recalled her reaction to the refrigerator during her sleepwalking, yet he did not inquire further. He gazed at her peaceful visage, her closed eyes betraying dark circles that were impossible to conceal, resembling a panda. His voice resonated softly in the room, soothing like a balm for a skittish creature. "Yan Luqing, listen closely. The nightmares you experienced are but fabrications. The film you watched is also fictitious." The last sentence emerged from his lips imbued with an unrecognized warmth. "Do not be afraid." Yan Luqing awoke once more, enveloped in darkness. She felt a wave of comfort wash over her, and her mind, clouded for 5 days, transformed into a state of bliss. Every cell in her body seemed to declare, "At last, I have rested sufficiently." Sitting up, she located the switch for the bedside lamp, illuminating the room abruptly as she stretched languidly. Once her comfort subsided, she fell into a silence, surveying her surroundings. This was her own room. When had she fallen asleep? What had she been doing prior to her slumber? Her mind raced, replaying the events of the day one by one. In the morning, the prince had, with a weary expression, confided in her about his restless night, requesting her assistance. Then, had she suddenly dashed to her own room and fallen asleep? What sort of supernatural occurrence was this? Yan Luqing practically sprang from the bed, searching frantically until she found her phone on the bedside table. It was now 10 o'clock in the evening. She had returned home after 1 o'clock that afternoon, and her memory thereafter was a void. Yan Luqing's fingers trembled as she located the elderly man's WeChat, and with quaking hands, she initiated a video call. After 5 seconds, he answered. Enveloped in swirling smoke from a cigarette, his voice warm and kindly. "I told you not to worry about payment. Dear girl, there's no need to be so persistent." "Grandfather." "Please wait, let me explain," Yan Luqing interrupted him. "I mentioned before that I successfully hypnotized my friend, right?" "Indeed. Today he said he was having trouble sleeping. So, I went to help him again, following your instructions." She elaborated in detail, her eyes widening as she nearly squeaked. "But why? Why did I fall asleep instead?" "I slept for a full 9 hours." A profound silence enveloped the bedroom. Yan Luqing watched the screen, where the elderly man remained still for a considerable time before he finally moved again. "Ah," he said, his hand shaking slightly as he lit another cigarette. "My dear, what you've experienced is what we call counterhypnosis." Chapter 42. No escape. Alone in her empty room, Yan Luqing stared wide-eyed at the elderly man. The background behind him suggested a lavish decor, dominated by rich redwood, exuding an air of opulence that rivaled even the place where grandfather Yan resided. Yet, she had no time to ponder such matters. She recalled that while learning from this landlord, her first lesson was about the hypnotic state one enters before being hypnotized. A state of utmost comfort where thoughts drift away, lingering in that hazy moment between wakefulness and sleep. It was upon this foundation that subsequent treatments or guidance were built. However, the issue was that her memory was stuck at the moment when she and Gu Xi entered the room, their gazes locked. Gu Xi's eyes were dark and beautiful. She could not remember how, in the next instant, her mind had gone blank, and she had unwittingly entered that state. Counterhypnosis? Yan Luqing repeated the term. "So, do you mean my last hypnosis session was genuinely successful?" Doubt crept in as she pondered the implications. If he was indeed someone capable of counter-hypnosis, could he have resisted my attempts? When you recounted the event, you mentioned everything went smoothly, the elderly man stated. Success or failure. You're the one who truly knows, he added. Yen Luqing had once felt confident, but now she was utterly bewildered. So, you mean, she said in a voice tinged with despair. He could have been fully awake the entire time, merely pretending to cooperate with me, right? The elderly man nodded. That is a possibility. Goodness, oh heavens.
Help me.
I'm doomed. In her mind raced the thought of what words might escape the princess of the Bamboo Kingdom in such a situation. What kind of bamboo shoot attacks she might unleash. Yen Luqing scarcely dared to imagine it. Moreover, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee this planet without uttering a single word. Perhaps it was the profound sadness etched upon her countenance that compelled the elderly gentleman nearby to voice his concern. My dear, I observe the dark circles beneath your eyes. You hardly seem to have rested well. It is quite possible that you fell asleep from exhaustion, forgetting the scenes that preceded your slumber. Yen Luqing nodded in acknowledgement. Yet her heart harbored skepticism. She chose to remain silent. Just a common family. The old man exhaled a plume of smoke nonchalantly, merely selling a house. Goodness! How I long for such ordinary circumstances. After terminating the call, Yen Luqing buried her head beneath the covers like an ostrich hiding in the sand. Although she found sleep to be rather comfortable, her mind was a tumultuous storm. Was it conceivable that Gu Xi had merely been indulging her in a performance during their last encounter? Had he remained fully conscious throughout? Yet, how could he have known at the moment he confessed to his troubled sleep that she intended to hypnotize him? Furthermore, what significance lay in his cooperative act? He had praised her charm, remarked on her transformation and beauty, and expressed his belief in her sanity, ultimately wishing her happiness each day. The absurdity of it all was overwhelming. If he were merely acting, what could his intentions possibly be? To flatter her after a charade? Yen Luqing was unconvinced. How could the princess of the Bamboo Kingdom engage in such aimless and meaningless endeavors? Thus, she oscillated between the belief that his earlier declarations were genuine and the doubt that plagued her. Are you out of your mind? A person capable of counter-hypnosis could not be swayed by an amateur like you. This cycle of conflicting thoughts spiraled endlessly. Why was this princess so utterly inscrutable? There is no longer a head of the household's wife. Yen Luqing thought fiercely. How could there be a rebellious wife capable of hypnotizing the master of the house? Maria. Uncertain of how long she had wrestled with her thoughts, Yen Luqing eventually found herself in such turmoil that even Makabaka could no longer stand by in silence. It bounced forth to say, though I am unaware of the specifics, your mind is a jumbled mess, and your emotions are in turmoil. Perhaps you should take a moment to calm yourself? Try not to dwell on Gu Xi for now. Yen Luqing paused for a brief moment, lifting her head to inquire earnestly, how am I to calm myself? Eat something to regain your composure, Makabaka suggested. You may have been so engrossed in your thoughts that you failed to notice your stomach has been growling since you fell asleep. Yen Luqing placed a hand on her abdomen, indeed feeling the pangs of hunger. It had unknowingly turned to midnight, and her dinner was several hours overdue. If she delayed any longer, she feared the onset of stomach pains. With a sigh, she donned her shoes, tidied her hair slightly, and descended the stairs. As she made her way down, she conversed mentally with Makabaka. By the way, do you possess any magical prowess in the culinary arts? You know, the kind that can transform a pot of raw ingredients into a feast with just a wave of a finger? Such thoughts were truly delightful. Makabaka responded with a sigh. Maria, I am not a treasure chest. You are asking too much of me. Yet, its words went unfinished. As Yen Luqing approached the kitchen, the figure of Xiao Yuan gradually faded away, swallowed by the crackling sound of electricity. Yen Luqing paused, taken aback. It was the hour when everyone was enveloped in slumber. The villa was illuminated by soft night lights, just sufficient to light the corridors, but the kitchen was ablaze with bright, warm light spilling from the doorway. Yen Luqing thought, could it be mere coincidence? Yet, considering the abrupt disappearance of Makabaka, who else could be responsible for such an occurrence, if not that enigmatic princess from the rival nation? Who else indeed? Initially, Yen Luqing was not inclined to unravel these convoluted threads. She had descended the stairs in search of calm, not to confront the source of her embarrassment. Just as she was about to turn and leave, she heard footsteps drawing near. Within mere seconds, the source of her turmoil materialized before her. Clad in black hair and a white shirt, Gu Xi stood at the kitchen door, bathed in a sea of warm light that seemed to envelop him. His gaze slowly swept toward her. In that moment, Yan Luqing did not feel the anticipated awkwardness or suffocation. Gu Xi's expression was decidedly peculiar. Typically, his eyes held a lazy, relaxed demeanor, often accompanied by a hint of amusement, or at times, an impassive, inscrutable stare. Yet now his gaze resembled that of a researcher examining a specimen. Feeling bewildered under his scrutiny, Yan Luqing was about to voice her inquiry when he spoke first. Awake? Gu Xi seemed to have completed his observation, and his demeanor returned to normal. Looking for something to eat? Yan Luqing was momentarily stunned. Why was his first question, awake, rather than are you awake? Gu Xi said nothing further, but tilted his head slightly, beckoning her to enter. Yan Luqing found this rather intriguing. Given his usual character, wouldn't he typically inquire about her sleep first? Today, however, he appeared unusually benevolent. Pondering this, she followed him into the kitchen. The kitchen was spacious, dominated by a long table where the villa's staff and bodyguards usually dined. Yan Luqing's own dining area was adjacent. At present, Gu Xi's computer occupied the lengthy table, accompanied by a water cup, the screen displaying a myriad of English text that resembled contractual stipulations. He had not bothered to shut the screen, and Yan Luqing inadvertently caught glimpses of the information. Unable to restrain her curiosity, she asked, "What are you working on?" Yan Luqing slowly acknowledged his presence. Meanwhile, a slew of questions surfaced in her mind. Has Gu Xi begun to pursue a career path? This was considerably ahead of the original timeline, but this time, her character did not hinder his progress, making it quite reasonable. In any case, the descriptors of beauty, strength, and tragedy were vividly embodied in Gu Xi. Why are you handling this at this hour? Couldn't he wait until daylight? Yan Luqing inquired. Circling the table to the preparation area, where she opened a transparent cabinet filled with various vegetables. He was abroad, dealing with the time difference. Why are you managing it in the kitchen, then? Gu Xi paused in contemplation before responding. I find it more convenient when hungry. Yan Luqing acknowledged this with a nod, recognizing the validity of his reasoning. She then turned back and resumed her selection of food from the cupboard. The atmosphere was so comforting that she hardly noticed how effortlessly the conversation had liberated her from the earlier, stifling awkwardness. The sound of keyboard tapping occasionally drifted from Gu Xi's side, and in the brief silence between his strokes, Yan Luqing heard her stomach emit a small growl, intensifying her hunger. At that moment, Gu Xi's voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Can you cook many types of dishes? Yan Luqing halted her actions, turning her head with a puzzled expression. I can't. Why do you say that? You've been standing in front of this cupboard for 5 minutes. He glanced over, his expression nonchalant. If you can't cook, what else there to choose from? There's a certain vibe. Yan Luqing rolled her eyes. I'm just carefully selecting the ingredients for the noodles I'm about to make. Is that so wrong? Amused by her choice of ingredients, Gu Xi looked at her, his eyes suddenly curving into a smile. Oh, you can cook noodles? Yan Luqing felt slightly insulted as she ignited the stove and tore open the packaging of the noodles with a sizzle. Of course I can. Even though I've mostly eaten in the cafeteria all my life, boiling noodles is a basic skill. Isn't it? To her surprise, Gu Xi asked again. Are they delicious? This unexpected question rendered Yan Luqing momentarily silent. She could accept many of her shortcomings, but her culinary skills were a different matter entirely. Initially, when she mentioned her love for cooking, the dean and his wife eagerly taught her, until eventually, they pleaded with her to abandon the endeavor. She had made efforts, but despite her attempts, she could only manage to boil noodles that were merely edible. Isn't to the point of eating noodles just to fill one's stomach? What does it matter if it tastes good? Reflecting on her past culinary disasters, she muttered, It's just noodles. How fancy can it get? Little did she know. As soon as her words left her lips, she heard the faint sound of a chair moving behind her. Gu Xi stood up, striding toward her kitchen counter with long strides. Naturally, he took the slotted spoon and chopsticks from her hands, lowering his lashes to gaze at the pot. Let me give it a try. Yan Luqing was taken aback. What are you trying? Let me see. Gu Xi lifted his eyelids, as if both inquiring and teasing. Can I make them exquisite? Yan Luqing had initially intended to settle for a bland bowl of noodles merely to satiate her hunger. She never imagined she would be served a bowl of beautifully crafted noodles. Gu Xi used the leftover vegetables she had chopped to create a flower design in the center of the noodles. Though the presentation was a bit unconventional, it surprisingly looked appealing. When he handed it to her, he simply said, Give it a taste. Yan Luqing had resolved to be stingy with her compliments. However, it was undeniably delicious. It was hard to fathom how a dish made solely of vegetables could be transformed into such a delectable and enticing flavor. Amidst her occasional praises, Yen Luqing gradually finished her meal. The portion Gu Xi prepared was just enough for her, with hardly any waste. Standing up to clear her bowl, she casually asked, "I'm going to get some water, Gu Xi, would you like some? Please bring me a bottle of ice water. Thank you."
Oh.
Upon first hearing it, Yen Luqing did not sense anything amiss. She placed the bowl on the kitchen counter, turned around, and opened the refrigerator door to retrieve a bottle. Only when she felt the chill in her hand did she realize something was off. Yen Luqing muttered to herself, "A sip of alcohol would warm me up. Yet here I am drinking ice water." Clearly, the act of opening the refrigerator had been devoid of any hesitation. Gu Xi recalled her every movement during her sleepwalking episode 2 nights prior. At that time, he had been observing her expressions and actions. Failing to notice how truly bizarre the scene was, so strange that if her bodyguard son had witnessed it, he might have knelt in shock. Gu Xi had stood beside the refrigerator, but in his memory, Yen Luqing had been approaching him directly, not the refrigerator. Her eyes were vacant, and her gaze did not even rest on the appliance. Considering her behavior while awake, she showed no reaction to the refrigerator, indicating that her closing of the door yesterday was merely an incidental act. She had slammed the door with such force that it pried his hand away, yet it had no connection to the refrigerator itself. Why was that? Did she harbor a disdain for cooling? Yen Luqing poured herself and him a cup of warm water. After satisfying her hunger and thirst, she surprisingly felt drowsy once more. However, she was reluctant to leave, so she sat back in her chair, observing Gu Xi as he typed away on the keyboard. "Do you turn night into day every day?" Yen Luqing pondered aloud, questioning whether his breakfasts were taken without having slept at all. "For the past few days, yes." "Then why didn't you say anything?" Yen Luqing failed to notice the illogical nature of her words, casually stating, "We live together, and I had no idea." Upon hearing this, Gu Xi's fingers suddenly paused, and he slowly lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Did I not say?" he retorted, enunciating each word deliberately. After a brief pause, a deeper smile spread across his face. "Miss Yen, have I been staying up at night recently?" It was indeed difficult to articulate. Yen Luqing opened her mouth, left with no rebuttal. Once enveloped in this scenario, she gazed into Gu Xi's eyes, her heart racing unevenly, and turned away to take a sip of water. The room fell into an eerie silence. Yen Luqing struggled for a long moment, unable to conjure any words to continue the conversation, and instead, her drowsiness intensified, culminating in a yawn that brought tears to her eyes. Then she heard Gu Xi emit a sound that was either a laugh or a sigh. "You should go to bed." Yen Luqing rubbed her eyes. "See you at breakfast." Just before sleeping, she found it remarkable. After conversing with the elderly gentleman, she had assumed she would spend the night wide awake, clinging to the notion that as long as she felt unembarrassed, no one would be able to make her feel awkward. To her surprise, upon descending the stairs and encountering Gu Xi, she was not met with any awkwardness or mention of previous matters, nor the discomfort she had anticipated in their next encounter. "The princess is quite kind today," she thought. Truly a princess. Gu Xi's routine had indeed been as he had told Yen Luqing, but today was different. Coincidentally, Yen Luqing returned home half an hour later, eagerly pulling him into the room. After Gu Xi's hypnosis concluded, he emerged from the room with the items he had purchased, holding Yen Luqing close. Upon seeing the two, the small black figure standing in the living room instantly blushed. He wore an expression of deep apology, his eyes unable to refrain from darting toward them, wide-eyed like a light bulb, radiating an astonishing brightness. Gu Xi smiled at him, causing Xiao Hei's face to flush even deeper. He scratched his head and turned away, too embarrassed to look. Gu Xi gently lifted her upstairs to her room, placing her on one side of the bed before inserting the sleep monitoring device's sensor strip between the mattress and the sheets. With a thickness of merely 2 millimeters, it was nearly imperceptible. This sensor strip was designed solely to detect the state of sleep, serving no other purpose. Its battery could last for about 3 to 5 days without charging, which was sufficient for the time being. Had it not been for the unexpected encounter with her sleepwalking, there would have been no need for such a device. After Yen Luqing ascended the stairs, Gu Xi was drawn into a video conference at 3 in the morning, where the kitchen echoed with the sounds of heated debate. His phone lay beside him, displaying the corresponding software for the device, which provided feedback on the sensor strip's recordings from the moment she went upstairs to sleep. It indicated that she had not left the bed, meaning her sleepwalking symptoms had not surfaced. There was no sign of awakening nor any nightmares. Recently, a project had sparked considerable controversy, leaving Gu Xi feeling mentally fatigued as he listened to a group of people arguing in English through his computer while occasionally glancing at the data on his phone. Each hour of sleep triggered a summary, evaluating the quality of sleep within that hour and assigning a score. In the first hour, Luqing had not yet settled into a deep sleep, scoring a mere 75. The second hour saw a slight improvement, reaching 80. The third hour steadily increased to 85. But in the fourth hour, she suddenly found her rhythm, soaring to 98. As Gu Xi observed the summary report for the fourth hour appear on the screen, 2 comments prominently displayed read, "Slept exceptionally well," and "You must be the sleep god." By 5 in the morning, dawn had arrived, with birds chirping outside. The individuals in the conference had quieted down considerably, and Gu Xi rested one hand on his forehead while holding his phone in the other. He glanced at the 2 comments, casually tapping on the sleep god line, which triggered a loud pig snorting sound effect from his phone, seemingly affirming that she indeed had a wonderful sleep. As the morning light gradually filled the room, Gu Xi looked at the phone screen and suddenly smiled. Chapter 43. No escape. He pinned her down on the bed. Luqing awoke only when the sun was high in the sky, genuinely surprised that a mere film had tormented her for nearly a week. This was indeed a disgrace in the realm of mindless absurdity. Fortunately, while washing up, Luqing discovered that those memories had inexplicably faded in her mind. For instance, she had forgotten many lines and plot points from that wretched movie. The images were blurred, reduced to mere colors. As for the nightmares, she could hardly recall them unless she forced herself to, retaining only a vague impression of having experienced them. Luqing was not the type to dwell on the source of her suffering if she couldn't remember it. Not being able to recall was for the best. She felt a wave of relief wash over her. Perhaps it was mere coincidence that such restorative sleep had coincided with that exceedingly embarrassing incident, following the princess's apparent attempt to hypnotize her. Luqing suspected that she had, in all likelihood, turned misfortune into fortune. Although the princess's actions led her to deeply question whether she had faced a social death and whether she had once held herself in too high regard, she realized that without the princess's words, she would still be plagued by insomnia. And what of social death? As long as she could forget quickly and brainwash herself, nothing could embarrass her. Luqing, feeling refreshed, opened the door and immediately spotted the 2 imposing figures, Dahe and Xiaohai, standing like guardians at the entrance of her room. Their serious demeanor and towering height were indeed startling. Luqing took a step back and patted her chest, exclaiming, "What are you 2 doing here in broad daylight?" "You startled me," Dahe replied. "You have been sleeping too long. You started napping yesterday afternoon, and if you didn't wake up soon, we were prepared to fetch a doctor." Luqing nodded and maneuvered past the 2 as she descended the stairs. It was already 10 in the morning, and she headed to the dining hall to eat. Initially, she presumed Gu Xi would be resting at this hour, yet to her surprise, she encountered him in the dining area. He seemed to have just finished his meal, placing a napkin on the table. Unlike the previous night, he was now dressed in long sleeves. Despite having pulled an all-nighter, he bore no dark circles under his eyes. His beauty remained intact, though it was evident that he was fatigued and drowsy, having dealt with state affairs until the late hours. Upon locking eyes with him, Luqing was taken aback. "Gu Xi, what are you doing here eating?" The moment she posed the question, she realized it sounded as if she disapproved of his dining. Consequently, she unleashed a barrage of inquiries akin to a machine gun. "Wait, aren't you tired? Don't you need to sleep? What time did you go to bed last night?" "Tired, yes, but I couldn't get up without eating. My stomach hurts," Gu Xi replied. "I slept at 6.
Luqing gasped.
But the reality was more complex. Gu Xi had awakened due to the notification sound from an app. Despite his poor sleep, he had managed to drift off relatively quickly after 2 nights of insomnia. Unexpectedly, he was jolted awake by his phone's alert. "Ah, the sleeping god is awake." The voice burst forth beside him, causing Gu Xi to blink in confusion as he turned toward the source of the sound. The screen clearly indicated that the person who had been asleep was now awake and out of bed, followed by a chirpy remark, "You slept quite well last night. Just woke up a bit late, huh?" The last part was punctuated by a comical pig-like snort. Gu Xi's sleepiness vanished entirely as he stared at the screen for a considerable time, eventually closing his eyes in resignation. He decided to eat something before returning to slumber. Luqing calculated the time. Sleeping at 6 meant only 3 or 4 hours of rest. "You finished eating?" she inquired.
Gu Xi nodded, yes.
"Then why are you still sitting here?" Luqing, perplexed, stepped forward, grasped his arm, and pulled him to his feet, leading him outside while entirely ignoring the watchful eyes of the 2 bodyguards. She was oblivious to how seamlessly and naturally she executed these actions. Finally, Luqing reached the window, swiftly drawing the curtains to block out the light, creating an ambience perfectly conducive to sleep. Gu Xi observed her as she approached the door. peeking in before closing it, and cheerfully remarked, "Hasten to your slumber, good night." She removed all the ice water from the refrigerator, totaling 5 bottles. Despite the icy touch, someone dared to drink. Yen Luqing held the water and presented it to Dahe, saying, "I have a task for you. Take this water to a sunlit spot to warm it up, and once it reaches room temperature, deliver it to the people in the villa, so they can drink it all." Although Dahe found it peculiar, he nodded in agreement. Yen Luqing continued towards the sofa, relishing the splendid weekend free from school, and prepared to turn on the television to indulge in a comfortable life of a slothful homebody. However, behind her trailed Xiaohe, who seemed to have a plethora of questions swirling in his mind. As she turned a glance at her silly son while switching on the TV, she raised her hand in a gesture of benevolence. "What do you wish to say?"
Speak.
Xiaohe replied, "Miss Yen, how long did you actually sleep yesterday? Wasn't it said that I had been sleeping since the afternoon?" Nonetheless, Yen Luqing found it strange. She too was baffled that they had truly restrained themselves and not sought a doctor. They were notoriously meticulous, documenting even the minutiae of their lives to report to their therapist. "Oh, I see." Xiaohe scratched his head, a faint blush emerging on his dark face. "Yesterday afternoon, I witnessed Gu Xi carrying you into the room while you were asleep, appearing completely unperturbed. Then this morning, you remained in bed. And Gu Xi awoke half an hour earlier than you. He informed us that you had woken up briefly last night to eat." Yen Luqing abruptly set down the remote control. "What did you say you saw yesterday afternoon?" Xiaohe's face reddened further. "I saw Gu Xi carry you upstairs." He was nearly steaming with embarrassment. A princess carry? Although it was exceedingly embarrassing, he believed such displays were normal in romantic relationships. He had not anticipated that while Miss Yen claimed everything was fine, they had been so brazen in their actions. Yet another question lingered. Xiaohe, oblivious to the pallor of his mistress's face, continued, "But Miss Yen, I recall overhearing your conversation yesterday morning. It seemed that Mr. Gu Xi mentioned he wanted to sleep and asked for your assistance. Why did you end up leaving his room while asleep?" This naive inquiry struck like a final blow, crashing down upon Yen Luqing, whose FAAD of strength was already fragile. Her mind raced with thoughts of impending doom. It was over. Everyone had seen it. If even Xiaohe was aware, the rest must surely grasp the entire situation. A wave of dizziness washed over her. She could no longer remain in this place. Her hand groped for her phone on the sofa, opening WeChat, and as she prepared to seek assistance from Xiao Mahua, she noticed the glaring red notification of 5 unread messages in the top left corner. The first 4 were from yesterday. "Xiao Mahua, sister. I remembered you haven't joined any clubs, right? I joined an art club because of my passion, and tomorrow there will be a plethora of clubs hosting activities at school. We have a mural project assigned to our club, but we are short-handed. Would you be able to lend a hand? Dinner is on me. As long as one possesses even a modicum of artistic skill, it's sufficient. My roommates all have their own commitments." Could it be that she has been indulging in romantic escapades with her cohabitant? At that moment, Yen Luqing gazed at the flurry of messages, as if she had discovered a lifeline to escape the confines of the villa. "I'm on my way. I'll be there shortly." When she first arrived, it was still summer, but now the chill of early winter was creeping in. Yen Luqing donned a thicker outfit and made a slight effort to enhance her appearance before hastily departing from home. Upon her arrival at school, it was just noon, and she enjoyed a meal with Zayamawa before they set off toward their destination. What a stroke of misfortune. Our club has 4 exceptionally close seniors, and they all skipped classes for a day of hiking, only to crash their vehicle into a tree. One is off getting the car repaired, while the other 3 are in the hospital receiving casts. Zayamawa lamented, "These 4 are our mainstay." Once outside her home, Yen Luqing felt an immediate lift in her spirits, cheerfully remarking, "This teaches us that we can go out for fun, but we shouldn't skip classes to do so." "You truly have a knack for summarizing," Zayamawa replied. Upon their arrival, they found themselves in a corner of the campus, where Yen Luqing spotted a wall towering 2 meters high and stretching over 10 meters long. Numerous individuals were already gathered before it, engaged in painting, yet the work was only a third complete, resembling a scenic landscape. "Oh, right," Zayamawa suddenly recalled. "I only saw that you were coming. Do you actually know how to paint?" "I only dabble in it as a hobby, but our task is quite simple. We just need to paint large areas under the guidance of the seniors, and we needn't worry about the gradients." Yen Luqing nodded. "I know a little." Following Zayamawa, she listened as she introduced her to others. "This is my classmate, Yen Luqing. She is here to help." Zayamawa then introduced, "This is Senior Wang Jiao, who is in charge of this event." Yen Luqing greeted him sincerely. "Hello, Senior Wang Jiao." He was of decent appearance, though his glasses were rather thick, reminiscent of As she pondered, another boy appeared behind him, grinning mischievously with a prominent canine tooth, and teasingly squinting. Why call him Senior Wang Jiao? We all call him Bottle Glasses Senior. Haven't you noticed how thick his glasses are, like the bottom of a bottle? Exactly. Just like a bottle bottom. Upon hearing this, Bottle Glasses Senior feigned annoyance and playfully smacked the boy. Then, turning to her and Zayamawa with a smile, he said, "Thank you both for coming on a weekend. Please find some gloves and ask those painting if they need assistance. Just follow their instructions." Yen Luqing's eyes were keenly observing the artists nearby. Just as Zayamawa was about to agree, she suddenly interjected, "Senior, besides helping with the coloring, may I attempt something else as well? I assure you, I won't ruin anything. If I can't do it, I will certainly stop immediately." "Very well. Choose a section to try," he replied. "Zayamawa, you can assist your classmate."
All right.
But suddenly, a dissatisfied female voice interrupted. "Is it really wise to allow this? This girl isn't even from our club, and you trust her so easily? It is truly exasperating. At worst, I can simply work overtime tonight to finish the painting. What if it turns out poorly?" The speaker is one of the candidates for the next president of the Art Society. The bottle of wine has always looked down on her, not only because they are rivals but also due to her inflated self-esteem, believing that her art is beyond appreciation. Which, in reality, is indeed unappreciable. As she paints, she mocks, "Are you really enamored with that vase? Is it necessary for you to speak so harshly? I'm merely taking a gamble, and the girl herself said we could stop if it doesn't turn out well." The bottle of wine retorts, "And besides, we lack sufficient manpower who would willingly stay here late into the night painting with a flashlight. What is wrong with giving someone a chance? I wish we could finish early." The mural project is a collaborative effort, with every section meticulously planned in terms of distance and a rough sketch provided on paper. They are all working on the sections in front and the central area, while Yen Luqing begins from the end, choosing the second-to-last panel. She is not boasting. This is not her first mural. The courtyard of the dean and his wife features low walls, which she has nearly filled with her artwork, totaling several dozen meters. As Yen Luqing carefully outlines according to the reference on paper, the voice of Maka Paka resonates in her mind. "Maria, upon completion, if recognized, you will fulfill the task of helping others," Maka Paka exclaims excitedly, his tone tinged with a hint of frustration. As he notes that often one could engage in acts of kindness to trigger various rewards, but alas, you're simply too lazy. Is that so? Yen Luqing chooses to overlook the latter part of his statement, her excitement palpable. "Then, I must paint diligently." Yen Luqing has always cherished painting, and unlike cooking, her talents are singularly focused on art. Although she excelled academically and received praise from teachers across subjects, her true aspiration was to be an art student, to study fine arts. Her decision to forego the art examination and refrain from enrolling in an art program was not due to an attachment to her academic achievements or for the sake of her so-called future, but rather due to financial constraints. This reality was a significant impediment. Thus, having recognized this fact, she never voiced her desire to paint to anyone, instead using the dean's computer in her spare time to search for art tutorials and reasonably priced online courses. This was one of the few forms of entertainment she indulged in during her holidays. However, she lacked the funds to purchase an abundance of paint, which compelled her to work with pencils. Once she had exhausted that, she sought out ways to create her own pigments. As her final year of high school grew busy, she painted less frequently after the holiday ended. As she observes the gradually taking shape of mountains and waters, Zayamawa exclaims in surprise, "Oh my goodness, you truly can paint. I thought you were like me, only capable of the basics." "Not at all," Yen Luqing responds, painting while sighing, without pursuing fine arts. "This world has lost a precious artist." The two of them banter and paint, and due to their distance from others, they remain unaware that their progress surpasses that of those around them. During this time, the bottle of wine visits once. At that moment, Yen Luqing had yet to apply color, merely sketching the general outlines. Although her brushwork appeared somewhat clumsy, reminiscent of an amateur, the general positioning was correct, and adjustments could still be made later. Moreover, given the current shortage of manpower, merely completing the work was commendable, leaving little room for nitpicking. Seeing that her drawing seemed satisfactory, he walked away with a sense of relief. An hour later, the main group had finally progressed to nearly halfway. Little Twists had yet to speak when she heard a sarcastic remark from a senior she had always despised. What else could happen? "The drawing is ruined. As I said, we shouldn't let newcomers handle it, but no one listens." "No, Little Twists," retorted Senior Lu, "we have completed a section and wanted to show it to the seniors."
Oh.
"So you finished it?" Senior Lu scoffed. "Then it's even worse. Wang Jiao, go see if it can be salvaged." Jiu Bing rolled his eyes. unwilling to engage in an argument with a woman, and silently signaled to little twists that they should leave together. Senior Lu, honestly, why does she act like we owe her money every day?
Little Twists complained.
Ignore her. The more you pay attention to her, the more insufferable she becomes. Jiao Bing consoled as they approached the penultimate section, the area managed by Yan Luqing. Upon seeing it, Jiao Bing paused in surprise. This. Did you two really paint this? Little Twists replied, who else could it be, senior? Our 4 main members have all faltered. And with the rest of you on the other side, who else could assist us? Shaking her head enthusiastically, she added, don't you think my sister's work is rather impressive? Impressive. Jiao Bing exclaimed with sudden joy, if your sister is here, we could finish work early. Yan Luqing's painting, while not extraordinarily beautiful, had nearly perfectly replicated the image from the paper onto the wall, yet the most remarkable aspect was her astonishing speed. Lu Xine, visibly irritated, rose to follow him, muttering, I knew she was just a pretty face. I've said it before, but you wouldn't listen, and now look. Her incessant chatter ceased abruptly as they reached the end of the wall. The girl she had dismissed as a mere decoration had a bit of pain on her face. Her features were exquisite, and her smile was irresistibly charming. With light makeup, she stood in front of the landscape painting, looking exceptionally harmonious. Jiao Bing modestly bragged, let us not discuss the completion, but look at the richness of the colors. She has only 1 assistant and finished in such a short time, unlike some people with 2 helpers. Before he could finish, Lu Xine shot him a fierce glare and turned away. Yan Luqing remained blissfully unaware. However, when she heard Little Twists declare that the wall was acceptable, she straightened up, preparing to move on to the next section. When the voice of Makabaka echoed in her mind, wow, Maria, someone just felt considerable anger towards you, though there was also plenty of joy and admiration. Though you can't see who it is, your red, pink, and yellow have suddenly all leveled up. Yan Luqing? Although unsure of the reason, was such a fortunate event possible? By 4 in the afternoon, Yan Luqing had completed the last 3 sections and was taking a break. Little Twists went to assist someone else, while Jiao Bing and Xiao Huya came over to chat, inquiring about her painting experience and who she had learned from. I taught myself. I used to paint walls when I was bored at home, Yan Luqing replied, adding a compliment. Besides, the speed today is mainly due to the quality of the paint. In comparison, she mused, the materials she had previously used were either leftovers from the nearby art museum, cheap, pungent bulk paints, or even homemade pastes.
Oh.
Jiao Bing was left utterly puzzled. How could such ordinary acrylic paint used for wall painting yield such exceptional results? Yan Luqing waved her hand dismissively, exclaiming, oh, I am not well acquainted with the world. She sighed again, reflecting that, regardless of the type, all paints were indeed quite expensive. It was then that she noticed the growing number of question marks hovering above the man's head. Well, I do have some knowledge of luxury items, he remarked, scrutinizing her attire. With the cost of your outfit reaching several thousand, how can you complain about the price of paint? Yan Luqing mused, often forgetting how to conduct herself in the presence of wealth. The man pointed toward a corner, inquiring, did you add that little white flower yourself? Yan Luqing glanced in the direction he indicated, pausing momentarily before nodding. Yes, that element was not in the reference image. It was my sole modification. She had included the type of flower that Gu Xi favored. For reasons unbeknownst to her, as she painted, she felt an inexplicable urge to incorporate a few branches adorned with such small white flowers. Before her mind could intervene, her hands had already begun to move autonomously. Upon reflection, it seemed as if Gu Xi had participated in the creation of the artwork. Well done, the man remarked with a satisfied smile.
Meanwhile,
it was the same hour of 4 in the afternoon. Upon awakening, Gu Xi did not find Yan Luqing in the living room and casually inquired of Dahe. Where is she? Dahe felt that he had been corrupted by his foolish younger brother, who was preoccupied with his romantic notions regarding Miss Yan. Though the phrase was innocuous, it struck him as rather ambiguous, especially considering the eagerness to seek out someone immediately upon rising. Gu Xi nodded and made his way to the kitchen, instinctively heading toward the refrigerator. He had not contradicted Yan Luqing the previous night. Drinking ice water was a habit he had cultivated since high school, particularly after waking or exercising. This was one of the few habits he found difficult to relinquish. Upon opening the refrigerator, Gu Xi glanced at the familiar spot where a row of water bottles usually stood, only to find a considerable empty space. He looked at Dahe, who understood immediately, explaining, this morning, Miss Yan instructed me to warm all the water and distribute it to everyone in the villa. She also insisted that no more ice water should be placed inside. The echoes of someone's words from the previous night resonated in his ears, prompting Gu Xi to smile wryly. All right, I understand. Yan Luqing's presence significantly accelerated the progress of the art club. By 6 o'clock, the mural was entirely completed, bringing joy to all involved. They insisted on taking a group photo with Yan Luqing. Initially, she felt out of place and hesitated, but the man interjected, "We cannot take a photo without our chief contributor." Zayamawa chimed in, "Exactly. You, the latecomer who has contributed the most, are truly impressive." The mischievous youth added, "Yes, Junior. You joined last but painted the most. That's remarkable." Zayamawa gazed at her affectionately, saying, "Thank goodness for you, Qing." Throughout that afternoon, Yan Luqing was led by Zayamawa to bond closely with the duo. With such encouragement, she finally ceased her reluctance. When it came time to pose for the photograph, she was pushed to the center. Task completed, everyone was elated, their faces adorned with cheerful smiles. Amidst the lively commotion, Yan Luqing caught sight of an eye roll, and an epiphany struck her. This person must be the one who had contributed significantly to her rising irritation. Jujia has indeed become quite charming. It is rare for her to provoke anyone's ire. The color red has not been upgraded in ages. And this is largely due to the inexplicable hostility of this elder sister. 3, 2, 1. With a click, the photograph was taken and sent en masse to everyone. As everyone began to share their moments on social media, Yan Luqing could not resist posting one herself. Once the collective social media activity concluded, the bottle of wine clapped its hands and announced, "Thank you all for your efforts. Tonight we shall indulge in a lavish feast on the company's expense." Surely, no one would decline this invitation? The crowd responded eagerly, and Xiao Huya leaned toward Yan Luqing, inquiring, "Are you coming, Junior?" She ought to attend. After a brief reflection, Zayamawa recalled her family member, transforming her certainty into a question. Shouldn't she go? Just then, Yan Luqing's mind flashed with Gu Xi's face and the string of words he had uttered the night before, reminiscent of a lonely wife's lament. However, within moments, she was overwhelmed by a wave of embarrassment, triggered by the news she had learned from Xiaoke that morning. At that moment, Yan Luqing felt that the lonely wife could endure her solitude a while longer, and she nodded affirmatively. "All right, I shall go." Simultaneously, her phone vibrated. Gu Xi awoke from a nap at 6:30 in the evening, having risen after a brief slumber. It was already dark, and he turned on the lights while drawing back the curtains to check his phone. Coincidentally, a notification in the upper right corner revealed Yan Luqing's profile. He clicked into viewer post, which read, "I, a folk artist. Cool." The post contained 2 images. One depicted a wall over 10 meters long adorned with a refreshing landscape painting in shades of blue and green. The second was a group photo featuring a dozen individuals, with Yan Luqing at the center, a hint of blue paint on her face, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy, revealing her small, pristine teeth in a beaming smile that seemed to radiate warmth through the screen. As he began to examine the images, he noticed no significant differences in the paintings until he reached the last one, where a small cluster of white flowers caught his eye. Gu Xi closed the image and navigated to the chat with Yan Luqing. "Fleeing Saint, I'm having fun." After a 5-second pause, Gu Xi responded. Gu Xi stepped out of his room and discovered Xiaoke swaying in the living room, humming a tune, while an old-fashioned song played in the background. Gu Xi discerned the lyrics. "It is I who willingly bears the outcomes of such victories and defeats, without regrets. Anticipating your arrival, as dusk descends." He turned to Xiaoke and asked, "What are you listening to?"
Huh.
Xiaoke snapped out of his reverie, realizing Gu Xi was addressing him, and quickly replied, "It's a song I really like," called just as he finished speaking. The song reached its climax, waiting for a door that went to open. Xiaoke suddenly noticed Gu Xi smiling, a truly delightful sight, and then gently remarked, "It's rather unpleasant." Chapter 44, No Escape, A New Golden Finger. Proofreading. Yan Luqing had an immensely enjoyable meal. She had always harbored the desire to major in fine arts, and as she listened to their anecdotes from class, her enthusiasm only grew. An array of inside jokes, known only to art students, emerged, and the senior with the wine bottle and the one with the small tiger teeth were animatedly bantering as though performing a comedic duet. When introducing themselves, they never referred to themselves as art students. Yan Luqing inquired, "Then what do you call yourselves?" The wine bottle senior replied, "We are merely impoverished artists." Laughter erupted among the group, and then the small tiger teeth senior added, "Junior, do you know what we, the impoverished artists, despise hearing the most?" Yan Luqing, curious, asked, "What is it?" The senior responded, "We most detest when people ask if studying fine arts makes it easy to get into college." Another round of hearty laughter followed. The meal was filled with joyful banter, yet there was one senior who inexplicably rolled her eyes at Yan Luqing, harboring ill feelings towards her, which added to Yan's discomfort. Perhaps in a fit of anger, this senior departed early, claiming to have other matters to attend to, leaving her meal unfinished. Little Mahua was overjoyed, while Yan Luqing felt a tinge of regret that her red value could not be upgraded further. After reporting the red value, Makabaka informed her, "Maria, the task of helping others has been successfully completed. The reward is being processed." Yan Luqing acknowledged this and recalled that she had yet to utilize her 2 hours from earlier that day. She activated the dialogue box effect, eager to observe the psychological activities of her companions for added amusement. To her surprise, dialogue boxes appeared above each person's head. The last effect she had created for Chiji was that of black and white swans, ultimately resting on the white swan. This particular effect boasted a swan crown, wings, and a beautiful white halo, which looked particularly enchanting and harmonious with Gusi, embodying the essence of a swan princess. However, at this dining table, not a single person could embody that grace. As Yan Luqing surveyed her companions, she saw no trace of swan princesses, but rather a group of failed black geese masquerading as swans, their appearances amusingly awkward. To her left sat little Mahua, while to her right was another familiar senior. During a brief pause in their meal, she occasionally glanced at her phone, and the senior caught sight of her screensaver, exclaiming in astonishment, "Wow, Junior, the person on your screensaver is truly beautiful." Yan Luqing paused, following her gaze to see the image she had captured of the princess, wearing a floral crown. This photograph was one that would surely captivate anyone, regardless of when it was viewed, much like Gu Xi himself. Yan Luqing smiled and replied, "Of course it's beautiful." She had always felt that screensavers were something one grew accustomed to. Once set, she rarely remembered to change them. Typically, she would only replace the default wallpaper and screensaver on the day she acquired a new phone, not out of sentimentality, but simply because she forgot. Initially, it was because he had not allowed her to showcase the photograph. Yet she had desperately wished for everyone to see the image of Princess Xi adorned with her floral crown. She was curious to see Gu Xi's reaction upon others viewing that photograph, so she creatively decided to make it her phone wallpaper. Of course, she paid the price for this decision by spending an entire night doing exercises. Due to this punishment, she was even less inclined to change it, otherwise. Wouldn't her efforts have been in vain? Later, this wallpaper led to a misunderstanding with Yu Jing, the little green tea, a misunderstanding that, by a twist of fate, saved her life. If it weren't for this wallpaper, Gu Xi would likely be pursued by Yu Jing, and with the altered storyline, she would have faced another penalty. Eventually, she became accustomed to it, never considering a change, nor finding a more suitable alternative. The senior sister inquired, "Is this a celebrity? I feel like I've never seen them before." "Not a celebrity, but..." As Yan Luqing spoke halfway, Xiao Mahua noticed the two whispering and approached, asking, "What are you two talking about?" She then caught sight of the wallpaper they were discussing and widened her eyes in astonishment.
Wow.
"Is this not your handsome roommate? Your wallpaper features him? I can't believe I've never scrutinized your wallpaper closely." The senior sister also exclaimed, "Wow, you live together? So, he's your boyfriend?" Yan Luqing sighed. Here we go again. She had to explain to her senior sister, once more, "No, he's just a friend, temporarily living at my place. The wallpaper is, actually..." She paused, revealing the truth. "I changed it to annoy him, as he didn't like wearing this ring." Xiao Mahua praised a few times before being called away by someone nearby to chat. The senior sister turned to Yan Luqing, saying, "So that's how it is. If he were indeed your boyfriend, you two would be the most attractive couple I've ever seen." After a moment, she asked, "You mentioned you're living together temporarily. Sharing a rented apartment?" Yan Luqing initially wanted to deny it but realized that she could not explain otherwise, so she admitted, sort of, "Anyway, he'll be moving out in less than 10 days. However, before Yan Luqing could ponder further, the senior sister continued, "Last time, a classmate showed me pictures, claiming many were raving about some so-called celestial man. Now that I think about it, what was that even? I really want to show them your wallpaper."
Oh.
"Wait a moment, you don't have a photo of him, do you?" Yan Luqing replied, "Of course not. Our Gu Xi is far more stunning in person. And he's not a celestial man," she corrected with a mysterious smile. "He's a prince." "Ha ha, what a peculiar title." After their laughter, they resumed discussing other topics with the rest. However, Yan Luqing found herself less engaged than at the beginning, her mind wandering. Regarding the wallpaper, it seemed that aside from various background styles, character wallpapers typically featured anime images or photos of one's idols. Using a friend's photo as wallpaper could easily lead to misunderstandings. Should she change it? It appeared she still did not wish to. Yet, Yan Luqing quickly concocted a justification for herself. The reason for not changing it was undoubtedly that it was too beautiful. She could not find a more exquisite beauty. Thus, it seemed only natural to keep it. The only regret during this dinner for Yan Luqing was that none of the artists present could handle their liquor, all lamenting their inability to finish even a bottle. In the end, of the many people at the table, only one bottle of beer was opened. Yan Luqing finished an entire cup of beer. Whether it was diluted with water or her tolerance for alcohol had increased, she felt only a slight warmth on her face, showing no signs of inebriation. After the meal, the car sent by the villa was already waiting outside. Little Mahua remarked, "Look at you putting in so much effort. You must come and see the results and accept some praise." Yan Luqing hesitated. "I'll think about it." Little Mahua, adjusting her braids, winked, "If possible, bring your significant other along." Yan Luqing felt a flush at her words, but significant other was indeed a literal term, leaving her without a rebuttal. For Gu Xi was precisely that. She bid farewell to everyone and walked towards the nearby black car when a sound of approaching footsteps caught her attention, accompanied by a clear male voice, "Junior." Today, Yan Luqing had been called Junior all day, and she could distinguish each voice. This was undoubtedly the charming senior with the little tiger teeth. "Junior, you." Before he could finish, the car that had been quietly parked suddenly made a sound. Both Yan Luqing and the senior turned to look as the back window slowly descended, revealing a figure inside. As the window lowered, the person's features from brow to chin gradually appeared, strikingly beautiful against the backdrop of the night. Even though they saw each other daily, Yan Luqing still caught her breath in a polite manner. Gu Xi glanced at her and said, "Get in." Instinctively, Yan Luqing was about to comply, but remembering there were others behind her, she turned to Gu Xi and said, "Wait a moment." At that moment, the senior with the tiger teeth locked eyes with the person in the car. The latter's expression was somewhat neutral, yet it instilled a chill in the heart. Yan Luqing noticed the senior's surprise, followed by a serious inquiry as he slowly lowered his gaze to her. "Is this your boyfriend?" Having been asked this question numerous times, Yan Luqing initially would be flustered, her face reddening with embarrassment, but now she waved her hand dismissively. No, he is." Yet the senior did not wait for her explanation. Upon hearing no, he smiled and interrupted, "I just wanted to ask if you could come over tomorrow." Earlier, they had inquired of her, and she had given the same response, "I'll do my best." Yan Luqing settled into the back seat of the car. As she pressed the window back up, she asked Gu Xi, "What brings you here?" "Shopping." "Oh." Yan Luqing nodded. She then looked around. The back seat was immaculate, with no items beside his long legs, and she curiously asked, "Where are the things you bought?" "The store closed. I didn't manage to buy anything." Gu Xi turned to her, their eyes meeting, a faint light glimmering in his thin eyelids, for it was quite late. Unfortunately, she did not accurately grasp the information. Yan Luqing nodded. "That's a pity. Remember to go earlier next time." The car fell into silence. Yet, this silence was broken within 5 seconds by a long sigh from Yan Luqing. Sighing, she leaned back against the rear seat of the car, her voice laced with a hint of complaint. "You have no idea how much commotion you caused when you picked me up from school last time. So many people misinterpreted our relationship, just like that senior asked earlier. I couldn't even clarify it." "Really?" Gu Xi recalled the earlier scene and suddenly chuckled. It seems that wasn't enough. Just then, a sports car sped past Yan Luqing's side, the roar drowning out Gu Xi's voice, leaving her unheard. Yan Luqing, looking puzzled, asked, "What did you just say?" "What wasn't enough?" "Nothing." With a lingering smile on her face, Gu Xi, whether in jest or to tease, remarked, "How peculiar that you didn't get utterly drunk today." At the mention of this, Yan Luqing waved her hand dismissively. "Don't mention it. I only had a little. They can't drink at all. They're clearly my seniors, but it turns out they're all younger than me." After venting about that, Yan Luqing recalled her afternoon accomplishments that she hadn't yet boasted about. She promptly turned to Gu Xi, her excitement palpable. "By the way, Gu Xi, have I ever told you that I'm a genius?" Gu Xi turned her head, looking at her with a gaze that seemed to say, "Please redefine genius." Realizing that in the realm of genius, the person before her appeared to embody true brilliance, Yan Luqing felt a bit awkward and added, I forgot to specify the field." "Ahem. I meant to say, have I told you that I'm a genius in the realm of painting?" Gu Xi's expression returned to normal. "You haven tea." After a brief pause, he added, "You can say it now." Yan Luqing immediately launched into her story. "This afternoon, I went to save my friend. She's a member of the art club, and today they were supposed to paint a wall. But 4 of their main members went out to play, got into an accident, and couldn't participate. So they called me to help." with animated chatter. She elaborated on her techniques, describing how fluidly she painted and how masterfully she handled the transitions of color. Finally, she turned to Gu Xi, asking, "What do you think? Am I impressive?" However, upon seeing Gu Xi, her initial sense of pride subtly shifted. Hian-Ti witnessed her moment of glory, and she felt a void, a longing to boast to him about just how remarkable she had been that day. Unconsciously, she wanted to share these stories with him. Gu Xi observed her, a seemingly tireless fountain of words. The girl's eyes sparkled astonishingly in the dim light of the car, with clarity and depth, revealing every emotion without concealment. As if saying to him, "I seek your praise." Perhaps there was also an unspoken plea. "Compliment me." It was as if two fluffy, adorable ears were playfully concealed above her head. For a long time, Gu Xi had rarely experienced distinct feelings of joy or sorrow. His emotions were typically subdued. Yet, at around 6 this afternoon, upon seeing her message and hearing the lackluster song played by her bodyguard's son while dining alone in the restaurant, his mood had plummeted to an all-time low. But in this moment, all those nonsensical emotions seemed to fade away. After listening to her animated and exaggerated narration, and being gazed upon with such intensity, Gu Xi suddenly felt an impulse to gently tap her on the head. He complied with her sentiment and praised, "Indeed, quite impressive." The atmosphere within the vehicle instantly transformed into a lighthearted and joyous one. Luqing, elated by the compliment, chattered away, sharing numerous amusing anecdotes as if she wished to relay every delightful quip she had encountered throughout the day. In her exuberance, she thought of the upcoming event and casually invited Gu Xi. "There's an art club exhibition tomorrow. Would you care to join?" Although the invitation was extended, Luqing harbored a lingering belief that he would likely have no interest in such a gathering. To her surprise, Gu Xi nodded in agreement, "Sure." Taken aback by his response, Luqing remarked, "I thought you wouldn't be interested in such things." Initially he wasn't, but Gu Xi alluded with a knowing smile. "I noticed your enthusiasm. This event seems rather captivating, and I wish to experience what Heart Wild feels like." After spending an entire day out and enjoying a few drinks in the evening while conversing joyfully with Gu Xi in the car, Luqing found that her initial reasons for leaving home had become less significant, almost fading away by 80%. Upon seeing the familiar surroundings, she recalled Gu Xi's drowsy appearance from their morning encounter. As she changed her shoes, she asked, "By the way, I forgot to inquire, what time did you wake up today?"
Did you sleep in?
6 o'clock, Gu Xi replied slowly, and regarding whether it was a natural awakening, he paused subtly, a habitual smile gracing his face, yet it seemed to carry a deeper implication. "That's for your little black son to answer." Luqing halted, bewildered. How does he know I treat little black like my son? Gu Xi had left her with this remark, and her curiosity was piqued. Surely not. Gu Xi can't be that petty. Little black is quite foolish, and he has hardly expressed any disdain openly. She inquired with genuine curiosity, "So, what songs did you play?" Upon hearing the first few tracks, she was astounded and quickly called for a stop. "Wait, you, a seemingly well-adjusted young man with no romantic history, listen to these songs?" According to Gu Xi's rationale, he might have been compelled to endure them for their audacity. She instantly understood and felt a surge of affection. It was hard to fathom the emotions that would stir within the Princess Xi upon waking to such melodies. Luqing admonished, "Little black, refrain from playing them aloud in the future. It is neither beneficial for your romantic pursuits nor for our mental well-being. If you are truly tempted, you may listen with headphones, but I advise against it." Little black. Luqing, be obedient. Let this playlist be sealed.
With that,
she turned and ascended the stairs. Left behind, Little Black stood in confusion, unable to comprehend the situation. He sought solace from Big Black, explaining the entire sequence of events with great grievance. "But I've played songs before, and Miss Yen never said a word. Why does Mr. Gu Xi want me to cease my playlist?" Big Black, exasperated, regarded him with a look of utter foolishness. "Haven't you been pestering me daily about their romantic involvement?" Little Black was perplexed. What does their romance have to do with this matter? Why did she previously allow me to let go, but now she does not? With a few dishes, intoxicated to such a degree, Big Black sighed. "Are you certain you wish to compete with Mr. Gu Xi?" Little Black. "It turns out that the affection I received was merely an illusion. The escaping saint. I shall go tomorrow." The escaping saint, bringing along the handsome figure you have been longing for. Little Twisted Snack. Luqing glanced at the three of them, knowing that Little Twisted Snack could unleash another 300 exclamation marks. She disregarded the barrage of emotional expressions and directly changed her clothes, heading to the bathroom for a shower. Upon emerging, she lay on the bed, scrolling through short videos. Under a multitude of factors, she unexpectedly dozed off while watching. When she awoke again, it was due to the urgent need to use the restroom. As Luqing groggily made her way to the bathroom, she heard the voice of Makabaka calling her in her mind. "Maria, would you like to see the rewards that have been loaded?" Luqing became a bit more alert and nodded slowly. "Sure, let us take a look." After a busy afternoon, she was naturally curious about this so-called altruistic reward. Makabaka's voice sounded somewhat feeble. "This time, it's actually the grand prize." "Really? Are you all this generous?" Luqing was puzzled. "Does that mean I can receive great rewards in the future just by picking up some trash?" No. Many rewards merely enhance the existing golden hand index." "You are simply fortunate," Makabaka replied, appearing somewhat frail. "I truly do not know why you always manage to draw the highest tier of rewards." "Maria, have you played a card-drawing game before? Are you perhaps a lucky star?" Luqing. "In card-drawing games, luck or not, it requires money. I have only played games like King's Glory and such that do not require payment." Makabaka responded with an "Oh, you can check the introduction yourself. Experiments can be conducted at any time." Luqing gazed at the words before her. "Dear Maria, fortunately, this world has you. Please open the reward for your altruistic tasks."
Magic brush Malyang.
"What the heck?" Luqing, now fully awake, exclaimed with excitement. "It's for drawing." "Indeed, the reward is related to your altruistic deeds."
Magic brush Malyang?
Could it be that, just like in the story, whatever she draws will come to life? Wouldn't she then be invincible? She would become Yen Malyang. With a racing heart and trembling hands, Yen Malyang carefully examined the explanation beneath those 4 characters, quickly regaining her composure. It was indeed not as miraculous as it seemed. The first line read, "Magic brush Malyang. The items you draw will become real objects in the world." However, as she read further down, it was filled with conditional limitations. The items she drew could indeed come to life, but only with a 1 probability of becoming the exact item she depicted. The remaining 99 would manifest in various forms. For instance, if she drew a tomato 100 times, 99 of those instances might result in tomato stickers, tomato-flavored candy, tomato tissue, or tomato clothing. But only once would the actual tomato appear. Overall, it was highly random. It is precisely due to this randomness that, although not extraordinarily remarkable, it serves as a rather delightful plaything. Luqing, feeling a sudden surge of inspiration, found herself disinclined to sleep, promptly sitting on the floor to commence her artistic endeavors. This drawing board possessed the remarkable ability to adjust its dimensions at will, to appear and vanish as desired, while effortlessly saving progress in the cloud. The brush's thickness and shape could be chosen freely, and the paint was limitless. Luqing felt certain that her sincere passion for art had been acknowledged by the heavens, rewarding her with such a fitting boon at this moment. She began by sketching a crown, the very type she yearned to adorn Goosey Eye with, embellished with crystals. Upon completing her artwork and clicking finish, an acrylic representation of the crown materialized beside her. Subsequently, she created another crown of differing colors and styles, and upon clicking finish again, a cookie in the shape of a crown appeared. Luqing lifted the cookie to her nose and was pleasantly surprised by its delightful aroma, reminiscent of sweet, buttery cookies. Next, she opted for a more humorous approach. Luqing whimsically drew a pile of excrement, and after clicking finish, a wax figure of the aforementioned pile emerged beside her. It was a remarkably 3-dimensional, flawlessly crafted wax sculpture. Luqing nearly doubled over with laughter. She proceeded to create an array of bizarre items, a robot, a smartphone, a computer, and various international currencies. Upon reviewing her creations, she noted that keychains, acrylic plaques, and stickers were the most frequently produced items. She harbored a strong suspicion that the creator of this boon was an aficionado of collectible merchandise. The probability of manifesting a genuine object was exceedingly low, at merely 1%, rendering it nearly a game of chance. Although she had drawn numerous items, only once had a real object appeared. It was a small white flower, reminiscent of the one she had added to her wall earlier that day. Suddenly, Luqing found herself holding the flower in her left hand and her brush in her right, contemplating what to create next when her pen hesitated. Until now, she had confined her imagination to inanimate objects and had not considered human figures. What would happen if she drew a person? A wild thought sparked in her mind. Could she summon a real person? Makabaka interjected. Did you not carefully read the note below? Even if it's a living thing, you cannot summon the living. Otherwise, with such a high degree of randomness, what if a monster were to emerge by mistake? Luqing replied. That is true. Yet, Even if I cannot summon the living, conjuring something else would still be splendid. She promptly decided to summon Princess Ci. Yan Luqing began sketching Gu Xi's face. In her pursuit of speed, she initially created a simplified version. Once she completed the drawing and clicked the upper right corner, finish, a sticker appeared beside her. It featured 6 adorable headshots, arranged in 3 rows of 2, with both quality and coloring remarkably perfect. One would likely struggle to commission such delightful stickers even with monetary means. Holding the sticker, Yan Luqing examined it from various angles, growing more enamored and entertained with each glance. What was this? A manual production of Gu Xi merchandise? She proceeded to draw several more versions of his face, discovering that this spoon also possessed an automatic generation system. For characters that had appeared within the narrative, a mere few strokes could effortlessly conjure their likeness. At first, Yan Luqing produced only these small merchandise items, thus acquiring a delicate keychain fashioned after Gu Xi's visage, a phone case emblazoned with his face, several stickers, and an acrylic stand, all of which cluttered her space. She gazed at this collection and contemplated creating a full-body portrait of Gu Xi. What merchandise might emerge from a complete depiction? Yan Luqing felt a surge of excitement, so engrossed in her play that she lost track of time and remained oblivious to the hour. Though Gu Xi had promised to venture out the following day, he still had to endure the late hours of the night. He had a sleep monitoring application running beside him. Initially, he paid little heed to it. After all, the previous night's results had been quite favorable, and with an early bedtime, he anticipated a night of sound slumber. Moreover, given her mention of having consumed some alcohol, she was likely to earn the title of sleep god once more. Thus, he silenced his phone notifications and focused intently on the text displayed on his computer while listening to the voices emanating from it. It was not until he took a brief respite that he casually opened the application, only to discover the recorded data. The records indicated that Yan Luqing fell asleep at 11 o'clock, rose from her bed at 12:30, and thereafter did not return to sleep, with no physiological data recorded. This suggested she had not merely remained awake, but had not even stayed in bed. Now, it was 2:30 in the morning, and 2 hours had elapsed. A sudden jolt of realization struck Gu Xi. For someone with a history of sleepwalking, this data signified something quite evident. With a stoic expression, he closed his computer, took his phone, and exited his room. He first proceeded to the kitchen and dining area where she had previously sleepwalked, then traversed the entirety of the first floor of the villa, finding no trace of her. Ascending to the second floor, he moved almost soundlessly, continuing his search under the dim yet sufficient glow of the nightlights, but still encountered no sign of life. Ultimately, Gu Xi halted at the threshold of Yan Luqing's room. She could not have left the villa, leaving only the various rooms to consider. After all, sleepwalking could very well occur within the confines of a single room. He waited for a moment, straining to listen, but heard nothing from within. The silence was almost eerie, devoid of even the slightest rustle. A peculiar, ominous premonition enveloped him. Gu Xi gently knocked on the door. If Yan Luqing was not sleepwalking but merely awake, she would surely come to answer. Yet there was no response. He could not suppress a frown, almost soundlessly turning the doorknob. Once fully turned, he slowly pushed the door open. The room was instantly illuminated. At that moment his gaze flickered, and he shifted his focus to see a collection of small items resembling faces surrounding Yan Luqing, who seemed to be engaged in some arcane practice. Alongside an exceedingly conspicuous object, a pile of excrement. Though his rational mind recognized it as a mere toy, Gu Xi's attention faltered, quickly darting elsewhere. In that shift, he inadvertently caught sight of Yan Luqing's bed, which was in disarray, strewn with various items resembling those scattered on the floor. At the center of the bed lay a life-sized body pillow, positioned atop the pillow as if someone were reclining upon it. Gu Xi squinted his eyes. Then she discovered that the figure printed on the cushion was none other than herself. Yan Luqing, in a state of artistic fervor, had swapped her paintbrush for headphones, immersing herself in the music while still portraying Gu Xi. However, when she lifted her gaze during a brief pause in her painting, she was taken aback to find Gu Xi himself standing at her door, his hand resting on the doorknob, his expression inscrutable as he regarded her. In that fleeting moment of eye contact, it felt as if something fragile shattered beside her ear. Yan Luqing, unable to believe her eyes, slowly parted her lips. Her voice barely a whisper, audible only to herself. Was it not agreed that one could not summon living beings? How could this possibly entangle the saintly figure? Yan Luqing hastily removed her headphones, only to notice a subtle curve forming at the corners of Gu Xi's lips, a smile that seemed both enigmatic and teasing. As his gaze shifted from her to the bed, More specifically, it settled on the humanoid cushion resting upon the bed. This was her very first attempt at creating a full-body representation of Gu Xi, a fresh endeavor that had just come to fruition. You mustn't misunderstand. Yan Luqing quickly stood up, extending her hand in a gesture of reassurance. This was not commissioned. I painted it myself. Yet, the misunderstanding only deepened.